Look closely. A young man travels to a beach, loses his memory, gets pinched by a hermit crab, and goes hungry for a day. At this moment, the system activates, revealing that he was originally a programmer who bound the system to travel to the world of One Piece. He draws a card and selects the silver Yuhang, feeding fish to exchange for the Sun Wukong template. But during the full moon, he transforms into a giant ape and rushes into the forest. This plot is so thrilling. The young man travels and encounters a hermit crab's critical hit. The system activates to save the day. The blue sky, white clouds, and blazing sun shine down, and the sea sparkles with golden light. The waves crash onto the beach and recede, leaving colorful shells scattered all over the sand, looking beautiful. Look closely. A hermit crab crawls up, leaving footprints on the beach, and suddenly a mountain appears in front of it. It doesn't take a detour, it insists on climbing up to conquer it. As a result, it gets picked up by two fingers. It's a sleepy young man. The young man looks at the hermit crab in his hand, then glances at the seaside view he has seen on the computer and is instantly dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? The hermit crab is not willing to miss the opportunity, taking advantage of his daze. It pinches his finger hard with its big claw. It hurts. The young man screams as he flings the hermit crab away, looking at his red and swollen finger with tears in his eyes. I hope it doesn't bleed. He suddenly freezes. Why does my voice sound like this? Based on the inexplicable medical knowledge in his mind, he pinches his finger and strolls around, sighing. The sea is really beautiful. Stepping into the seawater feels extremely refreshing, but then he suddenly realizes, why am I not wearing shoes? What are shoes? He looks at himself reflected in the sea. Thick and long hair, big bright eyes, a small nose, a grin revealing white teeth with dimples. He wears a white short-sleeved shirt showing off his muscles on top and blue shorts on the bottom. And as he touches his whole body, he finds no pockets, exclaiming in his heart, I'm doomed. As the sky gradually darkens, the sea turns pitch black, and the winds and waves grow stronger. The young man sits on the beach in a daze, realizing he has lost his memory, and after waiting for a day with no one coming, his stomach growls, I'm so hungry. I have no strength left. He collapses and shouts, Is anyone there? Startling the birds in the forest, which seem to be cawing at him in reproach. The young man panics completely. This is bad. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind. System activating 10, 50, 100, activation successful. The young man hugs his knees. What voice? Ding. Detected that the host state is abnormal. Checking the cause, the young man is dumbfounded. The host is me? Ding. Check complete. The host has lost memory and changed due to temporal turbulence. Activating plan 3, memory backup transmission in progress. The young man anxiously asks, what memory? The system responds coolly. Irrelevant question. The system does not wish to answer. The young man is infuriated. This is too much. 1, 2, 3. A programmer works overtime and encounters a system. The journey to reverse his life begins. As the transmission progress bar rises, memories suddenly flood back to the young man's mind. Was originally a programmer from Blue Star in his 30s, and while working overtime, subtitles popped up on his computer. The subtitles are incredibly tempting. Want to experience a tumultuous life? Want to be surrounded by beauties, drink and feast? Want to feel the thrill of life and death battles? Find a protagonist system, quality guaranteed. He complains, what the hell? As a middle-aged programmer with thinning hair, he has long passed the age of fantasy. But looking out the window at the bright lights and nightlife, while he is cooped up in a 30-square-meter office, working late into the night, squished in the subway until his underwear is wet, and returning home to nothing but loneliness. His wife was arranged through a matchmaker, and life feels like a stagnant pool. He takes a deep drag from a cigarette. This is not the life I want. Although he feels it's a scam, his heart is racing. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind. Detected that the host has a tendency to agree. The system is binding automatically. He is instantly overjoyed, his fingers trembling as he puts out the cigarette, stands up, and dances around, thinking he must be dreaming. The system asks, binding complete. Does the host have any questions? He suppresses his excitement and sits back down, crossing his legs on the table. What is this system for? The system replies, to take the host to different worlds and experience interesting lives. He stares wide-eyed and shouts, so just traveling? Is there a function to make me invincible? The system says, provides templates of protagonists from other worlds, ensuring your safety. He jumps up excitedly. That's it. The system asks, are you ready? The journey is about to begin. What's your purpose? Do I have to do tasks? Can I come back? The system replies, to present a performance to the gods. Tasks depend on how interesting they are. After traveling, you cannot return until death or the system departs. He nods, I understand. The system asks again, can we set off? He shouts, hold on. Sitting back in the chair, he pulls out cigarettes one after another, filling the office with smoke that becomes unbearable. By the end, the office is shrouded in smoke, making it hard to breathe. The man stares with red, swollen eyes, and he doesn't say a word all night. A programmer travels to the world of One Piece. Drawing cards goes awry, but leads to a turning point. The first rays of sunlight in the morning shine into the office, and the man wakes up startled from the desk. The floor is littered with cigarette butts, and his first words are, "System, are you still there?" The system answers, "I am. Is the host ready?" He looks at his phone. It's 6 o'clock. He hasn't returned all night, and there's not a single message on his phone. He sighs, let's go. As soon as he finishes speaking, he instantly disappears, leaving only the scattered cigarette butts and a vibrating phone. In the next second, the young man shakes his head. Why does my head feel like it's been stuffed in a toilet? After the memory transmission is complete, his bright eyes turn into dead fish eyes, and he reaches for his pocket to smoke, but can only sigh. What kind of world is this? The system says, congratulations. The first world is One Piece. The young man is instantly dumbfounded. One Piece? That's a world where destroying islands counts as combat power. Starting off this intense. So unlucky. His stomach is still growling. The system asks, would you like to draw a protagonist template? The young man shouts, draw, still singing good luck in his mind. Suddenly, a gigantic spinning wheel appears in front of him, filled with neon lights, looking super tacky. The young man is shocked. This taste is too bad. In the center of the wheel is a golden fortune cat that moves and grins at him. The young man is even more confused. Is it alive? The system urges, hurry up and draw. He rubs his hands and pushes the wheel. Heaven bless. The wheel spins rapidly, and he clenches his fists tightly. In the sea breeze, the wheel gradually slows down, and the young man urgently shouts, don't stop. Please don't stop. As a result, the system announces, congratulations, you have selected the silver Yuhang from Kaguya-sama. Love is war. The young man is instantly desperate. It's over. All over. His brain crashes. Suddenly, the system says again, create protagonist skips. Result moves forward or jumps back one space. The young man instantly comes back to life. The front space is Kamiju Toma, and the back space is Super Saiyan Son Goku. He just realizes that the fortune cat can control it and urgently shouts, pause. Pause first. Then he runs wildly towards the sea. The seawater is very cold, and the moment the young man's bare feet touch the water, he shivers all over. Without hesitation, the young man dives into the cold sea, frantically searching. After a long time, he drags his exhausted body ashore, pale and cold, with a heart that beats slowly and heavily. But he wears a smile on his face, even though he feels dizzy and light-headed heads holding a big fish. He can't believe he caught it, exclaiming, God's bless. He shivers as he walks to the wheel, his teeth chattering. Here, hay race for you. I want Son Goku. Using his last bit of strength, he throws the fish up. The fortune cat's tongue flicks, and the fish disappears in an instant. That little fish isn't even enough to fill its gaps. The young man collapses on the ground, dazed. I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate as a result. The fortune cat licks its paw, smiling, and directly presses its paw on the Son Goku area. The system sweetly says, congratulations, you have selected Son Goku from Dragon Ball. The young man laughs weakly. Ha ha ha. The wheel bursts with golden light, and Goku's phantom rushes over, merging with him as golden light. In an instant, the cold vanished, and his body became incredibly strong. His backside started itching, and a thick, black tail emerged and began to sway. The boy was super excited. I have a tail too. The system said, you have acquired the physical strength of Wukong in his youth. Martial arts skills not unlocked. The protagonist shop is now open. The roulette slowly descended, and the lucky cat winked at him mischievously. The boy was confused. Does this guy want to eat fish too? In the blink of an eye, everything disappeared. The beach sparkled under the bright moon. The waves were rushing, but the sea was calm. The boy exclaimed, so beautiful. What's there to miss about the past? Remembering his previous monotonous life, he shouted, the sea. Here I come. His heart was racing. He clutched his chest. No. Calm down, look at the sea and the bright moon, huh? Is this a full moon? When a Scion encounters a full moon, they transform into a giant ape. They go on a rampage, crushing the forest. The boy instantly realized, I'm a Scion now. I'll go berserk and turn into a giant ape when I see the full moon. The Scion tail behind him was still swaying wildly. He panicked. Oh no, don't attack my tail. Just as he said that, his rationality was engulfed by the fire of fury. Facing the full moon, he let out a high-pitched, deep roar that startled the entire island. and the beasts in the forest responded one after another. Look closely. Under the moonlight, the boy's body was covered in black fur, swelling up like a balloon, instantly transforming into an invincible giant ape. This scion giant ape had no rationality, only new destruction, and charged directly toward the forest. At the end of the forest, on a mountain, the Wolf King let out an ultra-penetrating howl, and the wolf pack immediately echoed, their voices desolate and majestic, daring to challenge the giant ape's roar. Soon after, the tiger's roar shook the mountains and forests, sending leaves fluttering down, causing great fright. In an instant, the forest turned into a chaotic market, various fierce beasts howling, the air vibrating like a chaotic war drum, booming and overwhelming. The animals were all in a panic. The top ferocious beasts have come, and the balance of the forest is about to explode. A bear stood upright, its nose twitching as 6-meter-turtle giant wild boar strolled leisurely, its coarse hair like armor, with 2 enormous tusks that were terrifying. But it turned around with great gentleness, followed by little wild boars. It used to be the king of the forest, but now the tides are changing. High energy alert. The scion giant ape stomped down, and the ground sank directly, trees snapping with a crack. He has wide fangs and a fierce gaze, with ancient trees only reaching his waist. He starts to wildly destroy everything. Ancient trees along the road are uprooted by him and thrown into the sky. Dust fills the sky, and the forest is in chaos. Flocks of birds cry out in despair, circling above, afraid to come close. Wild animals are fleeing in panic. The little piglets were scared and ran around, getting smashed into mush by a fallen ancient tree. The giant ape brutally slaughtered the forest's ruler. The wild boar sought revenge, but was defeated in an instant. The wild boar calls for its piglet, but upon seeing the piglet crushed to death, it uses its snout to lift a giant tree, only to find that the piglet has already lost its life. It locks onto its enemy, the scion great ape, rampaging through, its momentum at its peak. To avenge its child, kill whoever stands in the way. The scion great ape rampages through, destroying everything in its path. And all the beasts trying to block its way are taken down in an instant. The wild boar charges in with bloodshot eyes, regardless. The giant ape raised its hand and struck, sending the wild boar flying. Despite its limp, the boar got back up, determined to fight to the death. The boar charged again, its tusks aimed at the giant ape's calf. The giant ape clasped its hands together and swung down fiercely. Boom! A massive earthquake occurs, and a wild boar collapses and bleeds. The giant ape sees it still moving and keeps hammering away, causing the wild boar to die instantly. The giant ape roars for half a day without anyone coming, and getting annoyed, it starts pulling up trees. In the distance, a pack of wolves descends a mountain, their white fur glistening in the moonlight, exuding a strong, killing intent. However, the giant ape heads deeper into the forest, leaving only dirt and corpses behind. It pulled out the tree, revealing the bear, which was so frightened that it wanted to escape, but the giant ape stepped on it and killed it. A fierce tiger jumped onto the giant ape's back and bit its throat. The giant ape became furious and grew in size, grabbing the fierce tiger and slamming it to the ground. 2 white wolves behind it began to bite. The giant ape shook its body and slapped its back, while the white wolf tried to lure it in. The giant ape, angered by the blood flowing from its back, punched one white wolf to pieces, then caught another one, grabbed its tail, and threw it down, leaving it motionless on the spot. The scion great ape has blood seeping from behind, and although it's just a minor injury, he becomes even more furious. With a single punch, the giant ape smashed the fleeing white wolf into a pulp. The remaining white wolf, terrified, ran for its life but was caught up by the giant ape, which grabbed its tail and threw it with force, instantly silencing it. The giant ape slaughtered the wolf pack and claimed its throne. Upon waking, it faced a mountain of corpses in shock. The giant ape was surrounded by the howls of wolves, and he unexpectedly stepped into the wolf pack's trap. The white wolf king growled from outside the circle, commanding the wolf pack to attack. Wolf packs are highly organized, working together in fierce attacks that even tigers fear, but the scion giant apes are the real top tier. Shake your body, and all the wolves will be thrown away. Wave your hand casually, and the wolves will spit blood and die, wherever the fist lands. No one can block it. The giant ape charges in and out of the wolf pack with ease. Its wounds heal instantly, and its recovery speed is explosive. The wolf pack is on the verge of being wiped out, but under the command of the Wolf King, they remain organized and do not fall into chaos. After fighting for half a day, the wolf pack's numbers plummeted and were on the brink of extinction. The White Wolf King did not flee, leading the pack in one last charge, only to be crushed in half by a single punch from the giant ape. The giant ape returned to the center of the forest, and the forest was completely silent. He stacked trees to build a platform, climbed up while holding onto a half-alive, fierce tiger, bit off half of the tiger's body, and howled at the moon, unstoppable. The next day, the naked young man lay on the ruins shouting, "It's so sunny. Pull the curtains." Suddenly he realized, "I'm in a world of one piece. I turned into a giant ape last night." As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a fierce tiger, its eyes bigger than copper bells, and its gaping mouth could swallow him whole. The young man was so frightened that he got up and ran, only to crash into something soft. Looking up, I saw a giant white wolf, its lower half turned into minced meat. Turning back to look, the fierce tiger was also dead, missing half of its body. He looked around, surrounded by the corpses of ferocious beasts, enough to open a zoo. The stench was overwhelming, yet he couldn't smell it. He shouted to the system, "What's going on?" System replied, "You went on a rampage as a giant ape?" The young man retorted, "You could just say you don't know." But he was clear in his mind, muttering, "No wonder I'm not hungry. The strength is too explosive." He decided to leave quickly, or else it would be over if he encountered a fierce beast again. The young boy cautiously dodged the corpses of the dead beasts, wanting to leave this battlefield of slaughter. The Scion's mission to destroy the island and find the Dragon Balls. The prices in the shop shocked the boy. The animal's corpse is taller than a teenager, and the giant wolf's teeth are thicker than his arm. It could swallow him whole while alive. As a former programmer, even if he knows that the beast is dead, he wouldn't dare to approach. The tiger's might remains, its aura has not faded. In the world of One Piece, aura is the key to combat power. The young boy walked out of the corpse crowd, looked up in confusion, and said, "What's going on? Why am I so high up?" It turned out he was standing on a high platform made of trees. Looking down, the forest is almost flattened, with broken tree corpses everywhere, and you can see the ocean beach. The path of the giant beast is extremely obvious, with footprints and broken trees, all created by it. The road is piled high with wolf carcasses, some trampled into flat cakes, some torn in half. It's simply a hell on earth for beasts. The young boy understood. Last night he transformed into a giant ape, rampaging from the beach to the forest, and became the sole survivor. He had destroyed the entire forest of the island. Fortunately, the mountains behind were not affected, protecting the lives on the other side. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. "How tragic. I'm really lucky to be alive." The system asked, "Do you want to issue a task?" The young man replied, "Let's hear it." System. Main quest. Find the 7 Dragon Balls in the pirate world, which can grant one wish. The young man exclaimed, "Finding Dragon Balls in the pirate world? That's too out of place." System. Side quest 1. Explore the ruins for treasures. Side quest 2. Climb the mountains for the scenery. Young man. No rewards? System. No punishment, no reward, just guidance. Do you want to enforce the task? The boy refused. No. He asked, "What counts as valuable? What can it be exchanged for?" System. Beast skin, teeth, and meat exchange for berries. Treasures available at the protagonist store. The young man opens a shop with virtual screens displaying Scion battlesuits, Kamehameha, sins of beans, etc. Young man, why is there no Dragon Ball? System. Find a return system, and the store will be available. The boy was shocked by the prices. A celestial being costs 500 million berries? Do you think I'm a celestial dragon? The King Kai sword is 2 billion. Why don't you just go rob it? System. I have another question. It's fine to price these items with berry, but why are the treasures so expensive? A single magic bean costs you 500 million berries? Do you think I'm a celestial dragon? Am I that rich? What kind of trash is the King of God sword? You want 2 billion berries. Why don't you go steal it? The system is tough against Scions. Electric shock punishment time, limit warning scares the boy. The system retorted, "Host, be aware, this system is just snatching. If you have the ability, don't buy." The young man slapped his forehead and looked at the sky, wanting to spit blood. System you. The next second, he was shocked and jumped up while, After the shock stopped, he hurriedly asked, "I'm a Scion. How can I still be shocked?" "There's something wrong with the template," the system replied. "The system is bound to your soul, and the electric shock is always effective." The boy bitterly spoke. "You can go. I can live on my own." System. "You will turn back into an ordinary person." The boy breaks out in a cold sweat. "Then forget it. Why do I feel like I've boarded a pirate ship? Your status is higher than mine." The system is more ruthless. "You have no status in the heart of the god. I am more precious than you." The young man asked, "How to improve status?" The system replied, "Live splendidly?" The thoughts of the god are unpredictable. Current god favorability level is 1. Boy, is it just a little bigger than 0? System, but you have plenty of time. Boy, I'm surprised. Is there a time limit? System, in the 3 worlds, if the god's favor is not 100, it will be unbound. The boy exploded. Why didn't you say it earlier? Heartless merchant, are you playing with me? System, calm down. If you perform well, there will be no problem. The young man gave up and looked down to see he was naked. So he quickly flipped through the store. Clothes cost at least several million berries, and the Satan cloak was selling for 300 million. He gritted his teeth and said, I'd rather die than buy this cloak. He looked at the surrounding beast corpses and asked, how do I deliver the bodies? I can't dissect. System, press your hand on it and silently absorb. Automatic recovery. The young man immediately followed the instructions, and the system's prompt sounded continuously. Obtained 1,000 berries. Received 5,000 berry. Hearing the berry arrive, the young man smiled broadly, dreaming of making a big name for himself in the pirate world. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly asked. The boy suddenly remembered something when he thought of the time traveler and hurriedly asked, does the Scion unlock jump hacks? Buy clothes and get rich instantly, then become poor. The boy asked System, do we have a space backpack? The system replied, no, but you can buy a shape-shifting capsule to store things. The boy asked again, can I buy Dragon Ball products in the next world? The system responded, the store changes with the world, depending on your protagonist template. Remembering the lottery from last night, the boy felt anxious. How to get a template without relying on a lottery? The system said, build a relationship with the original protagonist, leave a deep impression, and you could get a spare template. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. Even a lucky person needs a safety net. After absorbing the beast corpses, he hurriedly asked, how much money do I have? The system replied, 311, 558 berries. Just as the boy smiled, he was stunned. Is this considered a lot? Bring up the clothes I can afford. The screen showed that all the clothes worth millions disappeared. The boy gritted his teeth. Being handsome is a lifetime commitment. Buy Goku's debut outfit. Spent 290,000 berries to change to a blue shirt, white belt, and black shoes, feeling heartbroken. The money was gone before it even warmed up. He looked at the high platform, troubled. How do I get down? Suddenly remembering he was a Scion, he aimed at a tree trunk and lightly jumped. He jumped too high. With a thud, he landed into the ground. The boy was dazed. It hurts, huh? Why doesn't it hurt at all? He tried jumping again and could jump higher than the tower. He shouted excitedly, my body is so explosive. This is too interesting. Looking around, there were still a few big trees standing. The boy's eyes lit up. I always wanted to break a tree with one punch as a kid. Now that I have the strength, it's a perfect time to try. Having only seen characters break trees with one punch in comics, he was particularly fond of this scenario as a child, and now he had the strength to try it out. A Scion's punch breaks a big tree, earned 800,000 berries instantly, and became a warrior. The boy chose a big tree that 4 people could hug. The tree stood like a soldier on guard, tall and straight, with dense branches and leaves, very eye-catching. He circled the tree a few times, took a deep breath, and used only 2 points of strength to punch the tree. Bang! Removing his hand, a deep fist mark was left on the tree. The boy laughed. It doesn't hurt at all. This is so interesting. The big tree suddenly creaked and then fell with a loud crash. He shouted, I'm too explosive. One punch to break a big tree. Remembering how he lightly jumped down from the high platform and landed without training, the Scion was already this strong. He put his hands on his hips, smiling proudly, his tail wagging. Who else is there to challenge me? Knowing he had grown stronger, the boy parkoured through the forest to collect beast corpses. His mind filled with the sound of money. After finishing up, he sat on a rock and asked System, how much money do I have? The system replied, 802, 300 berries. The boy laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Open shop. It's unreasonable not to spend money. First, he bought basic language of the Dragon Ball world. Fortunately, the language of pirates is the same as Dragon Ball. Then he bought comprehensive martial arts, basic applications of chi, and basic fist techniques. The techniques had no physical form and directly infused into his brain. The boy jumped off the rock waving his arms, and his body learned everything. Guaranteed to teach? This is incredible. He tried speaking the Dragon Ball language and immediately understood. Now, he had transformed from an ordinary person into a beginner warrior and could sense the chi within him. He tried to unleash the Kamehameha, but failed. It seems he needs to buy it from the shop. He tried the afterimage technique, able to create 4 shadows, which was a huge surprise. He wanted to buy the instant transmission technique, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough money, although he could afford the Nimbus Cloud. He laughed. I'm experienced driver, not pure enough. The boy lay on the rock, covered with a white wolf skin, looking at the blue sky, white clouds, and flying birds. The warm sunlight on him made him feel that life was so magical. The boy lay on the rock, looking at the azure sky, white clouds, and birds, feeling the warmth of the sun. He thought life was incredibly wonderful. A scion fainted while holding his tail. Mountain bandits provocatively brandished their guns. The boy saw his tail, gently held and rubbed it, feeling no weakness. He muttered, "Goku feels weak when holding his tail. Do I have this trait?" His curiosity piqued. He gritted his teeth. "If I die, then I die." He gripped his tail tightly, then fainted on the rock. More fragile than Goku, he just fell asleep. Not knowing how long it had been, a big hand patted his head. "Hey, what are you doing here, kid?" The boy woke up, feeling no pain at all. Rubbing his eyes, he saw two fierce men standing in front of him. The tall, thin one held his hand, shouting in pain. "This kid's head is so hard." The fat one with a beer belly roared, "Don't you know this is the territory of the White Wolf Bandit group?" The boy was confused. "Isn't this the world of One Piece? How did I end up with bandits?" The fat man cursed. "Pirates are a thing of the past. This island belongs to us now." Saying this, he bit his tongue in anger and blamed. "It's all your fault, you stinky brat." The boy was speechless. "You can't explain it clearly, yet you blame me?" The tall, thin one chimed in. "Our boss has a bounty of 80 million berries. Watch what you say." The boy chuckled and sighed. "This person doesn't even exist in the original story. How would I know?" The tall, thin one swallowed hard and asked, "How long have you been here? How did the forest become like this? There was such a commotion last night. We were afraid of monsters, but we only found you sleeping." The boy yawned. "I came here last night. Nothing happened." The tall, thin one exploded. "How dare you talk nonsense? You're asking for death." He directly pulled out a long gun from behind and aimed it at the boy. The boy smirked, thinking, "I'm a scion, the body of young Goku. You guys are just weaklings with a power level of 5. Seeing his disdain, the tall, thin one became angrier and tightened his finger on the trigger. "Stinky brat, go to hell and regret it." The tall, thin one shouted wildly, ready to pull the trigger. "Stinky brat, you just go to hell and regret it." The tall, thin one yelled. The scion revealed the truth about the wolf slaughter. The bandits secretly called for support. Watching in shock, the boy stared blankly at the gun's muzzle, thinking, "Should I try to dodge the bullet? This plot is too cool." Suddenly, the fat one shouted, "Stop." The tall, thin one was dissatisfied. "Why? I want to kill him." The fat one said sternly, "The boss let me make the call. Can you bear the consequences of offending the boss?" The tall, thin one gritted his teeth and finally put the gun away. The fat one smiled and asked, "Kid, have you seen a group of white wolves?" The boy scratched his head. "Those white wolves? I killed them all, sorry." But he thought, "I've sold them for money. I killed them with skill. Why should I return them?" The tall, thin one burst into laughter. "This kid says he killed the white wolves? Too funny." The fat one didn't laugh. His eyes flashed with light, pulling the tall, thin one to leave. "Forget him. Hurry to find the wolf pack. Otherwise, the boss won't let us go." The boy lay back on the rock, troubled. Should I become a pirate, a navy, or a revolutionary army? Excellent people are always troubled. On the other side, the fat one, not far away, changed his face. "You go back and tell the boss. That kid killed the wolf pack." The tall, thin one was dumbfounded. "A kid? I could have dealt with him just now." The fat one cursed. "Stupid. Calling the boss over is how to take credit. Otherwise, it's looking for death." The tall, thin one instantly understood, right? "I'm going now." Under the blazing sun, the fat one squatted in the bushes, staring at the boy, cursing, "Why is that stupid guy not back yet? I'm dying from the heat." Suddenly, his pupils shook. The boy actually conjured food and cold drinks with his bare hands, devouring them greedily. The fat one was shocked. Is he a devil fruit user? Just like the first mate. Watching the boy finish a bowl of noodles in seconds and swallow a piece of meat bigger than his head, he drooled. Is this kid even human? Eating so fast. 15 minutes later, the boy was still eating, and the fat one was on the verge of collapse. Impossible. He must be starving. He will stop soon. Impossible. He must just not have eaten for a long time. He will finish soon. The scion was 5/10 full, leaving the bandits in a daze. The fat one lured the enemy, bringing the wolf into the house. Another 15 minutes passed. The fat one stared at the boy with red eyes, not even daring to blink. What a monster, eating so much without any change in his stomach. Suddenly, he was overjoyed. He stopped. Finally finished. The boy sighed, patting his belly. "I've only eaten to 50 fullness. How am I going to earn money in the future?" After saying that, the bowl and chopsticks disappeared, as if they had never existed. The fat guy gritted his teeth, talking nonsense. "So much food, and you're still not full." He hadn't had a drop of water all morning while looking for the wolf pack, and he was going crazy watching the boy show off his meal. Just as he was secretly pleased and waiting for the boss to deal with the boy, he saw the boy jump off the bed and get ready to leave. Not even wearing his white wolf skin, the fat guy panicked. "I have to stop him." He shouted, "Wait a second." He intended to rush over, but his legs went numb, and he rolled over, thumping against a rock. The boy turned around, confused. "Are you okay, fat guy?" The fat guy covered his face and supported his waist as he got up. "I'm fine. Thanks. Thank you for your concern." The boy crossed his arms. "Who cares about you? Why are you calling me?" The fat guy cursed inwardly for his lack of sympathy, but forced a smile. Then the boy pointed to the bushes. "What were you sneaking around there for?" The fat guy was dumbfounded. "You noticed that early? Why didn't you say so?" Seeing the bag on him, he was about to explode with anger. The fat guy immediately put on a big smile. "I'll lead you. I'm familiar with this island." The boy raised an eyebrow. "Flattering me for no reason. You must have ulterior motives." But relying on his own strength, he directly said, "I'm going to the mountain to see the scenery." The fat guy was overjoyed, walking ahead and feeling pleased. "You don't take the road to heaven. I'm taking you back to your nest to deal with you." Wenhu Island was divided in half by a mountain range. The east coast was a terrifying forest, and the west coast was a small town. The mountain range was called Shinda Peak, which had long been occupied by the White Wolf bandit group. At this moment, the bandits at the mountainside were eating in silence, as their boss, the White Wolf Damadu, was deeply troubled, pressing his forehead in distress. It turned out that last night, there was a huge roar in the forest, and his pack of white wolves went crazy and rushed in. That wolf pack was his confidence, with a bounty of 80 million, but last night it was dark and details were unclear, so he didn't dare to go out and check. However, hearing that roar that shook the island, and with the night deepening and the situation unclear, he still didn't follow out to investigate. A scion punched away 80 million bandits. The minions opened fire and sent heads flying. The White Wolf Damado's White Wolf pack usually roamed freely, and there had never been danger on this island. But when dawn came, not a single wolf returned. He sent 2 subordinates to check the situation early in the morning, and they still hadn't returned. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he kicked over his deputy, roaring, "Useless. If you don't come back, I'll feed you to the wolf pack." The bandits were too scared to make a sound, and the deputy got up without daring to refute. The White Wolf stirred up trouble. "Adu, why aren't you speaking? Are you cursing me?" Adu immediately knelt down and kissed his shoes, and the White Wolf smiled. "I'll let you off this time." Not long after he laughed, a tall and skinny guy rushed in shouting, "Boss, the forest has been torn apart. The monster's footprints are bigger than mine." The White Wolf roared in anger. "Nonsense. Where's my wolf pack?" The tall skinny guy cried. They're all dead." The entire place fell silent instantly. The White Wolf rushed over, grabbing the skinny guy by the collar. "Who did it? I want to tear them to pieces." The skinny guy trembled. I'll take you there." The White Wolf shouted. "Everyone stop eating. Follow me." A group of people armed themselves and followed the White Wolf down the mountain. Not long after, they saw the fat guy, with the boy standing behind him. The skinny guy shouted, "Boss, it's this little brat." The White Wolf scoffed, "Hey, little brat, did you kill my wolf pack?" The boy stood tall. "It was me." The White Wolf's anger surged, and he charged with his knife. The boy thought, "Don't be careless. What if he's really strong?" He threw a full power punch. Look closely. All the bandits were dumbfounded. The White Wolf turned into a shooting star, disappearing at the horizon. The little brothers shouted wildly, "Boss, White Wolf." The boy looked at his fist and sighed. "So weak. Is this my first opponent? The scion's start is too explosive." The fat guy was directly stunned. How did the boss fly away? He definitely won't survive. Some minions were in despair while others shouted, "Let's all go together. Revenge. He can't stop bullets." Then everyone pulled out their guns, long and short, and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The scion caught the bullets with his bare hands. The bandits turned on each other, instantly becoming traitors. The gunfire rang out. The fat guy beside the boy was turned into a sieve, his lips moved, and he fell helplessly to the ground, like a fish out of water, struggling to survive. The fat guy cursed in his heart. "Why is this happening? I'm not willing. That little brat won't have a good end either." Suddenly, he heard someone shout from the opposite side. "A monster! A monster! He caught all the bullets." The fat guy regretted. "I shouldn't have provoked this little brat." He was completely out of breath. The boy had only played with toy guns before, and he was momentarily dazed when he saw real guns firing. But he wasn't panicking at all. He just felt he could catch bullets with his bare hands. His hands sliced through the air. Others couldn't see his movements. But he didn't fall down, and everyone knew the bullets had been caught. Click, click, click. The gunfire stopped, and someone shouted, Out of bullets. Run. Some turned to escape, while others, with red eyes, charged forward, wanting to chop the boy into pieces. The boy exerted strength and flicked the bullets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bandits, charging in front, all fell to the ground, completely wiped out. Seeing someone escape in the distance, he crouched down and jumped, directly surpassing the fleeing soldier. The fleeing soldier was scared and ran back. The boy complained, "So troublesome." In an instant, he ran behind them, pinched his fingers, and the last bandit was sent flying, rolling back with the others like a bowling ball. The boy put his hands on his hips and laughed. Ha ha ha, all hit. The bandits lay on the ground moaning, some pretending to be unconscious. The boy paced, "How should I deal with you?" All the bandits perked up their ears to listen. He thought for a long time, then clapped his hands. "I've decided. Throw you into the sea." The bandits just sighed in relief when Deputy Adu came over with his trusted subordinates. Tears streaming down his face. "Hero, thank you for smashing Damadou. Don't let these scum go." The boy was confused. Where did this traitor come from? The bandits exploded on the ground. "You bastard, Deputy. We are all in the same group." Adu stood up directly and kicked the speaker in the face. "Ouch, that hurts." The scion was named Umi. The bandits flattered him and led him to treasure. Adu shouted, "Shut up. Stop their stinky mouths." The little brothers acted, and he turned his head to flatter. "Hero, what is your name?" The boy changed his words. "Call me Umi." Adu immediately shouted, "Brother Umi, this name is so imposing. You saved us from the White Wolf's sea of suffering." He wanted to lick the boy's shoes, but the boy quickly stopped him. "Gross. Stop." Adu apologized, and the boy saw him trembling, feeling quite good hearing the flattery. The boy pretended to be indifferent. "Are you a good person?" Adu nodded vigorously. "Yes. It's the White Wolf's pressure. We have treasure." "Treasure?" The boy's eyes lit up. "Where?" Adu pointed to the skinny guy. "You take the big brother to get the treasure. If you dare to be slow, you'll die." He slapped the skinny guy's face until it swelled. The skinny guy covered his face. "Brother Umi, this way please." The boy followed him, and Adu shouted from behind, "I'll be there after I'm done." The mountain road twisted and turned, and the skinny guy, afraid of retaliation, kept asking, "Big brother, are you tired? If you're tired, I'll carry you." The boy felt awkward. "Take care of yourself." Then asked, "How much treasure is there?" The skinny guy made a bitter face. "I can't reach it at my position." The boy then understood that this guy was at the bottom of the hierarchy, and asked again, "The one who slapped you, what's the relationship with the White Wolf?" The skinny guy was confused. "Which one?" The boy rolled his eyes. "The one who made your face swell." The skinny guy understood. "Oh, Adu, the big brother. The group doesn't allow us to talk about it. But since the big brother asked me, I certainly can't not say." "Oh, you mean Adu, the big brother. Although this is prohibited in the group. Since it's brother Umi asking me, I definitely dare not refuse." The scion encountered a time-space turbulence. In the Great Sea Route, seeking a way to fly and encountering a mountain stronghold, the skinny guy excitedly said, "Our group has obtained the devil fruit, worth 100 million berries. It can instantly turn you into a powerful being." As he spoke, he began to daydream, and Umi immediately interrupted. "You're getting off topic?" The skinny guy hurriedly replied, "That fruit should belong to the White Wolf, but it was stolen and eaten by Adu. Later they fought, and it seems Adu lost." Umi asked, "What ability?" Skinny tall guy with a bitter face. "Only they know this is a taboo in the group." Umi complains, "You're really just a little pawn. You know nothing." The skinny tall guy can only agree, feeling like crying inside. He asks, "Where's this island?" The skinny tall guy answers, "The first half of the Grand Line." Umi is shocked. "The Grand Line? Do you know Monkey D, Luffy?" The skinny tall guy's eyes nearly pop out. "I know him. The pirate with a bounty of 300 million. He even declared war on the world government." Umi is startled and kicks him down. "Just lead the way. Stop talking nonsense." The skinny tall guy falls on the ground, feeling wronged, and asks, "Why did you hit me?" He can only get up and obediently walk. Umi is in a bad mood. Luffy already has 300 million. The plot has already begun. I traveled through time too late. He angrily asks the system, and the system replies, "Temporal turbulence affects it. To go back, you need to switch to a parallel world, and the Scion template will be gone." Umi immediately says, "Then forget it. A golden start is also good." Soon they arrive at the stronghold. The skinny tall guy shouts, "Open the door." The stronghold is built from broken walls, with a fence 3 meters high. A ugly-faced man pops out from the watchtower. "You're back? Who's that kid?" The skinny tall guy roars, "This is big brother Umi. He'll be our boss from now on." Umi quickly waves his hands. "I never said I want to be the boss." The skinny tall guy apologizes and shouts at the ugly-faced man, "Hurry up and open the door." Otherwise, Boss Adu will come back and deal with you. Huh? Is that so? I'm sorry. The skinny tall guy immediately apologizes, then arrogantly shouts at the ugly-faced man. Hurry up and open the door, or you'll be in trouble when Boss Adu comes back. The scion kicks the stronghold door away. The sniper's shots all miss. The ugly-faced man shouts arrogantly. Am I afraid of Adu? I'm the Snow Wolf's boss. Let me show you what's tough. After saying that, he lifts his long gun and bangs. The skinny tall guy is scared and sits on the ground, hesitating to open his eyes, touching his body. I'm fine. What's going on? When he sees a smoking bullet hole on the ground in front of him, he realizes the other party was just trying to intimidate him. The ugly-faced man laughs wildly from the watchtower. Coward. Get lost. The skinny tall guy's face turns blue and red, just about to retort. But when he sees the ugly-faced man lift his gun again, he immediately crawls back to Umi's side, weakly saying, Big brother, let us wait for Boss Adu. Umi sighs and strides towards the stronghold. The skinny tall guy hurriedly shouts, Don't go. Wait for Boss Adu. The ugly-faced man also shouts, If you get any closer, I'll shoot. Umi walks forward as if on a picnic. You brought this on yourself. The ugly-faced man aims and shoots, bang. But Umi is fine. He panics and keeps shooting. Bang, bang, bang. The skinny tall guy is so scared he closes his eyes. The ugly-faced man's hands shake more and more violently. Cold sweat pouring. Why didn't T.I. hit? What kind of monster is this kid? Pay attention. Umi easily walks to the front door, lifts his foot, and gently kicks. Boom! The door flies out, and the stronghold is breached. The ugly-faced man is completely stunned, hurriedly ringing the alarm bell. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Umi is also surprised. I only used a bit of strength. How did the door fly? It must be that the bandits cut corners. The ugly-faced man squats in the corner of the watchtower in despair. That door is made of black ironwood. 5 people can barely lift one. How could it be kicked away by 1 foot? The skinny tall guy hears the loud noise and opens his eyes. Seeing Umi enter the stronghold, he immediately shouts, Umi, wait for me. You're too awesome. That sniper can shoot down flies. I'll stick with you from now on. Just as he runs to Umi's side, he immediately runs back. A group of armed fierce men rushes out from the stronghold. The skinny tall guy hides behind the door and shouts, It's over. They are fighters. Even the White Wolf boss can't beat them up close. It's over. They are fighters. The skinny tall guy can only hide in the corner behind the door to observe, knowing that even the White Wolf boss wouldn't stand a chance in close combat with them. The scion crushes the 3 major bandits, swinging axes and instantly killing assassins. A burly man carries a giant axe on his shoulder, blowing smoke rings. An invader is just a little kid? The White Wolf's reputation is down the drain. The skinny tall guy shouts from hiding. This is the crazy blood axe. In a fight, it must cut people in half. The big lady drools and laughs. I like tender meat. I will love you well. The skinny tall guy panics even more. She asks the ugly daughter. 5 people can't even lift a wolf fawn club, and 1 hit is death. The short thief with rat-like eyes, holding a poisoned dagger, warns, Don't underestimate him. He has a tail, not an ordinary person. The skinny tall guy is paralyzed on the ground. This is the despicable black rat. The poison dagger is incurable, super agile. Even the White Wolf wouldn't dare to mess with the 3 of them. The burly man spits out a cigar. I saw it early. He kicked down the iron door. There is something to him. The big lady waves her club and shouts, Little ones, surround him. Attack together. In an instant, Umi is completely surrounded. Umi is calm. Adu promised to give me treasure. Do you want to watch standing or lying down? The big lady laughs wildly. Want treasure? Then it's your life. Let us see how tough your life is. She swings her club and charges. Umi sidesteps and dodges all of it, laughing perfect. I seem to really enjoy fighting. The big lady, feeling his gaze, has her hair stand on end and screams. Help. The giant axe comes crashing down. Umi catches it with both hands. So close. The burly man, veins popping, uses all his strength, but the giant axe doesn't budge. He is dumbfounded. Who the hell are you? Umi leaps, dodging the wolf fawn club from behind, kicking the big lady away, along with the onlookers crashing into the treehouse. With continuous rumbling sounds, Umi in midair laughs. I'm just a nameless pawn. Then he spins in midair, throwing the burly man away, who crashes to the ground. Foaming at the mouth, dropping the giant axe, Umi lifts the giant axe and shouts, Is there anyone else who can fight? The surrounding bandits are either knocked away or flee. Umi senses the black rat's aura and casually throws the giant axe. The giant axe spins rapidly, cleaving towards the watchtower. The black rat, feeling smug and about to escape, is instantly hit. The watchtower is also cut in half, collapsing a few seconds later with dust rising. And the ugly-faced man, who had been hiding all along, can only let out a terrified scream as he is buried under the rubble. The Scion searches for treasure and encounters a phantom thief. Snatching the treasure feels so good. Omi claps his hands, satisfied, done, then frowns. My expensive clothes. They got dirty. The cold wind sweeps the leaves, and he realizes no one is leading the way. The skinny tall guy ran away. He can only find it himself. He heads straight for the biggest house in the stronghold. The treasure must be here. Kicking the door open, searching through the floors. The locked room on the second floor is the target. This is it. Kicking the door open, all the treasure chests are empty. A purple-haired beauty jumps out of the window laughing. Hee hee hee. The treasure is mine. Phantom thief Karina has arrived. Omi wants to chase, but a smoke bomb explodes. Karina lands triumphantly. A great victory. Hurry and escape. Just as she gets up, her collar is grabbed. Where you taking my treasure? You vixen. Karina is stunned. Huh? Below the window, Omi grabs the treasure bag, and Karina urgently shouts. Who are you? How do you know my nickname? Thinking to herself, I'll distract him and escape. Omi takes the bag, swings it, and throws Karina away. She touches her butt and shouts. So violent. Seeing that it's a little kid, she breathes a sigh of relief. I'll play you with my wit. Hands on her hips, arrogantly. Little kid, do you know who I am? Omi counts the treasure and casually replies. Aren't you just a thief? Shouting at the system. Absorb the treasure. Turn it into stones. Want money? System. Stones are 10 berry each. Fill it up for 50 berry. Omi curses. Even stones are priced like chopper? Too shady. Bye. He reaches into the bag. The treasure is absorbed and replaced with stones. The bag still looks full. Karina is furious. The treasure I worked hard to get. I have things you don't know. When Omi is about to ask, Omi just brushes it off. Oh. Omi has no time to chat now. His mind is filled with the sound of berry flowing into his own pockets. The Scion ignores the straw hat's reputation. One punch scares the phantom thief, making her earn 200 million. Karina is furious. Hey, listen when people are talking. Little kid, do you know the Straw Hat Pirates? Omi casually replies. Yeah, so what? Karina smiles proudly. Hee, I know them. If you don't return the treasure, you're finished. She often uses her straw hat reputation to escape, waiting for Omi to back down. As a result, Omi blandly asked, oh, and then? Karina panicked. That's a declaration of war against the world government. Luffy has a bounty of 300 million. Omi asked again, so what? Karina cursed inwardly. This little brat is an idiot. I can only use my beauty to handle him. She straightened her clothes, alluringly stepped forward, rested her hand on Omi's shoulder, and softly said, handsome young man, give me some treasure I will repay you. Seeing Omi's breathing become heavier, Karina secretly rejoiced. Irresistible charm. But unexpectedly, Omi yanked her necklace away. Karina exclaimed, both angry and flustered. Give me back my necklace. She was about to pounce. Watch out. Omi smiled, and a punch whistled past her ear. The punch's wind uprooted a tree the size of a bowl, crashing down with a bang. Karina's purple hair was in disarray, slumping to the ground, stunned. Omi withdrew his hand and laughed. Now I'm starting a robbery. He tied the treasure bag full of stones in a knot. Then he searched Karina for valuables, tossed her a line of I'll be back soon, and vanished without a trace. Karina took a long time to recover, crying and dragging the bag away. Omi was already squatting on the roof, counting his gains. How could he really go back? He shouted to the system. How much money do I have now? The system replied. The host currently has 230 million berries. Omi laughed crazily. First, I'll save money to buy magic beans and the air dance technique. The magic beans cost 500 million, and the air dance technique costs 300 million. He was reluctantly closing the shop when the system suddenly shouted. Divine Favor 1. Now 2 points. Special big discount opened. Kamehameha. Original price 2 billion. Now only 200 million. No loss in buying. Omi was dumbfounded, although it's very tempting. But system, why do I feel so uneasy about your tone? Although it's very tempting, but the way you're inciting makes me feel very uneasy. The Scion buys Kamehameha. Crazy show-off drives mountain bandit chefs crazy. Omi was confused. The system usually has no emotions. Suddenly shouting big discounts must be for something bad. The system hurriedly explained. The event is real and effective. Please cherish it, host. Omi crossed his arms, conflicted. Kamehameha is a killing move. Although I'm strong, it's unreasonable not to have a big move. He slapped his thigh and decided by. Immediately, memories of Kamehameha flooded his mind. eager to try. But seeing the chaos around, not knowing where to strike, and feeling hungry, I 1T spend the system's money. Let us find a bandit to lead the way for food. Hearing commotion not far away, he jumped up to the roof to see several bandits with swords were about to attack some kids. Omi shouted, "You can't bully children." He directly descended from the sky, his feet creating deep pits. The bandits were so scared they turned and fled. Omi punched with wind, knocking them all down. The children's eyes lit up. So awesome. Under the setting sun, Adu, with a cigar in his mouth, brought his little brothers to the bandit camp and kicked the tall, skinny guy awake. "Where's Omi?" The tall, skinny guy replied. "He went in." These were all smashed by him. Adu crushed his cigar and laughed maniacally. He must have exhausted himself. "Little ones, this bandit camp belongs to us now." At the foot of the mountain, Karina was in despair, screaming, "Why is all my treasure just stones? That little brat is up to no good. How infuriating." In the bandit kitchen, a bandit lifted the curtain and shouted urgently, "Get the dishes up. Isn't it ready yet?" The braided chef yelled while stir-frying, "We're exhausted." "What are you rushing for?" The bandit sighed. "That guy said he wasn't full." Someone complained, "Poison him to death." Another panicked, "No way. The delivery guy has already been killed by him. Will he still get to eat?" The crowd wailed, "That little brat eats too much. Is he even human?" Another bandit urged, "Big brother Omi is almost done eating." The chef roared, "Shut up. Keep working." Everyone shouted in unison, "Ah." The long table the bandits used to have in the reception hall was now placed in the center of the empty space of the camp. The scion flaunted his eating skills, scaring the bandits. Boldly declaring his pursuit of freedom, Omi sat at the head of the table, surrounded by little heads. While the bandits acted like waiters serving dishes, he devoured the food and shouted, "Everyone, eat up." The red-haired little boy rubbed his belly, "Big brother Omi, I can't eat anymore." The other children echoed, saying they were stuffed, and Omi laughed heartily. "Then I'll eat it all myself." He didn't let down his guard, estimating the value of each dish, ordinary meal. Poisoned fish soup. Delicious delicacy, although he could sell them to the system for money. They were much cheaper than jewels. Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall burly bandit brought a dish over, and Omi's expression darkened. The burly man immediately softened. Kneeling down with snot and tears, "Big brother, spare me. I didn't know the dish was poisoned." Omi frowned. "Why are you crying? I didn't say it was poisoned." Then he ordered, "Take the dishes back and let the cook eat them. Don't waste food. Also have him come here." Seconds later, the braided chef knelt in front of him, and Omi chewed his food, saying, "The food is getting worse and worse. Are you all dissatisfied?" The bandits all lowered their heads, not daring to breathe, while the chef was sweating. "No, no." Omi looked at the starry sky and asked faintly, "Why is it bad?" The chef bowed his head. "We're too tired. Please let's rest for a while." Omi nodded. "Okay, but if you don't do well after resting, you'll bear the consequences." The chef quickly expressed his gratitude. Omi picked up a bowl of noodles and found the little kids hiding far away. The red-haired little boy trembling. "You were so scary just now, big brother. I thought you were going to kill someone." The blonde little girl comforted. "Big brother is our hero." Omi put down the bowl and laughed. "Haha, I'm not a hero. I just do what I want to do. What I pursue is freedom." The sniffling little boy bit his finger and asked, "What is freedom? Is it treasure?" "What is freedom?" The sniffling little boy asked, "Is it treasure?" The scion declared he would be the strongest in the world. Adu brandished his C-Prism stone gun and challenge. The kids were in an uproar. "Freedom is shiny diamonds. It's the best food." Omi laughed to grab their attention. "What you all said is right. To me, freedom is power, doing whatever I want." He looked at the kids. "You are weak, so you were captured by the bandits. If you had power, it wouldn't happen." A little girl quietly asked, "Big brother Omi, are you the strongest?" Omi nodded. "I must be. There are those stronger than me now, but once I go to sea, everyone will only know me. Omi." The kid's eyes sparkled, and Karina, disguised as a bandit, spat inwardly. "Narcissistic fool. Where did my treasure hide?" The red-haired little boy shouted. "I want power too." He asked how to become stronger, and Omi smiled. "Just eat more." Karina hurriedly exclaimed, "Liar. If I can't win, I'll have to outsmart him." Just as things were lively, Omi saw Adu and his group coming, propped his legs up on the table, and laughed. "Why are you back? I thought you ran away." Adu brandished a small pistol. "Omi, give me the treasure. I don't want to kill you." The little kids immediately hid behind Omi. Adu sat opposite. "I don't want conflict, but you took all the treasure. Not even the one I hid is left." Omi glanced disdainfully at the pistol. "With this?" Adu turned the gun. "This is C-Prism stone bullets. They restrain ability users. I'm also an ability user." Don't push me. Umi laughed. Even when eating, people are looking for trouble. How can you live without power? Just right for a post-meal workout. At the dining table, the atmosphere between Adu and Umi was tense, turning into a powder keg. Even the noble and beautiful half-moon sensed the wrong atmosphere and hid behind the clouds, unwilling to witness the impending battle. The Scion withstands cannonballs unharmed. Adu plays tricks to catch the kids. Adu pumped himself up. Sea prism stone bullets are guaranteed to hit. I can't possibly be unharmed after a day of shooting. He shouted, Umi, these are sea prism stone bullets. Umi replied calmly, I heard you, just avoid them. Adu's accumulated grievances erupted. Who dares to look down on me? Kids go. He kicked over the table, extinguishing all the torches. In the dark night, Adu's men hid in the shadows with a cannon aimed at Umi. Umi, adapting to the darkness, laughed. Where are you? Performing magic? Suddenly, Karina saw someone firing at Umi's back and shouted urgently, Get down. The kids shouted along. Adu's maniacal laughter came from the rooftop. It's useless. I'm a user of the silence fruit. He can't hear. The night is my cover. The plan will succeed. The kids panicked. Will Brother Umi lose? The blonde girl cried. Boom! The cannonball hit Umi. Black smoke billowed. Adu laughed loudly. Dare to underestimate me? D. The mountain bandits cheered. Adu is awesome. Blow that kid up. But as the smoke cleared, Umi was unharmed. The mountain bandits immediately closed the windows and hid. The kids cheered. Brother Umi is fine. Karina breathed a sigh of relief. Adu, stunned and retreating, shouted, Fire all cannons. Blow him up. Amidst the cannon fire, Umi instantly vanished. Cannonballs collided, creating a massive fire. Adu, panicking and sweating, exclaimed, Where'd he go? Suddenly, he spotted Karina and the kids, calculating in his mind. Use the kids as hostages. I can't care about negotiating with the townsfolk anymore. There's no other way. I'll use these kids as hostages to threaten Umi, although it doesn't align with the negotiations with the townsfolk. But right now, who cares about that much? The Scion launched a Kamehameha at Adu, refusing to cooperate. Adu laughed at the kid's foolishness when suddenly someone tapped his shoulder. Umi was holding his bruised subordinate, smiling at him in the moonlight. Adu was stunned, and Umi kicked him off the rooftop, walking towards him. Adu shouted in panic, Don't come over. I'll shoot. Umi didn't react, and Adu hurriedly released his silence ability. Umi heard the cheers. Not playing anymore? Didn't have enough fun. Adu trembled, raising his gun. Umi shouted, Look at the afterimage punch. Instantly, he split into 3. The kids cheered, and Karina was shocked. So strong? If we cooperate, we can get the treasure. Adu's gun fell to the ground, and Umi smiled. Guess which one is real? Adu wanted to beg for mercy, but Umi canceled the afterimage. Goodbye. Pay attention. Kamehameha. Adu was blasted into the sky. The night bright as day. The kids surrounded him, and Karina admired. Cooperate with me. Umi directly refused. No, it was still deep night, and a gigantic roofless cart was struggling to climb the mountain. The slope was steep, and behind it, the ground was already frozen. Not to mention the cart was full of food and valuable items. The mountain bandits pulling the cart were suffering. Falling was common, but no one dared to complain. All because of the presence of that man, who was simply a devil. Karina leaned back against the cart, her arms resting on the wooden board, fully displaying her beautiful figure, surrounded by kids who were eagerly listening to her enthusiastic speech. Gran Tesoro, the largest casino in the world and the biggest entertainment city, with delicious food and top-notch singers, where even getting rich overnight was a common occurrence. Where's that island? The kids began chattering, asking what getting rich meant. What food is there? Is there an amusement park? Are there toys? Are there pretty clothes? Yes, everything. Karina smiled slightly, but it wasn't an island. It was a ship as big as an island, with everything, simply paradise. The most important thing was money. Treasure. He. The Scion refused to bring vases into the Golden City. The phantom thief pretended to cry to trick the kids. A snotty kid pulled out 100 berries. What s money? I have it too. Karina picked up the berries and laughed. I said 500 billion, piled up like a mountain. She stuffed the berries into her pocket. The Golden City is paved with gold. The fountains spray golden water. With money, you can buy anything. The kid's eyes sparkled. I want to go. Karina turned to ask the back of the cart. Are you tempted? Cooperate with me. Umi was doing a handstand jump, keeping up with the cart. Heard it. No way. Karina hurried. Why? I like money. Umi laughed. I like it too. You're a burden. I can get the treasure by myself. Karina was furious. I could do everything. Cook, sail, disguise, sing, steal. Umi, all useless. You're just a vase. Karina pretended to cry, covering her face. That's too much. The kids surrounded her. Brother Umi is a bad guy. Umi frowned. I'm the savior. She's a thief. Karina cried louder, shaking as if to jump off the cart, calling me a thief. I won't live anymore. The kids pulled her urgently. Sister, don't jump. Brother Umi, hurry and persuade her. Umi blocked his ears and frog jumped. So noisy. Can I train in peace? Even as a scion, who doesn't train all day and fight to become stronger. Look at Gohan. With such good talent, after becoming a scholar, he's really weak. The scion instantly saved the phantom thief and steadied the cart. So cool. Although Umi was strong, he only crushed the extras. He was far from invincible. Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, all tough characters. Not to mention the admirals and the Gora CI. The world is full of mysteries. Umi frog jumped to train, rushing to become the strongest in the world. On the cart, Karina pretended to commit suicide, and the kids stopped her. The mountain bandits pulling the cart were thirsty and tired. The mountain road was slippery, and a mountain bandit fell, causing the cart to topple, and Karina fell off, about to smash into the rocks. Pay attention. Umi rushed in an instant, caught Karina, and steadied the cart with one hand. The kids shouted, Brother Umi is so cool. Umi pulled. Almost died, and you're still shouting? He asked the mountain bandit. Are you okay? The mountain bandit replied in a panic. We're almost there. So scared. Umi got back on the cart. Get down. More hugs cost money. As soon as he heard cost money, Karina quickly let go of Umi, not saying a word, and obediently returned to the corner of the cart with her head down. Sister, are you okay? Seeing Karina not speaking, the kids hurriedly surrounded her with concern. Sister's face is so red, like a monkey's butt. Suddenly, a child burst into laughter. Really? Ha ha ha. Oh, you little brats. Get away from me. Karina bared her teeth and waved her arms, startling the kids. Run. They all scattered, hiding behind Umi. Only the snotty kid was still laughing. Ha ha monkey butt. Karina pinched his face. I'll make you a monkey butt too. The little brat shouted. Brother Umi, save me. Karina. Calling him won't help. Umi helplessly said. Okay, stop bullying the kids. The kids shouted in unison. Let him go. Bad guy. The scion charged up the mountain alone, refusing to cooperate. Tying up the mountain bandits to prevent escape was super hardcore. Karina held on to the snotty kid. If you don't cooperate with me, I won't let him go. Umi shook his head directly. No way. It won't work no matter how much you talk. Hurry up and give up. Just then, a tall, skinny guy ran over, waving his hands while panting. Brother Umi, the mountain road is too steep. The cart can't be pulled up at all. What should we do? Umi jumped off the cart and walked over, and Karina reluctantly let go of her grip, sitting back in the corner and grinding her teeth. Once I steal the treasure from the Golden City, I'll make this jerk regret it. The tall, skinny guy was anxious. Before, he hesitated to help anyone outside the bandit hideout, but ended up being caught to pull the cart. Now he just wanted to rest. He rubbed his hands and pleaded, Brother Umi, why don't we wait for you to come back here? Umi grinned, and the tall, skinny guy immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It's over. I seem to have made the wrong choice. Umi returned to the cart and saw Karina and the kids arguing, kids calling her a bad guy, and she retorting that the kids were ungrateful. Umi shouted, Everyone shut up. Once the scene quieted down, he announced, I'm going to the top of the mountain alone. You all wait here. Karina immediately retorted, What about the mountain bandits? What if they run away? Umi shrugged indifferently. They're already tied up like silkworms. Now, they can only crawl on the ground. They can't turn the tables. The kids protested, Don't stay with this bad sister. Karina was so angry that she jumped up. Who cares about you little brats? Seeing that they were about to argue again, Umi sighed and said, All right, female fox, come with me to the mountain top. You all stay here and don't run around. Karina is furious. Who wants to go to that crappy mountain top to blow the wind? I'm not crazy. Umi completely ignored her, directly dragging the bandits, pulling the cart to the bottom of the cart, making them brace against the wheels to prevent it from sliding down. Just as the bandits were about to complain, Umi raised her fist, and they immediately shut up and pretended to be dead. Umi looked at the tall, skinny person who was tied up. You watch the kids here. The tall, skinny person became anxious, twisting their tied hands and feet. Big brother Umi, let me loose. How can I watch the kids like this? Umi raised an eyebrow. Let you loose? What if you run away? Don't even think about it. Brother Umi, you still don't believe me? I won't run away. The scion takes the thief to watch the sunrise. Throwing her away and running away is absolutely amazing. Umi, I really don't believe you. Shouting at the child. Play with him. Don't let go of the rope. Wait for me to come back. Child, okay. Karina curses. Climbing mountains is crazy. Why did you bring me? Umi directly hugs her and jumps out of the car. She screams, "Stinky rogue! Pay attention!" Umi ran wildly up the steep slope with her, reaching the top in just a few minutes. After putting her down, Umi pointed and said, "Look, the sunrise is so breathtaking." Karina's anger disappeared. Umi sighed, "Time travel is really great. The cold wind blows. Karina, so cold. Go back." "Shy one, aren't you going to hug me?" "Umi, walk by yourself. Goodbye." Jumping down the mountain, shouting, "Don't look for me." Karina yells frantically, "Umi, you bastard. I'm going to kill you." The rising sun is vibrant and energetic. A new day is about to begin. And the small town on the island is still silent at this moment. But suddenly, a joyful shout awakens the entire sleeping town. They are back. The children are back. With a bang, the window was pushed open and someone leaned out to take a look. Others rushed out the door, some even without properly putting on their shoes, running towards the direction of the shouting. The town suddenly became chaotic and noisy. On the mountain road, bandits were pulling a huge cart towards the town, filled with goods, and most importantly, children. They were sitting on the cart with a young man. "They really have returned. God bless. Child, my child," someone shouted in surprise. Tears in their eyes, and some even fainted. As the carriage approached, the bandit collapsed, thirsty, hungry, and tired. The children jumped off the carriage and rushed into their parents' arms. Under the morning sun, Wumi was filled with satisfaction. "Hello, I am the town mayor." A middle-aged man stepped forward, thanking him for saving the child. "Where are you from?" "It's nothing." Umi waved his hand, saying, "If you want to thank me, just give me money." The scion earned 1,000,000,000 berries and flew a spaceship. Upon encountering the floating island, the town chief was stunned and quickly said, "Of course we will give it, but we were just raided by bandits and really can't offer much. Please don't mind." Umi laughed heartily. "Haha, just kidding. I'm not a mountain bandit." The mayor laughed, and Umi pointed at the things in the car. "These goods and the bounty on the mountain bandits. Turn them all into gems for me. I want to leave the island, and add a small boat for me. The system has already said that mountain bandits can only exchange money with the navy, which is of no value to them." While the townspeople were counting, Wumi found a room to sleep deeply. After waking up, he took the treasure and set off to sea in a small boat. Not long after leaving, Karina came chasing after me, sneezing and asking, "Have you seen a guy with a long tail?" The townsfolk replied, "The benefactor just left. He took a boat out to sea in that direction." Karina was furious, cursing in her heart, "Bastard, I hope you die in a storm." Umi suddenly sneezed, but was super happy. He had spent 30,000,000 berries to exchange for a land, sea, and airship capsule. After absorbing the 150,000,000 belly treasure given by the mayor, as I was about to leave the island, I took out a capsule and threw it. With a bang, an orange-red spaceship immediately emerged from the surface of the water. Umi sat in the driver's seat, feeling confused, and asked the system, "How do I drive this?" The system replied, "It's just like driving a car. It only costs 300,000 Baileys for driving skills." He pouted and said, "Forget it. I'll figure it out myself." In no time, he learned it and complained, "I almost got scammed out of 300,000 by the system." He spent another 50,000,000 to buy the Dragon Ball radar. And when he activated it, he frowned. "Why are there only 6 Dragon Balls?" "System, the radar has a problem." "System, it's genuine. Check it yourself." Wumi had no choice but to set sail in search of the nearest Dragon Ball, only to find that the Dragon Ball was moving towards him, likely on some creature. Pay attention. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. Umi looked up underwater, what you absolutely wouldn't expect. A large group of islands was floating in the sky. Suddenly, a shadow descended, and Umi was piloting the spaceship just below the water surface. She looked up and saw a large group of islands floating in the sky. The Scions have invaded the Golden Lion floating island. Dragon Ball Super is crazy. Umi is confused. Is the sky island this low? The flying ship. The Dragon Balls are here. Fierce beasts are fighting on the island, and there is a palace in the center. The Scion blood is boiling. The territory of the Golden Lion, on par with Roger and Whitebeard. Super excited. The palace is descending, and the airship has been discovered by a surveillance bug. A subordinate reports, someone is landing on the island. The Golden Lion laughs. "Haha, they're coming to seek refuge." Indigo patted his head. "The plan hasn't started. Who will come?" Golden Lion was stunned. "Forgot. We have to entertain." Umi was invited into the hall, hearing the sound of dinging, drinking tea, and laughing. Indeed, it's the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion entered. "Kid, are you a pirate?" Umi is shocked. There's a dragon pearl inlaid on his helm. Umi straightforwardly declares, "I am a pirate. Hand over the decoration on your head." The Golden Lion frowns. "Dare to steal my life? An unwelcome guest has arrived." The Golden Lion suddenly became furious truly resembling an angry male lion, with a fierce momentum. His eyes became sharp like knives, and he let out a loud roar. Get rid of him. As soon as the words were spoken, a group of people rushed in from outside the room, brandishing guns and surrounding Umi. A sound similar to flatulence echoed, and a clown-like figure ran up to the golden lion, not saying a word, and immediately began performing a mime act. After gesturing for a while, everyone present was left utterly confused. Huh. The golden lion, Shiki, couldn't help but speak. Boss Shiki, Indigo said, opening his arms. So you can talk after all. Our plan is about to begin. First, ask him where he came from. Kal-El. It's not too late to kill. Oh, right. The golden lion looked at Umi. Little ghost, explain yourself well, and I might let you live. Ha, good tea. Umi sighed. I just wanted a decoration. Why did you act directly? Ha, you really dare to say that. The golden lion laughs wildly. Indigo, if the rudder is pulled out, Shiki will die. I don't know. Umi is embarrassed. I just want the beads on the rudder. The scion takes the hit from the golden lion's ultimate move. The slash strikes and shatters the floating island. Indigo hands over a mirror, and the golden lion is confused. Why is it just a chicken? Indigo patted his head. That's you. The golden lion understood in an instant. Want the beads? Choose one. Be my subordinate, or die now. Then he laughed wildly. Consider yourself lucky. I don't have enough manpower to deal with you directly. Umi holds the teacup. I refuse. Being a pirate means freedom. I won't choose either option. I'll take what I want myself. The aura is fully unleashed, and the soldiers are sweating in fear. The golden lion is furious. Damn freedom. Open fire for me. A barrage of gunfire erupts. Pay attention. Umi is as fast as lightning, filling both hands with bullets and throwing them all to the ground. The soldier's legs go weak, and Indigo asks in surprise, Who are you? Umi replies, a nameless pawn. Give me the beads, and I'll leave immediately. Golden lion roar. I am the golden lion. Don't underestimate me. Unleash lion's might. Earthquake. The ground lifts, the rune shatters, and the earth turns into a raging lion that crushes my subordinates. The black rice early exerted force, breaking through the roof and leaping into the sky. The golden lion also flew up. It's not over yet. The earth's wild lions transformed into a pride and pounced. Wumi clenched his fist. Watch the power of the stone in my fist. He unleashed a full-force punch. The howling wind surged. The lion pack was instantly wiped out. The golden lion was stunned. This bastard is not human. Umi was distracted as she fell. Suddenly, a giant sword energy struck. Slash wave. Umi didn't react in time and was knocked into the floating island by the sword energy. Smoke and dust rise to the sky, and a giant crack splits the island. Umi still made a mistake. The consequence of being distracted in battle is painful, having endured a strike that could cut through hundreds of kilometers of ocean surface. The Scion's rage against the golden lion, crushed by the twin islands and falling into the sea. Umi had a huge gash on her abdomen, bleeding profusely, but she felt heartbroken. My clothes are ruined. She looked up and glared at the golden lion. I'm really angry now, suddenly leaping up, covering thousands of meters in an instant. The golden lion rises rapidly, lion thousand bone cut. Several waves of sword energy slicing through the sea come crashing in. Umi shouts, stone in the fist. The fist's power crushed the sword's energy, as if the sky had been torn apart. The golden lion had already dodged, while Umi, exhausted, fell to the ground, and the floating island cracked even more fiercely. He was furious. So close. Why does this guy always dodge? So far away. The golden lion was already scared and wouldn't go near. Umi stomped hard, and the island split in two. The golden lion urgently summoned a larger island to crush him. Kid, I've won. The twin islands fall into the sea, and Umi's eyes turn red, forcefully splitting the islands apart. The golden lion roars fiercely. Lion's might, earthquake. The twin islands sandwich Umi and plunge into the sea. Bastard, you can't shake us off. Karina stood at the bow of the boat. It should be in this direction, but why can't she see anyone? That bastard's little boat is still thrown there. Where could he go? Could it be that he can fly? Really? Karina raised the binoculars and gazed at the sea, ranting away, but the endless sea was so calm, with nothing but a flock of birds flying in the distance. Suddenly, the distant flock of birds was shot down. Huh? What's going on? Karina had not yet reacted when the visibly huge boulder fell from the sky, causing ripples on the calm sea and stirring up huge waves that came crashing in. What is this? Karina instinctively looked up at the sky, only to see mountain-like rocks falling from above. Even for the Grand Line, this is too exaggerated, right? Karina was about to turn the helm and quickly leave the area when suddenly she felt a jolt, and there was Omi's figure in the air. The other party seemed to be unconscious and was falling from the sky, surrounded by debris. Should she go save him? An idea popped into my mind subconsciously. The Scions are awakened and encounter the Shadowless Maid. The prophecy of the shadows return. Karina waved her hand while looking through the telescope. How is this going to save us? It's pure suicide. I'm not that foolish. Refusing verbally but fiercely steering towards Omi. Hurry up. Don't get hit by the rocks. The crowd at the port was confused. Why is Karina coming back in a small boat? Did she abandon the good ship? When they got closer, they saw Omi and shouted, "The hero is injured. Hurry, call a doctor." Omi had a huge wound in the abdomen. Blood was gushing out, and his clothes were stained dark red. Someone jumped into the water to pull the boat. Karina helped Omi onto the shore, but she couldn't stand steadily and was bleeding from her head. Save him. After saying that, she fainted. People shouted anxiously, "Why hasn't the doctor arrived yet?" Wumi woke up in a dark room, touched the bandage on her waist, and asked the system, "Where am I?" System, in the pirate world. When I opened the curtains and saw the town, I realized I had lost to the Golden Lion, and I slapped my face in frustration. I should have used the Kamehameha. The door opened, and the maid rushed in screaming. Close the curtains. Omi hurriedly pulled her up, and the maid finally got up. "I'm sorry. I'll go get the medicine again." Omi asked, "Why are you afraid of sunlight? Are you a vampire?" The maid cleans up the leftovers. "I was robbed of my shadow 10 years ago. I'm not a vampire." Omi frowned. "Which pirate?" The maid laughed. "It's the warlord Gecko Moria." Omi understood immediately. "Don't worry. Your shadow will be back soon. Don't worry. In no time, your shadow will return. Scions owe a favor and are asking to borrow money." The mayor made a request without any shadow, and Malkalita forced a smile. "It's impossible. Don't comfort me." "Omi, really? What's your name?" Markalita patted her chest. "Your shadow is on me. Consider it a repayment." Markalita's eyes turned red. "It was the purple-haired girl who saved you." Omi exclaimed in surprise. "Karina? Where is she?" "The neighbor is in a coma, with a head injury." Omi feels guilty as she stands in front of the door, pushing it open to see Karina lying on the bed, her head wrapped in bandages, looking pale. He shouted at her, but got no response, anxious. "If you wake up, I'll cooperate with you." Still no movement. He sighed. "I'm a scion. Why do you have to save me?" Asking the system for healing items. The system replies, "Healing capsule, 300 million. Immortal bean, 500 million. Wumi scolds, too expensive." The maid knocks on the door. "The mayor wants to talk to you." Wumi looks at Karina. "Golden Lion, this matter is not over. I will win." When I entered the living room, the mayor was sitting there reading a newspaper. Upon seeing Umi come in, he quickly went over to greet her. "I heard Markalita say you were awake. How are you now?" "You're seriously injured, and the doctor said you can only survive with a miracle." Umi smiled. "I have a special constitution. What about Karina? What did the doctor say?" "The mayor is in a dilemma. She has a head injury. It's hard to say." Umi is anxious. "Does the mayor still have money?" "Lend me 200 million Bailey. I can save Karina." The town mayor was taken aback. "Why do you suddenly need money?" "I can rob pirates to make money, but I can't wait." Wumi said. The mayor stroked his beard for a while. "I'll give you 200 million. No need to pay it back." Omi was both happy and alert. The mayor said, "You help Markalita get her shadow back." Omi was surprised. "Is it that simple?" The Scions earned 200 million for free, promising to pay 500 billion to make the thief cry. Omi's secretly delighted. "I was already doing this job, earning 2 billion for free." The town chief said excitedly, "No need to defeat the 7 warlords. Just retrieve the shadow." The town chief recalled. Malkarita broke the plate and got tossed, losing her shadow. "I've wanted to help her for a long time." Omi immediately made the decision. "Deal. I won't back out." 2 people shook hands, and Omi teased, "Do you like her?" The mayor blushed and laughed. "I do like her. She's a good girl." He added, "I trust you won't run off with the money. I can afford 200 million. Just wait for a night to adjust." Omi is showing off the meal. Eat enough, and then cultivate. Scions recover even stronger when injured. The mayor looked at the empty plate and smiled. "We need to prepare more food." The next day, the maid rushed in shouting, "Karina is awake." Omi instantly disappeared and appeared in front of the door in the blink of an eye. Rushing into the room, Karina was sitting on the bed drinking porridge. Seeing him, she got excited and almost fell off the bed, but Omi quickly supported her. Karina, weak with anger, clenched her fist and hit him. "Bastard! I've lost my ship and all my money. I'm going to kill you." Omi grabbed her hand, fearing she would get hurt again. Karina couldn't bite. Crying anxiously, I lost everything to save you, and you still bully me. Omi panicked. Don't cry. How much did you lose? I'll compensate you. Karina stopped crying. 500 billion Baileys. Are you going to pay? Omi hesitated for a moment, and she started crying again. Omi helplessly said, I'll pay. I'll pay. Karina immediately smiled. No backing out. Omi smiled bitterly. I'll give you the Tesoro treasure. Not a single cent. All of it is yours. It's settled. I'll get the Tesoro treasure for you. Not asking for a penny. All for you. Scions are spending 300 million to buy hacks. Once again, the Golden Lion is incredibly fierce. Omi thinks, Karina saved me. 500 billion is nothing compared to life. He values power, and money can buy power, which is meant to protect those who treat him well. Karina asked while sipping her porridge, how did you fall from the sky and get hurt so badly? Omi said in a low voice, I lost to someone. Now that you're awake, I have to settle the score with him. Karina spat her porridge. Are you going back? Are you crazy? You still owe me 500 billion. Omi smiled. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Karina suspiciously asked, are you trying to ditch me again? Omi replied seriously, we are partners. You wait here. I'll be back in the fastest time, a day at most. Karina lowered her head, blushing. Who wants you? Just occasionally. Omi went out and instructed the maid. Take good care of Karina. Then she said to the mayor, go get the treasure. I have things I must do. I must take the shadow of Malcarita. He schemes. 100 million plus 200 million is exactly 300 million, enough to buy the Dance of Void technique. The Golden Lion is bound to lose. The Golden Lion sits on his throne, scolding. I'm on the same level as Roger. Why would I be afraid of that kid? He's already sunk to the bottom of the sea. Indigo rushes in shouting, Boss Shiki, that kid has landed on the island again. The Golden Lion stands up. I'm going over there. Indigo is confused. No retreat. The Golden Lion walked out of the palace and saw Omi's tattered clothes revealing bandages. You dare to come back after barely saving your life? The Golden Lion, Shiki, stepped out of the palace under construction, walking forward and saw Omi standing on the grass in the distance. His clothes were still tattered, and through the gaps, one could see the bandages wrapped around his waist. Ha ha ha! Kid, you managed to save your life with great difficulty, and now you're back? Scions refuse to be sidekicks. One punch breaks the Golden Lion's ultimate move. The Golden Lion raises his right hand, and the 2-star Dragon Ball floats in his palm, shining brightly. So you want this ball that badly? Omi looked up and smiled. Yes, but I'm still not happy about losing last time. The Golden Lion inquired, after fighting. I still don't know your name. Omi, I am Omi. The Golden Lion roared. Together, you and I can rule the world. Let's be the kings of the new world. Omi immediately rejected. No, there can only be one king, and that is me. The Golden Lion paused for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. Ha, good. I'll smash you to pieces right now. The Golden Lion stood in midair, his golden hair dancing wildly like an enraged lion. Wumi stomped on the ground, his whole body bursting with power like a fierce beast awakening. On the flying ship, his subordinates urgently urged Indigo. Hurry and take off. The island is about to explode. Indigo angrily burns the navigator. Shiki won't lose. Just wait. Pay attention. Omi strikes first. The shockwave creates a fierce wind, and the flying ship is shaking. Subordinate in shock. Is this the end of the world? Golden Lion laughs. Old trick. You are bound to lose. Lion's might. Imperial Palace scroll. The earth trembles. The wind and snow dance. The sea jumps. Nearby islands are all alive, charging towards Omi. The Golden Lion is shouting frantically. Gamble everything to bury you. Omi leaps off the ground, charging like a war chariot. The Golden Lion calls upon the earth, snowflakes, and seawater to transform into a raging lion attacking Omi. Omi scoffs, useless. Fists wrapped in energy are like wearing armor. The earth and seawater can't stop them. Omi wrapped his fists with energy. Although his fists did not turn black like iron, they indeed donned a sturdy armor. The Scions ruthlessly slaughtered the beasts of the floating island. Biding time for a counterattack. Omi faces obstacles. The giant pink octopus wildly thrashes its tentacles, shaking the ground. The reddish-brown little bull acts like a bomb, exploding upon impact with the ground. The black and white giant panda is being chased and bitten by the pink hippo. Wumi is confused. What did I do? Why is only I being attacked? The Golden Lion laughs while wearing a gas mask. You're the only one who can be hit here. Ha ha ha. Wumi angrily responds. Ganning. Men should face each other with fists. He dodges the mantis knife, kicks the rhinoceros beetle away, and pulls the octopus tentacle to smash the hippo. The Golden Lion shouts. I'll kill you when you run out of energy. Just win. Countless floating islands merge into a long corridor, with two people standing at each end, and fierce beasts in between. Wumi knocked out the seal with a punch, and behind him, the unicorn beetle spewed fierce flames. He jumped up and kicked it away. The colorful butterfly scatters toxic powder, while the dark rice punches to blow away the light. The butterfly is also knocked down by an octopus. It complains, "So annoying." Pay attention. A top-flying fire punch fly is chasing after him. Umi just muttered. The giant chicken swallowed the fly in one bite. He slapped the chicken out of the battlefield. Well done. Just as it landed, a poisonous caterpillar lunged at him. Umi punched and sent it flying. Go eat the northwest wind. The army of man-eating ants charged in, and he stomped the ground, burying the ant swarm. These fierce beasts couldn't be killed, and in the blink of an eye, they resurrected. The golden lion is extremely lazy, only waiting for Umi to get tired before taking action, and even brings marine creatures while watering the sea. Umi pretends to be tired to lure the enemy, but in reality, she is playing the pig to eat the tiger, crushing the fierce beasts all the way. He raised his hand to tear the earth apart. He looked at the golden lion right in front of him and suddenly leaped into the sky, far surpassing the opponent's height. What is this little brat trying to do again? The golden lion stared intently at Umi, looking surprisingly energetic after battling those fierce beasts he had nurtured for so long. The scion unleashed a dance in the air to torment the golden lion. The opponent self-destructed the famous sword, and the golden lion sighed. Tisk. Being young is really great. The 20-year plan has just started, and it has been ruined by a kid. Pay attention. Umi jumped into the sky and actually stood still. The golden lion stared wide-eyed. He can fly now? Quickly unleash the lion's might and test the ground. Umi shouted, assault, aerial bomb. Dodged the attack and charged towards the golden lion like a meteor. The golden lion panicked. It really can fly, although he is skilled in aerial combat. He found that he couldn't evade Umi, busy putting on the gas mask and shouting, Lion, Chinchilla Valley. Countless slashes split the sky, and the corridor of the small island trembles. Umi raises her hand to unleash a wave of energy. The power penetrates the island's surface, and the slashing attack dissipates completely. Speed increases again, and in a few seconds, it closes in on the golden lion. The golden lion urgently summons the earth to wrap around itself. Lion S. Might Earth Roll. Umi swings a stone fist and strikes forward. Boom! The dirt fortress instantly turned into a meat pie. The ground sank several meters, leaving behind huge fist imprints. Umi was confused. Where's the golden lion? Did he strike too hard? On the spaceship, the crew looked dumbfounded. Did the golden lion lose? Just one punch, and he was done? Indigo shouted with a dark face. Sail over and help him. Wumi was looking for the Dragon Balls when, with a puff, the golden lion popped out of the ground. He was covered in dirt and blood, with one of his sword feet broken. He was still holding the Dragon Ball in a golden chicken stance. Wumi sympathized. Stop fighting. Give me the bead. You cut me with a knife. I punch you once and we'll call it even. The golden lion laughed wildly. You are still far from it. With a casual summon, Sakura Gyo was called forth, and with a fierce slash towards the other foot, the drywood fell to the ground. The golden lion laughed wildly, casually waving a hand, and a famous sword, Sakura 10, flew up from the dirt. Then it fiercely slashed at its other foot, causing dry wood to fall to the ground. The scion broke the twin swords with a single finger. The golden lion seeks death and refuses to live. The golden lion screams as the twin swords automatically fly back to his hands. I haven't used these two swords in a long time. Umi curiously asks, dual wielding? The golden lion floated in the air. Kid, you didn't take the chance to attack me. Regret it now. Are you ready? Wumi asked. The golden lion gritted his teeth. I'll send you to hell. Lion's Mad Song. Legend of Pirate's famous sword. The blade's light shocks the heavens like a lion hunt. However, Umi feels a chilling gaze locking onto her. Pay attention. Ding. Umi pressed a finger against the blade, giving it a gentle flick. The golden lion fell to the ground, and Umi caught the flying 2-star Dragon Ball, sighing lightly. Golden lion, you really are getting old. The golden lion lay on the ground in a daze. How is this possible? I've only lost to Roger. He reminisced about the past, all his 20-year plan in vain, and closed his eyes, shouting, Umi, take my life. Umi is watching Dragon Ball when a flying ship rushes in from distance. Indigo jumps down to block the way, concentrating purple fire in his hand. Kalele, I'm here to be your opponent. Umi clenches his fist, ready to strike. The golden lion suddenly roared. Stop. Indigo, go back. I should die if I lose. Indigo anxiously replied. Boss Shiki, we still have a chance. The Golden Lion roars. My era has long ended. The strong are ultimately defeated by the stronger. I will never survive in a mediocre way. The strong will always be defeated by the stronger. I, the Golden Lion, will never give up, but I will absolutely not live on in a state of despair. Silence, rob, but do not kill. Throwing fairy beans to save the Golden Lion, Indigo cried out, Boss Shiki. All the fireballs in my hand disappeared. The Golden Lion gasped. Get out of the way. Umi, take my life. His leg was injured and bleeding. His whole body felt like cracked porcelain, knowing he wouldn't survive. Indigo stepped aside with red eyes, but Umi stopped and shouted at him. Hand over the treasure first. Indigo was stunned, and the Golden Lion was furious. Veins popping, you brat. If you want to kill me, go ahead. Is my life worth less than treasure? Umi retorted, of course. Why are you in such a hurry? Enjoy your last moments. Hurry up and hand over the treasure. The Golden Lion shouted angrily. Get it for him. Indigo brought over a treasure chest, and Umi was super excited. He opened the treasure chest and shouted, System, absorb. The chest full of treasure disappeared in an instant. The subordinates looked dumbfounded. The treasure is gone. What kind of ability is this? The Golden Lion shouted. Are you also a devil fruit user? Umi grinned. I'm the money fruit user. The richer I am, the stronger I become. The little brothers were amazed. But the Golden Lion didn't believe it. There's no such fruit. Umi pouted. You're quite ignorant. After absorbing the treasure, Umi asked the system, how much money do I have? The system replied, 1.05 billion berries. He laughed out loud, and the Golden Lion roared, come here and finish me off. Umi walked to the top of the Golden Lion's head, pressed down the ship's helm on his head. Since this is how it ends, let it be. The Golden Lion laughed maniacally. Bring it on. The little brothers cried out, spare the boss. Pay attention. Umi suddenly yanked off the ship's helm. The Golden Lion screamed, blood spraying from his head. But he flicked his finger and threw a bean into the Golden Lion's mouth. The Golden Lion opened his mouth and howled, but he swallowed the bean directly. And then a miracle happened. His head stopped bleeding, all his wounds healed, and his severed legs regrew. The Scion threw a healing bean to save his enemy, inviting the Golden Lion to be his subordinate to create chaos. In just one breath, the Golden Lion's injuries were all gone. He was still howling in pain, while everyone looked dumbfounded, tears and snot ready to fall. Umi held his stomach and laughed wildly. You guys are too funny. The laughter woke everyone up, and the Golden Lion touched his head and stood up again, tears in his eyes as he stepped on the ground. I can actually have my feet back. The little brothers shouted, Miracle! The boss's legs are back. The Golden Lion stared at Umi. Why did you save me? Umi smiled, because I want to. The future world is super exciting. It would be a pity for you to die now. Suddenly, he proposed, Shiki, how about being my subordinate? The whole place fell silent, and the little brothers were stunned. Who dares to take in the Golden Lion? He is a king. The Golden Lion laughed wildly. You really dare to say that? Umi retorted. Weren't you also a subordinate of Rock's before? The little brothers exploded. Lord Shiki is one of Rock's men. The Golden Lion interrupted. That was in the past. He puffed on his cigar and scrutinized Umi, who stretched out his hand waiting for a response. But the Golden Lion shook his head. I don't submit to anyone. If you want to fight me, I'm ready. Umi suddenly released his aura. The leaves moved without wind, and the pressure made the little soldiers unable to hold their guns. The Golden Lion frowned, but did not retreat. Indigo's face turned pale as he squeezed a purple fireball. The next second, Umi smiled. If you don't want to, that is fine. Let's go eat. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the Golden Lion shouted, Start the banquet. The half-destroyed palace was ignored. Everyone sat on the ground, and the delicious food kept coming. As the sky darkened, the bonfire lit up, and the pirates began to dance. The Golden Lion, leading the dance, really looked like a rooster, his head shining brightly in the fiery light, particularly eye-catching. The Scions competed with the Golden Lion in drinking. The drunkard steered the island into the storm. The Golden Lion finished dancing and laughed as he came over. Why are you still eating? Umi. Umi stuffed a big mouthful of meat. You've been dancing all this time. Food is the essence of the banquet. The Golden Lion shook his head. Dance is the most important. The two stared at each other, sparks almost flying. The cheers at the banquet were quieter. But thankfully someone shouted, The fine wine is here. Umi and the Golden Lion shouted in unison, Bring me a barrel. A contest of drinking. Everyone gathered around to cheer. The two drank 3 barrels while still bantering. Old man, don't drink too much. Kid, have you never had strong liquor? I grew up in a wine barrel. I treat wine as food. After 3 rounds of drinks, Both of their faces were flushed, barely able to stand. Indigo ran over urgently shouting, "Boss Shiki, a storm is coming. The island is moving west." Everyone panicked. "Why didn't you say this earlier?" The Golden Lion, drunk and confused. "My grandma is coming." Indigo slapped his head. "It's a storm." Everyone worked together to wake the Golden Lion, even dunking his head in seawater. The island nearly fell apart before the Golden Lion finally came to. Umi watched the farce, laughing wildly. The storm clouds were visible in the distance. Indigo was slapping the Golden Lion's face, but he still wasn't waking up. Someone shouted, "Get the ship ready to escape." But the Golden Lion, seeing the rain clouds, went on a drunken rampage. "Grandma, I'm coming to see you." He steered the island group into the storm. Beasts on the island ran wild. Someone cried. The flying ship was struck by lightning. "We can't escape." Everyone knelt or jumped off the island in despair. Umi, red-faced and swaying, grabbed someone lazily and asked, "Why are you running? Let us enjoy the banquet." "Umi, boss." The person grabbed by Umi was on the verge of tears. "The storm is here. We are about to get caught in it. Let me escape." The Scion drunkenly fought against the storm. The Golden Lion turned into a pig head and sent a phone bug. Umi saw the person running wildly, laughing so hard he couldn't stand up, muttering, "The storm dares to stop me from eating? I'll beat it up." He wobbled over to the Golden Lion, who was being beaten by Indigo to wake him up. Umi patted the person on the shoulder and burped, "Where's the storm? I'll knock it away." The person casually pointed in a direction. Umi shouted, "Thanks, brother." Then he took off his shirt and took a stance, hands clasped at his waist. The energy gathered in his hands, bright enough to outshine the dark night. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Pay attention," Umi shouted. Kamehameha. He pushed his palms hard. An oval light wave shot toward the storm clouds, directly piercing a large hole, and the rain clouds disappeared in an instant. Umi laughed heartily. "Let's continue the banquet." The little brother shouted. Boss Umi blew the field. "I'll respect you for a lifetime." Indigo also shouted, "Hurry, bring the food and wine." The Golden Lion was tied up beside them, and no one cared. As dawn broke, the camp was as chaotic as after a war. Umi woke up, holding his head. "My head hurts so much." He pushed away the rough man on top of him, looking for water, but falling into a barrel of seawater. So salty. He needed a bottle of pure water to rinse his mouth to wake up. He picked up his clothes and was about to leave. The Golden Lion's laughter came. "Little brat, are you leaving?" Umi waved his hand. "Time to go." The Golden Lion shouted, "I have something to say to you." Umi turned around, confused. "Who are you?" He saw a pig head tied up in the open space, covered in golden fur, swollen to the point of being unrecognizable. The Golden Lion laughed. "The loser doesn't deserve to linger in your mind." Umi was shocked. "Is that really you, Golden Lion? Your hair has grown back. What is your secret to hair growth?" The Golden Lion motioned for him to come over. "Take this phone bug." Umi walked closer, and a phone bug that looked just like him floated out from the Golden Lion's arms. "What is this?" The Scion forced the Golden Lion to fight the 4 emperors. Karina was teased by a bear child. The Golden Lion shouted, "This is my exclusive phone bug. If you need anything, call it, and I'll definitely come." Umi accepted it, seeing him tied up looking quite miserable. "Do you want me to untie you?" The Golden Lion angrily replied, "No need. I'm training my hockey. Next time we meet, I will definitely win." Umi took off to leave, but suddenly turned back. "Cancel the East Blue Destruction Plan. Don't bully ordinary people." The Golden Lion retorted, "What else can I do if I don't agree?" Umi smiled. "You're just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. If you have the ability, go fight the 4 emperors." The Golden Lion's face turned red as he roared. "Once I regain my strength, I will go fight the 4 emperors. Just wait." Umi waved and flew far away. "I'll wait for your news in the newspaper." The Golden Lion cursed angrily, "Get lost," then turned and shouted, "Idiots! Hurry up and untie me." Karina waited at the mayor's house for 3 days, feeling suspicious. That bastard wouldn't abandon me again and run away, would he? She sat at the door waiting, and the children saw her and shouted, "The bad sister is out. Run." Karina couldn't be bothered to respond. Lying on a chair, soaking up the sun, the children gathered around calling her to play, and she roared, "No." The children were scared away and disgusted. The sister is in a bad mood because brother Umi hasn't returned. Then the topic veered off. The sister is just like the old lady in the East. That mother-in-law is so fierce that she got dumped by her husband. No, wait. The mother-in-law ate her husband. And that big brother Umi will also be eaten by his sister. So he ran away? Huh. Adults are so scary. So big brother Umi was also going to be eaten by his sister. So he ran away? The Scions parachuted in to save the day. Karina was chasing the doll and ended up in trouble. The child shouted, definitely. Look how fierce Sister Karina is. Karina's forehead bulged with veins. Can you endure this? She smiled ominously. Little brats. Today I'm going to teach you how to behave. The kids shouted wildly, run. Karina chased the chickens in a frenzy. Exhausted and slumped back in her chair. I'm dead tired. At that moment, Markalita came out with a wooden board. Lunch is ready. Karina exclaimed. You can't be in the sun. Go back quickly. Markalita laughed. It's fine to stay in the shade. I want to come out and take a look. The children started to chant. Vampire maid. The two great villains meet. The town is doomed. Karina rolled up her sleeves to chase after him. But the maid advised her too late. She cornered the child. No one can help today? Suddenly, the child pointed to the sky and shouted, Brother Umi, look closely. Umi flew down from the sky and landed with arms wide open. Yo, I'm back. Karina rushed over with teary eyes. But Umi dodged and said, Don't let your snot and tears flow together. Karina just fell to the ground. The child laughs. The bad sister deserves it. And sings. Karina, the big bad guy, dog eats poop. Truly embarrassing. All the townspeople looked over as Karina, both angry and anxious, ran back to the mayor's house in tears. Umi and Markalita exchanged glances, and he awkwardly smiled. Long time no see. You look even more beautiful. The maid laughed. If you'd said that earlier, it wouldn't have made her angry. Then he took him to eat. It was just in time for a meal. During dinner, the mayor returned. And the two had a great conversation. Umi promised, next, we'll go find the shadow. Moria should still be in the Devil's Triangle on the Grand Line. I wonder if he'll encounter the Straw Hat crew. Scions use the Dragon Balls to trick people and end up backfiring. Karina has actually seen the dragon. During lunch, Karina was nowhere to be seen. Umi asked Markalita, but she just smiled and didn't say anything. Umi didn't mind and continued to enjoy her meal. After eating and drinking enough, Wumi went upstairs and knocked on Karina's door. Are you okay? The sound of crying came from the room. Wumi had already noticed her mood. Clearly, she cried after running back as soon as the door was opened. She thought to herself, what a drama queen. Umi sighed. If it weren't for my poor sense of direction and almost getting lost in the wrong direction, I would have left her long ago. Karina is still useful. She helped me not get lost. He pushed the door open. Karina, I'm coming in. The room was dim, and Karina was crying while hugging her knees. Umi sat on the edge of the bed, watching her performance. Karina cursed inwardly. You bastard, don't comfort me. Her cries grew louder. Umi admitted defeat. Stop pretending. I'll show you something good if you stop crying. Karina cried even harder. Don't expect me to stop without real money. Umi took out a 2-star Dragon Ball. Ding, 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 ding. Look at this. Karina took a glance. Broken glass ball. What kind of treasure is it if it doesn't shine? She cried until it turned into noise. Umi helplessly said, let me explain. Collect all 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon and make a wish. He doesn't want to hide it. He wants others to be envious. And he plans to live stream while making the wish, making it impossible for everyone to find the Dragon Balls. Karina stopped pretending and snatched the Dragon Ball. Is this it? Summoning the dragon? Do you take me for a fool? Umi proudly replied. I got this by defeating the Golden Lion. Impressive, right? Karina was surprised. Are you talking about the Golden Lion Shiki who fought against the Pirate King? Umi crossed her arms and looked up. That's right. She thought to herself, woman, quickly kneel before me. To everyone's surprise, Karina looked disgusted and threw the Dragon Balls on the ground. Umi hurriedly picked them up. What a wasteful girl. There are only 7. Karina huffed and rolled her eyes. T-Seach, you're the one being foolish. I've seen Dragon Balls before. Umi is confused. What I'm saying is true. Huh, wait, where have you seen that? Scions chasing Dragon Balls into the Devil's Triangle. Karina dug up a mysterious past and said, my former partner also had this Dragon Ball. No one wanted it even when it was given for free, and she treated it like a treasure. Umi quickly asked, who? Karina. The Straw Hat Crew's little thief, Nami. Umi took out the Dragon Ball radar. Let's take a look. Are there any Dragon Balls near the Devil's Triangle? Karina's eyes lit up. This radar is amazing. It can enlarge the map and even show uninhabited islands. It's worth a fortune. We're going to get rich. Umi was confused. He had never paid attention to these features and urged, forget about the money. Let's watch Dragon Balls. Karina replied, there really is one in the Bermuda Triangle. Umi clapped his hands and said, let's go. Depart. Karina was bewildered, asking, where to? Umi replied, the Bermuda Triangle. Umi asked the airship, is this the right direction? Karina, lying in the back seat, replied listlessly, you've asked it 800 times. As soon as Umi pulled her, she set off without letting her have a proper meal, quickly comforting her. I won't do it like this next time. He is afraid that if the Straw Hat defeats Moria, he will have to pay back 200 million berries when the shadow returns. He must hurry to collect heads. Karina angrily sits up. You don't respect me at all. Driving so fast, is that called eating? Wumi Hei Sien. Want to eat more? We're almost there. From noon to night, Karina. I'm so full of anger. She originally wanted 20 million to vent her anger, but then she remembered Umi's ability to turn into an airship and provide delicious food. All those magical things she had never seen before. Umi called out, Karina, why aren't you speaking? Karina asked softly, what is your background? Where did the airship radar come from? And it can turn into food? Umi smiled. I'm the money fruit cash person. With money, you can buy everything. Karina, you're lying. Umi urgently explained, and Karina suddenly laughed. I never asked you. How did you know my nickname was Vixen when we first met? The Scion acts tough, but is actually a softie. Sister is flying into the three-masted ship, and Umi is panicking. I was just guessing. Your laugh sounds like a fox. Karina presses on. Then how do you know Nami is in the Devil's Triangle? The Straw Hat's whereabouts are unpredictable. Why haven't I heard of the Dragon Balls? Umi Han suddenly said defiantly, Karina, I'm sorry. I used to think you were just an ordinary fool. But I didn't expect you to be a big fool. I'm a pay-to-win player. I have money to buy information and abilities. Karina was so angry that she gritted her teeth and lay on the back seat with her back to him. Umi felt proud for a while, then became timid. Karina, is the direction correct? Karina threw the radar without saying a word. After dawn, Karina opened her eyes in shock. What is that? In the distance, there was a ship the size of a small island, with black pillars reaching into the sky and black shadows flying everywhere. Umi sighed. It's the shadow taken by Moria. It needs to be returned to its original owner. Karina laughed. Malkarita is saved. Umi suddenly said, the airship is out of fuel. I'll carry you over. Without waiting for her response, he took her to the sky and collected the airship. Karina screamed, you said you would ask for my opinion. Bastard. Umi pretended not to hear. The wind is so noisy today. 2 people landed on the wreck of a 3-masted sailboat, and Umi laughed. The show is about to begin. Karina kicked him and suddenly shouted, Nami. That's the Straw Hat crew. Only the Tyrant Bear was surrounded by pirates, while Luffy and the others were nearby. The bear raised his hand and slapped down, instantly clearing the crowd and creating a trench in the ground. Karina broke out in a cold sweat. This is explosive. Who is this? Umi casually said, Tyrant Kuma of the 7 warlords. I could do it too. I'm super strong. Karina asked, is he with Moria's crew? That's not it. The bear just came over to check on Straw Hat Luffy and the others. By the way, he has now received orders to kill everyone on the island. The Scions intercepted to save the Straw Hats. The Tyrant Bear charges in fiercely, sending people flying and instantly appearing next to Zoro. Karina's eyes are filled with stars, so fast. It can teleport despite its large size. Umi is not pleased. I can do that too, but I actually can't afford it right now. Kuma starts boasting about the Straw Hat crew. You have a great reputation. There are many strong fighters on Luffy's ship. Nami and the others are quite proud of it. Umi chuckles to himself. Kuma is from the Revolutionary Army. This praise is genuine. He's really good at acting. Karina suddenly asks, can you beat this Kuma? Umi wipes his nose. Never fought him, but I'm confident. Do you want to save them? Karina's eyes light up. If we save them, there will be treasure. The Straw Hats must have money, and other pirates can get 10,000 berries each. Umi praises. You're truly a genius at making money. Pay attention. Kuma compresses the air and shouts. The government ordered me to eliminate you. Hand over Luffy's head, and I'll let you go. The Straw Hat crew shouts in unison. No way. Kuma releases the air compression blast. What a pity. Umi shouts, everyone, get down. He swings his fist, creating a strong wind. The compressed blast directly rolls back above Kuma. Boom. A massive explosion blinds everyone. The ghost ship shakes violently, and collapsing buildings fall apart. After the light fades, Umi stands opposite Kuma. Nami is dazed. It seems like we've been saved. The weakest trio holds hands and spins around. Yay. Frankie shouts, super lucky. Zoro, gritting through his pain, retorts, you're celebrating too early. We don't even know who he is. Kuma hasn't used his full power yet. The weakest trio instantly deflates. No way. Robin laughs. At least there's a chance now. Sanji's eyes turn into hearts. Robin-chan is right. TCH, that perverted Kappa. Zoro looks displeased, but just focuses on resting to regain his strength. The Scion dodges Kuma's attack with instant transmission. To save the day, he also demands 500 million. Tyrant Kuma stares at Umi and asks, who are you? Umi excitedly strikes a fighting pose. I'm just an unknown nobody. Kuma's eyes gleam slightly. No bounty. Let's take him down together. Umi suddenly shouts, wait. Just about to negotiate with the Straw Hats. Kuma instantly appears beside him. Slamming down. Don't get in the way. As the smoke clears, Umi has vanished. Zoro panics. Everyone, prepare for battle. Pay attention. Kuma looks up in shock. Umi unexpectedly appears among Nami and the others. Everyone shouts. When did he get here? So fast. Zoro trembles. With that speed? Even the warlords might not be able to keep up. Umi directly quotes a price. I'll smash Kuma, and the Straw Hats will give me 500 million berries. Other pirates get 10,000 each. Everyone exclaims. We need to pay? Nami is confused. Why are we so expensive? Umi laughs. Based on reputation, Luffy's head is worth 300 million. I'm already giving you a discount. The Straw Hats are quite pleased, but Usopp asks, do we have money? Nami cries, we have money. But it hurts my heart. Other pirates are also flustered. We only get 10,000. It's cheap but so sad. Nami grits her teeth. We agree. Umi points at Karina. Pay that purple-haired girl. Karina raises her hand. I'll take the payment here. Nami is shocked. You sly fox. Turns out they're old acquaintances. Sanji instantly revives, circling around Karina. What's your name, beautiful? Karina smiles. I'm Karina. She hopes Umi will get jealous. But Umi has already walked towards Kuma. It's our turn to fight now. Zoro shouts. Be careful of his palm. It will rebound attacks. Umi scratches his head. I saw that. Don't blame me for coming out late. Oomph. Zoro smirks proudly. It wasn't your business anyway. Besides, even if you didn't come out, I could still manage. The Scion sidesteps to dodge a barrage of attacks. He punches back Tyrant Kuma. Nami punches Zoro on the head. Stop talking big. Look at your injuries. Umi knows Zoro is a real man. He can gamble his life for Luffy. Kuma suddenly asks, if you could travel, where would you want to go? Umi shakes his head. No money to travel. Just staying here, with a powerful push. He shatters the ground and charges at Kuma like a cannonball. Kuma instantly disappears, and Umi punches into thin air. Kuma floats high in the air and shouts, pressure cannon. A shockwave blasts towards Umi. He flips in the air to dodge, leaving a paw print on the ground. The two land with a loud crash. And everyone stares in shock. It's all so explosive. We didn't see what happened. Umi complains. You weren't this fast when you were fighting the Straw Hats. You scared me. Kuma doesn't respond, instantly appearing behind him in a sumo stance. Powerful pressure cannon. Countless shockwaves surge towards Umi. Everyone urgently shouts, behind you. Quickly dodge. Zoro grips his sword. With this speed, even if I wasn't injured, it would be hard to dodge. Umi casually asks, who's behind? Just as the shockwave approaches his face. He sidesteps slightly and barely avoids it. The ruins behind him are turned into a sieve. Everyone is stunned. What a monster. Are these two even human? The ghost ship continues to rumble. Umi dances through the shockwaves. Chopper shouts, is that the Navy's 6 styles paper drawing? Zoro stares intently. It doesn't look like it. It's just regular dodging, but the speed and reflexes are off the charts. Nami is lost in thought, and Robin asks, what's wrong? Nami, the one with the long tail. I feel like I've heard of him. Suddenly, there's a loud bang. The crowd erupts. He hit him. Kuma has stepped back. Nami is confused. What has happened? Sanji frowns. It was just one punch. He pushed Kuma back. He crushes a cigarette, but underfoot, filled with unwillingness. His own kick to Kuma's foot still hurts, and Umi actually pushed back a warlord with one punch. Sanji crushes the cigarette, but, feeling very dissatisfied, the Scion directly confronts a pacifist. Kuma's rebound damage shocks the crowd. Umi punches like a butterfly flying, be stinging, looking spectacular. He punches Kuma in the chest, causing Kuma to lean forward and retreat a few meters, with his chest caving in and air flowing out. Umi wants to pursue, but Kuma suddenly fires a laser from his mouth. He jumps away with all his strength. The laser hits the ruins, melting steel red hot. The crowd erupts. Kuma isn't human. Frankie is shocked. Is he a cyborg like me? Usopp and Chopper's eyes sparkle. Firing lasers is so cool. Nami punches Usopp. That's the enemy. Kuma suddenly explains. I'm a cyborg, completely different from Frankie. I'm a pacifist of the government, an unfinished human weapon. Zoro's expression darkens. A pacifist? Kuma continues. The developer is Vegapunk. No one has been smarter than him for 500 years. He looks at the injury on his chest. You're so strong. How can you be unknown? Umi doesn't waste words, smashing the ground and charging forward. His fist explodes through the air. Kuma's body quickly becomes damaged, and sparks fly. But Kuma stands firm like a mountain, finally blocking Umi's punch. The force is completely rebounded. Kuma's other hand attacks Umi, who shouts. After Image Fist, 3 or 4 clones appear, but Kuma locks onto one and attacks with a shockwave. Boom! Umi takes the hit, with scorch marks appearing on his chest. Karina urgently shouts, Umi! Umi's fingertips glow, finger light beam. The laser pierces Kuma's data eye. He jumps back to create distance. And the crowd cheers. We're going to win. He can also use lasers. Pay attention. Kuma slaps himself and shouts. Healing bullet. A small red meatball floats out. He says, this is all my damage. Now I'm fully healed. Are you still going to hit me? The Straw Hats have nothing to do with this, right? It's true. The damage is released. It must be fake. The Scion flies in to break Kuma's move. The identity of the Revolutionary Army flips dramatically. Umi coughs lightly, and the entire venue goes silent. He asks, you're a cyborg. Can mechanical parts also rebound damage? Everyone falls silent. The venue is eerily quiet. Kuma is silent for a moment. I'm not a robot. Do you understand cyborgs? I can still rebound some damage, but it's not as effective as before. Umi, furious and humiliated. Of course I understand. I absolutely despise battles without a clear winner. Prepara 2D. It shouts, Kamehameha, just about to unleash his ultimate move. Kuma's healing bullet comes flying. Umi bends down to dodge, grinning. Trying to sneak attack me? The crowd urgently shouts, it's coming back. Umi quickly turns and jumps back. This thing could chase people? Luckily his speed is maxed out. The healing bullet chases closely but can't catch him. At this moment, Kuma is compressing air to create a bomb. The crowd panics. Are we going to die? Pay attention. Umi soared into the air, kicking Bear into the ruins. Dust filled the air as the crowd shouted excitedly. He can fly. This is amazing. Umi then picked up a large tree and swung it like a baseball bat at the injury bullet. The tree absorbed the bullet and withered away, allowing him to escape the threat. Bear emerged from the smoke, clapping his hands as he suddenly disappeared. Umi sensed he had gone far and flew over at high speed. The crowd was left bewildered, and Karina immediately shouted, everyone, come pay up. Instantly, a long line formed. The Straw Hat crew took a break, and Nami said, I'll go say something. Sanji approached. I'll accompany you, Nami-san. Nami directly refused, and Sanji was still infatuated. The cold Nami-san is so cute. Umi flew to the edge of the ghost ship, and surprisingly saw Bear sitting on a hillside with a book, a little bird singing on his shoulder. Bear didn't he look up? I am from the Revolutionary Army. He put down the book and added, the Straw Hat is the son of the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon. Umi quickly covered his mouth, fearing he would laugh out loud. His spoiler spirit was almost uncontrollable. Bear thought he was shocked and continued. The government has set its sights on the Straw Hat. I am here to protect him. You don't need to fight me. I want to use my ability to send Straw Hat Luffy to another island. The Navy will make big moves soon, and he should keep a low profile. The Scion stepped on the tyrant Bear. An explosion turned the ghost ship upside down. Bear stood up, nearly 7 meters tall, forcing Umi to look up at him. He said, since you understand. Just as he was about to clap and teleport, Umi instantly vanished. Boom! A loud sound echoed, dust flying everywhere. And Bear was kicked down. Bear was stunned. What is this? Umi, stepping on Bear, said in a deep voice, I've been paid today. No one can touch the Straw Hat. I hate battles without a winner. I want to win all the way in this world. Bear sighed lightly. Looks like we have to keep fighting then. On the other side, Usopp sat on the ground panting. We're really lucky this time. Why you all look so grim? Robin had a serious expression. Bear is not like Crocodile or Moria. He is way too powerful. Sanji was smoking. My kicks are useless against him. His body is harder than iron. Usopp defended. Crocodile can turn to sand, and Moria can turn to shadows. Plus, we just fought Moria. Zoro gripped his sword. That doesn't matter. Relying on others to save us means we're close to death. I'm still too weak. Usopp forced a smile. Could it be that we just casually run into a warlord or an admiral? Suddenly remembering something, he cried, Ah, we actually ran into an admiral before. Being a pirate is so hard. I want to go home. Mentioning the admiral, the Straw Hat crew fell silent. Watch closely. A fierce wind suddenly arose at the edge of the ghost ship. Boom. A massive explosion erupted, a mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. The wind and waves swept the pirates away, and Usopp shouted, Help. I'm going to fly away. Zoro drew his sword to stop retreating, but was still blown back by the wind. The Straw Hat members all flew up, and Robin urgently shouted, Thousand flower bloom, spider flower. Countless arms wrapped around everyone like a spider web. After the wind stopped, Usopp wiped his sweat. What happened? Zoro looked in the direction of the explosion. It's... Sanji lit a cigarette, readying himself, while Usopp and Chopper huddled together crying. Let us run, Frankie said. The long-tailed boy will stop him. Those two are super powerful. They might be stronger than an admiral. No, the Navy admirals are top-tier combatants. Although those two are strong, they would still not be a match for an admiral. The Scion's fierce battle shook the entire area. Chopper melted at the sight of the Fox Girl. Robin calmly said, how many monsters like this are there in the world? We might get wiped out one day. Usopp yelled, don't say it so terrifyingly. Frankie gestured, I've had bad luck this week. I'll definitely be super strong afterwards. Usopp imitated Luffy. Anyone who tries to stop me from becoming Pirate King will be knocked away. Chopper laughed. Usopp is just like him. Just as Usopp was about to respond, he saw the unconscious and seriously injured Luffy, suddenly falling silent. He wiped his tears. This is unacceptable. We're too weak. Luffy always risks his life. The entire Straw Hat crew instantly quieted down. Sanji suddenly jumped up. Nami-san is back. Usopp roared. I'm still sad, you jerk. Zoro asked, who has that long-tailed one? Nami sighed. That annoying fox said his name is Omi. He has her partner. Zoro raised an eyebrow. Doesn't that mean we don't know anything? Sanji angrily said, green algae head. How dare you speak to Nami-san like that? The two began to argue. Robin comforted. They probably just met and mean no harm to us. Chopper was surprised. Robin has been here the whole time. Where did you hear that? Frankie shouted. Super reliable. Nami remembered the treasure that flew away, gritting her teeth in pain. That guy is such a super jerk. Suddenly, a loud noise came from afar, and a shockwave shot up into the sky. Nami broke down. Is there no end to this? Chopper put on his stethoscope to check injuries, and someone shouted, Doctor, how is the situation? Chopper scratched his head. Even if you call me doctor, I want to be happy. His mouth was almost stretched to his ears. All the pirates knelt down. Thank you, doctor. Chopper beamed. I already said even flattery won't make me happy. Karina suddenly hugged him. So cute. Come with me, little raccoon. Chopper exploded. I'm a reindeer, not a raccoon. He broke free and ran. Everyone, save me. Karina chased. Raccoon, don't run. Nami urgently stopped. That's our partner. Not for sale. Nami-san is right. Sanji's eyes sparkled. If anyone's buying, buy me instead, Karina-san. The Scion defeated the Golden Lion. Bear, heavily injured, appeared, scaring the pirates to death. Karina was trembling. What should I do? We're doomed. Omi, where are you? Nami suddenly said, Karina, you can leave on our ship. It would be best if you could take Luffy. Before Karina could react, she saw all the Straw Hats armed and charging at Bear with determined looks. Zoro bit his sword. He is about to break down. I'll take him down with one slice. Sanji slammed the ground. I'll kick him to death first. Usopp shouted, I'll cover you. Nami, don't make us join the battle. Chopper transforms into a muscular man. I'll help you. We can't let the wounds get worse. Robin smiles. Everyone is so reliable. Frankie makes a crying gesture. We're real men. Zoro and Sanji speed up and rush forward first. Zoro shouts, 3-sword style secret technique, 3,000 worlds. The swords spin like windmills, aiming for the bear's hollow. Sanji follows closely, Diable Jam. The leg turns red, capable of burning bones. Both focus on the bear's largest wound, hoping to take it down in one hit. Pay attention. The battle resumes, but their attacks are suddenly blocked. After the chaos, everyone looks dumbfounded. Zoro bites his sword in shock. Omi catches his sword with bare hands. Sanji yells, Aren't you helping us? Karina shouts, Omi, are you crazy? The warlords are the enemies. Omi replies, The situation has changed. He turns to Sanji and smiles. Don't worry, I'm still on your side. Sanji is furious. You're playing us. Zoro tries to pull his sword, but finds Omi's hand is like a steel claw. Omi looks at the bear. Are you satisfied now? The bear says nothing, walks to Zoro, and raises his hand to slap. Sanji shouts, Green algae head. Just as he's about to kick, Omi stops him. Don't worry. It will be over soon. The bear slaps out the red meatball from Zoro's body. Zoro is shocked. My body has fully recovered. Omi releases the sword, and Zoro sheathes it. Everyone, the battle is over. Then the bear heals all the Straw Hats, even Luffy. Everyone is confused, but knows it's a good intention. As they see the bear about to leave, Omi asks, Aren't you considering my suggestion? The bear doesn't respond, claps his hands, and disappears in an instant, leaving only smoke. The battle is finally over, and it's almost noon, with fierce sunlight pouring down on the ghost ship. Scions kick skeletons to protect their sister. Karina is terrified. The pirates see the bear and run away, But when they find the Straw Hats haven't left, they raise their weapons and rush back to save their savior. But the bear is long gone, and they cry tears of joy. Luffy is fully revived, bouncing among his companions, full of energy. Kurina looks at the Straw Hats, sighing enviously, "Ah, so nice." Turning to see Umi quietly eating without speaking, she shouts, "I said it's really nice." Umi looks up. "If you're hungry, come eat." Kurina complains, "This guy only knows how to eat, train, and fight." Then imagines, "If I show concern, he'll definitely be moved to submission." And she giggles. Umi glances at her. "Are you stupid?" Kurina pretends to be cute. "Yumi, I'm so worried about you. You're not hurt, right?" Umi puts down the bowl with a grim face. "I'm hurt." Kurina panics. "Where are you hurt?" "Umi, my heart. My shirt was torn. That was my first one." Kurina bangs the table. "You jerk. What's there to cry about?" "I'm worried like a fool." After shouting, she tells him to keep eating while crossing her arms in frustration. Suddenly someone says, "Yo-ho-ho." Angry, want a glass of milk? Kurina accepts. "Thank you." The other party then asks, "Can I see your underwear?" She looks, and it's a skeleton. Kurina freaks out. "A ghost." "Umi, save me." The skeleton also shouts, "A ghost?" So scary, and chases her. Umi picks Kurina up by the waist and kicks Brook into the wall. Luffy shouts, "Brook, I've been looking for you for a long time." "Sanji, you deserve it for harassing Kurina." Nami is disgusted. "Pervert." Brook laughs. "Is pervert compliment?" Brook slides down. "Yo-ho-ho, I've been dead." Luffy asks where he went, and he says, "Carried away by the wind. Ran back on my own." The others don't believe it, but only Umi knows it's true. Umi tells Kurina, "He's a devil fruit user. Don't be afraid." Kurina blushes and hides behind him, seeing Nami laughing, feeling even more embarrassed. So embarrassing. Nami saw it. The Scion refuses Luffy's invitation. The system triggers protagonist impression points. Not to mention Kurina's frustration, Luffy brings his crew over and locks eyes with Umi. Luffy supports his straw hat, looking serious. "I know everything." In short, "Can you poop?" Umi has a black line on his forehead, and the atmosphere is so awkward. The entire Straw Hat crew is furious, pulling Luffy over for a beating. "Say it again." Luffy reappears. "Come be my partner," and gets beaten again. Don't invite people randomly. In the end, Luffy has a head full of bumps, his face swollen like a pig. Finally says, Scare, thank you for saving us." Usopp wipes his tears. Luffy finally thanked normally. Nami is moved. This kid has grown up. Chopper cries loudly. And Frankie makes a gesture. "Superman." Umi wipes his sweat. "It's fine. I'm getting paid." Kurina peeks. "Not a penny less." Mentioning money, Nami instantly deflates, looking like a salted fish. Usopp encourages, "Don't be so down." Sanji is infatuated. Even a downcast Nami is so cute. Luffy picks his nose. "As long as you don't take meat." Zoro suddenly says, "Money is not a problem." Nami pulls his face. "What is not a problem?" The two start arguing, and Robin asks, "What did you talk about with the bear? Why did he heal us?" Umi scratches his head. "Sorry, I promised not to say." Sanji is excited to argue, and Usopp shouts, "Stop. You'll die." Chopper cries and stops. "Sanji, don't go." Just as it seems they are about to fight, Luffy stops Sanji. "If he doesn't want to say, then don't." Umi scans the Straw Hats. "We're not enemies now. The future is uncertain." Luffy smiles. "That's good. Kids, let's have a feast." Everyone cheers and prepares. Ding. The system sounds, "Congratulations. The original world protagonist is deeply impressed by you. Now 5 points." Umi asks, "How many points for the protagonist template?" 100 points. He whispers, "Monkey D, Luffy." Kurina didn't hear clearly, and he laughs. "It's nothing. Let's have a feast. I want to eat a lot." Kurina is dumbfounded. "Still eating?" Yo-ho-ho, guest, S's fine wine is sent to you. Riding the wind and breaking the waves as I wish, the tide surges and the sunset stirs. The Scion reveals the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Laser painting stuns the Straw Hats. Umi sighs. "The feast is so delicious, my appetite has improved." Only Kurina rolls her eyes, though she doesn't speak. Umi understands at a glance. Just know how to eat. He turns to pretend to be silly. The feast is great." Kurina grits her teeth in frustration. "Hey, didn't you come to find the Dragon Balls?" Umi slaps his forehead, right? "I forgot. I'll ask Nami now." Kurina is shocked. "Just ask directly?" Nami definitely won't admit it. She treasures that ball so much. Umi doesn't care, shouts, "Nami, do you have a Dragon Ball?" Nami looks confused. "Dragon Ball? What is it?" Kurina huffs. "See, I told you she wouldn't admit it." Umi pulls out the 2-star Dragon Ball and shakes it. "It's this kind. The number of stars is different." Kurina continues. She definitely won't admit it, but Nami pulls out a Dragon Ball from her bag. "Oh, you mean this one?" Karina bangs her head on the table. I actually guessed wrong. Isn't this Nami's? Omi sits opposite Nami. Can you give me the Dragon Ball? Nami asks, what do you want it for? Omi smiles. To make a wish. Collecting all 7 can summon the dragon. Robin puts down her knife and fork. I haven't heard this legend. Where did you learn it? Karina punches Omi on the head. Did you tell everything? Idiot. Nami would never give it. Nami indeed laughs. I won't give it to you. Karina panics. You owe us 500 million. The treasure isn't enough. Count the Dragon Balls as money. Nami slams the table and stands up. The money will be returned. But the Dragon Balls, absolutely not. It drives you crazy. The two start arguing again. Umi, however, says to Robin, do you mind if I eat a bit more? Robin, of course not. Luffy leans over. Can your finger shoot lasers? Your tail is so cool. Umi doesn't waste words, stretches out his hand to shoot lasers, directly piercing the stone castle wall. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper's eyes sparkle. So awesome. Do it again. Umi used a laser to draw a stick figure on the wall. This cost him 150 million. He only has 400 million left and must show off again. The crowd cheered, and Umi was super happy. I've decided. Umi, come be my partner. Luffy from the Straw Hat crew directly extended the invitation. The Scion refused Luffy's invitation and instead challenged Zoro to a drinking contest. Usopp and Chopper were super excited. Great. With him as a partner, we're set for the future. Nami shouted anxiously, Luffy, didn't you say not to invite people casually? Luffy firmly stated, I've decided. Umi is my partner. Umi was confused. I haven't agreed yet. What are you all arguing about? Luffy was already hugging Usopp. And Chopper was dancing. We have a new partner. Umi shouted, don't make decisions without me. I don't agree. Luffy suddenly said, I'll give you the Dragon Ball. You can be my partner. Umi was shocked. When did Luffy get so smart? He asked Nami, who reluctantly nodded. After whispering with Robin, Nami's eyes lit up. I agree. Umi, come quickly. Umi pulled Karina over. I already have a partner. Frankie was moved to tears. I will never abandon my partner. True man. Nami punched him. Put your pants on first. Karina was also touched. I thought I was abandoned. Luffy looked dejected. So you have a partner. Then never mind. Nami slammed the table. Umi, you're giving up the Dragon Ball? Umi was about to answer when suddenly Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper came over. Luffy innocently asked, can I touch your tail? Umi refused. Impossible. The trio attempted to sneak attack, but he dodged all of them. Nami was still persuading. Be our partner. The Dragon Ball is yours. Umi laughed. I'll get the Dragon Ball sooner or later. You guys are so weak, there will be plenty of opportunities. Zoro raised his glass and stood up. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Umi, what? Do you want to fight? Zoro gripped his sword, of course. But Umi just laughed. I won't bully you. I'll crush you in the area where you're most confident. Let's have a drinking contest. Zoro's forehead bulged with veins. How dare you say that? Umi provoked. Are you coming or not? The atmosphere instantly intensified, and everyone gathered around to watch. Karina was pushed out, exasperatedly slapping her face. Weren't we here to get the Dragon Ball? Why are we having fun again? After a few rounds of drinks, Umi and Zoro hit it off more, and their relationship improved. Hey, Umi, come over here. The Scion pulled his tail and fell down instantly. The Straw Hats set sail for Fishman Island. Karina squeezed through the crowd and pulled Umi out. Umi shouted, what are you doing? Zoro, wait for me. Zoro, half drunk, complained. Women are really troublesome. Hurry back. Umi asked as he left the castle. Why did we come so far? Karina raised the Dragon Ball. I stole this from Nami. Isn't that impressive? Umi gave her a thumbs up. Well done. And turned to leave. Karina exploded with rage. Come back. She grabbed Umi's tail, and he fell straight over. Karina panicked. Don't scare me. Are you drunk? The Straw Hats sailed away, bidding farewell to the Victim Alliance as they left the ghost ship. Luffy shouted, set sail to the underwater paradise. Everyone cheered. Oh, Nami was excited. We're finally going to Fishman Island, the mermaid's homeland. Sanji had hearts in his eyes. Nami-san can meet old friends. Brook asked, has anyone seen a mermaid before? I remember they only exist on Fishman Island. Usopp proudly declared, there are mermaids in the East Blue too. Don't believe the old tales. Chopper spun around. I've never seen one. Nami said her village had a little mermaid paradise. Robin closed her book. Princess Odoheim requested the relocation of the fishmen, and the government approved a pilot in Kokasia village. Brook sighed. I want to see a mermaid too. Even though I can't see. Usopp suddenly exclaimed. Old Granny Kokoro is a mermaid. Sanji knelt down, coughing blood. Shut up. Don't insult my memories. Usopp hurriedly apologized. Nami angrily retorted. You're the one insulting. Luffy and Frankie said, Granny Kokoro looks like a monster. Nami punched him in the face. Don't say that. Nami. Fuming. We have fishmen in our village too. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp tilted their heads. Do we? I don't remember. Zoro was still asleep. You guys. Nami clenched her fists, cracking them. Ahaha. Karina put down her cold drink and burst out laughing. Little thief cat. Your partner is so interesting. Oh, no way, no way. It's okay, Luffy, and the others became proud and smug. She is not complimenting you. Nami covered her face with her hands, feeling utterly embarrassed. Hey, hey, hey. Robin laughed, comforting Nami. It's okay. After all, you've met the mermaid princess and queen, so you think they're making a fuss. Nami helplessly said, Is that so? Watching this group of fools making a scene, singing and dancing, Nami couldn't help but smile. Well, forget it. Hoshi, I'm finally going to Fishman Island with my partners. How are you? Nami couldn't help but daydream. Hey, Nami. Luffy suddenly remembered something and shouted. The Dragon Ball Omi mentioned. I remember you were planning to give it to the mermaid princess, right? I'm surprised you still remember that little thing I said. It was a promise we made as kids. Oh, those childhood promises are so great. Frankie shouted excitedly. It was just a whim. She probably didn't take it seriously. Nami said, reaching to take out the Dragon Ball to look at it, but her hand met empty space. Nami shouted, It's gone. It's gone. My Dragon Ball is missing. Nami paused for a moment and then yelled, Karina. Turning back, there was only a half-finished cold drink at the table, and Karina was no longer there. Robin calmly said while reading her book, She just left, saying she was going to see if Mr. Longtail was awake. Looks like she really is the criminal, but she probably slipped away by now. Could it be? Nami was terrified. Robin, you really are. Sigh. Usopp sighed, feeling helpless. It seems we've been discovered. I remember the capsule for the airship is with Omi. Let's hurry and take this guy and run. Karina stood in front of the sleeping Omi, hearing the commotion outside, her face full of relief. Nami, don't blame me. A woman has to rely on her wits. Besides, if I escape like this, I won't get that 500 million, and you'll make a profit. As Karina thought, she reached out to search Omi's body, but as soon as her hand reached over, it was grabbed by Omi. Oh, that hurts. Ouch. Sorry, reflex. Omi quickly let go, feeling quite embarrassed. Karina rubbed her reddened wrist, and with her mouth open, she scolded. You idiot. Why did you hit so hard? I just sensed an amazing aura and woke up suddenly. Omi returned to his senses. Where are we now? What kind of chaotic aura is this? Why did you sleep for so long? If you can't handle drinking, don't drink so much. Karina was very dissatisfied, complaining nonstop. We are on the Straw Hat ship. Just left the Devil's Triangle. Omi didn't say anything but felt very complicated inside, secretly thinking, me passing out has nothing to do with drinking. It's all because of you, okay? Speaking of the Devil's Triangle, I remember there seems to be some monster inside. Was that aura just now it? That's way too strong. Omi's battle blood was boiling, wanting to go fight right away, but Karina urged, since you're awake, let's hurry and go. Okay, wait for me to get the money. Huh, now? No way. Nami is looking for me. The Dragon Balls can't be kept safe. It's fine, don't worry. Omi stood up and said, let's go outside and take a look. Nami-san, please try this cup of love drink. Don't be angry anymore. Nami sat there with a dark face, grinding her teeth in anger. That damn stinky fox. She didn't plan to look for the Dragon Balls either. She still owed Karina a favor, so she would let the other side off this time. Luffy sat at the side of the ship, comforting her. Nami, we just need to find one more Dragon Ball. Sigh, I guess it has to be that way. Nami looked at Luffy's happy expression and suddenly remembered something, worriedly asking, Luffy, are you okay? Huh? Luffy reacted, adjusting his hat and smiling. Is it about Ace's paper? It's fine, don't take it to heart. It's not time to meet Ace yet. There will be opportunities later. If we don't meet now, we might never meet again. Omi walked out onto the deck, teasing loudly, with an awkward Karina following behind. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew was stunned. Aren't you guys leaving? Usopp shouted. Karina, where's my Dragon Ball? Luffy held on to his straw hat and said seriously, Omi, what did you mean by that just now? Haven't you all seen the news? Fire Fist Ace has been imprisoned in the deep-sea prison, Impel Down. Omi stood on the deck, looking back at the white mist of the Devil's Triangle, muttering to himself. He'll probably be executed soon. Your brother. Chapter 34. The rising storm. The Straw Hat Pirates were shocked to hear the terrible news, and the winds and waves at sea gradually calmed down as if they dared not disturb them. Ace. Luffy's eyes were wide with shock, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Will he die? The faces of the entire Straw Hat crew were grim, darkening as they said nothing. What should we do? Where's Ace now? Luffy was completely panicked upon hearing the bad news. Right, the life card. Luffy, Nami murmured softly, looking at Luffy with concern. How could his brother, who is so strong, possibly die? Usopp was the first to speak up. Umi, don't scare people like that. Luffy, don't worry, I'm the king of lies. I'll expose Umi's lies right now. Umi, however, was looking at the mists of the Devil's Triangle, sensing a massive energy moving away. What is that thing? Umi really wanted to take a look, but it seemed there wasn't tea time for that now. Reveal your true self. Usopp circled around him, staring intently into Umi's eyes, but Umi, at the end of his patience, pushed him away. I don't need to lie at all. Ace's life card is already very clear. Straw Hat Luffy, what do you say? Luffy had already picked up Ace's life card, running back and forth on the ship. Ace, is he over there? In Luffy's hands, the charred life card slowly moved steadily in a certain direction. Frankie watched Luffy standing there in a daze, as if he saw his former self, murmuring, Tom-sensei. Umi, where's the Impel Down prison? Luffy shouted, stretching his rubber arm to grab the railing and jumping in front of Umi. What? Are you going? Isn't that obvious? Luffy said matter-of-factly. Impel Down is the hell of pirates, located in the calm belt nearby, not far from here, but Robin closed her book, explaining with a serious expression. But? Luffy asked directly. But how could you possibly rescue Ace with your abilities? Umi continued to explain, that place is a pirate's prison, with walls of copper and iron, holding countless serious offenders. Only one person has ever escaped, the legendary Golden Lion. Golden Lion. Nami pondered quietly. Isn't that the guy you defeated? Ha, that's right. Umi laughed heartily. You know, right? If you go to the underwater prison, it's like sheep entering a tiger's den. You'll never come out alive. All your adventures and dreams will be over. Not to mention Fire Fist Ace. He is a weapon the Navy uses against the Whitebeard pirates. Even if you manage to rescue Ace, the Navy will not let you go. Admirals, warlords of the sea, and the fleet admiral will probably all show up. I advise you to give up. You almost got wiped out fighting a warlord. Trying to save Ace is a one-way street. After Umi finished speaking, the cowardly trio was trembling in fear, crying and looking worriedly at Luffy. Sanji's cigarette fell to the ground, and Robin and Frankie, who had heard of the prison's notorious reputation, also wore dark expressions in silence. As for Brook, he had long since died. Without any expression, his silence spoke volumes. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, only the cool sea breeze blowing by. Everyone, sorry. Luffy leaned on his straw hat, his eyes shadowed. A smile on his lips. Frankie, bring out the Mini Mary. No way. You guy. Frankie exclaimed in shock. Nami also cried out, Luffy, you're not planning to go alone, are you? Luffy, don't go. You'll die. Usopp shouted, grabbing Luffy's collar tightly. Our adventure has just begun. How can you? Sorry. Luffy laughed heartily, this pirate crew. Usopp, get out of the way. Gee. With a crisp sound, Luffy's face became red and swollen, and Usopp was knocked down to the ground. Zoro. Everyone shouted. Zoro, you bastard. I just got hit. Huh. Didn't I tell you to get out of the way? How could I react in time? Who cares about that? Bastard. Usopp continued to shout. Zoro, holding his head, looked at his captain, blinking his eyes, and said in a deep voice, just woke up to this kind of situation. What were you trying to say, you idiot? Tears streamed down Luffy's face uncontrollably. Zoro, I don't want to lose either my friends or my brother. You idiot. Zoro was exasperated. You won't lose either. Fool, we're here to help you. You're our captain. Since you're on this ship, the direction is up to you. Even if it's really hell. It doesn't matter. We're pirates. Going to hell is normal. TCH, he beat me to it. Sanji lit a cigarette, and it's settled. We're going to save Luffy's brother. This Usopp has 30,000 subordinates. With a single command, we can break into the prison. Usopp raised his thumb, boasting. And Chopper's eyes sparkled. Usopp is amazing. It's so touching. Everyone. Frankie strummed his ukulele, tears streaming down his face. This ship is going to sail around the world. Hell included. Yo-ho-ho. As a newcomer, I will work hard, ready to die 1,000 times. Brook told a bad joke. Even though I'm already dead, yo-ho-ho-ho. Robin smiled slightly, looking satisfied as long as she could be with everyone. I really can't take you guys anymore. Nami shouted helplessly. Let us change direction now. Everyone. Luffy cried tears of gratitude. Thank you. What nonsense. You're our captain. Zoro's sword hilt hit Luffy on the head. Hihi. Luffy grinned stupidly. All right, let us go, everyone. To Impel Down. What is wrong with these guys? Karina, standing behind Umi, was shocked. Are they really going to the underwater prison? Oh my god, they really have guts. Hee. Karina, for some reason, felt a bit of admiration, thinking that perhaps the Straw Hat crew could really succeed. Omi also felt a sense of shock, slowly starting to clap, drawing everyone's attention. Huh, you two? Why are you still here? You heard, right? We're going to Impel Down. Aren't you leaving? Hey, don't rush us out so fast. Seriously, Omi said helplessly. I still wanted to help you. Huh? The Straw Hat crew was shocked. No need. Straw Hat Luffy was about to refuse when Nami and Usopp had already punched him. Idiot. Why refuse someone's kindness? We're going to hell. It's always good to have help. Ha ha ha. You're really interesting. Omi laughed heartily. How about it? Shall we cooperate? Well, it's good. But what do you want? Nami asked, puzzled. I just want the Dragon Balls and treasures. Everything you find in the future will belong to me, Omi said directly. Of course, I won't take it all. I'll leave some for you. The chances of a Straw Hat crew finding the missing Dragon Balls are quite high, so this is considered an investment for Omi. Besides, there's a saying that goes well. There are talents in prison, and Omi wants to learn from Blackbeard and Strike Gold. All right. Nami immediately expressed her excitement and agreement. Hey, Nami, is that okay? Oh, that's fine. After all, we are here to save people, and the more power we have, the better. Ha ha, you won't regret it. Omi laughed heartily and pulled out a snail phone from his pocket. The sound of bubbling echoed, and soon it was connected. Kakik. Omi kid, it's been a few days since we last met, and you've already run into trouble. You're really pathetic. Stop talking nonsense. Golden Lion, you're the one who's still alive, right? Chapter 35, The Infighting Prison Break, Alliance hearing the voice coming from the phone. The entire Straw Hat crew was stunned and gathered around Omi. Golden Lion. Luffy tilted his head, as if he had heard that name somewhere before. You know him. Sanji explained helplessly. Didn't I just say? He.S. the only guy who escaped from the underwater prison. Oh, I see now. Luffy understood the situation. Is that Golden Lion on the other end of the line? Usopp panicked and flailed his arms. The legendary pirate who fought against the Pirate King? Yes, that old man. Omi said calmly, and suddenly the transponder snail yelled. Who are you calling old? I'm not old at all. Nami was also sweating, reacting quickly. Wait a minute, aren't you two enemies? Why are you acting like good friends? The volume is too loud. Omi dug at his ears. I'm not friends with him. He is just my defeated opponent. I spared his life, and he promised to follow me and be my subordinate. Hey, the transponder snail and everyone on the ship exclaimed in surprise. The transponder snail immediately cursed. What nonsense? Omi, where are you? I'm coming over to kill you. How dare you tarnish my reputation? What do you want to call for? Just to annoy me? Not really. Shiki, I have a plan I want you to participate in. Huh? You have a plan? The transponder snail had a disbelieving expression, acting like a master of performance. That's right. Omi explained seriously. You saw the news recently, right? Whitebeard Pirate's 2nd Division Commander, Portgas D. Ace, has been imprisoned in the underwater prison Impel Down. Of course I know about that. I'm planning to take down that Whitebeard first. The transponder snail's expression turned serious. If you want to fight, you should take on the strongest of the 4 emperors first. What? Are you also targeting Whitebeard? Then we are rivals. Ha ha. Omi laughed, I want to break into Impel Down and rescue Portgas D. Ace. The transponder snail fell silent for a moment, then suddenly voiced his doubts. You're not trying to drag me into this, are you? Breaking into the prison? You got that right. What do you say? Want to join? The transponder snail crossed his arms and fell silent for a while, then stated solemnly, I'm not going. I don't want to see that poison man Magellan again. His abilities are troublesome. Besides, why would I risk breaking into a prison for Portgas D. Ace, a minor character? That's just stupid. Oh dear. Omi scratched his head in distress. What you said. That kind of person can die. Ace is not a minor character. He is my brother. Luffy suddenly shouted angrily. Hey, that lion. Where are you? Get out here. I'm going to beat you up. Huh? Who are you, brat? The transponder snail raised his eyes, looking down on others. Omi, I was just about to say, why is it so chaotic around you? You need to keep your subordinates in line. Why are they interrupting when the boss is speaking? This time, I'll let it slide because of you. Sorry, we're not in a subordinate relationship. They're the Straw Hat Pirates, and we are. Old man, I declare war on you. Luffy shouted you. How dare you insult Ace? I'm gonna knock you out. Luffy, stop talking, we're looking for help. Not trouble. Nami and Usopp couldn't hold on any longer. They hugged Luffy to stop him, but the others wore confident smiles. Oh, how dare you declare war on me? You're serious. The transponder snail became serious. Kid, who are you? Luffy, don't say it. The cowardly trio trembled, praying, but Luffy had already spoken loudly. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. He said it. He really said it. Everyone back home. How are you? I seem to not be able to go back. My adventure is about to end. Usopp, don't write a will. Well, whatever. ISNT, this pretty good. Haha, as expected of the captain. So super cool. Seeing the Straw Hat crew in chaos because of their captain. Karina was already certain. Ah, they really aren't normal people, D. I remember you, kid. Get ready. When we meet, it will be your death date. Ah, just you wait. I will definitely knock you out. The Straw Hats and Golden Lion exchanged harsh words. Hey, Umi, aren't you going to do something about this? Karina patted Umi's arm. Aren't you going to say something? Huh? Aren't they getting along well? Ha ha. It's like they've known each other for a long time. No way. Everyone shouted. Golden Lion was also getting annoyed. Umi, you guy? Seriously. If there's nothing else. I'm hanging up. Ah, then I'll leave the prison break to you. Okay. When did I agree to that? Didn't I refuse? Old man, don't hang up. Take back what you said, insulting Ace. It's so noisy, it's chaotic. Karina sat back in her chair, sipping on a cold drink, commenting on the conversation. Sanji, please give me a new cold drink. Hi, Karina-san. I'll prepare it right away. Huh, you bunch of idiots. Don't you listen to what people say? The Golden Lion was about to explode with anger. Didn't I say that poor Gasti? Ace is just a minor character. He is not a minor character, Shiki. He is the son of the Pirate King. Umi suddenly retorted. With a crack, the glass in Karina's hand fell to the ground. Huh. Everyone on the ship shouted. What? The transponder snail's eyes bulged. Hoji is son? The transponder snail's mouth hung open. Are you kidding me? Roger has a son. Wait a minute. Nami held her forehead. Ace is Luffy's brother. Luffy's father is the revolutionary dragon. But Ace's father is the Pirate King. What kind of mess is this? Exactly. The legendary Pirate King actually has descendants still living in this world. And he is Luffy's older brother Ace. This must be a dream, right? It has to be. What? Luffy pinched his nose. Don't you know? Ace and I don't have the same dad. His dad is GOLD. Roger. Having such an awesome dad is great. Huh. No, wait. ISNT, this is secret? Luffy suddenly realized. Umi, how do you know? You said it in your sleep. Oh. I see now. Luffy suddenly understood. No, that can't be true. The Straw Hats all retorted speechlessly. What do you only say meat in your sleep? Hee. Umi turned serious and said, what's important is not how I know. The Navy knows about this now, and they will never allow the bloodline of the Pirate King to survive. What do you think, Shiki? The transponder snail had been silent until now, and only after hearing this did the Golden Lion speak. What else is there to think? I will rescue Roger's son. Since we couldn't cooperate with Roger back then, let's capture his son now. Ha ha ha. So shall we set off now? Where shall we meet? Umi seemed eager. No, wait. Let's wait a few more days. My beast experiment is about to produce new variants. Let's wait a bit before that. Where are you now? Nami replied directly. We're just past the Devil's Triangle and about to reach the red line. Then let's meet at Sabaody Archipelago. Wait a minute, old man. Are you going to help me rescue Ace? Who are you calling old man? I'll kill you. The transponder snail looked displeased. Ah, I'll help you rescue Ace and then take him as my subordinate. Thank you. But if you speak ill of Ace, I will still punch you. Oomph. If you can, then come at me. Straw Hat Luffy, you two get along really well. Umi exclaimed. Not at all. Everyone angrily retorted. Chapter 36. Heading to Sabaody, Mariehua, the location of the world government. In the office, Admiral Sengoku stood up with a serious expression. Bartholomew Kuma, I told you to bring back the head of Straw Hat Luffy, and this is what you ended up like. Tyrant Kuma stood quietly with a book, his body crackling with electricity, looking utterly miserable. You, 7 warlords, have suffered consecutive defeats. The third major power balancing the world is too weak. I was the one who reported to the higher-ups. How can a mere Straw Hat Luffy be so powerful? Sitting in a chair, Garp laughed heartily while munching on Senbei. Ha! He truly is my grandson. Shut up, Garp. Sengoku helplessly rubbed his forehead and roared. It wasn't Straw Hat Luffy. Kuma suddenly spoke, his voice deep, echoing in the room. What did you say? It wasn't Straw Hat Luffy who defeated me. It was a newcomer. Sengoku's expression hardened. Are you saying you were defeated by an unknown rookie? That's right. Kuma's tone was flat, but it sounded extremely harsh to Sengoku, causing his blood pressure to rise. Ha ha ha. Today's youngsters are truly impressive. Garp, you bastard. What's so funny? Sengoku was speechless. And you, Kuma, tell me, what did that guy look like? Don't think you can make up stories. I can tell. I don't know. There's no bounty on him in the files. All I can say is that he has a tail. A tail? Sengoku's eyes widened in shock, suddenly asking back. You mean he has a tail? Kuma remained silent, indicating his agreement. Bang! The documents on the desk fell to the ground. Sengoku? Garp looked worriedly at Sengoku. Sengoku was sweating profusely. unconsciously holding onto the desk to support himself. Could it be that guy? How is that possible? He isn't. The Admiral's gaze became vacant, seemingly recalling that night from over a decade ago. How could he appear at this time? No, it must be a mistake. Having a long tail isn't that strange. Are you okay? Sengoku. Garp stood up worriedly to see what was wrong with his longtime friend. I'm fine. Sengoku wiped away the cold sweat and straightened his body again. Kuma, let's keep this matter confidential for now. I'll report it to the higher-ups. You can leave now. What are you looking for? Garp, I'm looking for Sinbei. Where did you hide it? Hurry up and take it out. Get lost. Hey, don't be so stingy. The great Navy hero was kicked out of the room, but Garp didn't mind following Kuma out. Sengoku crossed his arms and sat alone at the desk, staring blankly, lost in memories. I have so much money again. That's great, Umi exclaimed. As the weather turned sunny, look, it's a rainbow. So beautiful. Karina marveled. So amazing. The Straw Hat crew all admired it, some even sparkling with excitement. Just like children. However, Nami had turned grayish-white, like a dried salted fish, lying on the deck with tears streaming down her face. Money, my money. I can't count all this money. Nami-san, drink this cup of my love potion and cheer up. Money, money. Nami had turned into a broken record. Well, it's time to go. Umi clapped his hands. Luffy, Zoro. Are you ready? Ready. Luffy, with a big bag on his back, and Zoro, standing up silently, but looking excited. Devil, I never want to see you again. Nami was held back by Robin's arm, looking fierce, as if she wanted to fight Umi. This was because all the money on the ship had been absorbed by Umi, and Nami couldn't control herself. Robin, however, was very polite. Mr. Longtail, please take good care of our captain. Umi gave a thumbs up, confidently smiling, of course. Don't sell them. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not a scammer. Chopper was teary-eyed, hugging Luffy's leg, crying so hard he could hardly speak. Huh, Lou, huh. FY, wait, for us. Hey, Chopper, you're crying way too exaggeratedly. What's there to be sad about? We'll meet again soon. Usopp complained, looking up. If he looked down, tears would flow from the corners of his eyes. Yosh, kids, let's meet at Sabaody. I'll be waiting for you. Luffy shouted energetically with a big bag on his back. Sanji, make sure to protect everyone. Hi, Nami-san and Robin-chan's safety will be my responsibility. Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts, overjoyed. Usopp reminded him, hey, what about us? Huh, who cares about you? That's too much. Too much. Luffy, look at that guy Sanji. Usopp complained to Luffy while looking up, revealing half his face. Luffy was amused, laughing heartily, ha ha ha. Usopp is so funny. What hassle. Zoro rubbed his neck. Let's get going already. Umi, you're telling the truth, right? Of course. Why would I lie? Karina shot a sidelong glance at Umi, who ignored her, looking as if he wanted them to just trust him. Frankie gestured, Zoro, you better work hard for our share too. Let's get stronger. Of course. Zoro gripped his sword handle, full of determination. I can't believe we're separating right after getting on the ship. I'm so heartbroken. Brook trembled with a handkerchief, wiping his eye sockets. Even though I only have bones, yo-ho-ho-ho. Nami bye-bye. Karina chuckled. Make sure to find more treasures. You stinky fox. Godi. Nami was really going crazy, making an international friendly gesture. I no longer like money. From now on, you can't take a single cent from me. Hee. Karina was very happy to see Nami in such a state. Brook then asked, by the way, Mr. Umi, how are you guys leaving? I need to take that out. Umi told everyone to step back and took out the capsule for the airship. Wait, Umi, let me do it this time. Karina shouted quickly. Huh, I can't stand you, then you can do it. Karina took the capsule, pressed it, and threw it directly on the ground. With a bang, as the smoke dissipated, Umi's airship appeared before everyone. So amazing. Luffy and the others sparkled with excitement. Is this magic? Do it again. Do it again. What is this? Am I blind? I don't have eyes, yo-ho-ho-ho. It's just spatial compression technology. Karina crossed her arms with pride, and if someone didn't know better, they might think she was really knowledgeable. So cool. I really want to study this closely. All right, let us hurry up and set off. Umi looked at her airship, which could only hold 4 people. So it would just be the 4 of us heading to the Sabaody Archipelago first. Such unfamiliar technology. Mr. Longtail really is mysterious. Wait, where do we find you guys? Where do we meet? Usopp hurriedly asked. Just follow us. With how much trouble Luffy causes, it'll be easy to run into each other. No, I can't argue with that. Yo-ho, let us go. Luffy shouted, stepping on the railing of the 2nd floor and jumping down with a loud thud, landing in the airship. Frankie awkwardly touched his nose. It's full. The airship was completely packed with Luffy and his big bag, leaving only the pilot's seat empty. Idiot! Where are we supposed to sit? Zoro was so angry he looked like he was going to explode. What do you need all that stuff for? Put some down. No way. This is all lunch. Luffy stubbornly refused to back down. No way. Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette and rushed into the cabin, and moments later, a loud shout came from inside. Luffy, you bastard. I told you to bring some food, not to move the whole refrigerator. Huh. Everyone was shocked. Do you want to starve us to death? Nami said with a dark expression, but a smile on her face. Luffy, how do you want to die? Looking at his crewmates, Luffy broke out in a cold sweat. I still left a little bit. After a good beating, round-headed Luffy still boarded the airship with his big bag, though it was much smaller than before. Umi, aren't you coming up? Luffy asked from the back seat. Seeing Zoro's face pressed against the glass, looking murderous, Umi waved her hands repeatedly. No, I hate being cramped together. I'd rather fly by myself. Just think of it as exercise. Then let us set off. Hee. Karina started the airship. Watching the four fly away, Usopp sighed, it's so nice. I really want to ride an airship once. Let us set off too. By the way, where's the Sabaody Archipelago? For a moment, no one spoke. Huh, I thought you knew. The Straw Hat crew was in a big crisis. P.S. Today, the power went out 3 times, and I really lost my cool. Regarding updates, I know it's barely hanging on, and sometimes I can't even support it myself. Here I'd like to thank Fallen Silence, who votes every day. Although it's not a starting point vote, I feel like he loves this book more than I do, and I will do my best. Chapter 37 Strange Reunion Sabaody Archipelago. Umi flew faster and finally arrived. Not far away, the huge silhouette of a mangrove tree became clear, forming the Sabaody Archipelago with its roots exposed above the water. This is a dreamlike island. Countless bubbles shimmering in the sunlight, constantly rising and bursting, a spectacle of nature that would make anyone marvel. Oh, Luffy pressed his face against the glass, shocked. Zoro squinted, arms crossed, mumbling to himself, bubbles everywhere. Karina landed the airship and marveled at the scene before her. So beautiful. It feels like a dream. Luffy and Zoro immediately flipped over and jumped out of the airship, with Umi following closely, softly saying, Karina, just stow the airship away on yourself. Is that okay? Karina looked surprised. What? No way. Umi scratched his head. Anyway, I can fly. I don't need the airship. On the other side, Luffy was shouting for help. He had stuck his head into a bubble and couldn't get it out, being carried away by the bubble. Huh, you idiot. Let me break this bubble. Zoro was also flustered. Swish, a flash of the sword, and the bubble burst open, causing Luffy to fall directly to the ground. Zoro hurriedly asked, Luffy, are you okay? Unexpectedly, Luffy got up and laughed, haha. So fun. Let us do it again. You idiot. Zoro's face darkened with anger. All right, Luffy. We have serious business to attend to. Umi smiled and said, aren't you supposed to be saving Ace? As soon as Ace was mentioned, Luffy became serious. You're right. Let's go find that guy. The right hand of the Pirate King. Dark King Rayleigh. Zoro whispered. I wonder how strong he really is. Umi then grabbed the impatient Luffy by the neck, his head stopping in front of Umi while his body kept running forward, stretching his neck by several meters. Are you trying to scare me to death? Umi chuckled. Don't rush. You don't even know the way. Umi tossed Luffy back to his body and looked seriously at Zoro and the dizzy Luffy. I need to tell you something. The Sabaody Archipelago is the garden of the celestial dragons, those guys with bubble helmets on their heads. If you attack them, the Navy admirals will come. Well, I really want to fight an admiral, but let us wait until we find Dark King Rayleigh. Umi said nonchalantly. Karina was quite worried. Hey, are you serious? You want to fight an admiral? Umi, can we be a bit more peaceful? Karina slapped her forehead, speechless, but no one paid attention to her. Let us head to island number 13. Umi looked up at the numbering on the tree. This is island number 2. Remember, you too. Try not to cause trouble before that. Isn't that obvious? Don't worry. Luffy and Zoro replied confidently. Umi suddenly had a bad feeling. The 4 of them set off immediately. Along the way, Umi and Karina admired the scenery, the bustling and dreamlike towns, the shops selling goods, the bubble cars. So much to see that it was overwhelming. Karina couldn't help but exclaim, it's so nice here, if only we could live here. Umi, don't you think? Yeah. Umi shook his head, stretching his neck, who knows? You only see the good side, but you don't know the horrors here. Sabaody Archipelago is like a big city from Umi's past life. It's prosperous, but the pressure is also high. Not to mention a place like Sabaody, where even the slave trade is legal. Crime here is probably a common occurrence, so one can imagine how chaotic it is. In the mixed crowd of Sabaody, there might be many bones under the trees, and who knows how many people have thought about leaving this place. But little do they know, without the power to protect themselves, anywhere is hell. Karina looked at Umi in surprise. I didn't know you thought so deeply. I have a new appreciation for you. Hey, what do you usually think of me? Umi was speechless. You, Karina chuckled, are just a straightforward guy. A single-celled organism. Hey, that's going too far. That guy is. Umi turned around, astonished. Where are they? How can two living people just disappear? Ha ha. Karina was completely amused, bending over and nearly falling to the ground. Umi closed his eyes, but felt no presence of the two, fearing they had already strayed quite far away. Forget them. Let us head to island number 13. Ha ha. Hey, you're not going to laugh yourself to death, are you? Umi hoisted Karina up. What is so funny about this? You guy? On peninsula number 13, Karina finally stopped laughing after climbing a long flight of stairs and asked casually as she looked at the bar in front of her. We didn't go the wrong way, did we? Yeah, this is it. Umi replied, pushing the door open. Excuse me. Is anyone here? Welcome. A young woman in a spider-patterned top, holding a cigarette, elegantly said, What would you like? Umi walked into the bar looking around, and couldn't believe the young woman was from the same era as Rayleigh. Chopper's teacher, Kureha, should really come and ask her about the secret to staying young. As Umi was observing Shaki, she was also looking at Umi and Karina and casually said, I sent this Umi? What brings you here? Yeah, you know me? Umi was surprised. Of course. Shaki took a puff of her cigarette. We met over a decade ago. Didn't you remember? I see. Umi was a bit confused, but didn't say much, explaining his purpose of visit. Listening to Umi's explanation, Shaki didn't take another puff, letting her cigarette burn out silently at her fingertips. Shaki, where's Rayleigh's life card? Can I borrow it? Sure. Wait a moment, I'll go find it. After hearing this, Shaki went back to search. Not long after, Shaki handed a piece of paper to Umi. Here. Rayleigh might be at the casino or the bar. Thanks. Umi took the paper and pushed Karina, who still wanted to rest, out the door. In the tavern, Shaki looked at the newspaper, frowning, and murmured, I didn't expect Fire Fist Ace to be Roger's son. The Navy will probably execute him. I wonder about Rayleigh. And Umi, he still looks so young, just with a different hair color. It's really strange. On the other side of the street, Karina followed behind Umi, unable to stop complaining. Oh, really? Didn't we just walk back? Why do we even go to peninsula number 13? All right, what can I do? Umi looked down at the life card, realizing that sometimes you find what you're looking for is actually much closer than you thought. Let's find those two lost guys while we're at it. Hopefully they haven't caused any trouble. It's Luffy, Karina shouted. Umi looked up and saw Luffy standing by the bun stall, his jaw dropped and drooling all over the place. Ace, buns, no way. I have to save Ace, buns. You, stay away from me. Drool. The shop owner was really angry. You've already eaten so many buns. I won't even take your money. Just leave. Why are you still here? Old man, let me go. Luffy and the shop owner's unusual behavior attracted a crowd of onlookers. Hey, Luffy, what are you doing? Umi, lend me some money. I want to eat buns. Luffy stared with his shiny big eyes, and for a moment, Umi thought this guy was like a pet he raised. Soon after, Luffy was holding buns, munching one after another, and said emotionally, Thank you. Umi, I don't know what happened. I just chased after the bubble car for a while, and you guys disappeared. So I had to stand there waiting for you. By the way, where's Zoro? Umi said with annoyance. He got lost too. What the heck? That guy. Really a troublemaker. Luffy complained. You're not much different from him. Karina said, feeling embarrassed. Chapter 38. Finally meeting Hades' trouble. Where am I? Zoro took a swig from the bottle he was holding. The scene before him had changed significantly compared to just moments ago. Surrounding him were dilapidated, low houses, the streets littered with garbage and wastewater, emanating a foul odor. Nearby, a drunk man lay on a wooden crate, seemingly in a deep sleep. If it weren't for the massive numbered tree not far away and the beautiful bubbles rising in the distance, Zoro would have thought he had left Sabaody Archipelago. Zoro supported his head, trying to recall which numbered island Umi had mentioned, but he had no memory of it. Well, whatever. I'll run into it eventually. Zoro stepped forward, brushing past a group of fierce-looking guys at the corner, overhearing their low murmurs. Boss, we've captured too few slaves recently. If this continues, we'll be starving. A 3-meter-tall, muscular man complained, closely following the boss. We can't even compare to the flying fish riders, let alone hunting dogs. Many of our brothers have already defected. Exactly. Boss, it's been a long time since the brothers relaxed. We haven't made any gains all day. Yapping, yapping. So annoying. The boss, a short man with a mouth full of gold teeth and a gun in his waist, said fiercely, I don't need you to remind me. The boss kicked a nearby crumbling earthen wall, causing cracks to appear and fine dust to fall. A low gasp could be heard from inside a house, but it abruptly stopped, as if it had been just an illusion. Those bastards. How dare they betray me? Just wait. I won't let a single one of you go. The gold-toothed boss swore, his eyes red with rage. And you, anyone who wants to betray me can go ahead. But I will make sure to capture your whole family as slaves. Seeing their boss furious, the little brothers quickly fell silent. Although they were dissatisfied, they all lowered their heads, not daring to speak up. The short boss saw that he had finally subdued everyone, nodded in satisfaction, and reached out to pat the muscular man, casually rubbing his dusty shoes in the wastewater. He caught sight of the old drunk man nearby and casually ordered, Take this old man with you. He can fetch some money. Yes. The little brothers hurried forward to grab the drunk man and stuff him into a sack. On the other side of the corner, Zoro took another drink, complaining, what a hassle. He turned around, lazily saying, Hey, you guys, stop right there. The sudden shout caused the slave traders to freeze, looking at the lean man before them, who had 3 knives at his waist, green hair, earrings, and a long scar on his chest. They couldn't imagine how someone with such injuries had survived. The man looked formidable, and all the slave traders turned their gaze to the boss, wanting to know what to do next. A foreigner, huh? Mind your own business. Zoro didn't respond, just took a sip from his drink and exclaimed, Wow, this wine is really good. The short boss frowned, clearly annoyed by the man's lack of fear. Looking at the old man next to him, it was obvious that confronting Zoro would not be worth it. However, with the team already on the verge of collapse, if he backed down, the gang would surely fall apart. The short boss was frustrated, wondering why he had suddenly run into a meddlesome fool. Suddenly, the muscular man behind him narrowed his eyes and whispered to the boss, Did you get it wrong? This guy is a bounty criminal? Can't be wrong. He's Roronoa Zoro from the Straw Hat Pirates. Bounty of 120 million. That much. The short boss grinned, looking at Zoro as if he were a walking treasure vault. Without hesitation, he pulled out his gun and laughed maniacally, Boys, a big score has come. The little brothers followed suit, drawing their weapons. The atmosphere, thick with tension as a fight, seemed imminent. Zoro watched the slave traders whispering, thinking that if they acted first, it wouldn't count as him provoking trouble. Zoro flicked his thumb, slightly drawing the sword Sandai Kitetsu, its blade gleaming with murderous intent, causing some of the slave traders to momentarily lose focus, their legs trembling involuntarily. At that moment, a loud shout came from afar. Zoro, I found you. Rubber. Huh? Zoro looked up and saw a figure flying toward him, his expression darkening. No way. That idiot. Rubbernet. Bang. With a loud crash. The man who had been a significant threat to the slave traders was struck by an unknown object, flying back and crashing hard to the ground. His wine bottle shattering with a loud pop. I won. I was the first to catch Zoro. Luffy's arms stretched out, binding Zoro tightly, and he shouted happily. Ha ha ha, Zoro. Why do you always get others into trouble? This is... At that moment, Zoro's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes turning red, clearly furious. I'm going to kill you. You idiot. I will definitely kill you. Zoro swore that if his arms weren't tied, he would draw his sword and chop down the idiot in front of him. The slave traders finally realized that the unknown object was a person, and after a moment of recognition, the 3-meter-tall, muscular man shouted, It's Monkey D. Luffy. Bounty of 300 million. The one who declared war on the world government. The old, drunk man nearby, hearing the shout, opened his eyes slightly, as if about to wake up. Huh? You know me? Aha. I'm so fuppy. Luffy's face beamed with joy. Get off me, you idiot. No, we're playing a game to see who can catch Zoro first. The winner gets a free feast. Luffy said seriously, If I let you go, you'll run away. Zoro. I won't. Boss, let's get out of here. They say the Straw Hat Pirates have 3,000 subordinates. They took down the most notorious gang on Judicial Island. TCH, what's with the panic? The gold-toothed boss appeared calm, but cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his body was already turning to flee. Huh? My comrades? They aren't here? Luffy blinked his kind eyes, saying it's just me and Zoro here plus Omi and... Hearing this, the gold-toothed boss and his little brothers, who were planning to escape, all froze, turning back to reveal malicious smiles. Since that's the case, we won't be polite. Hiv. They rubbed their hands together, preparing to attack. This is bad. Luffy, let me go first. We need to deal with these guys. No, you're my lunch. I've been hungry for so many days. Are you kidding? Didn't you eat all the food? While the two were still arguing, the slave traders were unconcerned and charged at them with swords drawn. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the gold-toothed boss blinked. When he opened his eyes again, all of his charging subordinates were lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious, and it had probably taken less than 0.001 seconds. Big Tooth and his remaining subordinates were all in a state of confusion, unable to understand what had happened, wrapped in deep fear and trembling all over. Looking at the young man in front of him, who had a tail swaying behind him, Big Tooth, with a fierce exterior but a weak interior, demanded, You guy, are you the one causing trouble? The young man turned around, ignoring Big Tooth, and simply put down Kalina in his arms, saying in silence, What you two doing? Omi, I won. Luffy laughed. I found Zoro first. Let me go. Are you an idiot? You too, Sai. Really causing trouble for others. What did I say back then? Damn it. How dare you underestimate me? Big Tooth's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, filled with extreme anger, secretly thinking, really, no matter which bastard dares to look down on me. Luffy and Zoro finally separated and were being scolded. Hey, Umi, those guys are about to attack. Stop talking, Kalina said in panic, tugging at Umi's sleeve to get him to take action. Look at you all, running around everywhere. But lucky enough, even like this, Big Tooth gripped his gun, ready to attack. While his subordinates looked bad, but knew they couldn't let it go, they could only go down together. At that moment, the drunken old man sat up, holding his forehead, and at the same time, a powerful conqueror's haki shot up into the sky. Kalina saw all the slave traders collapse in an instant, foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness. Umi's words had just finished. The right hand of the Pirate King, really. Kalina didn't hear what Umi said at all. Looking at the fallen enemies, she felt nothing and exclaimed loudly, What's going on? What just happened? Luffy, lowering his straw hat, looked extremely serious. Did you see that? Zoro squinted, his eyes shining with brilliance, observing the drunken old man standing not far away, and shook his head slightly. Ha ha ha, the weather is really nice today. Rayleigh's eyes sparkled as he happily surveyed everyone, sighing, that straw hat. I wanted to meet you for a long time. Monkey D. Luffy. As for you, Umi, you destroyed the Holy Land Mary Geos but are still alive. What kind of storm do you want to stir up this time? Huh, me? Umi extended his hand, pointing at himself, with a look of disbelief on his face. Chapter 39. The Prophecy of Death at Shaki's Bar. After going in circles, everything returned to the starting point. Karina looked at the old man in front of her, with long curly hair, a beard on his chin, and a head full of silver hair, and couldn't believe this was the legendary king of the underworld, Rayleigh. He looked just like an elderly gentleman, and Karina questioned, Are you really Rayleigh, the king of the underworld? I thought Umi was joking. Hey. Karina, come on, I only tricked you once or twice. Umi rummaged through the fridge, treating the place like his own home, completely at ease. That's amazing, Luffy exclaimed, leaning on the bar with both hands. You really were on the Pirate King's ship? And that move just now? So impressive. Ha ha, that's right. I'm Silver's Rayleigh, the first mate of the Roger Pirates. Nice to meet you. Rayleigh, wearing glasses and with silver hair and beard, had an inexplicable charm. He said cheerfully, Well, those are just some small tricks. After all, it's tough making a living at sea. Impossible. Zoro completely didn't believe it. I didn't see anything just now. Haha, it's all about presents, but that's all in the past. Now I'm just an ordinary film artisan, and everyone calls me Old Ray. By the way, what do you want with me? To apply film? I guess not. Rayleigh teased with a smile. Old Ray, take a look at this newspaper. Shaki tapped her cigarette on the ashtray and handed the newspaper over. The Whitebeard Pirates, Polgadillas, has been imprisoned. Rayleigh quickly scanned the newspaper with a glance. Shaki, taking a drag from her cigarette, said leisurely, They say Ace is Roger's son. Did you know about this? Luffy had already shouted excitedly. Ace is my brother. I've already decided to go save him. Not a blood brother, Karina commented while drinking. This guy's dad is the revolutionary dragon. Huh. One after another. This stuff is good. Umi had already become a foodie, completely uninterested in the conversation around him. Hoji is son? He never mentioned it to me. Rayleigh put down the newspaper, his glasses glinting, lost in thought, seemingly struggling to decide. Do you want me to help? To go save him with you. Please teach us. Luffy had already knelt down, with Zoro following suit, bowing his head to the ground. Please let us become stronger. HM? Rayleigh looked slightly puzzled. You don't need me to cooperate with you personally? Saving someone is my own business. Luffy said sincerely, I just need companions by my side. Isn't it better to have more power to go to Impel Down to save someone? Why not invite me? After all, I'm the captain's son, I wouldn't refuse. This is my adventure with my companions. I just need to successfully rescue Ace. Hearing Luffy's strong words, Rayleigh suddenly felt a bit misty-eyed, as if he saw the old Roger again. As long as there were companions, adventures could happen anywhere. Is that so? Shanks was right. Monkey D. Luffy, that straw hat suits you well. Rayleigh sighed, downing his drink in one go. I've become a fan of Little Monkey. Shocky remarked, looking relieved. Do you know Shanks? Ah, he and Buggy used to. Luffy and Rayleigh were chatting happily. What? Sounds nice. Don't we have help? Karina was quite displeased, tugging at Umi, who was focused on eating. Umi comforted her. I was the one who suggested it. You could say it was a collaboration. Huh. That's still frustrating. Umi, why did you take the initiative to help the Straw Hat? Why? Because it's interesting. Umi first whispered, then affirmed. Protagonist impression value. 35. I hope to boost this to 100 with the Ace incident, completing Luffy's protagonist template. This was Umi's initial plan. To mention Ace to Straw Hat Luffy to achieve this. He didn't want to play the fool anymore. Umi. Shouts of surprise erupted around him, interrupting Umi's thoughts. Huh? What? Just as he regained his senses, Luffy was looking at Umi with starry eyes. Zoro's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and Karina looked at him in disbelief. Umi, you're amazing. Be my partner. Hey, Luffy, why are you suddenly saying this? Then teach me how to become stronger. 3 admirals aren't your match. Are you really that strong? Zoro, just say what you want. Why are you slandering me? Be careful, I don't beat you up. Umi clenched his fists, thinking to himself, how did this clueless guy guess his scion identity? Come fight me. Let me see the peak of the world. Umi, how old are you? You haven't changed in over a decade? What's your secret to maintaining your looks? Don't touch my face. Karina, there's a boundary between men and women, you know? Just a little touch. Just one touch is fine. Looking at the 3 crazy people in front of him, Umi was speechless, while Rayleigh and Shocky were enjoying the show, laughing happily. So what's going on? Umi couldn't even eat in peace anymore. I told them about your glorious history. After all, you're much stronger than me. Rayleigh raised his glass. Umi, why don't you personally teach them? So what did I do? I didn't destroy the Holy Land at all. I don't remember anything. Umi was truly speechless. He had just crossed over, and now here in Sabaody, these guys were saying they had met him before. You 3, be quiet. Umi extended his right fist, and his arm instantly turned into a black line, causing the air in the bar to start flowing. Air blast fist. The airflow created by Umi forced the 3 back, slamming them against the wall of the bar with a thud, temporarily knocking them out and quieting the place down. Umi, with a bitter face, sat at the bar and looked at Rayleigh, asking seriously, so what exactly did I do in the past? Don't you remember? Rayleigh's surprise was genuine. But you 2 look so much alike. Shocky elegantly pinched her cigarette. No, actually, your hair color and pupils have changed. Maybe you were that person's child. What was I like before? Umi speculated privately. Could it be that I turned into a super scion? In the smoke that Shocky exhaled, Rayleigh reminisced. I remember you had golden hair and blue pupils. No, it was light green pupils. Shocky quickly corrected. Ha, getting old. Can't remember. Umi didn't care much. He had already confirmed that person was him, just that he had gone back in time, probably using a time machine. But why'd he go back? Could he return to his future again? So chaotic, forget it. It doesn't matter. Umi scratched his head. His hairstyle had already been fixed, and it would soon return to its original state. Let's take it one step at a time. What'd I do back then? Umi hurriedly asked. It seems I've lost my memory, and am searching for the memories I've lost. Umi's clumsy lie clearly didn't matter to anyone. Rayleigh took a sip and slowly said, I don't know the specifics either, but I do know that you destroyed the Holy Land Mary Geos, freed all the slaves, and managed to escape unscathed despite being surrounded by the 3 admirals. Then you went to Sabaody, and after talking to us, you left alone. 3 months later, the world government announced your death. At that time, you really stirred up a storm. It felt like I was living in a dream. Yes, I still remember it vividly, but now probably no one knows you anymore. Shocky looked at Umi and said solemnly, all your information has been suppressed by the government. You are simply a ghost in history. I died? Umi felt a strange mix of emotions at this moment. Why does this conversation feel like a prophecy? This feeling is really complicated. Besides, wasn't it the fishmen who liberated the slaves? What was their name again? Why should I meddle in it? Umi was puzzled. He began to understand that the past Rayleigh and the others spoke of might actually be his future, under the dim light of the tavern. Rayleigh shook his glass and murmured, Umi, do you really want to save Ace? Even if you don't remember, even if you're really not that person, once the Navy discovers you, as long as there's even a slight resemblance, they definitely won't let you go. This time, you might really be dead? Ha! That would be even better. I'm here to live an exciting life. Omi laughed heartily. It would definitely be interesting from now on. Chapter 40. Individual Training, Sabaody Archipelago. A deserted area. Omi and Karina stood not far away, ready to see how Rayleigh planned to teach the Straw Hat duo. Rayleigh stood there, watching the excited Luffy and Zoro, who were tilting their heads back under the sunlight, drinking fine wine. Let me think about how to teach you. Wine slipped from Rayleigh's lips, and with a pleased sigh, he put down the bottle, his face flushed, exclaiming, "Ah, so refreshing. Let us get started." Uncle Rayleigh. Luffy bounced around excitedly, his face full of enthusiasm. "I can't wait any longer." Zoro remained silent, arms crossed, standing there, but his fingers were trembling, betraying his anxiousness. "Oh, it seems we should have a spar first. Let me see your current strength." "Okay, I'll go first." Luffy couldn't contain himself and rushed forward. But Zoro followed closely behind. "No, Luffy, it should be me first." "Huh? Why?" Luffy asked, puzzled. "Isn't it obvious?" Rayleigh watched the two argue, squinting his eyes half drunk, and said, "You seem to have misunderstood. I meant for both of you to go together." "Huh?" Luffy was confused. "Like this?" "Uncle, you wouldn't Idiot. Our opponent is the Dark King Rayleigh. We can't underestimate him." Zoro drew his sword, preparing for battle. "But I should go first. I know you're strong." "Uncle Rayleigh." Luffy squatted down, his right fist pressing against the ground. "So I'm going all out." "Oh, that's good." "Gear. Second. Is Luffy steaming?" Karina murmured as she saw Luffy turning red all over and emitting steam. Omi observed the scene and explained, "Luffy is accelerating his blood flow. His body is like he has taken a stimulant. Simply put, he has cheating." "What you just said. I don't understand it even more." Rayleigh, however, looked at the steaming Luffy with nostalgia, saying, "Is this the development of his fruit?" How nostalgic. Rubber, as the name of the technique echoed. Luffy's figure vanished from spot. Karina exclaimed in panic, "He disappeared?" "Ha! It's just that you can't see him." Karina grabbed Omi's arm. "Damn it. How dare you laugh at me? I don't see what is so funny about this. Oh, Luffy, you're going to attack from behind me." While Omi was joking around, Luffy reappeared behind Rayleigh. Hearing Rayleigh's muttering, he immediately asked, "What did you say?" But the arrow was on a string. He had to shoot, and the next moment, he shouted, "Jet pistol." Rayleigh, however, moved effortlessly, dodging the attack without even turning his head. Did he see through it? On the other side, Zoro, biting his sword, whispered to himself, quickly charging toward Rayleigh, crossing his two swords, his eyes sharper under the reflection of the blades. Three-sword style? Tiger Hunt. A simple slash. Huh, I see an opening. Rayleigh walked over casually, and Zoro's expression changed completely. Is this a technique from Skypiea? Rayleigh seemed to know their thoughts and clarified in time. This is a type of hockey, observation hockey. Luffy. Together. Zoro took his stance. Okay, leave it to me. Rubber. Luffy suddenly pulled his hands back and quickly rushed toward Rayleigh. Jet machine gun. Rayleigh dodged with ease, facing Luffy's attack like a fish in water. Completely relaxed, just like that god's heart net. On the other side, Zoro's attack also arrived. Three-sword style, 108 troublesome winds. As Rayleigh looked at the blue slash rushing toward him, he tilted his head slightly, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. There's also another kind, which is armament hockey. Rayleigh raised his right hand, merely pushing forward, and a massive shockwave erupted, as if there were an invisible armor around his body. Boom! Zoro's slash was completely ineffective, disappearing instantly, causing Zoro to gaze at Rayleigh with a more serious expression of confirmation. This hockey can even touch the physical form of devil fruits. Even Logia types can be affected. Rayleigh's push transformed into a fist, directly striking Luffy, sending him flying. That hurts. Luffy clutched his stomach, shouting in pain, I'm clearly a rubber man, just like that guy Grandpa. Fire Fist Ace had been imprisoned in Impel Down for a while now. Who knew when he would be executed? In this short time, Rayleigh stood under the sunlight, watching the pale-faced Zoro and the rolling Luffy. Can you learn this kind of power? Some people, no matter how hard they try in their lifetime, will never be able to learn it. Just passing through life, this is hockey. Do you believe you are definitely better than others? Definitely working harder than others? Everyone is so self-important, but the reality is that only a few can master this power. Even if you learn it, it's just a ticket to the era, perhaps just a supporting role. Such things. I don't care. Luffy, supporting a straw hat, stood up despite the pain. As long as I learn this power, I can save Ace, right? TC Zoro sheathed his sword and put on a bandana, his eyes seeming to turn fierce. Good eyes, you two. Really praised. Remember, that's all that matters. The most important thing about hockey is the momentum. Let us start training right away. Uncle Rayleigh, are there only these two kinds of hockey? There's another conqueror S hockey. That S the qualification of a king. Only one in hundreds of thousands has it. It's a person chosen by heaven. Then I must learn it. Luffy vowed loudly. Ha! That is not something you can just learn. Umi patted Karina on the shoulder, turning around and leaving, saying, Let us go. Where to? Not going to watch a bit longer? It's so interesting. Hee hee hee. After watching the previous battle, Karina looked very excited. Everyone was just too cool. Conqueror S hockey. Just hearing about it sounds awesome. I really want to see it with my own eyes. Karina followed behind Umi, her face full of longing. You've already seen it. When? Karina was puzzled, tilting her head in recollection, then said, So what are we going to do now? Of course, training. I need to get stronger too. Umi felt a sense of urgency about her future. What? You're going to train too? Karina suddenly became full of excitement. You must let me watch. Having just seen Rayleigh in them, and hearing some knowledge she had never heard before, Karina was filled with curiosity. Isn't that obvious? My training can't do without you. Umi turned around, looking at Karina with a smile. Karina crossed her arms, feeling that Umi was up to no good, bastard. What? What do you want to do? Don't scare me. Why do we have to train in a room? Karina's head was filled with black lines, looking speechless. And why is it a room with only one bed? Things that should not be seen should definitely be done in a place where no one is around. At this point, Umi's face turned red for the first time. Seeing Umi like this, Karina's face also turned crimson. Steam rising from her head as she played with the purple tips of her hair, shyly murmuring, Hey, Umi, it's not that I don't have feelings for you, but isn't this moving too fast? Let's, What are you saying? Umi held Karina's shoulders, adjusting her position. Karina, remember, if I faint, you have to wake me up, even if it means shaking me awake. You're going to faint? Then you really want to continue? Let's start with holding hands, okay? I don't understand what you're saying. Umi looked confused, grabbing Karina's hand here. Hold on. What is this? Karina stared blankly at the object in her hand. What? My tail? Hold it gently for the first time. Umi recalled her previous feelings and said shyly, Speak really gently. Your training is just for me to hold your tail? No. Yeah. What did you think? Go to hell, Umi. Karina exploded. Umi didn't finish her sentence and fainted directly, her last thought being that Karina, that jerk, told her to be gentle. Chapter 41. Time is of the essence. Time passes day by day. And before one knows it, it seems like a long time has already gone by. Standing at the pinnacle of the sea, what is there that man has not yet grasped? The terrifying white beard, more fearsome than any monster, has a name that resounds across the seas. He is a living legend, yet even the world's strongest man is now old and frail, needing intravenous treatment just to barely stave off death. On the bustling Moby Dick, people come and go. It feels warm and lively, like a family. At the bow of the whale-shaped giant ship, a skull with two crescent moon mustaches flutters as a flag. This is Whitebeard's home. Whitebeard sits in the center, feeling the warmth of his greatest treasure in life, lost in thought as memories of a long-ago conversation flood back to him. Are you going to die, Roger? Yeah, my time is short. Let me tell you how. Old man, a frantic voice calls out. Is that Marco? What's wrong? You seem so anxious. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, snaps back to reality, looking at his son's worried expression. He raises a wine barrel the size of a regular person and takes a deep gulp. Marco, as the ship's doctor and captain of the First Division, signifies what the Whitebeard pirates need most right now, to save someone's life. Old man, Marco hesitates, while the beautiful ship's doctors around them also show concern. Some even urgently chime in, Captain, you can't drink anymore. I drink because I wanna. You need to replenish what you lack. Maybe my body needs the wine. Kula-la-la-la. How can you be like this? The beautiful women complain. But Marco, captain of the First Division, only cares for his father, worry etched in his eyes. Marco, how's the thing I asked you to do? I've already notified them. All 43 of our pirate crews are ready. Even Impel Down 1T stop us. We plan to move from the seabed using coding. This will save time and catch the Navy off guard. Necessary communications are also ready. We can receive news from the outside at any time. If the Navy decides to execute Ace, we can change direction at any moment. I see. No wonder you're my sons. So reliable. Kula-la-la-la. Whitebeard sits there, his sword Yunxia standing tall, gleaming in the sunlight, seemingly excited for the battles to come. The Navy dares to touch my sons. They really have some guts. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Let's make a grand commotion. Old man, why don't you just stay here? We will definitely rescue Brother Ace. Marco can no longer contain his emotions. Don't talk nonsense. Marco, Whitebeard drinks from the barrel furiously. How can a father remain silent when his son is being bullied? Kula-la-la-la. I'm sorry, old man. Marco bows his head, feeling a complex mix of emotions, but mostly a sense of helplessness. Don't worry about me. I am Whitebeard. He stands up, raising Yunxia. Whitebeard stands firm. Since the Navy wants to fight, then let us fight. We must bring my son, your brother Ace, back. Kula-la-la-la, old man. Everyone on the ship looks up to that man with admiration, the world's strongest man, who never seems to age. Beneath the calm sea lies a tempest. On the whale-shaped giant ship, Whitebeard stands there, like a pillar supporting the world's greatest force. The Whitebeard pirates, kings of a new world. Will Moby Dick be swallowed by the sea or continue sailing? Wait for me, Ace. Whitebeard gazes into the distance. Roger, you too. Hey, can you be gentler? This is already my lightest touch. Hee. Karina spreads her hands, clearly enjoying the mischief. Besides, Umi, you won't faint, will you? It doesn't even hurt. That still leaves me powerless. I hate this. Umi is quite helpless. Time has quietly passed, and being caught by the tail also leaves him weak. It seems that overcoming his weakness in such a short time is unlikely. What about Luffy and the others? Umi can't help but ask. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Karina's purple hair has already grown to her shoulders. Time is getting shorter. Let us go back and check. Umi stands up, looking like he needs to find other ways to increase his strength. That guy Shiki has also just arrived. From a distance, Umi sees Luffy practicing with Rayleigh, while Zoro is fast asleep under a tree. Umi can't help but shout, Luffy! Umi's shout reaches them. Rayleigh dodges Luffy's rubber fist and smiles. Umi's here, then let's take a break. Rubber whip. Luffy's face is resolute. Stretching his arm again, no. I still have to work hard. How can I save Ace like this? You're too anxious, Rayleigh chuckles, stroking his beard. Luffy, look. Isn't that bag Umi is holding filled with meat? Meat? Luffy instinctively turns his head to look at the bag in Umi's hand, salivating. No, Ace. Haha. Taking a break is fine too, go ahead. All right then. Umi, Luffy shouts, running over with a big grin. Did you bring meat? Rayleigh smiles at Luffy, but Zoro, who has stood up from under the tree, says, next is my turn. Excuse me. Rayleigh smiles wryly, drawing his sword, looking like he has no time to rest. Did you bring me food, Umi? Luffy snatches the bag from Umi's hand, only to find it empty, and his face darkens. Sabaody. Umi scratches his head. It seems I ate it all. Next time I promise. You idiot. Luffy glares at Umi angrily. How greedy can you be? Umi laughs, but Karina stands up. You can't talk. You're a big eater too. All you do is eat. How many of our things have you consumed? You don't pay for them. Huh? What did you say? Luffy gets angry. I eat less than Umi, okay? Hey, Luffy, that's a bit too much. Huh? You and Umi are not the same. How are we different? Umi just eats more than I do. Straw Hat Luffy, do you still want to eat meat? I'm the one responsible for your living expenses. Karina crosses her arms. Looking high and mighty, if you want to eat, apologize to me. Karina, that's too much. Don't be too hard on him. I'm sorry. Luffy immediately bows an apology. Luffy, you really are so spineless. Umi is at a loss for words. That's more like it. Watching Karina act all high and mighty, Umi felt quite speechless. Umi didn't care about them and walked closer to where Rayleigh and Zoro were fighting. Umi, do you have something to say? Rayleigh casually dodged Zoro's attacks, looking like an old man sunbathing, quite relaxed. Bastard, don't ignore me. Zoro's attacks became faster as he suddenly placed his two swords behind him. Two-sword style, tiger hunt. I might have a bit of trouble recently. How about letting Karina stay at Shaki's shop for now? Why? You want to abandon me? Karina quickly came over, blinking her big, pitiful eyes. You heartless guy. I've treated you so well. What kind of treatment? Curious Luffy asked. Hey, watch your words. It's nothing. Umi felt embarrassed. I might fight against an admiral. You should. Umi, goodbye. Do you have any treasure chests buried somewhere? Hurry and tell me. Karina was just like someone wanting to split inheritance. You're too realistic. Fighting an admiral? Rayleigh was taken aback. You're really something? Looking for trouble? I promised you. Take care of yourself. Haha, don't worry. I'm confident. Umi, you really don't have any treasure to share with me? We're partners. You're so annoying. Chapter 42 Auction of the Celestial Dragons. The weather was just right, and the resin bubbles under the sunlight emitted a dazzling array of colors as they floated slowly into the sky. Shops lined both sides of the street. With a mix of sparse and dense crowds, the sounds of hawking, chatter, and the continuous flow of bubble carts filled the air, making the street feel completely packed. Ding ding! The crisp sound of chains suddenly rang out, and in an instant, the bustling market fell silent. Everyone gradually knelt down along the sides of the road, creating a clear path down the once crowded street. Kneel down quickly. It's the celestial dragons. Hey, you young man, why aren't you kneeling? Huh? Are you talking to me? Umi looked around at the people kneeling on the ground, with some cautiously reminding him to do the same. Sorry, I have something important to do. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you looking for death? The old man glared in anger. Shuh. A man nearby quickly pressed down on the old man's head, ignoring that guy. The celestial dragons are coming. The sound of chains grew closer, revealing a fat and ugly man sitting atop a slave, sniffling like an idiot. With each movement of the slave, blood trails and exhausted gasps were left behind. What fun things are happening today? The celestial dragon, wearing a bubble helmet, asked in confusion. Of course, there were guards following the celestial dragon, as he was a world noble residing in the holy land of Mariewa. Yes, a man in a suit with sunglasses immediately replied. There will be an auction soon. Are you interested? Your father might be there. I want a new mermaid. The celestial dragon pinched his nose. The one at home is about to die. Let's change direction. The suited man fell silent for a moment before speaking again. It said that mermaids are hard to capture, so this time. Wait a minute. Charo suddenly yanked the chain hard, bringing his mount to a halt. Hey, you. Why are you standing there? We're done for. He looked over. We're dead. Lower your head. Lower your head. Don't make eye contact. Some children had already started to cry softly, Mom. I'm scared. Huh? Me? Umi stepped out from the kneeling crowd, scratching his head as he looked at the approaching celestial dragon. Sorry, you must be a celestial dragon, right? What's your name? Huh? What an audacious fellow. The celestial dragon stood face to face with Umi, shocked and furious to the point of being speechless. How could? Hey, can't you even say your name? Umi stood in front of the celestial dragon. Lord Charos, please calm down. This damned commoner isn't worth your anger. The suited man quickly stepped in to placate him, while instructing the guards behind him, you all. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted. Charos had already shot. How dare you stand before me? Umi casually caught the bullet and slapped the celestial dragon across the face. Why so violent, really? You. Bang! The celestial dragon was directly knocked to the ground by Umi's slap, falling unconscious. He hit the celestial dragon? Run. The warship is coming. What are you joking about? Crazy. The crowd erupted into chaos like boiling water, the noise rising to the skies, and the street became a complete mess in an instant. You bastard. The suited man initially froze, then became furious. What good deed have you done? He never expected that someone would dare to attack a world noble celestial dragon in broad daylight. It was something he would never dream of. But on the ground, Charos was rolling his eyes, and the chaotic shouts of the crowd were all too real. Sorry, Umi felt a bit dazed. It was a reflex, just a reflex. I didn't mean to knock him out. This isn't how I planned it. You bastard. Guards, get him. What are you all waiting for? Yes. The 3 guards behind him rushed forward. You bastard. How dare you attack a celestial dragon? Extreme punishment. You must be given the death penalty. The 3 guards, clad in armor and incredibly imposing, charged at Umi with their long spears. Whoosh. The long spear sliced through the air. Umi bent down just in time to dodge. His body spun suddenly, and with a kick, he sent the spear flying from the guard's hands. With a powerful kick, his toe struck the guard's chest, sending him flying, blood spraying into the air as he crashed into a wall, buried under the rubble. Then, dodging another spear tip, Umi grabbed the spear, and with a powerful twist, he hurled the guard holding it into the air, where he fell heavily to the ground, his helmet twisted and deformed, knocked out like a turned-over onion. The last guard, witnessing this terrifying scene, involuntarily braked with his feet, then stepped back 2 paces preparing to defend himself with his spear. Umi was unstoppable, twirling the long spear and creating a whirlwind, charging forward. Using the spear like a steel rod, he swept the last guard away. The spear in the guard's hand shattered into pieces under Umi's assault. Blood gushed from his mouth, and the ground was left with deep dents. Hiss, the man in the black suit, was dumbfounded, his throat constricted. In just 3 breaths, in the blink of an eye, 3 strong men were taken down by Umi. Crushed, utterly crushed. Umi had just warmed up, and the battle was already over. With the spear, he lifted the unconscious Charos, hanging him on the spear tip, and Umi hummed a tune as he prepared to leave. The black-suited CP0 came back to his senses and shouted loudly, "Where are you taking?" Lord Charos. The CP0 under the sunglasses was nearly fainting. He hadn't checked the calendar before leaving today. What kind of monster had he encountered? You mean this guy? Umi hummed a song. Hum, you just tell the celestial dragons related to him to prepare at least 5 billion. I'll be waiting for you at the auction. What? What kind of joke is this? The veins on the black suit's forehead bulged. Who do you think you are? Treating world nobles like this? Who are you? You're declaring war on the world government. Are you seeking your own death? Is that so? Thanks for the reminder. Umi turned back with a smile. As for me, haha, I'm just a passing mass knight. What? The black suit was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Sigh. So frustrating. It seems you don't understand. Umi looked up and sighed, gazing at the bubbles in the sky. I'm just a nameless nobody. See you at the auction. How can I let you go just like that? The black suit suddenly stomped the ground, shattering it as he rapidly approached Umi. 6 king spears. But Umi seemed to have foreseen it, thrusting the long spear into the ground, turning around to deliver a fierce whip kick to the black suit's abdomen. Wow! The black suit spat blood. His body shot out like a cannonball, crashing into a large tree, getting stuck firmly inside. Isn't this a bit too heavy-handed? Umi scratched his head and muttered, drawing out his spear and heading towards island number 1. This is truly amazing. Captain Jiang Bowl of the pirates started the bidding at 1 million berries. It actually sold for a sky-high price of 100 million berries. The person who bought him is the esteemed Lord Roswad. Let's congratulate Lord Roswad. The flashy man wearing star-shaped sunglasses flushed with excitement, shouting loudly amidst the applause of the auction. Disco was internally cheering. He knew that as long as there were celestial dragons present, they would definitely make a huge profit. They're all people who aren't short on cash and would drive up the prices like fools. It was just too exhilarating. Little did the happy Disco know that disaster was approaching him. The auction continued. Now entering the stage is No. 13. It is Pung. The door of the auction hall was kicked open, and Umi, carrying the spear, stepped into the venue. It's the esteemed Lord Charlos. Disco looked at the celestial dragon at the tip of the spear and involuntarily shouted his name. No. No. I misspoke. Disco was flustered, and the audience began to whisper. Saint? Did he just say saint? What? What did he say? Celestial dragon? The slave being auctioned is a celestial dragon. Ahem. Umi stood at the door, cleared his throat, looked at the sunlight streaming into the dark auction hall, and shouted. The starting price is 5 billion berries. Chapter 43, The Admiral Moves Out. Hey, is this headquarters? A young man wearing a navy hat knelt on the ground, shouting into a transponder snail. Hey, I'm a first-class seaman stationed at Sabaody. Navy number 10,086. You don't need to shout so loudly. I can hear you. The transponder snail impatiently replied while digging at its ear. What's the matter? Someone has attacked and kidnapped a celestial dragon in the street. What? The transponder snail exclaimed in surprise. Who did it? I don't know. The man cried out in despair. He is currently at the auction venue on Sabaody, Island number 1. There are 2 celestial dragons there. Please send support quickly. The station navy at Sabaody has been completely wiped out. Repeat, they have all been wiped out. The young man shouted in despair, surrounded by unconscious comrades. Hurry! Someone come. The young navy felt dizzy, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, weeping as he held his fallen brother tightly. Hello! Are you still there? Wake up! Amid the cries, the transponder snail shouted loudly, seemingly talking to the air. From a sky, the route from Island No. 40 to Island number 1 was shrouded in smoke, with guns and cannons strewn everywhere. Countless Navy soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, as if blown by a strong wind, creating a chaotic symphony. In the eyes of the young soldier, the bubbles rising from the ground seemed to turn blood red, beautifully alluring, dazzling to the point of being blinding. At Mary Geos, in a spacious room bathed in gentle sunlight, the entire room appeared exceptionally noble and beautiful, with shadows only in the corners. Really? Fleet Admiral Sengoku pressed his forehead. His face darkened as he scolded. You don't even know who did it? What is the intelligence department doing? Please calm down. The most urgent matter is that the suspect is still at the Sabaody Island number 1 foot population market. No, wait, it's the Job Stability Office. There are still 2 celestial dragons there, Lord Rosward and Lady Carulia, along with the kidnapped Lord Charlos. There are 3 people who may have fallen into the suspect hands. A Navy officer with a scar on his face reported loudly. In any case, we suspect this is a planned crime, an unprecedented heinous incident. TCH Sengoku gritted his teeth and asked irritably, did the suspect make any demands? Yes. The suspect previously mentioned he wants 5 billion berries. 5. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku's mouth dropped open in disbelief, roaring, what kind of joke is this? Does this bastard not have any brain? Wanting so much? The reporting Navy officer was also intimidated by Sengoku's aura, taking 2 steps back. This is just the initial price. There is a possibility the other party will raise the price again upon discovering the celestial dragons at the auction venue. There is still no latest news, but the ships transporting the heavenly gold have all turned towards Sabaody. What? Why didn't I know about this? Sengoku's face turned extremely grim. This is an order personally issued by the Gorosei. They said the top priority is to protect the safety of the celestial dragons. Damn it. Sengoku weakly sat back on the sofa, impatiently shaking his right leg. You guy, why are you still sleeping? Didn't you hear? Oh dear. It seems I'm about to get involved in trouble. A tall man raised his green blindfold and yawned. How do you want me to go? Who else is here besides you? Sengoku glared at Akiji unhappily. No matter what happens, as long as someone lays hands on the world nobles, our navy must not remain indifferent. But that's the population market, right? I don't like it. Kazan closed his eyes, his body sinking into the sofa. Today I feel lazy. I really want to sleep. Are you a child? Sengoku thought to himself, annoyed as he looked at Akiji. But he couldn't get mad. Akiji always responded better to a softer approach. It's this guy's fault. Why did he say it out loud? Sengoku could only glare fiercely at the reporting Navy officer. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? The reporting Navy officer was so scared that his legs went weak, internally thinking how it was none of his business. Sengoku suddenly seemed to age a decade, sighing. You're still an admiral. Can you act like it? I will retire sooner or later, right? Just go take a look, even if you don't like it. It's something we have to face eventually. Think of a way to solve it. Akiji stood silently for a moment, slowly rising to his feet, his tall figure standing in the sunlight, casting a shadow that reached the dark corners. The weather is really nice today, Kazan mused. I think I'll go for a bike ride. Huh, training stopped? Why? In Shaki's bar, Luffy sat on the sofa, looking at Rayleigh, who was drinking, and loudly questioned, his face showing extreme confusion. There is not much time now. This isn't time to rest, Uncle Rayleigh. Luffy pulled up Zoro, who was still sleeping on the sofa, and strode towards Rayleigh. Let us go. We need to train. Rayleigh quickly raised his hands. Okay. Listen to me. You've been a bit impatient lately, Luffy. The outside is a mess. Who knows? No, the Navy Admiral will definitely come. Do you want to meet Ace with handcuffs on? Admiral? Straw Hat Luffy was slightly stunned. Is Akiji coming? Who knows? Rayleigh smiled, lightly lifting his wine bottle. Anyone can come. After all, someone attacked the celestial dragons. Just take a good rest for a day. Your progress has been very fast. But Luffy was about to speak when Shaki came out holding meat. Little monkey, the barbecue is ready. Do you want to eat? I want to eat. Luffy raised his hand and dashed over with shining eyes. Rayleigh was astonished, took a sip from his wine bottle, and smiled at Shaki leaning against the bar. You really have a way. I can't do that. Huh? Shaki smiled proudly, the cigarette in her hand sparking to life. Let me won't he have any problems, right? Of course not, Rayleigh replied generously. That guy's as strong as a monster. Why are you worried? I'm asking for a certain little girl. Rayleigh caught a glimpse of purple hair flashing behind the curtain, leading to the inner room, nodding knowingly. Karina entered the inner room, looking out at the smoke, clasping her hands together unconsciously, silently praying. You must come back, Omi. I miss you a bit. Please don't get into trouble. You are my partner. Father, is that Brother Charlos? In the front row of the auction venue, a woman covering her face with a silk scarf gasped in surprise, and wearing sunglasses, she immediately recognized Charlos in the sunlight. The bright red palm print clearly visible on his face, and his right cheek was already swollen. He hung on a spear like a pig's head for sale, and it was obvious who the instigator was, the boy in the sunlight with a tail wagging behind him. Huh. Hearing his daughter's reminder, Roswald was taken aback. After adjusting to the brightness, he finally saw the person coming. Hey, bastard, who are you? Why is Charlos with you? The celestial dragon Roswald stood up from the front row, angrily walking up the steps to question Omi, while shouting, We are the descendants of the Creator. You know. In the sunlight, Omi raised a finger, and a beam of light pierced straight through Roswald's chest. Sorry, you're a bit loud, Omi said, digging at his ear, his eyes slightly reddening. I'm feeling a bit excited right now. Please take care of my first business. You. Roswald clutched his chest, weakly sitting down on the aisle, blood flowing down the steps. Father, Shalilia shouted in panic. Guards! Someone's been killed. The celestial dragon is injured. Where's the Navy? Where's the Navy? This is a slave market. How could the Navy be here? Let's run. In the next moment, a sharp killing intent swept across the entire auction venue. The auction hall, which had been becoming noisy, fell completely silent. The guests felt their bodies losing control. only their hearts pounding fiercely, reminding them that they were still alive. Here, only one voice could be heard, and that was Umi's. Let's continue the auction. Chapter 44. The roles reversed. Fear is for better survival. In the auction hall filled to capacity, all participants were frozen in shock under Umi's terrifying presence. It was the instinct for survival warning them. An enemy was casting a watchful gaze upon them. A terrifying existence was focusing on them. To flee or to fight. Neither. Just stay still. As long as you remain motionless, the opponent won't notice you. Just be quiet, and that's how you survive in the contest between life and death. Your brain will reassess the current situation and teach you what to do. Then everything will return to normal. Crack. With a casual thrust, Charles thrust his long spear into the wooden stage, standing there like a product displayed under the spotlight for every audience member. Umi sat at the edge of the stage, listening to the heartbeat of the entire hall, impatiently addressing Disco. Hey, didn't I say to start the auction already? Disco, wearing star-shaped glasses, could barely utter a complete sentence. He was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, all intelligence was useless. Umi shook his head and reined in his aura, and the atmosphere in the hall seemed to regain warmth, becoming somewhat more human. Everyone's heart rates and breathing gradually slowed, the goosebumps on their arms slowly fading, with only the sweat-soaked backs reminding everyone of the previous terror. Father, Shalilia cried out, throwing herself onto Rod's ward in panic. Even the high and mighty celestial dragons only dared to check on their father's injuries now. You damn commoners! How dare you treat us this way? I will make you suffer. I'll capture you as a slave and let you starve to death. It must be said that the celestial dragons were either oblivious or their privileged lives had caused them to lose their sanity. The first thing the headstrong Shalilia did after coming to her senses was not to call for help for her father, but to make Umi pay. Guards! Guards! Get over here! Capture this bastard! Amidst Shalilia's cries, some guards indeed began to act, rushing towards Umi with weapons in hand. How dare you harm St. Rodward? This is a serious crime. Just then, beep, a laser shot out, the golden beam piercing through 5 or 6 people's bodies, flying out the auction hall's door. A thunderous explosion echoed, and thick smoke filled the air outside, sending bullet-like stones flying inside. The guards rushing towards Umi toppled down the steps like arranged dominoes, blown away by the wind and sand. As everyone turned their attention to this display of power, Umi casually picked up the spear and swung it behind him, causing Charles to fall onto the stage, the red tassel on the spear shaking like a fierce tiger leaping through a gorge. Ding the long, piercing sound echoed far away. The surprised attacker, stunned, realized that his long knife had already slipped from his hand. Seeing Umi had turned around, he attempted to pick up the weapon at his feet, but found half his body paralyzed. No! No! Umi's spear showed no hesitation as it drove straight into the man's throat. As the spear withdrew, the man clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground like a fish dying of thirst. Only blood bubbled forth, frightening Disco, who hid behind the unconscious Charles, terrified that Umi would notice him. In a short moment, another bloodshed occurred. The audience, who had just opened their mouths to express their disdain for Umi, could only close them emptily again. Is that enough? Does anyone else want to fight? Umi spoke, the golden light piercing through Shalilia's calf, causing her to collapse as she tried to support her father's body. It hurts. Blood. It's blood. Shalilia rolled on the steps, clutching her calf, tears and snot streaming down her face. Damn it. It hurts so much. Umi hadn't forgotten about this living person. You. Umi pointed at Disco hiding over there. What are you dawdling for? Get out here and work. Disco, with a pained expression, stood up, his legs trembling. What do you want me to do, my lord? Umi sighed lightly. The auction. Yes. You want me to auction the celestial dragon? Disco asked quietly. He hadn't misheard. He just knew that if he followed Umi's orders, not only would Rodsword's family of celestial dragons retaliate, the world government would not let him off either. I don't know if you know the warlord Doflamingo. This shop is under his protection. Disco tilted his head toward the wall behind him, where a huge pirate emblem was displayed. Umi said nothing but raised his finger at Disco, the tip of his index finger glowing with golden light. Wait a minute. Disco, well aware of the power behind Umi's move, immediately surrendered and shouted loudly. Next is the celestial dragon, St. Rodward. Just 5 billion berries. This is a true world noble. Take him home if you like. The hall fell silent. Not a single person shouted a bid. Everyone wore dark expressions. Some even closed their eyes, preferring not to see. This was a world noble, a descendant of gods, the celestial dragons. How could they be auctioned as slaves? The world government would surely hold them accountable afterward. Whether a king or a wealthy merchant, they were all merely lowly beings before the celestial dragons. No one could offend them. Please bid. Please bid. Is there no one willing to bid? Disco shouted loudly, wiping the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. What was going on? At this rate, he was the only one participating in this farce. Damn it. Even the pawns he arranged didn't dare to speak up. They were all bastards. Disco was already at his wit's end, planning to drag more people down with him, hoping he might still have a chance to survive. In a panic, Disco watched as Umi stood on the stage, yawning and announcing, "You, call out numbers in order. Those who don't bid will die." Are you kidding me? A king slammed the armrest in anger, standing up to refute Umi's unreasonable behavior. He was immediately shot through the head by a laser, slumping back into his chair. Didn't you come here to participate in the auction? If you don't want to bid, then come up and be a slave. How boring, Umi said, sitting on top of Charles, directly instructing a staff member in the hall. Bring all the slaves here. Okay. The staff member dared not refuse. The consequences of resisting Umi were all too clear. Under Umi's indifferent commands, the roles reversed, and the auction began anew, with bids rising one after another. 10 billion. 15 billion. 16 billion. Oh dear, did I walk into the wrong place? Kazan strolled into the auction hall, lazily speaking. This isn't what I expected. It's Admiral Akiji. You bastard Navy. Why did it take you so long to get here? Come save us. On the stage, the guests had turned into slaves, standing there for people to admire and bid on. The slaves at the auction are now all sitting in their seats, shouting and bidding. Damn the Navy. They actually turned up. It's really disgusting. Our good days are ending so soon. Just kill those scum. I'd rather die. Chapter 45. Don't be cowardly, Admiral. It's Admiral Akiji. The Admiral is here. We're about to be saved. The distinguished guests, treated as commodities and auctioned off, shed tears of joy, their necks adorned with slave collars. Oh dear, this is quite troublesome. Akiji exhaled a breath of warmth. The situation in the venue was clear at a glance. Even the celestial dragons wore slave collars, with the older ones unconscious and the young women wailing, though their voices were already quite faint. Even if Akiji could easily destroy the slave collars, the sheer number before him would require considerable time, and the noise from the slaves sitting nearby was too loud, seemingly echoing in his heart. Most importantly, the enemy likely wouldn't let him easily rescue everyone, making it a difficult task. Admiral Akiji, huh? Umi sat atop Charlos, his fluffy tail noticeably swaying above his head. The young man's face still appeared youthful, but Akiji's observation haki told him this was a dangerous individual. A terrifying aura was contained within that small body, sending chills down one's spine. Welcome, welcome. Umi clapped his hands lightly. Umi truly welcomed him. What he wanted to see most was either Akiji or Kizuru, both of whom were known for being lazy. One due to his inherent kindness, the other truly just clocking in and coasting through the day. Some even believed Kizuru was a Revolutionary Army officer. Oh dear. Akiji ignored the arrogant Umi and lazily asked, "Are you the criminal? What are you doing? Just passing the time. Is the money ready? Well, if you can get out, you can take it." In the raucous auction, a layer of ice spread out beneath Admiral Akiji's feet, the cracking sound seeming insignificant against the dying struggles of the slaves being sold. They seemed like moths to a flame, completely mad and twisted. The Navy, the world's largest violent organization, was undoubtedly a force that no one could resist. Are you going to make a move against me? Umi teased with a smile. Well, after all, I'm in the Navy. Akiji's body suddenly began to elementize, ice and snow creeping up his cheeks. You took down the Navy stationed at Sabaody, right? This matter can't just be left unaddressed. The temperature in the auction venue dropped, and Umi keenly noticed the celestial dragons lying there, their wounds beginning to freeze and stop bleeding. Oh, a bit impressive, huh? Umi said, directing his palm at Akiji. Energy rapidly gathering in his palm, a milky white light shining exceptionally bright. The energy gathered in his hand, and Umi speculated if this counted as haki, unsure if it would be effective against a Logia-type body. If it worked, Umi could claim to be a Logia killer in the future. No matter the element, a continuous stream of energy blasts would make even the strongest deities bow down. The kings and wealthy merchants on stage were dumbfounded. The glowing sphere in Umi's hand looked terrifying, and what started as a small beam at his fingertips had caused a tremendous explosion outside the door. What weight did this carry now? Are you kidding? To make a move here? Stop it. We'll all die. Akiji, what are you doing? Aren't you here to save us? Shouted a king, his face red and neck thick. Akiji, however, seemed unfazed, the layer of ice beneath his feet thickening. His body already mostly elementized, the entire room seeming to descend into winter, a cold breeze hitting them. In an instant, Aokiji could freeze the entire venue, turning everyone into ice sculptures. The slave collars would naturally become ineffective, and with timely rescue, no one would die. This was precisely why the wise strategist Sengoku sent Aokiji. Not the strongest magma or the fastest light, but ice the strongest control. Ice that served both as an attack and a guarantee of hostage safety. The crucial point of this attack was whether he could freeze Umi. Bubble, bubble, bubble. In this life-and-death gunpowder scene, the voice of a transponder snail suddenly rang out. Umi and Akiji's gazes shifted slightly to Disco, who was holding the microphone, sweating profusely, only able to awkwardly move towards the transponder snail, his lower half numb with fear. Aokiji, are you at the auction venue? A deep male voice rang out, causing some to tremble slightly and instinctively breathe more softly. It was the five elders. This king would not mistake it. This voice belonged to one of the five elders. I'm right here, Aokiji replied lazily. Remember, the most important thing is to protect the celestial dragon's safety. The criminal is also here, right? Let's speak directly with him. Hello. What's the matter? Umi spoke up directly, as if greeting a good friend. Has the ghost of history reappeared? Are you planning to oppose our world government? To avenge your father? Huh. Umi was taken aback. What do you mean? We've seen your photo. You must be that ghost child. The safety of the celestial dragons must be guaranteed. The money is ready. 20 billion at the port of Island Number 1. We also suffered heavy casualties back then. You'd better think carefully before acting. Don't let hatred lead to irrational behavior. The descendants of the Creator are not to be provoked, but this time we can let bygones be bygones. Each of the five elders spoke, leaving Umi somewhat at a loss. What did it mean to say the most defiant words in the most cowardly tone? How was that different from saying, just wait, this time let it go? Was he really a loser in the past? Why did it feel like the five elders were scared of him? However, 20 billion. It must be said, the five elders were truly powerful. Not only could they immediately identify Umi's identity, but they also prepared cash right away. This was the power of authority. Aokiji, as long as the other party does not take action against the celestial dragons, you need not make a move. But Aokiji hesitated slightly. Get this clear. This is not a request. It's an order. Do you want to defy us? The Navy is merely our subordinate organization. You need to think clearly about what the right direction is. Click. The transponder snail was directly hung up, leaving Aokiji with a dark expression. Ha ha. Then I'll take my leave. Umi, without hesitation, grabbed Charlos, soared into the air, broke through the ceiling, and headed towards the number 1 port. Aokiji exhaled warmth, but did not stop him, casually crushing the slave collar of the person beside him. Admiral, that's a slave. Once Umi left, the distinguished guest became arrogant again, wanting to remind Aokiji that he had freed the wrong person. Isn't the world government's stance against the existence of slave trading? His lazy tone remained unchanged, but there was a hint of disgust in his words. You all were slave collars as well. Does that mean you are also slaves? And no. How could that be? You're right. The other party hurriedly flattered. Everyone here is a victim. Ordinary Navy soldiers began to pour in, after Aokiji arranged the slaves. He walked out of the auction with a somewhat lonely demeanor. Kazan seems to somewhat understand why Mr. Karp is unwilling to be promoted to admiral. What exactly is the Navy's justice, and how should one uphold their own justice? Under the sunlight in Sabaody, Aokiji stands there contemplating life's philosophy. In the distance, however, Navy soldiers come running in panic. Admiral, it's bad. Something big has happened. Oh dear, why haven't you left yet? Kazan looks at Umi, who is standing on the dock, holding a scolding celestial dragon, surrounded by Navy soldiers with guns. I've been waiting for you. Umi smiles, having just acquired a large sum of money, feeling exceptionally pleased. As for the Navy surrounding him, Umi humbly says he doesn't take them seriously at all. Waiting for me? Kazan raises an eyebrow in slight confusion. Come, stand properly. Umi positions the celestial dragon. You damn lowlife. Let me go. What do you want to do to me? Slap. Umi suddenly strikes, delivering a hard slap to Charlos, sending him flying and making a complete 360-degree spin. Oh, St. Charlos. Are you okay? You bastard. What do you take the celestial dragons for? Crazy. Hitting a celestial dragon in front of an admiral. Amidst the stunned exclamations, Umi points at Aokiji. Come, let's have a fight. Even Aokiji is somewhat taken aback. As for the celestial dragon Charlos, he has fainted again, with a bright red handprint clearly visible on his face. I can't understand you at all, Kazan scratches his head. realizing that now Omi can't leave even if he wanted to. Chapter 46, Omi versus Akiji. The sky was just right, and at the port of Sabaody Archipelago number 1, a chilling ice was spreading. Crack, crack, as the sun shone intensely. Releasing all its power, the ice surface covered the sea at a visible speed, reflecting dazzling white light onto the sunlight. All the Navy had retreated, boarding their warships and moving away from the port, only daring to stand far off and watch. The admiral made his move in an instant, freezing the area for miles. Some slower ships were directly imprisoned in place, unable to move an inch. This was already a world of ice and snow. Omi soared into the air, avoiding the ice covering beneath him, his aura erupting to ensure he wouldn't be overwhelmed by the snow and ice. "Ice spear," Akiji whispered, blue light points gathering in the fierce wind, transforming into solid ice spears. These were not ordinary ice spears. They were wrapped in a domineering aura. The solid spear tips shining with a deadly light like black steel. The ice spears surged forward, the air howling as they shot towards Omi in the sky like missiles. Omi stood midair, his hands glowing as a large amount of aura gathered at his fingertips, radiating brilliant light, as if small suns were exploding at his fingertips. Hiss! Golden rays instantly shattered the ice spears, the shattered remnants falling to the ground in the fierce wind, melting like water under the bright sun, returning to the ice surface. But this was merely a simple probe. The admiral's attack was not yet over. With a thunderous roar, the ice surface heaved, and massive ice waves crashed forward. The trapped Navy on their ships watched in astonishment, dumbfounded at the scene before them. Such a simple alteration of the terrain was a power only nature possessed, an unimaginable force. This kind of power, is it the admiral? The world's strongest, unstoppable. The might of the natural system was on full display, capable of creating terrain even without geographical advantages, and the omnipresent elemental body could move with ghostly speed. The ice waves crashed, seemingly trying to compete with the sky. In the face of such power, Omi's figure appeared insignificant. The Navy on the warships roared with excitement, mocking Omi coldly. "Ha, that little brat is scared silly. See, this is the power of justice." However, the vice admiral on the warship noticed that Omi was not without action. He saw Omi gently raise his right hand, seemingly wanting to block the ice wave like an ant trying to shake a tree. At this point, still struggling in vain, the vice admiral shook his head, unable to believe that this criminal would not think to evade the admiral's attack. He had thought Omi would surely flee from the air towards their direction, as the admiral's attack only had gaps here. Then he would use his years of hard practice to strike Omi down from the air and capture him. But it was all wishful thinking. The vice admiral scoffed. So foolish. No wonder he would attack the celestial dragons. What a lunatic. Yet the vice admiral could not see the excited smile on Omi's face as he raised his right hand, a condensed ball of aura forming in his palm. The brilliance dazzling. "Ordinary air bullet," Omi murmured softly. In the next moment, the ordinary air bullet was released, slowly flying towards the towering ice wave. The small light ball was exceptionally eye-catching, and all the soldiers on the warship noticed Omi's attack. The minuscule air bullet looked vastly different from the towering ice wave, leaving them speechless, unable to stand straight, bursting into laughter. "Are you kidding? This is a counterattack. My God, I'm so scared. Hey, haha, this guy must be here to make us laugh. We can't say it's absolute. What if he just looks like he can't do it, but in reality, he really can't? Amidst the noise, the light ball was about to make contact with the ice wave, and in the next second, light and heat erupted, energy exploding. In a thunderous roar, the Navy soldiers felt as if their heads had been struck with a hammer, their ears temporarily deafened. Their eyes closed tightly from the bright light, tears streaming uncontrollably. My eyes! What happened? Help! Help! It was merely the aftershock of the attack. The soldiers on the warship lost all combat capability, unable to withstand it. The vice admiral, who aimed to shoot Omi down from the air, could still open his eyes, though he certainly had no such thoughts now. As the light and heat gradually faded, the massive ice wave was already shattered, with ice chunks falling apart. Behind Omi, large ice blocks dropped from the sky, but suddenly the ice surface heaved. Akiji's form had already elementalized, exhaling cold air that directly transformed into an ice blade, which he gripped in his hand, striking at Omi. Clang! Omi raised both hands, pulling an orange-red stick from thin air, blocking the strike. "Oh dear! Have I been discovered?" Akiji showed no regret, offering no resistance as Omi struck him down with the stick, turning him into shattered ice fragments. I didn't expect you to sneak attack as well. Umi held the Rui stick in one hand, standing in the air, vigilant. That's right. This was the Rui stick Umi had just bought. Don't ask why. Don't ask how much. Umi was no longer the old Umi. Having money means being willful. Countless ice blocks were falling from the sky, Aokiji's figure moving unpredictably among them, only his voice coming through. Oh dear, I don't want to, but you. What was it? Forget it. Just as he finished speaking, a dark ice blade lunged out again, aiming directly at Umi from the front. So, this is coming straight at me? Perfect. Umi couldn't help but smile, swinging his stick upwards. Bang! The Rui stick collided with the ice blade, wrapped in a domineering aura, creating a thunderous explosion, small dark thunderbolts erupting, and a terrifying shockwave swept outward, shaking even the Navy Vice Admiral off his feet. With a crack, the ice blade shattered, but Umi did not smile. His face darkened as he turned to defend against the back, the Rui stick in his hand beginning to spin under his skillful control. Ice ball. Aokiji's palm extended again. 5 white ice pillars shooting towards Umi. Ice and snow invaded before Umi, the Rui stick in his hand spinning at high speed, creating an invisible circle that blew away the cold air, blocking the attack. Umi's fingers, gripping the stick, were slightly frosted, but he roared loudly, "Come out and fight." The surroundings fell silent. Only the massive ice blocks continued to fall. Umi swung his stick, shouting, "Rui stick, grow for me." Whoosh! The Rui stick transcended space and time. In the blink of an eye, it followed Umi's wish and thrust towards a floating ice block, penetrating the ice layer as Umi swung the Rui stick with all his might. The ice block was smashed down to the ground, shattering into pieces. Umi didn't care. Soaring into the air, the Rui stick shortening, then striking down another ice block nearby. Ice shards flew everywhere, and the massive ice block in the air exploded into fragments, falling helplessly to the ground. Umi gently landed on the ice surface, standing with the stick, but his feet maintained distance from the ice. Aokiji's figure slowly emerged from the ice surface before Umi, his expression not looking good, a hint of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Oh dear, your observation Haki can actually foresee the future? That's impressive. I don't have any future foresight. It's just that you can't hide your aura. Umi twirled the Rui stick in his hand, a smirk on his lips. What are you sneaking around for, you guy? What I want is a passionate battle. Hiding. Myself? Aokiji seems to have a slight realization, scratching his head to explain, "Oh dear, if you come at me head on and use that light sphere again, I would just lose. Besides, I'm a power user. What's wrong with hiding in the ice and snow? Didn't you also use a strange stick? I can't use energy blasts." Umi said this and then went all out, swinging his stick. Oh dear. This is really troublesome. Aokiji's ice blade appeared in his hand, with a domineering aura wrapping around it, meeting the attack. Bang! Thunder roared as the momentum between the two clashed and entangled, turning into an invisible black hole, a mountain-like pressure descending. The ice surface beneath Aokiji's feet cracked loudly, directly fracturing from the center. Chapter 47. Umi versus Aokiji. The sky trembled, the ice cracked, and the naval ships quickly retreated at the first sign of the ice breaking, using cannon fire to clear a path and staying far away from the shockwaves. Umi and Aokiji clashed fiercely, trading blows in an instant. Aokiji lived up to his title as a Marine Admiral, exuding terrifying power. The two were evenly matched, and the very space around them seemed to shake. Umi became more and more frenzied as he fought, engaging Aokiji in the air without his feet touching the ice. Despite the lack of a stable point, each swing of his staff grew heavier, creating a momentum that made the heavens and earth seem to turn, instilling fear in those who witnessed it. "Ha ha, this feels great." Umi laughed wildly in the heat of battle, his blood boiling with excitement. Scions boost their combat power through their battle cries, and the louder they shout, the stronger they become. Oh. Umi was exhilarated. This was the most enjoyable fight he had ever experienced. The Golden Lion was too old, and dealing with the Bear-S Palm was too troublesome. The others could be defeated in an instant if Umi wanted. Unlike Umi, who was yelling in excitement, Aokiji remained calm and silent, like a block of ice. Only the long sword he wielded revealed his inner turmoil. The aftermath of their battle was terrifying, changing the weather and causing panic in Sabaody. It felt as if the apocalypse had arrived, with chaos all around. Some pirates even dared to venture out to sea, intending to escape, but were quickly sunk by surrounding warships. The two fighters, sensing each other, gradually moved away from Sabaody, battling over the vast sea, with only a few naval ships daring to follow from a distance, too afraid to approach. Even without being a marine, Akiji was undeniably a good person. His kind eyes reflected his benevolence. When Zephyr destroyed an island, Akiji helped the civilians find shelter, exemplifying the kindness of a strong person. Omi was pleased with this, as he didn't want to cause trouble for Sabaody, especially with his companions still there. As they fought fiercely, Akiji formed a snowy path beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, they were tens of thousands of miles away, surrounded only by the vast ocean. Suddenly, the sea was covered in ice and snow. Towering icebergs appeared out of nowhere, enclosing the two of them, turning the area into a battlefield. Omi glanced at the rapidly changing terrain, slightly taken aback, further understanding the terror of the Logia-type abilities. After exchanging memories with the Rui Bang, Omi quickly mastered its use, wielding it with unparalleled skill. The staff struck like a fierce tiger, each blow aimed to kill, shattering Akiji's head countless times. Fortunately, Akiji was a Logia user. His body was as shapeless as ice and snow, making him adept at evading physical attacks. Without the presence of Haki, Logia users would indeed be invincible. Akiji's observation Haki provided him with constant warnings, allowing him to transform into ice and snow just in time to avoid Omi's strikes. He knew that if he were hit even once, the battle could be over. Facing Omi's barrage of attacks, Akiji seemed to struggle, his ice blade shining like black steel. Incredibly solid. Despite that, it broke several times. This blade was nothing like the one he used when playing around with Luffy. If Sanji came over to kick, he would lose a foot. The Navy dared only to observe from a distance, holding up their binoculars, not daring to approach this icy battlefield. The power of the Admiral was undeniable, and even if they intervened, they would only make things worse. The Navy was not surprised by the freezing sea. What truly astonished them was the young man with the long tail, who was so powerful that he stood his ground against an admiral. Damn it! The young naval soldiers' faces turned pale as they felt the terrifying aftermath of the battle. Would the admiral lose? The fight had been going on for so long. I don't know, a vice admiral spoke up, sensing the worries around him. Don't worry, that's the admiral, the vice admiral said, lighting a cigar and reassuring them. Akiji hasn't even shown his true abilities yet. His confident tone came from knowing Akiji well. The reason for the three admirals was that they symbolized the strongest in the world, the pinnacle of individual power. Akiji had always fought using the ice fruit, and his mastery of it had already reached the awakening level. He could turn the sea that restricted other devil fruit users into an icy continent. Even so, his Haki training had not lagged behind. Every time his ice blade struck, tiny bolts of dark lightning erupted in the confined space, causing Omi's body to feel a tingling sensation even while defending with Haki. But that was not the most terrifying part. The most frightening aspect was the cold. The ice and snow created by Akiji were on a completely different level from the snow controlled by the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion snowflakes were merely ordinary, while Akiji, as a freezing man, produced an unending chill that seemed to have no limits. The horrifying low temperatures continued to spread. Akiji radiated cold air, and the terrifying temperatures assaulted Omi's entire body. Under such conditions, a normal person would have already turned into an ice sculpture, yet Omi seemed unaffected, his fierce aura akin to a volcano erupting. Omi remained unaffected, his clothes pristine as before, except for a long stitching scar at his waist, resembling an ugly caterpillar, an injury inflicted by the Golden Lion that was later repaired by the novice seamstress Kalina. Although he appeared to be at an advantage, Omi knew deep down that his thoughts were becoming frozen, his mind emptying, with only the notion of swinging his staff echoing in his head, his blood boiling. My body seems to be getting sluggish. Omi felt like a candle in the cold wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Another terrifying collision occurred, and in his daze, Omi inadvertently stepped onto the ice, using the force to propel himself. His Rui Bang struck fiercely, creating a storm, and Akiji's ice blade shattered in response, slicing Akiji's body in half. The iceberg behind him also cracked, split by Omi's strike. Akiji's body was divided. The left half transformed into ice and snow, while the other half revealed his form. His entire body twisted like a serpent, shapeless, turning into a stream of ice. Charging towards Omi, the chilling wind rushed at him, and Omi suddenly regained his senses, wanting to leap into the air to evade Akiji's attack. However, his feet were rooted, the ice having crawled up unnoticed, trapping him in place. At that moment, Akiji arrived. Frosty moment. Omi's Rui Bang elongated abruptly, sweeping horizontally. Thunder rumbling as distant icebergs split in two. As Omi swept his staff, The ice stream that Akiji had transformed into surged forward, completely enveloping Umi's body. Chapter 48, Umi vs. Akiji, Part 2, Swish Swish. The cold wind howled, and the icy currents rushed. By the time Akiji's body recovered and he stood up in the distance, holding his waist, Umi had already turned into an ice sculpture, standing still with his stick. Under the sunlight, Umi, transformed into an ice sculpture, sparkled with dazzling brilliance, and the momentum of his swing seemed to pierce the heavens, unbeatable. However, his only mistake was probably angering the merciless ice and snow. Ice and snow possess a spirit. An ice sculpture made of ice and snow is crystal clear, warm as jade, and carries the breath of death. Having created a true work of art, Akiji still appeared so nonchalant, but he couldn't stop coughing. Ahee! Akiji's chest and abdomen felt like they were being pricked with needles. An unknown liquid surged up his throat, and he could only spit it out. The bright red liquid on the pure white ice surface was so conspicuous. Just now, Akiji had charged forward, and it seemed his internal organs were struck by Umi's stick, leaving him severely injured. Alas, this is really not easy. I need to rest for a while. Akiji complained and was about to notify the distant navy to come over, but at that moment, a faint cracking sound came from nearby. This sound was so subtle, yet in the biting cold wind, it was so pronounced, akin to war drums booming. Huh? Akiji looked at the tiny cracks on the ice sculpture and could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Please spare me. Do I have to keep fighting? Akiji stomped his right foot on the ground and shouted. Ice Age. A terrifying cold air was released. The ice block encasing Umi, which had just begun to crack, was once again covered by ice and snow. This cold seemed capable of freezing even a person's soul. The cold air surged. Even the warships in the distance felt threatened, and the general's half-smoked cigar went out in the first wave of cold air. General, look! A soldier shouted in panic. No way. The cigar fell from the general's mouth to the ground, and the icy gas surged over again, freezing the sea surface it passed. Retreat! Retreat! The general hurriedly ordered, turning the warship into chaos. This time it should work, right? Complaining, Akiji had no idea that the distant warships were almost caught in his attack. He continued to reinforce the ice surface, truly a troublesome guy. But in the cold wind, the cracking sound continued without pause. Akiji sighed and struck out. Ice ball. Umi, still trapped in ice, was furiously expelling energy, but it seemed his soul was gradually leaving his body. He felt cold and drowsy. The cold wind seemed to blow into his very heart, as cold as the wind that blew on his way to work, truly annoying. Did I lose again? Umi's thoughts began to stagnate, hoping he would be sent to Impel Down. Perhaps Luffy could still save him. Huh. Why do I have to sew? Can't I just buy a new one? Bastard. Even though I sew it poorly. You shouldn't complain all the time. I won't help you next time. Why do you always turn into a beggar after a fight? This clothing suffers with you, Sahi. Hey. Did I sew it well this time? I've been specially learning recently. Bastard. Remember to return it to me. Don't think about running away. The treasure hasn't been divided yet. That's right. I still need to go back. I haven't paid back the money yet. You saved me again this time, Karina. Umi's entire being erupted with energy, his boiling blood flowing rapidly. Give it to me, aha! Sai Akiji stopped the cold air he was continuously releasing, watching the ice block that trapped Umi explode. Still not enough. Akiji's lazy expression had long disappeared, replaced only by seriousness and solemnity. Umi stood opposite Akiji in this icy world, both of them exhaling steaming white air. Akiji, you bastard, you almost froze me to death. Umi roared loudly, swinging down a stick, shattering the air above Akiji's head. Boom! Akiji's arms gleamed darkly as he blocked the blow. Oh dear! You're the one trying to exhaust me, aren't you? Akiji said with a dark expression. What kind of monster are you? Umi did not reply, but held the stick in his left hand, while a small light ball rapidly shot out from his right palm. Die for me! Akiji's face changed dramatically, and his body directly merged into the ice and snow, moving through it to evade the attack. However, a massive explosion occurred behind him, engulfing him. Umi stood in midair, watching the huge hollow in the ice surface, waiting but not seeing Akiji reappear. Could it be that I killed him? Umi muttered, just about to sense Akiji's presence carefully. The ice and snow moved. The thick ice and snow continent shook like an earthquake. Waves of snow and ice crashing towards Umi from all directions, surrounding him. As the ice and snow closed in, Umi only focused his palm, a massive energy sphere opening a path above his head, striking upward with force. Umi charged forward, sweeping his Rui stick, knocking away various attacks made of ice and snow. Breaking through the encirclement, When Omi stood high in the air, looking down, he couldn't help but change his expression. Aokiji must have gone all out. The massive ice and snow continent was merging, and in the center, an ice bird was materializing and expanding, its wings spreading wide, blocking out the sun. The ice bird let out a long cry, taking off with its wings, its entire body made of ice crystals, its translucent form exceptionally beautiful under the sunlight. But beneath that beautiful exterior was a terrifying killing intent. This guy, Omi considered whether he should transform into a giant ape, but there was no place to stand. The cold ice shone. The ice bird breathed out, a blue light flashing on its chest, and a giant ice block was expelled from its mouth, shooting toward Omi like a cannonball. Giant energy sphere. In Omi's right palm, energy concentrated wildly, a massive energy ball bursting forth from his palm, pushing the air back. With a thunderous crash, the two collided, an awe-inspiring energy erupted, causing the sky to crack, and the light of destruction resembled the sun exploding. However, Omi suddenly felt ice powder falling from the sky, and as he gently clenched his fist, his body seemed to become a bit sluggish. Still trying to be clever amidst Omi's complaints, Aokiji's next attack arrived. Frostbite. The ice bird's wings trembled, dense ice crystals covered the sky, and the terrifying attack was like a rain of arrows, the chilling blue light flashing in the sky. This terrifying strike could annihilate a small country on the spot. The only fortunate thing was that this battle was far from Sabaody. Otherwise, who knows how many innocents would be harmed. Of course, if it were near Sabaody, Aokiji wouldn't use this move. Rui stick, grow longer for me. Omi swung his stick defensively in the dense ice spike storm, his energy erupting. A volcanic-like momentum melting the ice powder around him, steam rising. Deflecting this volley of ice spikes, Omi casually inserted the Rui stick into the bamboo tube behind him. His hands hovering, faint blue light spots shimmering in the air, and Omi began to gather energy. Turtle School Energy Wave, Ice Crystal Storm. The extremely cold ice bird unleashed its third move. A terrifying snowstorm transformed into a breath, surging toward Omi. The breath of ice and snow froze everything. But Omi remained unhurried, slowly uttering the last word. Wave. A massive energy orb was released from Omi's hands, and under its terrifying power, the icy breath retreated. Losing ground step by step, the ice bird let out a high-pitched cry, and suddenly a hand emerged from its body, a gigantic icy hand that caught the energy blast. But it couldn't stop the retreat. Boom! Amidst the tremendous roar, the icy continent continued to gather, surging directly into the sky. Merging with the ice bird to form an ice giant, its feet planted on the frozen sea, hands coming together to try to block Omi's strike. This battle had reached the moment to determine the victor. Omi shouted loudly, pushing forward with both arms. Come at me. The energy wave intensified, charging straight ahead. And in that dazzling light, it seemed as if this world was completely isolated. Chapter 49 Destiny is on my side. Even the most brilliant light will fade away. Omi put down his hand and looked at the towering ice giant, which was now left with only half of its lower body. Soon after, the ice giant's body collapsed with a thunderous roar, and a terrifying avalanche formed an ice island on the sea. Omi slightly closed his eyes to sense the surroundings and then descended directly from the sky. Thud! Standing on the icy ground, Omi's right arm transformed into a shadow and bent down, pulling Kazan out of the snow with one swift motion. It's safe to say that Kazan, despite gasping for air and covered in wounds, was still alive. Surviving Omi's strike was no small feat, oh dear. I've been discovered. Kazan lay weakly in the snow, lamenting. He never expected to suffer such a crushing defeat. It seemed everything was about to come to an end. Who are you? Anyway, why does it feel like you get stronger the more we fight? Normally, admirals are monsters with limitless stamina, but after a fierce battle with Omi, even he could no longer muster any strength to resist. If news of an admiral's defeat spreads, it would likely shake the world, and the public would panic even more, possibly leading to widespread riots. In the snow under the setting sun, even though his life was already in someone else's hands, Kazan still had the mind to think about these matters. He truly was a peculiar person. Omi, however, did not dwell on it. He simply looked at Kazan and sighed, saying this was quite enjoyable. Let's have another fight next time. Sure. Kazan was taken aback for a moment, but then smiled in response. Looking at Omi floating in the air, Kazan still felt somewhat puzzled and gasped, asking, why are you fighting me? The celestial dragons have already agreed not to hold anyone accountable. You've now completely positioned yourself against the world government. Originally, Kazan had received orders from the elders not to take action. Umi could have just taken the money and left without any issues. Yet he chose to attack the celestial dragons. Kazan had always been baffled by this. Why wait for him specifically to fight? Was there some deeper scheme of play? Umi paused for a moment, pondering why he wanted to fight. Kazan's expression turned serious as he carefully observed Umi's demeanor, trying to understand him. Because Umi was very strong. As an admiral, Kazan had already reached the peak of his personal strength, and his stamina would decline with age, leading to decreasing combat capabilities. Umi, on the other hand, was still young, with a youthful face, and his terrifying power had yet to reach its limit. Kazan also noticed that during their previous battle, Umi was rapidly growing stronger. Because I wanted to fight, Umi looked at the sunset and casually said. After saying that, he burst into energy and vanished into the sky, leaving Kazan lying alone. Due to the terrifying cold wave, the Navy's ships had already retreated a considerable distance, sensing that the battle was over and were now rapidly heading toward the ice island. Although the admirals had not yet signaled, how could the Navy simply stand by and watch the situation unfold for the sake of justice? In this world, some things are worth pursuing even at the cost of one's life, and that is the justice in one's heart. However, even the enormous warships, no matter how fast, couldn't arrive immediately. At this moment, a shabby pirate ship was the first to reach the ice island. Creak! The sound of footsteps crunching through the thick snow echoed. Damn this weather. A man wearing goggles and a dark red coat complained loudly. What the hell is going on? Our ship is falling apart. They had been sailing smoothly on the ocean, under clear skies, when suddenly countless ice spikes flew down from above, smashing their ship to pieces. If they hadn't had some skills, they would have been doomed by now. Captain, calm down. This is out of our control. What did you say? How can you call yourself a navigator? The man with the red, spiky hair slapped his subordinate to the ground. His dark red clothing standing out vividly against the snow. South Blue's supernova Eustace Kid with a bounty of 315 million berries. Enough, Kid. A man wearing a blue and white striped mask grabbed Kid's arm, saying, "Stop it." Killer, the killing warrior, with a bounty of 162 million berries. TCH. Kid pouted in annoyance, but turned aside, still respecting his good brother. Hey, is my weapon okay? Don't worry, Captain. The brothers are being careful. TCH. Why make it so complicated? Kid extended his hand, revealing his mechanical arm. Purple sparks crackled from Kid's hands as crates of weapons that his subordinates had moved trembled slightly, floating in the air and gathering in Kid's hands. As the weapons increased, a massive mechanical arm was formed. Amidst the cheers of his subordinates, Kid proclaimed proudly, "Next, let's gather some supplies on this island. Find a way to repair the ship." Killer followed closely beside Kid, warning Kid, "Be careful." Of course I know. This ice island is quite strange," Kid said proudly. "But as long as the two of us are here, it will be absolutely fine." Kid led his crew to search the area, and a sharp-eyed crew member suddenly shouted, "Captain, there's someone lying over there." Let's go take a look." As they approached and saw the person's face, everyone panicked. It's Admiral Kazan." "Run away. Damn it. My legs are weak. What the hell?" Kid growled through gritted teeth. The Admiral. How could he be here? Meeting an Admiral so soon was not what he wanted. They had already traveled halfway through the Grand Line and were about to reach Sabaody. Yet he was being so unlucky. He remembered Kazan was the one who ate the ice fruit and became the Iceman. Although Killer's expression was hidden behind a mask, he still exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be that this island is?" A pirate crew member nervously spoke up, "No way. Even if it's an admiral, he can't be that strong. You're all so loud." A lazy voice complained, and a pirate shouted in surprise, "He's talking. It's a living admiral. I can't take it anymore. Hey, wake up, wake up. Geez, I told you all to be quiet," Kazan said irritably, and the pirate crew members immediately covered their mouths and noses, not daring to breathe. Kid instinctively took a step back, but then got angry with himself for retreating, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, I can only go in." "Kid, you go first." Killer swung his scythe, preparing to strike first to buy time for Kid to retreat. What kind of joke is that? Why would I go first? Kid was furious. Just as the mechanical arm was about to swing, Kazan, in a bad mood, disdainfully said, "Oh dear, I'm not in the mood to deal with you right now, so stay away from me." The entire Kid pirate crew was dumbfounded. This world is too crazy. Even an admiral isn't capturing pirates anymore. Then we'll take our leave. The little pirate brothers hunched over and were about to flee. while Kira pulled Kid to leave as well. However, Kid's body remained motionless, standing there with a smile on his lips. A Navy admiral? They actually won't catch us? Could it be they're too injured to move? Kid. Kira was startled. What do you mean? Ha ha ha. Take a closer look. This guy is covered in injuries. Kid laughed maniacally, even though he didn't know who did it. Luck was still on their side. I'll take the admiral's head. Akiji's expression was calm as he lay on the ground, looking up at the sky and lamenting. I must stop this. Huh? Kid was first confused, then laughed. You still say you want to stop me like this? What a joke. There should be limits to looking down on people. No, I'm not talking about you. Huh? Kid thought the admiral was just a fool rambling. Akiji, lying in the snow, looked at the sky and solemnly spoke. That guy is a demon king. An uncontrollable, terrifying power. It's a great disaster for this world. What nonsense. Whatever. I'll take your head. Kid swung his mechanical giant arm and slammed it down fiercely. Kira's figure instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared, his terrifying scythe emitting cold air. The cold wind picked up again. Chapter 50. The Iron Straight Man as the sky darkened. The chaotic Shambody finally had a moment to breathe and became tranquil after a day of turmoil. Among the bright lights, some people seemed destined to be sleepless tonight, and unfortunately, Karina was among them. Damn Umi. Stinky Umi. Where are you? Karina stood alone outside the bar, poking the bubbles on the ground while cursing someone. Didn't this guy say he was tough? Why hasn't he come back yet? Just bragging. With this little ability, he thinks he can fight a general. I really... Amidst her complaints, the snoring of Luffy and Zoro inside the bar sounded like a competition, growing louder with each round. This only added to Karina's agitation. She stamped her foot in frustration and walked towards the steps. Few surrounded by smoke, Shaki's figure appeared from the shadows. Little girl, I think it's better if you don't go down. It's still chaotic outside. Shaki's sudden voice startled Karina, causing her to tremble. She unhappily withdrew her little foot from the step and muttered, What little girl? I'm not little at all. When did you get here? Karina first asked softly, then felt it was inappropriate, straightened her chest to boost her invisible presence. Hey, you heard everything, didn't you? Shaki smiled as she elegantly walked over. You mean the complaints of a lovesick little girl? I seem to have heard it all. What lovesick Karina's little face immediately flushed, almost steaming. I don't like him, Shaki teased with a smile. What? Don't you want to be Umi's wife? Wah. Karina's brain was overloaded, almost burning out. I'm just kidding. Just stay here and have faith in little Umi. Karina came to her senses and said loudly, Of course I have faith. I just miss him a little. The more she spoke, the smaller her voice became, finally sounding like a mosquito as she played with her fingers and lowered her head. Shaki was momentarily stunned, a nostalgic look appearing in her eyes as she smiled. You really are a little girl, you know? Your days ahead, 1TB easy. What? Karina's big eyes were filled with confusion. Shaki took a puff of her cigarette, looking at the night sky, and sighed. You know? That little Umi looks like a single-celled organism. Liking someone like that must be a painful thing, really hard to endure. Well, also Karina quickly replied, Poo. I don't like him. That jerk just owes me money. I only like money. It must be because she confused her love for money with Umi. That must be it. Karina crossed her arms and complained, You know? Aunt Shaki, that jerk owes me a whole island of gold. So I reluctantly follow him. Once I get the money, I'll kick him away. Thinking of that scene made Karina unable to hold back a laugh. Really? That is good. Shaki laughed heartily, then noticed a brilliant light in the night sky and exclaimed, Hey, is that a shooting star? Really? Karina looked at the shooting star and hurriedly made a wish. When she opened her eyes, she found a shooting star getting closer. Hey, it's coming over. No, it's not a shooting star. Shaki's pupils slightly trembled as she incredulously said, It's a person. When Umi stood before Karina and Shaki, the two of them looked like they were petrified. Umi asked in confusion, What's wrong? Why are you both in a daze? Umi, you're back. Karina exclaimed happily. Karina clearly wanted to say a lot, but suddenly she couldn't say anything. Just then, a loud growl came from Umi's stomach. Umi, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and said, I didn't eat all day. I'm hungry. I'll go make you some. Karina immediately said, No. Umi waved his hands repeatedly. Standing in front of the two, he suddenly had a steaming bowl of noodles in his hands. I'm digging, and Karina felt her blood boil, almost exploding with anger. She kindly offered to cook for him, and this guy. Jerk, go eat your noodles. Hope you choke on them. After unleashing her vicious curse, Karina angrily returned to the house. Umi had a head full of question marks. Women are really incomprehensible. What did I do wrong to make her speak so harshly? He had kindly bought food from the system, not wanting Karina to tire herself out. After all, Karina had helped him in battle, yet this girl still spoke harshly to him. Few only now did Shaki speak, helplessly saying, "Little Umi, you really forget it. Have you fought the general yet? Who won?" Shaki pinched her cigarette between her fingers. Although she had a guess, the result was too unbelievable. Yeah, speaking of which, Umi immediately became excited. "Ha, of course I won. However, that guy Akiji is still very strong. It was particularly enjoyable this time." Umi continued to talk animatedly, while Luffy, smelling the aroma, floated out from the bar, bubbles still coming from his nose. So delicious, so delicious." Then he came to Umi's side, fully awake, and shouted happily, "Umi, you're back. Smells so good. Ha ha ha." Umi was in a great mood, and he and Luffy had a feast outside the door. Zoro also came out to drink with Umi, and the group didn't calm down for a while. This is the South Sea S supernova. Eustace Kid, in the snow. A naval major general immediately recognized Kid's ice sculpture and exclaimed in surprise. "Finally here? These pirates can be thawed with hot water and sent to Impel Down." Akiji sat on a small pile of snow and instructed, "By the way, the captain is a devil fruit user. Remember to use sea stone handcuffs." "Yes." The Navy responded loudly and stood at attention. "And the killing warrior, killer. No wonder he is a naval admiral. So impressive." The Navy cheered, their voices echoing everywhere. Looking at Akiji, sitting there with admiration, their eyes sparkling. Before them were ice sculptures of pirates, each with different shapes. Whether fleeing or fighting, they were all losers. The evil Kid pirates were completely wiped out. The Major General carefully identified them, but did not find the criminal who attacked the Celestial Dragons. Curious, he asked Admiral, "Where's the guy who attacked the Celestial Dragons? Why isn't he here?" Akiji rubbed his head and replied, "I lost him." "What did you say?" The Navy shouted in surprise, "The Admiral lost? You must be kidding. Let us go back." Akiji stood up, yawning. There are many things to resolve by midnight. The noisy group finally returned to rest, but Shaki stood alone, sighing. "Did you hear? Little Umi said he beat the Admiral." Shaki muttered to herself in the corner. "I'm not that old and blurry-eyed yet." Not knowing when I appeared on the bar rooftop, Rayleigh smiled helplessly. "This is quite normal, nothing to be surprised about. Admirals are indeed very strong. But the Celestial Dragons didn't dominate this world relying solely on the Navy. The combat power of an admiral is beyond anyone's imagination." Rayleigh sighed softly. After a moment of silence, Shaki suddenly asked, "Will you go to Impel Down?" "I see, really." Shaki smiled helplessly. "Now you still want me to endure." "Sorry." The sword in Rayleigh's hand gleamed. After all, he is the captain's son. Chapter 51. Bounty Notice: A new day has arrived. As the sun rises again and fairness spreads across the land, the world suddenly cannot remain calm anymore. Accompanied by newsbirds flying to every corner of the world, new legends begin to be born. On Tiger Stripe Island, the mayor looks at his maid, who is standing foolishly in the yard, and lets out a helpless sigh. Margarita, the mayor warns, "You've been under the sun for days. Be careful not to get heat stroke." "Huh?" The maid, enjoying the sunlight, is clearly startled by the mayor's sudden voice. "I'm sorry, Mayor." Margarita lowers her head shyly, her neck turning pink in the sunlight. "I'm causing you trouble. I'll go back right now." "Oh, never mind." The mayor rolls his eyes helplessly, affectionately patting Margarita's little head. "I really can't do anything about you. Wait for me for a moment." After a while, the mayor brings out a sunshade. "I really am getting old. Such a small task makes me sweat so much." The mayor wipes the sweat from his forehead, feeling a bit sad inside. Time really does not spare anyone. "No way." Margarita clearly disagrees with this notion, gently hugging the mayor from behind and saying with concern, "Mayor, you're still very young." "Ha! Is that so? That's good," the mayor says, touched as he lightly pats Margarita's small hand. "All right, now you can enjoy the sunshine of the yard. Staying indoors must be suffocating for you." "Thank you." Margarita gives a proper curtsy, truly feeling she is a bother. What is this? I happen to have time today, so I'll keep you company for a while." "Really?" The joy on Margarita's face is evident. Setting up 2 lounge chairs, the mayor lets Margarita stay where she can easily reach the sunlight, while he opens today's newspaper. The Whitebeard pirates are showing unusual movements, suspected to be preparing for war with the Navy. What? Is this for real? The mayor furrows his brow, hoping it's fake news. The legendary great pirate, Golden Lion, has reappeared and is now heading to Sabaody, suspected to challenge the 4 emperors? What the heck is today's news? The mayor sits up from the lounge chair, carefully reading the newspaper. The celestial dragons have been attacked, and the main culprit fled after defeating an admiral. Can the Navy protect the seas? Sigh. The mayor feels so shocked he can't even speak. Just then, a wanted poster flies out from the newspaper and is caught by Margarita. What is this? Margarita can hardly believe her eyes. My dear, look quickly. Huh, Umi. The great criminal Umi, bounty 1 billion, dead or alive. Chaos erupts all over the world, or rather, no day in the world is peaceful. It's just that today the shockwave from Umi's punch happens to spread across the globe. Hey, are you kidding? The admiral was defeated? Is this the end of the world? What are we going to do in the future? Can the world government really protect us? Ha, you little ones. The Navy ISNT, anything special. The myth of the admiral has been shattered. Hoo, what a nice little brat. Just like that guy from before. Too bad we probably one T get a chance to meet. With the white beard billowing, let us set off. Kids, Ayo, bring Ace back. Mommy, look quickly. Look at this wanted poster. Another powerful monster has appeared. Pudding. I want to eat pudding. Hurry, run. Mommy's craving for food has kicked in again. Captain, what's wrong? You don't look too happy. Nothing. We just need to prepare. We must stop the war. Just give the order. Leave it to us. Glug. Kaido, look at this wanted poster. Just a stinky little brat, huh? Wait a minute. This guy. Bang. Finally found him. Set off right now. Umi. Ha. 1008. 1009. Amid the ordinary counting, Umi is doing handstand push-ups with one finger. 1010. Sweat drips constantly from his body, forming little ditches in the ground. Umi, look quickly. Karina is waving the wanted poster, excited beyond measure. Karina, what are you doing? What kind of tone is that? Karina rolls her eyes, feeling like this guy just now is looking down on her. However, the wanted poster in her hand still makes her incredibly excited, her heart racing. Yumi, I have a huge piece of good news to tell you. Do you want to? Wait a minute. Let me finish my push-ups first. Umi's calm words make Karina feel her enthusiasm draining away. This guy is so relaxed and calm that it makes her feel like a fool for running over so eagerly. Karina pouts her lips in dissatisfaction, looking at Umi's tail, and decides to play a prank, grabbing it with one hand. Hey! Umi is startled, feeling his strength suddenly leave him, collapsing directly to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? I'm training. What training? Training all day long. Training? Listen to people talk. You jerk. Karina places the wanted poster in front of Umi's eyes. Look, this is your wanted poster. You have a bounty of 1 billion. Oh, really? And then? What do you mean, and then? You're worth 1 billion. A mere 1 billion. I have no idea how much money I have right now. Saying it would scare Karina to death. However, there are still many things Umi wants in the protagonist's shop. He can only be considered somewhat wealthy now, and can't just buy anything he wants. Should I buy a gravity chamber first? Or maybe think about it some more? I know. Umi responds to Karina, struggling to free his tail from her grasp. Don't look at me with those money-seeking eyes. It's making me panic. Hee. Sorry. Karina unconsciously leans in, wipes the corner of her mouth, and then smiles, saying, but you're sweating so much. You smell. Hey. Umi is now much more shocked than before. No way. Is it true? Does it smell? Seeing Umi like this, Karina hurriedly comforts him. Hey, it's not that exaggerated. I don't mind. Behind her hands, Karina's toes unconsciously rise, shyly saying, what is the use of you not minding? Umi says dissatisfied. If it smells, it smells. You. Karina's expression shows dissatisfaction, glaring fiercely at Umi. He angrily threw a bag of black shadows, but was quickly caught by Umi. Haha, missed. TCH. Karina pouted angrily, use that to wipe sweat. It smells really good. I see, thanks. Sengoku, why did you issue a bounty without our consent? The general actually lost. It's simply a disgrace. Besides, why would such news be released so honestly? Where's Akiji? What is he doing? If he can't win, why insist on a showdown with others? Marshal Sengoku responded solemnly to the 5 elders' questioning. This is a matter for the Navy. Watch your tone. Sengoku, I didn't expect that the other party, at such a young age, would already be so powerful. Going head-to-head with them, I'm afraid in the end no one will come out unscathed. You know the guy's strength. He gets stronger the more he fights. Like a stubborn adhesive. Why provoke him? It's precisely because I know. Sengoku shouted angrily. That's why we must resolve this quickly. Let's deal with one legend first, then think of a solution. Sengoku, don't let us down again. Rest assured, Whitebeard will definitely be defeated. I guarantee it in the name of my rank as Marshal. Chapter 52. Supernova landing on Sabaody Archipelago. Island number 1. The port is covered in ice and snow due to some unavoidable force, making it sparsely populated. Is this the place? Looking at the frozen port, a man wearing a fluffy winter hat has a disdainful smile on his lips, with excitement flickering in his eyes. His entire outfit is adorned with leopard spots, giving him a wild appearance. Captain, it's so cold. Why do we have to come here? The man's teeth are chattering, and behind him, 2 companions, despite wearing caps, still feel the cold seeping in through their sleeves. I'm not cold. The polar bear, dressed in an orange long-sleeve jumpsuit, speaks like a human, its eyes looking particularly cute and naive like black dots. You're a polar bear. Beepo and Shachi shout angrily in unison. How can you be cold? I'm sorry. Beepo lowers his head to apologize, visibly overshadowed by disappointment. All right, let us go back. Trafalgar Law places Polar Tang on his shoulder, wearing a peculiar smile, seemingly in a good mood. Amidst the complaints of his subordinates, the 4 of them begin to head back. At this moment, 2 people approach. One has green hair and a fierce demeanor, with 3 swords at his waist, while the other follows behind, wearing a straw hat, a vest, and shorts, shivering as he hugs his arms. It's so cold, so cold. Luffy, with a runny nose, exclaims, Zoro, where have you brought me? Are you an idiot? How would I know? Zoro replies impatiently, his temper reaching its peak. The reason for his agitation is the long rope tied around his and Luffy's waists, which makes him furious just thinking about it. Earlier, during a meal and chat, everyone talked about Zoro's problem. Since you get lost when you go out, why not tie yourself to someone else? Omi kindly suggested, with a rope. Huh? Are you kidding? Luffy pounded his chest, volunteering, great idea, leave it to me. Thus, the 2 ended up lost together. Seeing the 2 in front of him, Shachi took the initiative to remind Captain. I know. Law greeted them, smiling meaningfully. Isn't this the captain of the Straw Hats? Huh? Who are you? Zoro warily asked, while Luffy responded with confusion. What is that bear? Seeing Luffy staring at him, Beepo shyly lowered his head and turned his gaze away. Law smiled and shook his head. Looks like I'm still a small character. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm the captain of the Heart Pirates. Trafalgar Law. Beepo chimed in. Our captain is a supernova from the North Sea, with a bounty of 200 million berries. Shachi shouted, how about that? Do you remember now? No, I don't know. Are you a pirate too? Luffy looked at Beepo, clearly more interested in him. WH. What an arrogant guy. Shachi was astonished, while Zoro pulled Luffy back, squeezing his arm and asking, don't worry about that idiot. What is this supernova you mentioned? TCH. Seriously, this is the 2nd-ranked guy. Amidst Shachi's complaints, Law took the initiative to explain. Supernova refers to pirates with a bounty exceeding 100 million who have accomplished the feat of conquering half of the Grand Line. Simply put, we are rivals. Your Straw Hat captain is quite famous in the newspapers. Law teased with a smile. I don't read newspapers. Luffy muttered. I see. Law nodded with a smile. It's still better to be cautious. There are currently 10 supernovas on Sabaody. Straw Hat Captain, you're only ranked 2nd, so be careful. Many people have their sights set on our heads. If luck runs out, you might end up like Kid from South Blue. Thanks. I know, but... Luffy adjusted his straw hat. I'm already very strong. It'll be fine. Really? Is this the confidence of the 2nd-ranked? Law sarcastically smiled, then goodbye. What the hell? This is the guy with a bounty of 300 million. Shachi couldn't help but complain. Why is the captain chatting with them for so long? What does it matter? Law's smile never faded. Isn't it quite a personality? It would be great if we could meet the 1st-ranked guy next. Originally, the 1st-ranked kid and killer had already been sent to Impel Down, so it seems they won TB scene. Beepo's side, the current 1st, is a monster. Defeating a Marine Admiral, it's truly. Beepo was at a loss for words, as no words seemed sufficient to describe the other party. Behind them, it seemed Luffy and Zoro had started to argue. Suddenly, Luffy shouted loudly, hey, Trafalgar, do you know where the amusement park is? Take us there. Huh? Law looked bewildered. Please. I made an appointment with my friends to meet there, Luffy said sincerely. On Sabaody, island number 25, chaos has erupted. A huge shadow looms overhead. Run. It's pirates. We'll die. We're all going to die. Everyone is panicking, with some even collapsing on the ground, crying uncontrollably, completely devoid of hope. Because a doomsday-like scene unfolds before their eyes. As soon as they look up, they see a massive island floating in the sky, as bizarre and terrifying as a nightmare. Watching the giant island group approach Sabaody, the notorious noise man Absalom, with a bounty of 198 million, exclaimed in shock, hey, is what is on the news true? That old guy, Shiki, isn't dead? Captain Hawkins. Shiki is coming. We should leave. As the island hovers above, the sky darkens. Despite his subordinates urging him in panic, Hawkins calmly fiddles with his cards, divining their fate. Don't worry, I haven't shown signs of dying yet. The legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, a burly man with a beard stands beside him, smirking with interest. Ha ha! Shiki laughs, wildly, while standing on the island, observing the three with a video snail. These are the little guys they call supernovas. I wonder if they have any talent. We should bring them in. Captain Shiki. Indigo promptly reminded, we still need to meet Umi. You're right. Shiki came back to his senses, feeling gratified as he said, that little brat Umi. He actually defeated an admiral and instantly rose to fame. Prepare the gifts. We're going to meet him. Meanwhile, in a restaurant on the nearby island number 24, all the food is laid out on a single dining table. Hey, isn't that guy. What should we do? How can we be so unlucky to end up in this restaurant? Me too, I want to leave, but my legs won't move. The restaurant is eerily quiet, like a silent steam room, testing the limits of those inside. What a joke. Why is the food only delivered there? A young woman with pink straight hair and heart-shaped lipstick was furious and about to start a fight. A strong man behind her grabbed her wrist. Captain, stop it. That guy is not someone we can mess with. The gluttonous woman, Bonnie, whose bounty is 140 million berries, was extremely impatient. Bastard, are you trying to starve me? What a vulgar woman. How can someone like her have a bounty over 1 billion? A short man with a mafia image looked disdainfully at the gluttonous woman, his expression also not looking good, with a knife and fork on the table untouched. But that bastard. Godfather, what if we change places? What a joke. That would make me a coward running away. The knife and fork in the hands of the bounty of 138 million gang Becky finally had a use. Hee, they're all talking about you, Umi. Karina elegantly raised her wine glass, looking in a good mood. Although it felt a bit like taking advantage of others, eating in front of others' was truly enjoyable. How about that? Umi didn't care at all, focusing on enjoying the food. Didn't you say you wanted to eat here? Why aren't you eating? I've been full for a long time. Karina rolled her eyes in silence. A tall man wearing a black mask, with X marks on his chin and chest, sat quietly in the corner, observing Umi. Is that the great Sin Umi with a bounty of 1 billion who defeated the admiral? Chapter 53 Descending. Looking at the group, led by the Golden Lion falling from the sky, both Hyaming App and Urich stared at him intently, while only Hawkins focused on divination. Ha ha! The Golden Lion laughed wildly. Chambord is still the same. The newcomers now are quite bold. Aren't they? They don't even try to hide from me. The Golden Lion's thick golden hair hung down, with a famous sword on each side of his waist, looking spirited. Is this the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion? App came back to his senses. Let me see how strong this guy really is. While speaking, App pounded his chest, which sounded like a drum, and his teeth transformed into piano keys, rhythmic music echoing through the streets. What? This guy? Is he welcoming us? Indigo said to the Golden Lion. Not all. The Golden Lion's domineering aura was a warning. This daring little brat is provoking us. As he spoke, the Golden Lion had already crouched down, pressing his hand against the ground. Slash! App's sound wave attack was formless and intangible, hitting the Golden Lion. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The exposed skin of the Golden Lion turned into black iron, directly blocking the intangible sound wave. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Amidst the complaints, App was ready to launch another attack. As the music played, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, and waves of earth surged up, as if a river of mud rushed towards the three of them. Urich smirked and said, is this the legendary power? Is it going to wipe us all out? The previously flat terrain suddenly seemed to have its own will, roaring and trying to bury all three supernovas alive. The other two struggled with all their might. But only Hawkins remained calm, seemingly indifferent to life and death. Even the floating Golden Lion admired him a bit. You're interesting. How about becoming my subordinate? Hawkins remained calm. Next year on this day, 1 be my death day. Is that so? The Golden Lion waved his hand. Then go die for me. Karma. Urich's body suddenly swelled, and he hurled a giant pencil at the Golden Lion like a cannonball. Whoosh! The Golden Lioness' right hand moved slightly, drawing his famous sword. The blade's light was so fast that it couldn't be caught by the human eye, and Urich's weapon was directly knocked down. So fast! Hawkins was filled with surprise. The slashing power was undiminished. Rushing towards him, Urich felt a pain in his chest, blood splattered everywhere, and he fell helplessly. As for App, he had long been buried by the mud and had disappeared. Now you're still saying you want to die? The golden lion raised his sword, pointing it at Hawkins's head, the blade shining black. My divination will never be wrong. Captain Shiki, don't worry about these little brats. Captain Omi told us to go to the bar on Island 13. Is that so? Then we need to hurry over there, haha. At the amusement park, the skeleton Brook shouted, Mr. Luffy, Mr. Swordsman, we're over here. Wow, everyone, Luffy shouted excitedly. Zoro also smiled. It really feels good to see his companions again. Luffy, Zoro, I miss you all so much. The adorable Chopper ran over. His cute appearance amazed many people. Chopper, he. Luffy was also very happy and ran over, while Zoro behind him was still smiling, just because the rope around his waist was being pulled by Luffy. Hey, wait a minute, bastard. Zoro pulled hard, causing Luffy to fall to the ground due to inertia. Ouch. Zoro, what are you doing? Huh? That is what I wanted to say, okay. Daddy, I want that raccoon. Hearing this, Chopper abruptly turned around and glared at the little brat, emphasizing loudly, I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer. Reindeer. Nami sighed, what are these guys doing? In the amusement park, the entire Straw Hat Pirates crew gathered again. Usopp exclaimed, it's so great to see you all again. Luffy, Zoro, you too. It's so good to be alive. Nami covered her face, speaking emotionally. You guys are really super dazzling. Frankie said excitedly, your strength has improved a lot, right? Hey, what is wrong with you guys? Zoro looked at these strange people, completely puzzled by what was going on with them. We saw the news. It was because Omi defeated an admiral. We were all very worried about you. Robin explained. What? You guys? Zoro felt a bit touched. Damn it, how could we have any issues? If you guys got caught up in the battle, we probably wouldn't be able to see each other again. Robin continued with a sigh. Huh? Zoro felt depressed. Who do you look down on? Even if I'm weak, I'm not that weak. Luffy then curiously asked, what is Sanji doing? Sorry, Luffy. I must stay by the beautiful Lady S side and protect her. Don't disturb me. Sanji was nervously standing next to a girl sitting on a bubble with Chopper beside him, and the girl was holding a starfish in her hands. What is up with this color kappa? Zoro murmured. Huh? Green algae head bastard. What did you say? The two started arguing, while Chopper greeted, long time no see. Luffy, I'm from the Sun Pirates. This is Mermaid Cammy. Hello, Luffy dear. Oh, Chopper, I remember you. Nami also added, it's good that you still remember Chopper. That Mermaid Cammy. We've already been attacked several times, so Sanji is really nervous now. Hey, did you forget about me? The starfish in the girl's hands started talking. A glove? Why can't it talk? I'm a starfish, Cammy's. We should find another place first. Do you know where Omi and the others are? Nami then said. Who are the two people who just brought you over? You mean Tora? Luffy happily said. He is a good guy. I wonder if Law knows that he got a good guy card from Straw Hat Luffy. Would he feel happy? Listen to the starfish talking, hey. Then let us go to Uncle Rayleigh's place. When Omi and the others returned to the bar, Shaki and Rayleigh were sitting at the bar, one smoking a cigarette, the other drinking in silence. Karina looked around curiously and asked, where are Luffy and the others? Weren't they just here? Huh? Shaki. They want to find their companions. Moreover, not only that, pirates with bounties over 100 million have been landing one after another. Hee. We saw them. A bunch of weirdos, but Omi is still the strongest. Karina bragged. Is that so? Shaki smiled. But I heard that the originally ranked number 1 South Blue Supernova Kid and his crew have been captured. Anyway, I don't really like them. Oh, huh. Omi laughed. If that is the case, that guy really is unfortunate. Luck isn't great. Xiaoqi just smiled, her nose slightly wrinkling as she teasingly asked. You two, why do you smell the same? Hey, that's... Shut up. Don't say it. We're not the same at all. Karina pouted, her face flushed, insisting that they were different. Omi nodded in confusion. Although she didn't understand why this little matter couldn't be mentioned, if it shouldn't be said, then so be it. It's better not to provoke women too much. A glint of light flashed in Lei Li's eyes as he suddenly opened his mouth and said, here it comes. Chapter 54. Men's confidence. Is this your partner, Luffy? Not bad. They all look impressive. Rayleigh watched as the entire Straw Hat Pirates crew gathered, and he even saw some familiar faces. Of course. Luffy lowered his straw hat and smiled proudly. Huh, where? Nami smiled and shook her head. Even if you compliment me, I won't be happy. Hey, Chopper shyly jumped up and danced. Ha. Uncle, are you really the Dark King Rayleigh? Usopp asked with a smile. Of course I am. Who would impersonate me? Rayleigh joked, and then said, Little Eight, you've joined the Straw Hats too? Little Eight quickly waved his hands and shook his head, explaining, oh no, I've always been part of the Sun Pirates. We have a good relationship and came together. I plan to go back to Fishman Island with Cammy. I see. Rayleigh nodded with a smile. Shachi was calling the others to sit down, and Little Monkey's partner is a skeleton. That's really impressive, right? Luffy got excited. Isn't it interesting? He.S. a musician. Yo-ho-ho-ho, this beautiful lady, can you tell me? Shut up. Nami's iron fist silenced him. Can you be a bit more polite? Angry Nami is really cute. But Robin couldn't wait to ask. Uncle Rayleigh, I have a question. Then Rayleigh began to tell the story of Pirate King Roger. In short, once the Straw Hats arrived, the tavern turned into chaos, and Umi admired Zoro for being able to sleep through it all. He really is the god of sleep. Karina, however, was not very happy. Sitting next to Umi and biting her lip, she said enviously, the raccoon is really cute. I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer. Chopper was furious. Hey, Umi, let us find a cute pet too. Sure. What do you want? Umi laughed and suggested, how about a tiger? Isn't it cool? No, Umi, you're wrong. We should find a bear. Luffy seriously presented his opinion. A tiger is clearly cooler than a bear. You jerk. I said I want a cute pet, not a dangerous one. Karina angrily punched Umi several times. How about a lion? Mermaid Cammy then timidly approached Little Eight and asked, excuse me? What's the matter? Umi said friendly. People are always particularly curious about things they don't understand, and this was Umi's first time seeing a mermaid. He noticed her short green hair and the pink fishtail beneath. Her scale body was both beautiful and mysterious. Umi had actually never seen a fishman either. But because looks are justice, Little Eight's presence was diminished. Cammy actively spoke to Umi, causing bodyguard Sanji to burn with jealousy. Damn it, that Umi bastard. He's actually flirting with Cammy. Hey, Sanji. They're just having a normal conversation. Usopp patted Sanji's head, trying to bring him back to normal. So envious. You bastard. You can actually have girls on both sides. Doctor. Sanji is hallucinating. On the other side, Cammy said to Umi, sorry, you look just like the statue of the sea god. So I wanted to talk to you, right, Little Eight? Really? Little Eight exclaimed in surprise. You can't be a descendant of a sea god, right? Sea god. Karina exclaimed in surprise. Umi is a descendant of a god? Umi also looked confused. He felt like he had entered the wrong world. The plot was becoming chaotic, not at all like the One Piece he remembered. Sea god? I've never heard of it. Frankie asked curiously while drinking cola. Starfish Papagu jumped onto the table, saying, the sea god, that's the protector of mermaids and fishmen. And his statue still stands in Fishman Island's South Gion Kaido Square. He appeared like a comet over a decade ago, and his power is as vast as the ocean. Immeasurable. The sea god doesn't show up much anymore, but everyone says he is still sleeping in Dragon Palace. Still sleeping in Dragon Palace? Umi mumbled, that's impossible. He must have gone to the future. They're probably talking about his past self. Really? You even have a tail? Come with us to Fishman Island. Little Eight became very excited. Everyone will definitely be happy to see you. Umi, you're amazing. Karina, listening to the starfish and Little Eight, also became excited. Let us go see Fishman Island. Karina secretly calculated. There must be treasures in Dragon Palace. And as long as she can enter with the aura of the sea goddess child, she, the phantom thief Karina, is definitely not just a name. Then let us go together. Luffy also came over to join the fun. I will definitely go to Fishman Island. Umi didn't refuse. But he thought he should save Ace first. That guy has also come. We can discuss it. Who is it? Nami hadn't finished speaking when a loud laugh came from outside. Keek. Umi, where are you, you little brat? Umi heard Shiki's shout and shook his head helplessly. This guy really hasn't changed at all, still so arrogant. It seems people get more energetic as they grow older. When Gold Lion pushed the door in, he scanned the room. Umi, found you. Look who else is here. Rayleigh, Shachi, you guys are here too. Gold Lion was dressed simply, but he exuded a strong aura. Ever since Umi healed his bald head, he had regained his glory, and a man's confidence returned to him. He radiated a sharpness, like a lion surveying his territory. Even the sleeping Zoro was awakened by Gold Lion's imposing presence. Looking at the two famous swords at Gold Lion's waist, Zoro's fighting spirit ignited, but he still didn't act rashly. For a moment, everyone was silenced by his aura. Only Umi and Rayleigh remained calm, as usual. Umi lazily waved his hand. Gold Lion, you really made me wait. I thought you weren't coming back. Well, the main character always makes an entrance. Keek. Shachi, with a cold face, said, this is my tavern. I see Gold Lion's side. Only Indigo followed Gold Lion into the tavern. And Umi could feel that outside stood many of Gold Lion's subordinates, guarding the place tightly. The scene was quite grand. Gold Lion, you've gotten stronger, right? Don't get instantly killed by a Marine Admiral in the end. Umi teased with a smile, his words subtly boasting about defeating an admiral. TCH. Gold Lion frowned in displeasure. Umi, you little brat. Still so annoying. Rayleigh then asked in surprise, Shiki, what happened to your injuries? Is that why you've been absent? What injuries? Luffy, being the main character, quickly shook off the influence of Gold Lion and curiously asked. Shachi explained while pinching a cigarette. Gold Lion Shiki escaped from Impel Down a few years ago, breaking the myth of the Great Prison. It said he did it by severing his own legs. Severing his own legs? Usopp was extremely shocked. That is so ruthless. But without legs. How could he escape? Ha! Who made me the float human who ate the float fruit? The Golden Lion said proudly. Chopper, confused, said, It's impossible. Then how's his leg fine? It looks like a real leg. Ha ha! The Golden Lion laughed. Of course it's a real leg. That's precisely because I'm a born conqueror. Shiki, they're not listening to you. Indigo interrupted Shiki's self-indulgence. Only Luffy listened from start to finish, exclaiming, So as long as you're conqueror, you can be okay? Sanji was speechless. He's talking nonsense. How can you still believe him? Huh, is a lie. Luffy, Rayleigh sighed. You wouldn't be. Shanks lost a hand saving me before, so I have to help him. Ha ha ha. I see. I won't tell you then. You're Monkey D. Luffy, right? You've forgotten that you declared war on me, haven't you? The Golden Lion sneered. I haven't forgotten this. I will definitely beat you. But please tell me how to heal. Huh, are you joking? All right, enough of this. Umi stopped the two who were about to start a ruckus. The Golden Lion's injury will heal because I gave him a senza bean. Luffy, I'll give you one later. Let's first talk about the prison break plan. Really? Thank you. Umi, Luffy shouted excitedly. The Golden Lion clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, but didn't say much. Everyone, the prison break plan has 3 steps. Umi said seriously, Step 1, break in. Second, rescue Ace. Third, escape. That's it. Everyone understands, right? Isn't it simple? Except for Luffy shouting, the rest were dumbfounded. They had been stunned into silence. Chapter 55. The Flying Duck, King, huh? This is the plan. Is that all? Nami shouted in disbelief. Umi recalled seriously. No, that's it. Umi, you don't mean that all of us have to break into the underwater prison, right? Usopp asked tremblingly. Isn't that obvious? Umi laughed loudly. That's what makes it interesting. Are you kidding me? Do you think we are all monsters like you? Nami roared. We don't even know the specifics of the underwater prison. Ouch, ouch. Usopp shouted, holding his stomach. Luffy, I think I have a disease that will kill me the moment I enter the prison. Sorry, I can't go with everyone to Impel Down. Is that so? Luffy picked his nose. Isn't it great? How simple, Luffy exclaimed, confused. Is everyone an idiot? They don't understand this? You have the least right to say that. Luffy was mercilessly beaten by the group. The Golden Lion furrowed his brow, looking at this completely unreliable team. Umi, you little brat, this is your plan? It's completely reckless. That's right, right. The cowardly trio shouted loudly, standing with Indigo behind the Golden Lion. Umi thought the 3 of them were Golden Lion's lackeys. And the guys you found are all clowns. I think we should let them withdraw from the prison break operation. Just the 2 of us will be fine. Don't say that. They're the masterminds of the prison break. No, I must go rescue Ace. What nonsense are you talking about? I'll cut you down. How dare you slander me in front of a lady? Unforgivable. The cowardly trio kept thanking. Benefactor, thank you. Thank you. Then it's up to you. Hee. You underestimate me. I was already famous at sea while you were still a newbie. A skeleton can talk. The Golden Lion was taken aback, then calmed down. His expression serious as he said, Hee. Even if you have some use, I escaped from Impel Down. I know the situation inside very well. It's completely hell. I want to talk about the first level on the sea. It's just where the prisoners are interrogated. Below the sea, there are a total of 6 levels. I estimate Ace might be on the 5th or 6th level. The first basement is the hell of Red Lotus, where the leaves are as sharp as blades, and the grass can pierce human bodies like needles. A person's flesh will be full of holes, blood flowing. Robin smiled and said, If you go there, Usopp, you might leak when you drink water in the future. Don't scare me. The second basement is the Beast Hell. There are rare, ferocious beasts everywhere. The Golden Lion pointed casually at Chopper. You might get eaten by them in one bite. Chopper's tears were rolling in his eyes. I won't be scared. The third level is the Hunger Hell. There won't be any food there at all. It will starve people to death. What? Frankie laughed and said, That's nothing. I'm a modified human. Luffy followed up. Exactly. Umi teased with a smile. Luffy, if you fail the prison break and get locked in that level, you'll never eat meat again. What? Luffy was shocked. That's too terrifying. The 4th and 5th levels are a world of ice and fire, one a scorching hell. the other in ice hell. Zoro disdainfully said, a little heat is nothing. I am going to become the world's greatest swordsman. Green Algae Head is right this time. Because Sanji was smoking like a melancholic gentleman 1 second, and the next second he turned into a soft-bodied creature with hearts in his eyes. Swaying all over, my love for ladies will definitely melt any iceberg. TCH, have you got it wrong? The Golden Lion said disdainfully, the truly terrifying thing I haven't mentioned yet. The military wolves raised in the ice hell are fiercer than the monsters in the beast hell. And in the scorching hell, the Golden Lion's expression showed a hint of displeasure. It's the office of Warden Magellan. That guy ate the poison fruit and is a poison man. The toxins on him can instantly melt a person's bones, making life worse than death. Even I, when I escaped from prison, did not meet that guy otherwise. It seems you haven't had a good time in prison, Shiki. Rayleigh, who had been silent, finally spoke. Oomph. The Golden Lion Shiki didn't say much more. How could it be? Karina shuddered, clicking her tongue. What should we do then? It looks like we are all going to die in hell. Robin smiled and said, together with everyone, even if we get shot to death, eaten by beasts, or cooked. Don't say that. Robin, Usopp shouted loudly, I want to go home. Hee. This time I will work hard as a newbie. Brooke held a teacup. Fortunately, I'm already dead. It's so relaxing. That's too terrifying. It scared my eyeballs out. Although I didn't Luffy, I think I've got a disease that prevents me from taking risks anymore. Okay. Usopp was surprised. Luffy, everyone, I must go rescue Ace. Those who don't want to go can stay here. Luffy laughed and said, Hey, wait for me to come back. Let us go on an adventure together again. This guy, the Golden Lion, looked at Luffy, silent. But the ember of his cigar brightened. Interesting. Wherever the captain goes, I go. Me too. The uneasy atmosphere suddenly changed. Everyone said they wanted to go. Even Usopp mustered his courage to shout, I'll go too. I'm going to become a brave warrior of the sea. Ha. As expected of Luffy, Umi, who had been quietly observing, also spoke to comfort them. But don't worry. Don't be scared by the Golden Lion. Leave all the enemies to me. My plan is flawless. It will definitely succeed. The more detailed the plan, the easier it is to make mistakes. On the contrary, the simpler. Of course, mainly because I am too strong. Ha. So amazing. Umi, Luffy said, clenching his fist in admiration. So that's how it is. I said, you two really have enough. Let me think of the plan. Karina said, holding her forehead, speechless. Shiki, gift. Indigo suddenly reminded the Golden Lion. All right, Umi, I brought you a gift. The Golden Lion reacted. Umi curiously asked, what is it? You'll know when you see it. Shiki smiled proudly, clapping his hands. Everyone's attention was drawn as the tavern door opened, and a cage wrapped in black cloth was brought in by several people. But it got stuck at the entrance. Stuck, huh? Umi said, speechless. The Golden Lion, with his eyes closed, looked pleased, while Indigo continued to introduce. This is our latest mutated animal. It has developed special abilities. It can control lightning. Bang! The door was smashed. You have to pay for that, Zaki said with a smile. The younger brothers quickly nodded in fear, while the Golden Lion coughed, pretending not to hear, and dramatically pulled off the black cloth, revealing a guitar. What is that? It looks like a bird. A bird that resembled a duck actively flew out of the cage, adorned with yellow feathers and a red walnut crown on its head, with snot dripping from its duck bill. The Golden Lion shouted nervously, wasn't it locked properly? What a silly bird. Luffy, picking his nose, stared at the yellow duck that was making eye contact with him. Ha! The strange bird squawked, and lightning erupted, striking everyone, making their bones feel like shadows. Fortunately, Umi was quick and instantly teleported with Karina to a different spot, watching the charred crowd laugh heartily. How? The Duck King is shouting over there. Everyone was zapped enough that even Rayleigh's face turned dark, but he said nothing and continued drinking. Luffy looked at his unconscious companions and exclaimed, so amazing. This guy. However, Karina got excited and grabbed Umi's clothes, saying, that's it. I want it as our pet. Umi couldn't smile anymore. You're not a rubber person. Why do you want a bird that can shoot lightning? Chapter 56. Training Master come over here. Good child. Hee. Quack. Karina covered her mouth with one hand and held up a meat patty with the other, enticing the Flying Duck King as she embarked on her path to becoming a Pokemon Trainer Master. In the open space behind the tavern, Umi watched Karina relentlessly train the Flying Duck King and said lethargically, Miss Karina from the EC, just give up already. Umi, sitting on a box, lazily continued. Look at how many times you've been electrocuted. No, I'm about to succeed. Karina stubbornly replied. It won't be long before I tame it. Come on, Billy. Billy? Umi rested his chin on his hand, puzzled. That's right. I named it. Karina crossed her arms proudly and said, electrocute that target. Yeah, really? Umi sighed, realizing that Karina was truly determined, even giving the duck a name. Quack! The flying duck king let out a loud call. Its body crackled with electricity, sending erratic bolts directly from the ground, finally destroying the wooden board. I did it. Karina was momentarily stunned before joyfully shouting, Umi, did you see that? I succeeded. After countless attempts, Karina finally experienced the joy of reward after hard work. Looking at the ground that was once smooth, now filled with pits and a messy backyard, it was a testament to Karina and Billy's efforts. Quack! Billy also let out a loud cry, appearing extremely happy, as if it had reached the peak of its bird life. It feels great to sweat for something. Ah, congratulations, congratulations. Umi clapped 2 or 3 times half-heartedly and asked, but even so, it's of no use, right? I still don't understand what your training means. Huh? How is it useless? Karina happily hugged Billy, made a face at Umi, and cheerfully said, you must be jealous of us. Is it because you didn't participate and are sulking by yourself? What a child. Hee hee hee. Billy, with snot running down its beak, tilted its head and stared foolishly at Umi, calling out quack. Although what they said wasn't human language, Umi felt unhappy, thinking he was being pitted. He got up from the box and shouted loudly, Billy, next. Umi casually bought some roasted meat from the store and threw it far away. The delicious roasted meat tracing a beautiful arc in the air. Quack! Billy shouted, its eyes turning wide, excitedly raising its wings, and the bright yellow feathers crackled with electricity. Karina's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, wait a minute. 2. Before Karina could finish her sentence, a bolt of electricity surged, and she was completely charred, collapsing to the ground. Billy flew in the air and swallowed the roasted meat in one bite, the delicious flavor filling its taste buds. With the meat in its mouth, Billy happily called out, quack, but when it wanted to share this joy with Karina, all it saw was the charred Karina, her eyes nearly popping out as she exclaimed in shock, quack, ha ha ha. Umi burst into laughter. I told you it wouldn't work. Your training is completely useless. Billy was indeed a relatively gentle duck, but it seemed a bit foolish, overflowing with electricity and discharging when happy or sad, making it quite difficult to raise for those who weren't rubber people or lightning people. What a hassle. Do you think everyone is like she? Not at all. Karina got up from the ground, angrily retorting, once I train Billy well, it won't discharge randomly anymore. Quack, quack, quack. Billy looked at Karina, who was fine, and happily called out, flapping its wings and bouncing around. Good child. Karina gently patted Billy's head. Let us work hard together. Then we'll surprise Umi. That little guy who looks down on you. Looking at the 2 revitalized creatures, Umi pouted in dissatisfaction and muttered under his breath, Tsh. I'm just worried you'll get electrocuted silly. What a stubborn guy. Umi. At that moment, Luffy's urgent shouting came from the bar. Umi glanced at Karina and got up to walk back into the tavern. What's wrong? Luffy. I'm here. Ace. Luffy, sweating profusely, shouted while surrounded by his companions. This newspaper says Ace is going to be executed. When are we setting off? Right now. I'll contact the Golden Lion. Umi looked at the newspaper. Don't worry. We have more than 10 days. We can definitely reach Impel Down. Besides, Rayleigh and the others have already set off. Our plan will definitely be fine. What plan? Luffy asked curiously. When was Uncle Rayleigh not here? Also, idiot. You haven't been listening at all. Ignoring the antics of the Straw Hats, Umi said to Shaki, I'll leave Karina to you. I'll come to pick her up later. Better persuade her. I don't want to come back to find she's been electrocuted silly. Shaki smiled and said, Little Umi, are you an idiot? Isn't she like that, because you wouldn't let her go. Umi shook his head, not wanting to explain further. In Marineford on the Grand Line. This was the Navy headquarters, where various ranks of officers draped in justice cloaks moved back and forth, gathering the power of justice. Fleet Admiral. The Golden Lion pirates from Sabaody just disappeared from our surveillance. Is that so? Are they heading to the New World? Well, the reporting officer's face looked grim. We can't determine that. The island they were on has completely vanished from the radar. TCH, what a hassle. Fleet Admiral Sengoku frowned. How is the summoning of the warlords going? Empress Boa Hancock still hasn't agreed. She has rejected us many times. The officer hesitated and suggested. Should we recall Vice Admiral Mongoose? No, let him wait a bit longer. That woman is still very strong. We should try again, but there are only 5 warlords. What about the one locked up? Yes, there is no intention of repentance at all. Really, that idiot Jinbei. Everything is a complete mess. Before Sengoku could calm down, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway, and a Navy soldier carrying a long sword shouted, "Huff, Huff, Admiral, this is bad. The 23 surveillance ships sent to Whitebeard have all been destroyed." What? Not only that, the other emperors have also started moving. They're all gathering their forces. It looks like they are planning to take action. What a joke. Sengoku slammed the table in anger. Isn't this a showdown between the Navy and the 4 emperors? Should we send out the admirals to warn them? No, not yet. In the warring states, I press my hand to my forehead, trying to calm myself down. Go. Notify all personnel. Get ready and increase the recruitment efforts for the Navy. On the other hand, strengthen the defense of the city. We must prevent that guy Whitebeard from launching a surprise attack. The decisive battle could break out there. Also, is there any news about the great Sinfalomi? Sigh. After fighting with the general, he went missing. It is said that someone saw him in Sabaody, but his current whereabouts are unknown. We must keep a close watch on his movements. This guy must be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will be an even more terrifying disaster than Whitebeard. For justice. Yes, for justice. Chapter 57 Push-Ups. The sea seemed to have never been calm. Rather, it had recently become tumultuous. As the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, Ace's imprisonment was a loud slap that the Navy delivered to Whitebeard's face. Everyone knew that the world had reached a crossroads of fate. Standing straight on the deck of the warship, looking at the huge shadow beneath the sea, the Navy private couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What will happen in the future on the noisy deck? Navy soldiers were constantly moving about, and under the bright sunshine, more than a dozen warships were already on high alert. Even among them were over a dozen vice admirals. Everyone here was ready for battle. The surrounding area of Impel Down was gathering a force even more terrifying than the Demon Slayer Order. This is the Navy's principle. It has the strongest fist on the sea. To put it bluntly, although the conscripted Navy private was just cannon fodder at this moment, his heart was filled with pride and honor. This is the Navy, the real Navy, not the thugs living off scraps in remote villages, not the brutal pirates plundering the seas, nor the revolutionaries hiding in dark corners. They're the righteous army that moves freely under the sun, across the sea. However, the sea is vast. It can accommodate too many lives. Giant sea kings, as large as warships, swim just beneath the surface, and in this world, nothing is impossible. After all, Whitebeard is the strongest of the 4 emperors. No one is unaware of his power. If he were to come here, "Hey, soldier, I'm calling you." The vice admiral, draped in a cloak of justice, suddenly strode over, his footsteps echoing like they were on fire. Yes, under the sympathetic gazes of others. The private quickly withdrew his sweaty palm and saluted with a standard military gesture. "Sir, what are your orders?" His neck turned red as if he were shouting with his life, yet his legs involuntarily trembled slightly. "You idiot, what are you dawdling for here?" The vice admiral had a rugged appearance, with a thick beard covering his lips, and his eyes were filled with anger, making the private feel as if he were about to be burned to a crisp. "Report, sir, I was just..." He unconsciously pursed his lips, his brain suddenly exploding as his brain cells began to burn rapidly. "Bastard, I don't want to hear your excuses. Now, immediately, do 300 push-ups on the spot. Look at how your legs are shaking. Is this considered Navy elite?" The vice admiral's face was full of disdain, and he decided to thoroughly train these guys after the mission was over. "Yes." The private immediately responded loudly, feeling a sense of relief, and directly bent his legs back, placing his hands on the deck. "Oh, what bad luck." The private sighed unconsciously, but as he began doing push-ups, he suddenly opened his eyes wide in shock. He noticed the vice admiral's calves were also trembling. Huh, is that... Am I seeing things? No, wait. The warship is shaking. The warship is standing up. As this thought echoed in his mind while looking at the blue sky, the Navy private slipped off the deck. "Hey, help!" The vice admiral quickly reacted, charging forward and grabbing a few soldiers around him, stepping hard to brace himself, and he fixed his body, speaking with uncertainty. "What is going on? Help! I'm going to fall." Cries of despair surged forth, as the Navy elites were almost tossed into the bottomless sea like dumplings. "Ha ha ha ha, Navy men, here I come." As the warship ascended, the arrogant laughter echoed across the waters. Compared to the warship, the nearly ant-sized golden lion was quite eye-catching. This guy, The Navy Vice Admiral had quickly jumped onto another warship, gritting his teeth in hatred at the figure in the sky. Golden Lion. That bastard. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. All units prepare for battle. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Countless cannons on the warship turned to aim at the figure in the air. As the warship stood in the sky like a toy, the wild golden hair fluttered in the wind. Two famous swords hung at the waist, and the Golden Lion stood proudly in the air, showing no concern for the cannons aimed at him, merely gazing silently at Impel down below. The Golden Lion was relaxed, while the ant-sized navy began efficient actions, entering battle mode immediately. The enemy is the Golden Lion, a user of the float fruit, purpose unknown. Currently uncertain if there are other enemies. Damn it, is the Gate of Justice just a decoration for him? The Golden Lion's legs were intact, just as reported. The specific reason for this was still unknown. How did he manage this? Is it the power of the devil fruit? I can't care about that now. Attack quickly. This guy has already attacked one of our warships. All units prepare. Fire. Amidst the booming sounds of cannonballs, the Golden Lion took a deep puff of a cigar, raising his right hand and waving it slightly in the air. The warship in the sky was truly just his toy, suddenly starting to move, blocking all cannonballs. Long time no see, Impel Down. This time, I'm bringing you a grand gift. The warship bent, a piercing sound tearing through the sky, flying straight toward Impel Down. This was a massive cannonball. If it hit Impel Down, it could absolutely destroy it completely. However, as the sound of breaking air came, several vice admirals on the warships immediately leaped into the air, all of them masters of the moonwalk. Get back! One of them, with hockey coiling around his leg and his cloak of justice fluttering behind him, kicked forcefully against the warship, causing the warship in the air to pause and begin to slightly retreat. TCH, after dodging a cannonball, the Golden Lion sneered in disdain, his eyes glinting, and the warship moved forward towards Impel Down again. Iron Fist, dominating Dragon Gun. Two vice admirals quickly moved to assist, while the remaining few charged towards the Golden Lion. The giant ship let out a wail in the air, and the attacks of the three vice admirals directly caused half of the warship to disintegrate, crashing into the sea and causing huge waves. Fire. As several warships adjusted their cannons, the warship controlled by the Golden Lion was completely dismantled. At this moment, the Golden Lion was also facing the siege of several vice admirals, having already drawn the two famous swords at his waist, killing with enthusiasm amidst the cannon fire. Golden Lion, have you teamed up with Whitebeard? One vice admiral came floating through the air, his iron fist exploding through the air, clashing hard against the famous sword in the Golden Lion's hand, refusing to give an inch. His tone was explosive, and his fist showed no mercy. Ha ha, it's possible. You bastard. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. This time, I'll send you back to Impel Down again. Secret Sword. Before the two could finish their conversation, a flash of sword light suddenly appeared out of thin air. The blade sparkled brilliantly, and the rapier lunged towards the Golden Lion's waist like a venomous snake emerging from its hole. It turned out that a vice admiral had silently appeared on the other side of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion slightly turned his body, easily dodging the attack, and reached out to strike back. Stormfoot line. Accompanied by the sound of air tearing behind him, he suddenly withdrew his hand and leaped into the air. The air blades behind him sliced through the sea surface, and amidst the sound of crashing waves, the Golden Lion was already surrounded by a dozen vice admirals. In the rain of cannon fire, both sides quickly exchanged blows several times, with the Navy vice admirals exuding an imposing aura, confident of victory. Golden Lion, this time you can't escape. Hurry up and surrender. Don't waste everyone's time. The legendary Great Pirate is just a toothless tiger. His era has already passed. TCH, you really underestimate me. The Golden Lion's dual swords glowed with a fierce aura, cross/wave. Giant sword energy filled the sky, and although some vice admirals activated their iron defenses, they still bled and fell into the deep sea. Back in the day, I dared to storm the Navy headquarters alone. Today, I dare to break into Impel Down. I may be a toothless tiger, but you can only be considered a pack of little puppies. Amidst his arrogant words, there was a powerful aura pushing back. The air howled and exploded, and the faces of the vice admirals turned grim. The Golden Lion's strength exceeded their expectations. Besides, this time I'm not alone. Ha ha ha. As he laughed maniacally, the light dimmed, and a massive shadow slowly descended, obscuring the sky. Chapter 58. Precision airdrop. A huge shadow enveloped the area, silencing even the continuously firing warships. The battlefield suddenly fell silent. It's an island. A group of islands. What should we do? Let's jump into the sea. This madman. A vice admiral's face darkened, gritting his teeth in anger. Order the warships to retreat. Avoid these floating islands. But the laughter of the Golden Lion never ceased as he looked at the grim-faced vice admirals and comforted them, saying, "Don't worry. I won't perish with you. Let me show you the results of my time here. Let you see what a truly ferocious monster looks like." Report. The height of the islands is sufficient. Yes. Finally. Finally, the time has come. Let us begin. My treasures. Your stage is ready. With Indigo's excited shout, the fierce beasts catalyzed by IQ leapt down from the floating islands. Small ones. Show the Navy our power. Oh, the pirates wielding swords responded enthusiastically. These guys really are energetic. Umi, resting his chin on his hand, looked listless. Don't you think so, Luffy? Luffy didn't answer, only tightening his fist around the burning piece of life paper in his hand. Ace, wait for me, I'm coming. Beside him, Usopp was fidgeting, anxious, and hurriedly saying, Umi, I think I caught a disease that prevents me from leaving the island, so I don't have to go, right? Let's think about it again. Don't be so reckless. Don't worry, it'll be fine, Umi replied with a smile. As they say, in good times, look at Luffy. In tough times, look at Zoro. In desperate times, it's you, Usopp. With the three of you, it will definitely be fine. Though he said that, Usopp looked at Umi's trusting eyes, feeling truly at a loss for words. You are the bravest warrior of the sea. No problem, right? Ah, such a dazzling attack. Overwhelmed by his vanity, Usopp immediately patted his chest and assured, of course, no problem. Leave it to me. Good, then let us set off. Just as he was ready, Usopp's face turned as pale as paper, trembling as he said, Now? That's right. Really? That's right. Umi stood up, stretching his arms. No, Luffy, listen to me. I feel like I'm dying, really dying. I'm not joking. Usopp, you're so annoying, Luffy said, picking his nose in irritation, his face filled with disgust. Usopp clutched his chest, involuntarily taking 2 steps back and kneeling on the ground. Too much. This is too much. Zoro, help me reason with him. Snore. Zoro was snoring. Oh my god, why are you still sleeping now? Zoro, wake up. Usopp sighed dramatically. It's over. I'm done for. This time it's really finished. Why am I with you guys? Ha! Let us go. Umi pulled the 3 of them along, directly following the herd of beasts as they fell from the floating island. Wow, so cool. Luffy shouted in excitement. Ha ha ha. Ace, I'm coming to save you. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Usopp was so scared he felt like he was choking. Huh, where's this? Zoro mumbled, half asleep. Umi, go for it. Indigo and his crew shouted at the top of their lungs. Make sure to come back safely. As the floating island ceased its movements, the warships were prepared to fire again, but what followed was a sudden rain of ferocious beasts. Monsters! Ah, help! Somebody help me. What is that? Sea kings? Fire! Fire! On one warship, a white tiger with 2 tails moved swiftly, showcasing elegance in its leaps and bounds. But beneath its stunning appearance lay a terrifying reality. Its claws were already stained with blood. Not far away, a swarm of insects buzzed on another warship. The tiny soldier ants wielding weapons left a trail of bones in their wake, as the artillery seemed ineffective against them. Truly, a multitude of ants can kill an elephant. A calf, the size of a human, charged fiercely, breaking countless bones and spewing blood as it proudly bellowed towards a new target. Iron block. The Navy captain took a deep breath, muscles rippling, his skin shining with a dark sheen. I am a Navy colonel. Bang. After the charge, the colonel was pushed back a few meters, but remained unharmed as he blocked the attack. Damn beast. Looking at the confused calf, he inhaled sharply and punched at its head. With a thunderous sound, the calf was completely defeated, collapsing helplessly on the deck. The Navy colonel didn't have time to celebrate, as he immediately charged toward a horned rhinoceros in the distance. Looking around, all the warships were now in utter chaos. The battle had begun. The sea was nearly stained red with blood as the catalyzed ferocious beasts clashed with the original Sea Kings around Impel Down. They were completely irrational beings, and in their frenzy, they even attacked their own kind. Above them were islands blocking the sky, and below were dozens of vice admirals battling the Golden Lion, the air crackling with explosions, massive sword energy nearly tearing the sea apart. Occasionally, a warship would stand in front, only to be split in half, with countless people falling into the water. And those who fell would only become food for the sea beasts. At this moment, no one had the time to care for them. The battle outside Impel Down was fierce, but the main entrance was a rare land of tranquility. The guards at the main gate were anxious, holding weapons but unsure what to do. Is Warden Magellan still having diarrhea? Will the Navy headquarters reinforcements arrive? What do you think? Should we go out and support? Are you kidding? If we go out, we'll just be sending ourselves to death. Yeah, the enemy might come here any moment. We'll just stay here and prepare. Wait, look up in the sky. Something S coming. Is it beasts falling from the sky? Quick, aim and fire. Shoot them into the sea. Boom, boom, boom. As the shells were fired, the figures in the sky became clearer. A guard holding a telescope shouted, "Not beasts. It's people. 1-2. For people are coming. All units, prepare for battle." Shells. Up in the air, Umi held Luffy in one hand and Zoro and Usopp in the other, lazily saying, "Which one of you will take it?" "Huh? Shells? There are shells." "Umi, get out of the way." "Shut up." "Usopp, how can I sleep with you like this?" "What are you talking about?" "Zoro, still sleeping now." Usopp cried, "Forget it. I don't care about you two anymore." Putting the other two aside, Luffy was indeed the most reliable person. He laughed heartily and said, "Leave it to me." Luffy actively let go, inhaled, and shouted, "Rubber balloon." The shells struck Luffy, only to be immediately rebounded back. The cannonball has been bounced back. It's the Straw Hat Kid Luffy with a bounty of 300 million. Fire. Hurry. Fire. While the guards were shouting, Umi had already pushed Luffy's balloon forward at full speed, and the four had already landed on the deck of the Impel Down port. "Hey, hello, everyone." Umi waved his hand in greeting, very friendly. "Could you please step aside? I don't want to bully you." That's right, that's right. I am the great Usopp with 100,000 subordinates, so you better step aside if you know what's good for you. Chapter 59. Breaking through the main gate. How could they come so quickly? The guards, holding their weapons, could only helplessly face the reality. Their expressions tense as they watched Umi and his three companions. Although Umi's tone was gentle, his words were an insult to the guards. A light slap, ISNT, just hitting the face. Not to mention the smug Usopp, who stood with his arms crossed. His proud posture made people grit their teeth in frustration. What a joke. This is Impel Down. How dare you ask us to step aside? Not only will we not step aside, but we will also send all of you inside. What a hassle. Zoro scratched his spiky hair and adjusted his bandana, saying, "Enough talk. Just cut them down." "That's right." Luffy clenched his fists and said seriously, "Ace is still waiting for me." "Yeah, I'm good to go." Umi waved his hand, thinking he had to show some mercy. Sigh, being too strong is also a problem. "All right, it's up to you guys. Let's go." As a cheerleader, Usopp had quite the air of a general. "Huh, let me show you the might of the Impel Down guards." "No, wait." Suddenly, a guard pointed at Umi and shouted in shock, his face pale with fear as he fell to the ground, his body involuntarily leaning back. "What? That's the super criminal Umi who defeated Admiral Akiji and has a bounty of 1 billion. We're doomed. How did this guy end up here? There's nothing to be afraid of. Let's fight him. Charge." They're coming at us." Usopp yelled in panic. "Don't act. Leave them all to me." Zoro suddenly spoke, stepping forward and drawing his sword. Then I'll leave it to you. Anyone, hurry up and deal with them." "Zoro, show them your power." "Isn't that obvious?" Zoro said clearly, biting his sword. "Let me show you my new move. 3-sword style, Ultra Tornado." "Umi, what are you doing?" Zoro rolled his eyes at Umi, who had just tried to take the sword he was biting. Saw the. I was just curious. It's amazing that the sword in your mouth doesn't teeth fall out when you talk." Umi scratched his head awkwardly. "How do you do that?" "That kind of thing doesn't matter." Zoro roared. "I'm about to make my move." "Whatever. Everyone, they're coming at us." "Ha. I'll take that billion bounty." The sharp longsword mercilessly swung toward Umi's neck, and the guard at the front laughed wildly, as if he could already see the hot blood spraying out. But in the next moment, Umi had pinched the blade with his fingers, and the guard felt a blur in front of him as his weapon was snatched away. How? How is that possible? You hold it with your hand, and it's not even as tight as Zoro holding it with his mouth. The guard was completely stunned and didn't even hear Umi's insult. He didn't hear Zoro, but Zoro heard it clearly. Why compare me to him? I'm going to cut you. Don't be so aggressive, Zoro. I was just saying. Umi shrugged helplessly. Can we wait to argue later? Seeing the guards rushing toward them, Usopp quickly reached for his backpack to grab bullets. Luffy suddenly dashed forward, dodging the attacks of 2 guards, twisting in midair, raising his right leg and shouting "Rubber whip." Luffy's right leg transformed into a long whip, sweeping across and fiercely striking down a large number of guards, leaving only a few behind. "Hey!" The guard at the back of the line exclaimed in surprise. In an instant, their companions were kicked into the sea. So strong. Is this the pirate with a bounty of 300 million? Damn it. What do we do next? Fall back. Quickly fall back. Luffy, You idiot. I said I would handle this. Zoro no longer argued with Umi, pushing off the ground and charging forward. They're coming. Shoot. Quickly shoot. Damn it. Don't underestimate us. Zoro, charging forward, had a serious expression, like a demon emerging from hell, an emotionless killing machine. The sword energy around him erupted, seemingly transforming into a dragon, causing pain just to look at it. The powerful sword pressure brought a gust of wind. Three-sword style, Ultra Tornado. The tornado made of sword energy rushed toward the main gate of Impel Down, blowing all the guards away, and the tornado crashed into the prison's main gate. Wah! Accompanied by the screams of the guards in the air, a crisp cracking sound came, and the so-called impregnable main gate of Impel Down was breached at this moment. Well done, Zoro. Usopp raised his right fist in celebration, but he realized no one was responding. Even Zoro would smile at praise. Rather now, Umi and his two companions were on high alert, and the atmosphere was completely off. Usopp quickly understood why. As the dust from the fallen gates settled, a towering figure emerged. He was huge, nearly blocking the main entrance, with horns like the devil Satan and a pair of demonic wings on his back. He looked up at the sun and couldn't help but sigh, black gas drifting from his mouth, looking at the massive island in the distance. Where Gold Lion and others were fighting fiercely, he sighed, "Why is it so bright here?" As he spoke, more black gas wafted away, and even Usopp, who was farthest away, felt a sting in his body. This is Impel Down's Warden Magellan. What a joke. Although I've heard about it. This poison is too strong. Even if I want to stay in the dark corner, I can't let you few act recklessly. Impel Down is not a playground for you. Warden, please deal with him quickly. Domino, elegant and wearing a gas mask, walked up behind Magellan, standing to the side and impatiently speaking. Your time is precious. This is a waste. Huh. I'm very sorry. Hey, aren't you the warden? Why are you apologizing? Umi said with a smile. TCH, I really underestimated you. Zoro glared at Domino with a dark face, but most of his attention remained on Magellan. Is Ace inside? Get out of my way. Luffy clenched his fists, ready for a fight. You break down the prison gates and still talk big here. Magellan's venom surged, dripping onto the ground, corroding it into pits. Each of you will taste the punishment of poison, experiencing 24 hours of pain before falling into true hell. Hey. Usopp yelled in panic. You're joking, right? Right? Big bro, spare me. Ha. Then let's try it. Umi laughed heartily, but his clothes moved without wind. Although I didn't expect to meet you so soon, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I won't lose to anyone. Chapter 60 Instant Kill. Is your tone very big? Magellan just sneered. I'm a user of the poison fruit. As long as you get caught by my poison, even a little, you will completely lose your ability to move. It's better not to be careless. They are not just nameless small fries. Domino took the bounty notice handed to her by the jailer from behind and adjusted her reddish-brown glasses. A bounty of 120 million for Roronoa Zoro, 300 million for Monkey D, Luffy, and $1 billion for the notorious Umi. This person is the one who recently defeated an admiral. Admiral Sengoku is very concerned about his movements and has ordered all Navy personnel to report any sightings immediately. Sengoku? This guy is really targeting me? Umi thought inwardly, though his face showed no signs. Usopp, hearing Domino's statement, excitedly shouted, Yeah, if you know what's good for you. Step aside quickly. I'm the great Usopp with 5 million subordinates. Huh? Magellan gasped, his eyes widening involuntarily. 5 million subordinates? So you are actually the strongest guy. It seems I need to deal with you first. A cold sweat broke out on Usopp's forehead, and he felt like he had lost all his luster. It's obvious he is just bragging. Domino coldly added from the side, he really is just a nameless small fry. Is that so? I'm truly sorry. Magellan bowed again in apology. At that moment, Umi moved. Zoro, the one in front of the four, only felt a gust of wind pass by him. Umi had already dashed straight towards Magellan, and his voice followed. This guy is mine. You guys be careful. Zolfust. That was the only thought in Domino's mind. She could only shout in her heart for Director Magellan to be careful. In just a fleeting moment, like a bubble bursting, Umi had already reached Magellan's back, throwing a punch at Magellan's head, who was still bowing. Although Magellan is a user of the poison fruit and is considered the strongest in close combat. Once someone gets close, they must endure the damage from the fierce poison. However, the poison fruit is merely a paramecia-type devil fruit. Even if Magellan is a poison man, he is still just a person. Being human means being able to get hurt. Umi was confident he could knock his opponent down with one punch, which was also the easiest way to fight, though somewhat unmanly and not in line with his usual style. He was curious about the taste of the fierce poison. After fighting with Magellan, Luffy had developed resistance to poison. Is it too much to say he is the protagonist? That halo is so dazzling. Umi thought he would also be able to do it. After all, he was the #1 combat race in the universe, a scion, and he was using the protagonist's son Goku's stats, so there was no reason he would lose to Luffy. But with Luffy and the others still here, the poison's range was vast, so Umi ultimately decided to make it quick. The strong wind rushed towards him. Even without seeing it, Magellan instinctively felt the crisis. This was the forewarning from his observation haki, and he almost immediately reacted, murmuring, "Poison. Dragon." Deep purple poison surged around him, dark and viscous, exceeding human imagination in its disgustingness. Domino, who was closest, instinctively retreated rapidly to avoid getting contaminated by the fierce poison. Everyone in Impel Down knew the horror of Magellan's poison. Nerve paralysis, unspeakable pain, and near-death hallucinations. The fierce poison was the most severe punishment in Impel Down. A nightmare for every prisoner. Everyone knew how terrifying it was. The poison on Magellan gathered, and the poison dragon began to take on a ferocious appearance. It represented death. Touch it and get hurt. Brush against it and die. The poison dragon lunged toward Umi, ready to devour him. Stone. Umi spun his right hand in a circle, his fist cutting through the air as if steam were rising. At the moment he swung his fist, space seemed to shatter. With just one punch, the poison dragon disintegrated, exploding outward, splattering in all directions, leaving Umi's area completely clear. It was as if an invisible ship was carrying Umi through the waves, charging towards the turning Magellan. The splattered poison liquid fell everywhere, corroding the wooden boards and stones. Luffy and Zoro stood still, easily dodging it, while Usopp turned and ran, crying out as if the end of the world had come, though the poison was still quite far from him. Magellan, whose head had barely turned, was met head-on by Umi's fist, and he felt both regret and shock in his heart. I can't dodge. Damn it. The next moment was the direct contact of fist and face, the two close together. Bang! Magellan's body bent backward, deep fist marks on his face, and he fell to the ground, blood gushing from his nose. Poison dripped from his body, creating more pits in the stone slabs at the entrance of Impel Down. Domino, who had retreated long ago, saw Magellan knocked down and exclaimed, "Director, lost. Am I dreaming? This is a joke, right? Chief Magellan." The jailers in the prison couldn't help but shout. None of them had expected Magellan to fail. This is the guy with a bounty of 1 billion. We're no match for him. Quickly raise the drawbridge. Hurry. Yoshi. Well done, Umi. TCH. Even if you didn't strike, I could handle it. Umi is so amazing. Join us as my partner. Umi did not respond to Luffy and the others. He just felt his right hand for a moment, confirming that his condition was good and he hadn't been contaminated by the poison. He turned back and smiled, saying, "Wow, I didn't expect to take out the strongest and Impel Down so quickly. Next, you can take the elevator to the 6th level. Ace is right there. Then where are you going, Umi?" Luffy asked. "I'm planning to take a stroll and Impel Down, going down level by level. I'll reach the 6th level soon. You guys, don't ignore us." Domino cursed and flicked her wrist, her whip striking towards Umi, but Umi caught it with one hand. This bastard. Domino exerted all her strength, but the whip didn't budge at all. Furious, she shouted, "Jailers, go." By time for the drawbridge to rise. Yes. As the jailers rushed over, Luffy also charged forward. "Umi, see you later. Don't die on us." "Hey, no, let us move together. It's safer with more people." Usopp hurried to catch up. Usopp looked at Umi with reluctance, but was still dragged away by Zoro. Luffy ran at the front, nimble and agile. The jailers were no match for him. Filled with fighting spirit as he shouted, "Ace, I'm coming." "Hey, Zoro, you're running off course." Watching Luffy and the others run far, Domino gritted her teeth and looked at Umi, saying, "What exactly do you want to do?" "We're just here to rescue Ace. By the way, I also want to find a few subordinates." Umi didn't care about the other party's attitude and said friendly, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person." Cool. The elegantly poised Domino could no longer hold back. She had never seen someone so shameless. Wow, Umi dodged this shameless sneak attack, saying with disdain, "Are you kidding? You're so dirty. Forget it. You should rest for a while." Umi forcefully yanked the long whip in his hand and then struck Domino with a knife hand, knocking him unconscious. When Magellan was knocked out by Umi, the surveillance phone bug had already transmitted this scene to the monitoring room. "Deputy Warden, should we go rescue Warden Magellan? What should we do next?" "Report. The Straw Hat Kid and his crew have already boarded the elevator. Should we activate the mechanism now?" "Deputy Warden, the notorious criminal Umi has already gone to the 1st level of the underground prison. What should we do? It's so noisy. My prison has become a complete mess. Hannibal shouted irritably. Damn Magellan. Defeated so easily. Damn it. Hey. Hannibal suddenly clapped his hands and said excitedly, I have an idea. Ha ha ha, since the Straw Hats want to go to the 6th level. Let them go, and then completely seal off the 6th level and finally release Chief Jailer Shiryu. Perfect. Also, immediately report the whereabouts of the notorious criminal Umi to Admiral Sengoku and request assistance. All floors must be sealed off. We absolutely cannot let him escape. Now go rescue Magellan. He cannot die. He must take full responsibility for this incident. Yes, finally, I can finally become the warden. Chapter 61. All-out military action? Admiral Sengoku, please think it over again. You have already sent 2 generals to Impel Down. And if you draw more troops, it really isn't a wise move. Calmly crossing his arms, Vice Admiral Tsuru closed his eyes and said, This isn't like you. Sengoku. Wahahaha. Carp just laughed loudly while munching on senbei. Sengoku slammed the table in anger, standing up and shouting, Carp, what's so funny? Straw Hat Luffy has breached Impel Down. That's a fortress. If it weren't for you being a marine hero, you'd have to take responsibility. What did you say? Carp casually picked his nose. With the situation this serious, how can I take responsibility? Vice Admiral Tsuru raised her hand and tapped the table, saying, Sengoku, now isn't the time for this. Why did you decide to personally lead a large force to Impel Down? Whitebeard's movements are currently unknown. The marine headquarters could be attacked at any moment. If you leave. Facing Tsuru's questioning, Sengoku first fell silent, then spoke up. Because of Umi. What? The great criminal Umi. That guy is even more dangerous than Whitebeard. First, the Golden Lion attacked Impel Down, and then the great criminal Umi appeared alongside Straw Hat Luffy. The 3 of them are definitely in league. Impel Down is bound to fall. The consequences of the criminals we've detained over the years are unimaginable. If we don't stop them now, it will definitely be too late. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at the anxious Sengoku and said solemnly, Sengoku, what exactly happened back then? What are you really afraid of? Defeating a general is indeed impressive, but even if all 3 admirals were to lose, the Marine Corps wouldn't disappear. In any case, I've made my decision. I am summoning the 7 warlords now. Tell them the battlefield has shifted. Come with me to Impel Down. I'm very sorry. The nearby Marine soldier, though anxious, spoke up loudly. The 7 warlords Blackbeard is currently unaccounted for. He's nowhere to be found. What kind of joke is this? Sengoku was initially stunned, then slammed the table and stood up, saying, Such an important matter, and you're only telling me now? Hurry up and find him. Yes. However, we just received word that a military ship without departure permission just left the port. I'm afraid. Bang. Upon hearing this, Sengoku couldn't hold back any longer and slammed his fist heavily on the conference table. Damn it. Vice Admiral Tsuru slowly leaned back in her chair. It really is a storm brewing. Wahaha. Carp stuffed a large handful of sanbei into his mouth and laughed. Don't worry, there will always be a way. Let's go see Impel Down together. Little Stone. In midair, Umi's right hand suddenly disappeared, and the Sphinx in front of him also flew high, crashing heavily to the ground. Ugh Ramen, accompanied by whales. Dust rose to the sky, and the Sphinx on the 2nd level of the prison fell unconscious with a large bump on his head. Oh. Long live Boss Umi. We will follow you for the rest of our lives. The prisoners on the 2nd level of the prison cheered loudly, as if they could already smell the sea. Among the crowd, Mr. 3 clasped his hands over his jaw, which had dropped in shock, and pulled the nearby clown buggy, asking, Who the hell is this guy? Why is he specifically here to save me? How would I know? Buggy, coming back to his senses, impatiently shrugged off Mr. 3's hand, feeling extremely annoyed. I don't even know this guy. I only know that this damn brat keeps dragging me toward hell. Damn it, just defeating an admiral. What's there to be so arrogant about? Once I find an opportunity, Buggy, from a distance, Umi suddenly shouted, Where's the way to the 3rd level? Hi, respected boss Umi. Please come this way. Looking at Buggy, who immediately ran to Umi's side and bowed deeply, Mr. 3 couldn't help but mutter, Wow, this guy really has no shame. Spin, jump, I never stop. The strongest path of the transvestite. Mr. 2 was full of energy, having not seen Little Straw Hat for a long time, wondering if he would miss him. And my idol, the transvestite king. I can't wait to meet you. Buggy couldn't hold back any longer, and after throwing up, he looked at the more than 200 escapees beside him, staring at Umi in the distance and thinking, What is this guy doing? He's so powerful. Why is he bringing us along and saving such oddballs? Mr. 3 beside him kept whining. Hot. So hot. I'm gonna melt. He wasn't joking. His body was really melting. Annoying. I'm hot too. We're on the 4th level now. Buggy wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling quite irritable. Captain Buggy, go tell Big Brother Umi to let us leave here quickly. It would be best to let us go back to the 2nd level. The next is the extreme cold hell. Mr. 3 softly added. Exactly. Captain Buggy, you're so amazing. Big Brother Umi will definitely give you face. You're the first to follow him. He must care about you. Captain Buggy, you guys. Just as Buggy was about to curse, he suddenly thought. Wait a minute. I'm also a member of the Pirate King-S crew. That bastard Umi seems quite friendly. Maybe I can make a small request. Just in time to see what Umi is planning. All right, I agree. Buggy readily replied. Wait for my good news. You guys. Really? Long live Captain Buggy. I knew you wouldn't let us down. Mr. 3 shouted. Don't get cocky. Hurry up and go. Buggy, determined, quickly approached Umi, who was at the front of the line, cleared his throat and said, Umi, what is it? Umi impatiently interrupted, feeling quite annoyed, and most importantly, he felt like he had forgotten something. Although Impel Down is known as an impenetrable fortress, in his memory, the strongest was Director Magellan. Everyone else was just a bunch of weaklings. But Umi now kept feeling like he forgot something. When Umi's tone became slightly stronger, Buggy was so frightened that he stumbled over his words, trembling as he said, wait a minute. Umi waved his hand to silence Buggy, then turned to look at the corner at the back of the line. Enemies are coming. Huh? What? Baki has not yet reacted, and the shy Mino zebra has already rushed out first, sweeping with a long polearm, causing the escaping prisoners to scream in agony. Big Umi. Help! It hurts, it hurts. So powerful. We're no match at all. The head jailer of the underwater prison, Little Suddy, followed closely behind with 3 other beast jailers. Hearing the prisoners' cries, Little Suddy felt a surge of excitement. Yes, just like that. Scream even louder. You escapees. I'm going to torment you properly. Little Suddy pointed at Umi and shouted. Is it you? The one who ambushed Warden Magellan. Let my lovely beast jailers teach you a lesson. Umi looked at the 4 approaching beast jailers, all awakened users of animal-type devil fruits. Tough and sturdy like punching bags. This time, there's no need to hold back. Umi unconsciously smiled, striding forward, going against the flow of the fleeing prisoners to meet them head-on. Chapter 62. Expanding the crew. Hurry up and leave here. The guard beast is coming. Stop. Don't push. I'm going to fall. The scorching hell is a giant iron pot, filled with boiling pools of blood and seas of fire. With only a few places being pure land, and the bridges above the sea of fire are the most important roads. The prisoners following Umi's jailbreak, except for the unconscious ones, are all rushing toward the bridge behind where there are no guard beasts, making Umi's advancing figure particularly prominent. So foolish. Little Suddy crossed her arms and twisted her body. Just because she knocked out Lord Magellan with a sneak attack, she became so arrogant. I must torture you well later. Oh, that scream is truly charming. That deputy warden actually made me wait for the Navy headquarters support. What a joke. This is Impel Down. Offense is the most natural thing. Go for it. Even Umi Big Brother can't win. Big Brother, hurry and run. No, it's too late to run. We're doomed. Minotaurus, the bulbul fruit user, has a cute appearance but is terrifyingly strong, sniffling and swinging a giant spike club in hand. The spike club transforms into a black line in the eyes of the prisoners. Full of force, a single hit on a person would definitely sound like a bang. We're finished. Amid the prisoners' wails, Umi has already disappeared from the spot, softly saying, Rock. Zulfust. Umi let Minotaurus run 800 meters ahead before he acted. Already ahead of his opponent, Minotaurus unconsciously rolled his eyes, but his head was already hit by Umi's punch, and his body rapidly retreated in the air, crashing into the far bridge railing and losing consciousness. Minotaurus fell in an instant, but the battle wasn't over. Rather, it was just beginning. After all, there were 4 guard beasts. Following closely, Minot Zebra wielded a spike club and swung it at Umi's face, while Minot Koala pounced at Umi but was kicked away mid-air by Mr. 2. Human-animal fist technique. Memories of that summer. The memories of the human-animal never end. Scissors. Umi first tilted his head to dodge Minot Zebra's attack, extending 2 fingers to directly snap the spike club from the second guard beast that charged up. The distant prisoners were stunned, hardly believing their eyes, unconsciously looking at their own fingers. How'd he snap the iron? Umi Big Brother is too impressive. Just as Umi dodged this attack, Minot Rhino roared and swung his spike club at Umi. Umi Big Brother, be careful. Hey, Buggy, should we go help? Mr. 3 in the crowd adjusted his half-broken glasses and asked. Of course not. That guy Omi can even beat an admiral. We just need to watch here. Buggy appeared calm on the outside, but was filled with anxiety inside. What a joke. He doesn't want to fight the guard beasts. That courting death. Ha! Didn't he hit me? Omi suddenly soared into the air. Didn't he expect it? Right? I can fly. Omi's aerial technique is no joke. Looking down at the minute rhino swinging his spike club in the air, he mocked. It's time to end, murmured Omi as he opened his right hand, energy gathering in his palm. Mr. 2, get away. Huh? What? Little Fong didn't hear what Omi said clearly, but he quickly understood what to do next. Run. The pure white energy ball shot through the air like a speeding sports car, tracing a beautiful arc directly towards the guard beast. Boom! An explosion occurred, and amidst the smoke, the 3 guard beasts that had just been standing on the bridge completely lost consciousness, falling to the ground covered in dirt. Seeing the scene, the prisoners couldn't help but shout out loud, celebrating as if it were New Year's. Omi Big Brother is the strongest. Omi Big Brother, I love you. On the other side, little Suddy was gritting her teeth in anger. Damn it. What have you done to my treasures? I want to... Sorry. Please lie down for a while. Omi appeared in front of little Suddy in an instant, reaching out to snatch her whip and tying her up tightly. Very perfect. Next is to recruit the prisoners on this level. Oh, this is a key. Thank you all. I'm finally free. Hey, you all better thank Omi Big Brother properly. He is your true benefactor, our great savior. Mr. 1, you were here. Mr. 2 and Mr. 3. It seems the boring days are coming to an end. Recruiting went even smoother than Omi expected, under the condition of defeating the guard beast with 1 strike. The prisoners successfully joined his team. Omi flew in the air, looking at the newly added troops, excitedly shouting, "Everyone, let us head to the 5th level." Oh, just you wait. Accompanied by little Suddy's furious curses, everyone prepared to head to the 5th level. In the central tower prison of the extreme cold hell, Kid's fiery red hedgehog head had already turned into a white hedgehog head. He silently stood in front of the prison door. As his hands were shackled with prism stone handcuffs, he could only repeatedly slam his body against the frozen prison door. The few prisoners inside the cell watched Kid, trying to find death, and began to discuss among themselves. This guy hasn't given up yet, really annoying. So stupid. Even if he gets out, it's a dead end. The military wolves aren't to be trifled with. Ha! This kind of stubborn guy appears every year. And in the end, TSK, they die a terrible death. The other prisoners got more and more into it, and this cold prison became rare and lively. Here. Kid, accompanied by a dry retching sound. A weak voice echoed in the prison. The previously silent Kid, who was constantly trying to escape, quickly turned around in surprise upon hearing that familiar voice. Kira, you're awake. Are you feeling better? We can get out soon. Wahaha, we can get out soon. Is this guy talking nonsense? Don't say that. He is about to kick the bucket. It's so cold. Kid, put on my coat. It's okay, you'll be fine. I'll save you. Where's the brotherly love? So disgusting. Hurry up and die. Stop talking nonsense. Kira lay weakly in the corner of the prison, and amidst the ridicule of the crowd, he said softly, Kid, I can't help you anymore. The future Pirate King. Future Pirate King? I really can't do it. Ice Cream King is more like it. Young people love to dream, still dreaming before dying. You all shut up. Bang. Kid suddenly knocked down the nearest prisoner and bit his ear. This bastard. I'm gonna kill you. Damn it. Still daring to fight back. Send both of them on their way. Hold it down. It's quite lively here, Omi teased as he stood in front of the cell door, followed by a group of prisoners dressed in thick clothes. The people in the cell temporarily stopped, and someone spoke up. Hey, who are you, little brat? What is going on here? Facing the prisoners' questions, Omi didn't answer. Only energy beams shot out from his fingers, cutting through the iron door. Bang. Everyone come out. Omi smiled kindly from now on. I will be your boss. Chapter 63. Luffy's Crisis. The heavy frozen prison door crashed to the ground. Freedom was right in front of them, but everyone in the cell exchanged glances, hesitating to take a step forward. Those locked up on the 5th floor were no ordinary people. They were all clever and had seen their fair share of tricks. The other party was numerous, and their intentions were unclear. While it was easy to get out of the cell, what awaited them afterward was uncertain. So, no one wanted to be the first to take the plunge. They all wanted to observe first. Kid, who was bare-chested and pinned down by others in the snow, took the opportunity to stand up, walk in front of Omi, and extend his hands, saying, Help me unlock. How dare you speak to Lord Omi like that? Bucky, who was standing beside Omi, shouted angrily. What a sycophant, Bucky. Mr. Two thought to himself, but he also shouted, "Please, can't you even add a please? Kneeling when you speak is basic etiquette. Do you understand basic manners?" Exactly. Everyone chimed in. Umi, however, said nothing. A flow of energy surged in his hands, and a pale white light blade flickered and disappeared. With a thud, the handcuffs fell to the ground, and Kid carefully studied Umi for a few seconds before kneeling to bow his head. This kindness would never be forgotten. Then he stood up, and the iron door on the ground moved, raising his hand and smashing it towards his former cellmates. "You bastard! How dare you! Stop! Stop! Help me! Wait, it was just a joke. It was just a joke." After dealing with a few people, Kid picked up the cold body of Kira and was about to leave. "Hey, how dare you kill Lord Umi's subordinates?" Bucky couldn't help but shout. What did you say?" Kid's face, stained with blood, made his eyes particularly fierce, scaring Bucky into retreating. Realizing he was backing away, Bucky couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry, saying, "Bastard, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Looking at Bucky, who had already run far away, all the prisoners unconsciously thought, "Isn't that just a sign of fear?" Kid disdainfully glanced at Bucky, ignored him, and was about to leave with Kira when he heard Umi say, "Hey, if you leave now, you might regret it later." Kid didn't respond, but walked firmly toward the exit of the floor. He remembered. "Don't you want to save your subordinate? You can save him?" Kid's hands holding Kira trembled slightly as he quickly turned around to ask. "Of course I can," Umi said proudly, "but anything works." Kid interrupted. "Also, he is not my subordinate. He is my partner." Once Kid put down Kira, everyone saw his weak state and couldn't help but discuss among themselves. "Boss Umi is amazing. He can actually heal this? Feed him this bean." Looking at the soybean in Umi's palm, everyone couldn't help but look at Umi, their eyes filled with doubt, as if asking, "Is that it? Just that? If you don't want to save him, just say so. Why play with us?" Kid, however, solemnly took the soybean from Umi's hand and carefully placed it in Kira's mouth. Deep down, Kid felt uneasy, but there was really no better option. Since he chose to believe, he had to move forward. He didn't have a better plan. As the magic bean was swallowed by Kira, just 3 seconds later, Kira, who had just been on the verge of death, immediately regained color. Then he climbed up from the snow, incredulously exploring his body, asking, "Kid, I'm not dead?" Death, the fear that no one can conquer, vanished at this moment. The surrounding prisoners erupted in chaos. Everyone gets hurt, and injuries and illnesses lead to the end of life. What they couldn't obtain was what they desired the most. And the ordinary little bean in Umi's hand was exactly what they wanted now. Ah, damn it. The opportunity has slipped away from us again. Miracle. This is a miracle. Mr. Two couldn't help but shout, "Umi, you're simply the legendary miracle worker, Ivankov. No, even more powerful than Lord Ivankov." Umi glanced sideways at Mr. Two, knowing he was praising him, but it didn't really make him happy. They all looked at the man who created this miracle, their eyes filled with fervor. Worshipping him, "Brother Umi, we will follow you for a lifetime." Mr. One, what an incredible man. In the crowd, Bucky's eyes turned into the symbols of berries. Umi must have more of this treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken it out so willingly. If he got it, he would strike it rich. Aha, aha, ahihi. Bucky, showing his ugly side, was accompanied by his partner, Mr. Three, who just wanted to say, what a coincidence. He thought the same as Bucky. After Kid explained everything to Kira, they both thanked Umi, and Umi had gained 2 powerful subordinates. Afterward, they successfully recruited the prisoners on the 5th floor. Only a small fraction chose to join Umi's team, while the rest just wanted to freeload. Umi sent them to the end of their lives. The prisoners on the upper floors were already disregarded. The prisoners on this floor were too dangerous, and Umi didn't want them to go out and cause havoc. "Let us go. Next, we'll accept the invitation of the devil." Huh. The faces of the prisoners turned pale, scared to death. "Ha, just kidding. Actually, we're going to meet At this point, Umi suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten something. The reason Impel Down was called a fortress was because of the existence of 2 people. One was Magellan, and the other was Shiryu of the Rain. This guy, because of his rampant killing, was also locked up in level 6 of the prison. In the original story, he was released and immediately betrayed, showing no strength. Umi had completely forgotten about him. I wonder if Luffy and the others have encountered that guy. Forget it, it's too late to rush over now. Besides, Luffy is the main character, so he should be fine. Yeah, definitely fine, Umi comforted himself, hearing Ace's voice. A smile finally appeared on Luffy's face as he briskly ran toward Ace's direction. Zoro and Usopp followed closely behind Luffy, one calm and collected, the other panting heavily. Swish! In the darkness, a flash of blade light passed by, like a meteor in the night sky, aimed at the Straw Hat's neck. A sharp blade wind followed, and a terrifying killing intent leaked out. "Luffy!" Zoro shouted, drawing his sword, the momentum rolling, imposing aura attached. Clang! The two swords clashed. Sharp electric sparks collided in the void, and with a crackling sound, the two treasured swords were at a stalemate, neither side yielding. As the blade approached, Luffy simply ran forward, not stopping or hesitating, but instead leapt forward, his arms stretching back fiercely. Gum Gum Rocket. With a short period of special training, Luffy's strength had made significant progress. His fists wrapped in domineering energy struck at the attacker. The crackling sounds finally stopped, and the attacker withdrew his blade. But in the moment of retracting, three sword energies flew towards him. Luffy swung his fist into the air, and Zoro rushed up right behind him, blocking two sharp sword strikes, while another was dodged by Luffy in midair. Usopp only then realized the attack and got ready for battle with his slingshot. Whoosh! Amidst the swirling cigar smoke, the attacker revealed his true identity, with a small squad of guards rushing in behind him. "Captain Warden, please wait for us. It's Straw Hat, Luffy, and his companions, ready for battle. It's them. Captain Warden, please take action." TCH. What hassle. Zoro drew his three swords, like a hungry tiger unleashing its claws. "Oh, we're doomed." Usopp put on his goggles, holding the slingshot with a pale face, his legs trembling involuntarily. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, clenched his fist, and shouted, "Get out of my way. Ace is still waiting for me." Chapter 64. Conqueror's Haki. With a cigar in his mouth, Shiryu exuded a high level of charisma. Faced with Luffy's wild shouts, he remained silent. Only the glowing tip of his cigarette flickered in the dimness of level 6. As the prison guards arrived, ready to launch their attacks, Shiryu finally spoke. "Sure enough, Impel Down can't function without me. Look, even little mice can run around here now. Magellan actually lost to these kids. You'll end up like him." Zoro's resolve was unshakable, and he couldn't wait to charge in and cut someone down. "Get out of my way." Luffy raised his finger, ready to unleash Gear 3rd, determined that no one could stand in his way. "Who are you calling a mouse?" Usopp shouted angrily. "The Magellan you mentioned was taken down with a single punch. Instant kill, instant kill." Shiryu's face was cold, but a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. "Just the three of you?" He moved his finger to the hilt of his sword, and while Raijin was only slightly unsheathed, a terrifying killing intent turned into a sea of blood, sweeping in all directions, pressing down on the guards behind him until they could barely breathe. "Shiryu, the chief guard." One guard couldn't help but shout Shiryu's name, hoping he would rein it in a bit. This guy, the killing intent was so terrifying. He was like a legendary killer. Zoro's fighting spirit was already boiling over. Usopp felt like he could barely stand, yet he still shouted hysterically, "It's us. We still have a partner, that guy named Umi, who once defeated an admiral. And he'll be here soon. A small fry like you wouldn't need a second move to take you down. You can only be smug right now." The killing intent was overwhelming, and Usopp felt like he was about to faint, cold sweat pooling on the ground. "Usopp." Luffy noticed Usopp's pressure, then looked at Shiryu blocking their path, clearly aware that Ace was not far away. "I've said it before." Luffy pressed down on his beloved straw hat, speaking in a low voice. "Don't block the way." Conqueror's Haki activated. It was as if a dam had burst under continuous heavy rain. A terrifying momentum erupted, sweeping towards Shiryu's direction, an invisible force striking at everyone's hearts. Thud! Thud! In an instant, the guards fell one after another to the ground, losing consciousness. The dark and silent level 6 suddenly erupted into chaos. Hey, is this for real? That feeling just now, Conqueror's Haki? That's surprising. Such a little guy. What's so great about it? I have my own things to say. Kill him. Shiryu, hurry up and kill this brat. Bang, bang, bang. The iron doors of the cells rattled, and countless inmates turned their gazes toward Luffy. Some were attentive, some sneered. Each of their names had once drifted on the sea. Living legends. This is Conqueror's Haki? Jinbe, restricted by chains, could only barely look in the direction of the Haki. What happened over there? Is it related to Ace's brother? Ace also felt this power and looked over with concern. After confirming it was from Luffy's direction, his heart sank deeper with worry. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Luffy really shouldn't have come to save him. Perhaps there was no place for him in these seas. Even if he could escape this time, the Navy would definitely not let him go. He didn't care about himself, but Ace truly didn't want anyone else to get hurt because of him. This is Conqueror's Haki? Facing the impact of the Haki, Shiryu, holding his sword, squinted his eyes, the killing intent dissipating into nothing. Feeling the world was unbelievable. He actually saw the birth of a king. Usopp suddenly felt a lightness all over. The killing intent that had pressed him down had vanished into thin air. What's going on? What did Luffy just do? The earlier conqueror's haki actually didn't affect us? Zoro stared intently at Luffy's back, a smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. I knew it. Single-celled organisms are truly unreasonable. With renewed vigor, Zoro stepped forward, standing at the front of the three, saying, Luffy, I'll block him. You and Usopp, go find your brother. Luffy hesitated for a moment, but nodded in agreement. However, Shiryu sheathed Raijin and gestured for a pause. Wait, I don't want to fight you. What do you mean? Are you scared? The rain had stopped, and Usopp felt he could now face off against the dragon. No, it's just not necessary. I don't want to stay in this prison any longer. Even killing someone gets you this, and that's said about you. It's really annoying. Now that Magellan has fallen, I want to leave with you and go kill more people outside. Usopp knew that the guy in front of him was not joking. He was serious. This was a psychopath who took pleasure in killing. Spare me. Are all the guys in this prison like this? How about it? Are you three in or out? Shiryu took a puff from a cigar, exhaling the smoke. Agree or fight? Luffy. Zoro looked at the threatening Shiryu, waiting for his captain to decide. I don't care if you want to leave or fight. Get out of the way now. Luffy's expression was resolute, his will unshaken. If you don't move, we are enemies. Hee hee, Straw Hat Luffy, you're quite an interesting man. Since that's the case, I'll take it as your agreement. Shiryu revealed a typical villainous smile and stepped aside. Luffy and Zoro brushed past him, while Usopp tiptoed around to avoid this terrifying guy. Hey, Shiryu, why'd you back down? Yeah, too scared to act coward. Shiryu glanced coldly at the ones who had just spoken, icy words escaping his lips. Looks like you want me to find some amusement. Amidst the cries of despair, Usopp could only huddle together for warmth, pondering when he could leave this hell. Really, I was scared to death. Aye, welcome. Come visit. The new human paradise. Ha ha ha. What is this perverted army? I'm gonna throw up. You are Ivan? Mr. 2 knelt weakly on the ground, feeling his fantasy shatter. This guy with a huge face, deep purple explosive hair, long and thick eyelashes, and strange taste is the legendary miracle person? Hey, this guy is so rude. Yeah, this is the great Mr. Ivan, the king of new humans. Perverts. So many perverts. Buggy looked at the group of oddballs here, feeling overwhelmed. You are even more rude. Ivan twirled 360 degrees on stage, shouting, quiet down, little candies. How others see me is their business. Even if they call me poop, I don't care. Just as the new humans were settling down, Ivan suddenly yelled again. I absolutely do not want to be called poop. Damn, so it was a scam. I've been tricked again. Hey, more food, more food. Brother Umi isn't full yet. But let's get back to business. Umi boy, I've read about you in the newspapers. It's truly impressive. But how did you know we were here? Ambrosio Ivankov, as a member of the Revolutionary Army, has been lurking in the city, always ready to dive into the waves of revolution at the right moment. Of course, his actions are absolutely secretive. In many people's minds, he might already be considered dead. However, the fact that Umi, who can defeat generals, knows of his existence shocked Ivank when Umi sent a message through the surveillance phone bug as soon as he entered the prison. Hearing Ivank's question, the new humans and prisoners all quieted down, straining to listen. Burp Umi patted his belly, feeling about 80 full. Could it be that you're also part of the Revolutionary Army? Ivank was already getting excited there, looking at Umi and exclaiming, that man sent you? He.S. finally going to take action. Ding. All wrong. Umi picked his teeth and said, I don't know Dragon, nor do I plan to join the Revolutionary Army. I came here on my own decision, first to rescue Ace, and second to find some partners or subordinates to leave safely. This was the first time Bucky and the others learned what Umi wanted to do, and now they felt completely at ease. As long as they could get out of this damned hell, that was enough. I am part of the Revolutionary Army. Umi boy. Ha, what does that matter? As long as our goals align, that's good. The myth of advancing the city will be broken today. Everyone will leave. Do you still want to stay here? A new era is about to begin. If you stay here, you will only be left behind. Lord Ivank, let us go out. No, it's better to stay here. Lord Ivank. Amidst the shouts of others, Ivank frowned, uncertain. She needed to think carefully. Come out with us. Umi friendly extended his right hand. Oh, right. There's someone else you should meet. Dragon's son, Monkey D. Luffy. Huh, Dragon's son. Chapter 65. Imminent crisis. Ace is now the fuse of a major event. Umi does not think that once Ace escaped from prison, the Navy will easily let him go with a simple let it be. The greater possibility is that the Navy will decide to pursue them relentlessly, and a war between the four emperors and the Navy is likely unavoidable. This world needs this war, and no one can stop it. Although Umi does not know what will happen next, he is definitely on Ace's side, as this is how he can gain Luffy's friendship and thus obtain his protagonist panel. Having made his decision, more power is always better. Faced with Ivan's hesitation, Umi could only take the initiative to raise the stakes, using Luffy's name, since everything he said is the truth. Umi's plain words stirred up a huge uproar in the new human paradise. The Straw Hat is the son of Dragon. Is he really the leader of the revolutionary army? Is this true? Ivan-sama, calm down. Sweethearts. Ivan raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Look at me. I'm very calm. Not. Ivan suddenly shouted loudly. It turns out Ivan-sama didn't know either. My God, you tricked me again. You Umi boy. You can't be lying to me, right? Ivan's eyes were filled with doubt, staring at Umi without letting go. I don't know if Dragon has any children. Umi did not argue, just looked at him with a light smile, while Kid stood up, banging the table. Bang. What a joke. The captain wouldn't lie. You really think you're that impressive? Umi's our captain, and that's enough. Shut up. Bad boy. Deathwink. The explosive wind swept across, and a disheveled Kid roared. I'm gonna kill you. As the metal objects around began clanging, a mechanical giant arm quickly took shape and slammed towards Ivan. Kid, calm down. Kira's side spun rapidly, intercepting the blow in front of Ivan. Seizing the opportunity, Ivan charged directly forward, his right fingertips beginning to change. Embryo female hormones. What? Just as it seemed he would hit Kid, Ivan's wrist was firmly grasped, and Umi had somehow stood beside him. Although he was very interested in men turning into women, he couldn't use my subordinates as a performance. Beneath his calm words was immense strength. Ivan's expression changed several times, yet he still couldn't break free. This guy, Ivan-sama. The new humans cried out in worry, and in the blink of an eye, both sides clashed. They realized at this moment that they were armed and ready to fight, and Umi's side was no different. Don't anyone move. Ivan suddenly shouted. But Ivan-sama, I didn't lie this time. Ivan hid his trembling right hand behind his back, looking at the delicate boy in front of him, involuntarily sighing. I believe the news from outside now. Umi boy, it seems you really defeated the Admiral. What else would there be to say? Kid said proudly. You were opposing us. It's simply, Kid. Under the urging of his good partner Kira, Kid finally pouted and reluctantly quieted down. Ah, indeed very strong. Ivan didn't mind. Just said seriously, but I am from the Revolutionary Army. I want to do what I don't want to do. Alas, Umi sighed lightly. I didn't lie to you. Straw Hat Luffy is indeed Dragon's son. They're all from East Blue's Windmill Village, and Dragon's father is Marine Vice Admiral Garp. You still say you're not part of the Revolutionary Army? You know such hidden news, and I didn't even know. If you really don't believe it, you can meet Luffy. He is currently in level 6. You can judge for yourself after that. I don't have a habit of forcing people. How about it? Wait a minute. Ivan's eyes almost popped out as he shouted. What did you say? Dragon's son is currently in level 6? Why go to such a dangerous place? Didn't I say? We are all here to rescue Ace. After all, Ace is Dragon's brother. No. You never said that. Everyone shook their heads repeatedly, indicating that they had never heard it. Is that so? It shouldn't be too late to say it now. What a joke. Lightning. Let's go. Ivan quickly ran towards level 6. Yes, Ivan-sama. Sweethearts, I'll be right back. Big brother, that cross-dressing king left. What about us? There's no helping it. What impatient guy. We should set off too. Umi shook his head helplessly. No, it's definitely because you're too lazy. Ifan-sama, please be careful. Lightning supported Ivan, who was rolling down the stairs, saying worriedly, I'm fine. Ivan energetically wiped the blood from his nose, his expression serious. Damn it. The stairs to level 6 have been blocked. Straw Hat boy, please don't be in trouble. Ivan's worried look was clearly transmitted to the monitoring room by the surveillance snail. Deputy Warden, the previously deceased cross-dressing King Ivan has appeared again, and the revolutionary lightning from the South Sea. It seems they intend to head to level 6, but they're blocked by the hypnosis gas. Huh? What? Hannibal, who had been praying, shouted in despair. How could this happen? Clearly, all the prisoners except the first level had escaped, and yet there are still emergencies. The warden is still unconscious, and the beast guards have all been defeated. Little Suddy and Salutes are completely unreliable. Deputy Warden, I'm still standing here. Salute stood beside him, holding a trident and complaining. Outside, the Golden Lion has not been repelled yet, and that bastard Shiryu has destroyed all the surveillance on the 6th level. God, are you trying to kill me? At this point, I can only sleep, wait for the warden to wake up, and then talk. Deputy Warden, please wake up. Let me go. I'm just a deputy warden. I don't want to be a warden anymore. The guards dragged Hannibal, who had pulled a blanket from who knows where, and absolutely would not let him sleep. Alala, it seems you are still very energetic. That voice is. Everyone in the monitoring room suddenly stopped moving, instinctively shouting, Admiral Akiji, the Navy reinforcements have finally arrived. We are finally saved. Then a guard ran in and said, report. The prisoners who were just rioting in the prison have been frozen for some unknown reason. Ah, that was me. Huh. Admiral, what are you doing here? Well, just now. Akiji lazily scratched his head. Anyway, I'll be in charge of Impel Down now. What's the situation? Oh, what a bother. Hannibal, who was still cheering, barely managed to become serious at this moment and saluted, saying, yes. Please listen to my report. The notorious criminal Omi, who had just disappeared, has reappeared with a group of inmates and perverts. What? Hannibal didn't have time to be surprised as a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Wait a minute. Everyone knows that Admiral Akiji lost to the notorious criminal Omi. So, may I ask, can Hannibal take a break? Akiji was also looking at Omi on the surveillance screen, sighing, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Admiral, sorry to ask, but are you okay? Hannibal timidly spoke up. Huh, what do you mean? Well, it's just that the notorious criminal Omi you can win, right? Surely it won't be a problem? Well, Akiji crossed his arms. How should I put it? Wow, this is not good. Super unreliable. Hannibal bit his handkerchief, crying bitterly. Director, I miss you so much. Don't worry, even if I lose, there's still Admiral Kazuro outside. It will definitely be fine. Report. The notorious criminal Omi has joined forces with Ivankov, and they have broken through the blockade and entered level 6. Ah, Hannibal unconsciously exclaimed, quickly looking to Kazan for help. Admiral, what should we do next? There's no choice. I'll have to go there myself. Akiji scratched his head and said, but I need to make some preparations first. Chapter 66 Ace is rescued as Luffy was running. He gradually slowed down until he finally saw Ace. In the dim prison cell, his long-lost brother was right in front of him, bound by thick chains that restrained his limbs. His body was covered in dried blood and wounds, and his once shiny black hair had turned into a messy tangle. Ace, I'm here to rescue you, Luffy shouted. Wow, it's really Ace. Finally, it's coming to an end, Usopp said, tears welling in his eyes, overwhelmed with joy. Luffy, it's really you, Ace exclaimed in shock. Seeing his brother in such a dire situation after so long made Ace feel somewhat embarrassed, but more than that, he felt joy and guilt. You idiot, why did you come to such a dangerous place? Ace trembled. Of course, it's because you're here, Luffy said excitedly, but then he realized he didn't have the key to the cell door, which was quite awkward. Luckily, he had reliable partners, with Zoro slashing through the chains. Luffy finally got to approach Ace up close. Even so, Ace's pride came through as he said, I don't need you to save me, Luffy. Luffy, however, was even more outrageous, completely ignoring Ace's words, and just called out, Zoro. Zoro cut through the chains, and Luffy immediately took out a senza bean, shouting Ace. Here, take this. Eat it quickly, and all your wounds will heal. What? Luffy, listen to me. You before Ace could finish. Luffy stuffed the senza bean into his mouth. But seeing Luffy's happy expression, Ace decided not to say anything more. You're still so headstrong, Ace sighed, and gave Luffy a hug. Thank you for coming to rescue me, Luffy. Luffy was first taken aback, then he laughed joyfully. Meanwhile, a mysterious warmth washed over Ace's body, and under the effect of the senza bean, all of his injuries healed, and he even felt full. Ace felt this power, and moving his hand in disbelief, asked, What did you just give me, Luffy? Senza bean, Luffy said, feeling that his brother was a bit slow to understand such a simple question. I mean, where did you get this senza bean? Omi gave it to me. Who is Omi? Omi is Omi. Ace thought Luffy was really dumb. Luffy. Ace smiled and playfully punched him. Finally, with Usopp's explanation, Ace learned what had happened to Luffy and the others recently. So that is how it is. Well, thanks to that guy Omi, otherwise I would have known you were captured by the Navy. I knew you didn't care about me at all. Ace said, but his eyes were red. Now is not the time to get emotional. Ace, brother, let us quickly get you and your brother out of here. Jinbei, who had been ignored, finally spoke up. Old man, who are you? Luffy just noticed the other person in the cell. This guy is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Jinbei, my good brother, Ace introduced. 7 warlords of the sea. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp couldn't help but shout upon seeing the fishman in front of them. Indeed, that would be me. Jinbei bowed in thanks after freeing himself. Well aware of etiquette. Nice to meet you for the first time. So, does that mean Kokoyashi village is your territory? You are the captain of the Sun Pirates? The boss of the fishmen in Nami's village? Hey, old man, Do you know Nami? Ah, that orange-haired human girl? She said she wanted to join our pirate crew, but later I heard she was taken by someone else. So is you guys. Aye, that's right. Really? She really found good partners, huh? Yeah, it's not as good as you say. After all, she is my sister. Jinbei was gratified for a moment, then returned to seriousness and said, now is not the time to be happy. We need to quickly get Ace out of here and stop the war between Whitebeard and the Navy. How did you guys get in? We would have laughed. Jinbei, you still have such naive thoughts. Suddenly, someone in the dark corner of the opposite cell mocked them. Luffy and the others looked over and immediately noticed the man with the golden hook. That guy. Usopp trembled, biting Zoro's hand, pointing shakily at the man in the opposite cell. Shut up, you idiot, Usopp. Zoro angrily knocked Usopp on the head with the hilt of his sword. Are you? Luffy's eyes widened. You were captured here too. Crocodile. Long time no see, Straw Hat. I didn't want to say anything at first, but I just couldn't help it. Crocodile stood there casually, looking as if he were the director of Impel Down. Jinbei, you didn't think that after Fire Fist leaves here and returns to Whitebeard, it would be safe, did you? The moment Ace entered this prison, when the Navy decided to take action against Whitebeard, this war became unavoidable. There are plenty of trivial excuses to go around. Besides, Whitebeard has lived long enough. It's time for him to step aside. Exactly. Kill Whitebeard. Ha ha ha. I really want to rush out and cause a scene. Hey, just let me out, and I'll help you. Kill. 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 Let this world be destroyed quickly. Level 6 erupted into chaos as countless powerful criminals shouted loudly, venting their deep dissatisfaction. Boom! Ace's fist transformed into flames and instantly expanded, illuminating the entire Level 6. Under the dazzling light, most prisoners screamed, covering their eyes. So bright. What is this? Damn Fire Fist. Just as I was having fun, shut up. You garbage. Remember, to speak the name of old dad from your mouths is an insult to him. After hearing Ace's words, many people sneered, but Level 6 quieted down nonetheless. Wow, Ace, so cool. Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration. His face grinned proudly, ruffling Luffy's hair. We should hurry and leave. Oh, Luffy and Usopp raised their hands in agreement. Looking at how happy they are, Zoro poured cold water on them. You too. Have you forgotten we're locked in Level 6 and can't get out? Yeah. The other four couldn't help but shout in unison. It is true. I forgot. We're dead. We're doomed. Usopp has already taken out paper and pen to write his will. Koya, when you see this. It's really. Ace couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luffy, your friend is so interesting, right? Usopp is particularly amusing. Only Jinbei fell out of place with these guys, wondering what to do next. Before he could think too much, a turning point emerged. An explosion was heard at the entrance of the stairs to Level 6. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, Umi and others, especially those from the underworld, brought new chaos to Level 6. Jinbei, upon seeing the leading figure, couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise, exclaiming, Huh? Lord of the Sea God. Chapter 67. Willful Decision. These guys. Kid had a dissatisfied look on his face, not expecting that Level 6 actually existed, and that he wasn't locked up here. It was really a failure. Damn Navy. They underestimated me. Kid, I'm leaving. Straw Hat Boy, where are you? It's quite lively today. We have guests. I mean, I've lived here for so many years, and I didn't even know when Level 6 turned into a restaurant. Wahahaha. Whatever. Someone come let me out. I will thank you properly. Right. Kids, and me too. Let me out as well. Usopp, so many people have come. Wait, why are there so many weirdos? Umi, you're here. These guys? Luffy, Xiao Feng, you're all right. And Buggy, what about me? Mr. 3 quickly swung his hair. Zoro looked at Mr. 1 and said, You're also here, huh? It's really getting lively. The cross-dressing King Ivankov also noticed Luffy wearing a straw hat and exclaimed in surprise, Straw Hat Boy, it's so good to see you safe. Ace, Luffy, is this your friend? No way. Who are you? Luffy looked confused at this strange guy who was both crying and laughing. I'm sorry. I'm a companion of your father, Dragon. By the way, is Ace also Dragon's child? Not to mention Ivankov there, trying to verify. Jinbei took the initiative to step in front of Umi and, after taking a careful look, knelt on one knee. I never expected that because of you, I would come out of Dragon Palace, Lord of the Sea. I'm truly sorry for the trouble. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Lord of the Sea? Looking at Jinbei's respectful attitude, Umi recalled how Shachi and others described him and the changes in Nami's storyline, finally confirming that he indeed seemed to have returned to the past. But is the future me still in Dragon Palace? It's really a mess. Umi was lost in thought. while the little brothers behind him became excited. The warlord actually bowed to Boss Omi. So strong. No wonder he is Boss Omi. Lord Omi, I'll follow you for life. While the little brothers were excited, Omi had already helped Jinbei up, saying, Uncle, you have the wrong person. I'm not a sea god right now. Jinbei hadn't reacted yet, and Ace, who had already established a relationship with Ivankov, came over to say hello. Yo, my brother, thank you for taking care of him. This was Umi's first time seeing Ace. He had freckles from his mother on his cheeks, shiny black hair, and a grateful smile that radiated warmth like sunlight. This is the bloodline of the Pirate King, the man who said before dying that he had no regrets in life. Umi wasn't new to changing the storyline, but when he saw Ace and Luffy smiling in front of him, he still felt a slight emotional stir. It's nothing. Instinctively opening his mouth, Umi quickly added, Luffy helped me a lot too. Zoro and Usopp looked at Umi with suspicion, their expressions as if they had seen a god. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for lying? Exactly. I had so much fun with Umi. Luffy laughed, remembering their contests of eating, contests of meat, the memories of eating meat together. It was really so much fun. Thinking of meat, Luffy suddenly felt hungry and shouted, Umi, I'm hungry. Quickly use your magic to make meat. Show Ace too. All right, Umi agreed. Just about to act when Ivankov refused. Now is not the time to eat. Let us leave the prison first. That is indeed the case. Jinbei completely agreed with this idea. It's not safe right now. That's right? Usopp, Buggy, and the others nodded madly, expressing their strong agreement. Why is that? Luffy looked dejected. Luffy, don't forget. Zoro, the Golden Lion is still outside delaying time. We'd better leave here quickly. Act according to the plan. Do we have a plan? Not to mention Luffy rubbing his head. The others reacted to the name of the Golden Lion. What did you say? That Golden Lion who was the only one to escape from the Great Prison. Is that true? So cool. This time we definitely have a problem. Ha. I'm finally leaving this hell. That's right. Everyone, we can all leave safely. Umi smiled and said, once we're out, let us have a feast together. Meat. I want to eat meat. I want to drink for 3 days and nights. But before that, just to be safe, let us choose a few guys from level 6 to come with us. Hearing Umi's last sentence, level 6 erupted in an instant after a brief silence, with prisoners in the cages shouting, choose me. I'm very strong. Let me be your partner. Hey, ha. Boss. From now on, you're my boss. I can call you dad too. Just let me out. The punishment in level 6 seems to be just a person quietly staying there. Easier than any layer of Impel Down, but being punished is still punishment. For the prisoners here, perhaps only daily torture can make them feel alive. Some of them are too powerful to be killed, some have committed unspeakable evils, and some are truly big figures whose names resonate throughout the sea. But now they can only endure punches and sing songs here, clearly having too much they want to do, yet they can only slowly be killed by time. Deeply experiencing their powerlessness, they really have no idea where they lost. They refuse to accept it. Of course, exceptions like the sand crocodile think that everyone in the world is a fool, and there are very few guys like me. It's truly lonely at the top, thinking they could come in for a vacation, brag, and show off. But it got awkward. They can't get out, and even if they want to leave, they can't, but that doesn't stop them from continuing to show off. Now that the opportunity reappears before their eyes, of course, they will fight for it with all their might. Hey, Umi boy, are you joking? Ivankov crossed his arms, showing absolute opposition. Do you know what garbage is locked up in this layer? Letting them out will only cause more destruction. That's right, please think it over. Jinbei also spoke up. Although he didn't know why Umi said he was a sea god, he knew this guy definitely had something to do with the sea god. So his attitude towards Umi was still quite respectful. Ha. Don't worry, I will take responsibility. No, I absolutely want to feel at ease. Not to mention Ivankov and others' opposition, Umi stubbornly made his decision, and everyone could only helplessly accept reality, as this guy was the strongest. Since that's the case, I have to think of a way too. Crocodile boy, you come help me as well. Ivankov, the sand crocodile grimaced, indicating that even if chosen by the cross-dressing king, he wouldn't be happy. Wait a minute, this guy's a bad guy. He called out to Vivi's country. Luffy quickly shouted, That's right. Usopp followed up to cheer. I'm no longer interested in that country. Crocodile quickly said a few soft words in a roundabout way. I'm actually very interested in your actions now. Helping you is not out of the question. Don't worry. Stahlhut boy. Ivankov thought that if they were to let go, it should be someone they knew well, and she just happened to hold Crocodile's weakness. Classmate Crocodile also expressed that this weakness was very powerful, and he completely dared not act. Chapter 68. New partner Ivan, Luffy, and the others were arguing there, while Omi was wandering in level 6 with his few little brothers, searching for his predetermined target. Bondiwald, Katarina devant, Buxiot, Abaro Pizarro, Saint Juan Wolf. Truly some of the most renowned figures in the world. Mr. 3 adjusted his broken glasses and gazed in awe. Buggy, who was following Omi, also looked around and suddenly stopped, staring in shock at a prisoner in a cell, saying, "That guy is..." Mr. 3, what? Buggy, do you know that guy? He is a crew member of the Pirate King like me, and back on the ship, he could hold his own against Rayleigh. He is a real monster. The Devil's descendant, Douglas Barrett. Barrett, who had been silent in the cell, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Buggy, saying, "This red-nosed. Buggy, right? That little brat from back, then, is still alive? Well, lucky guy. Huh, who are you calling red-nosed? You idiot." Buggy was furious. "I'm doing just fine now, and you just stay in this prison and wait to mold. You dare to show me that face. If you have the guts, come out and fight me. Oomph. All right, I choose him. My partner." Omi clapped his hands, seemingly making a decision in a moment of inspiration. Hey. No, I don't want to be partners with a monster anymore." Buggy, who had just spat at Barrett in the cell, now screamed as if he had lost a loved one. "Jinbe, please reconsider." "Kid, since Omi has already made his decision, then so be it. I won't lose to anyone anyway. Omi, please don't do this. Choose someone else." Ding. Objection invalid. Let's get along well from now on. Omi smiled and moved forward. But Barrett took the initiative to speak. "I never said I wanted to join." "What?" Kid was furious. "How dare you refuse us? Partners only make people weak. Unlike you warm-hearted guys, I only trust myself, and that is true strength. I want to join you. I will kill all the Yonko and Admirals by myself, and become the Pirate King that surpasses Roger. If you know what's good for you, get lost." Buggy, this guy's been locked up for too long. His brain must be broken. Mr. 3, right, killing all the Yonko and Admirals, surpassing Roger. Who does he think he is? Omi, don't mind this lunatic. Kid also chimed in, "Let's go find someone else." Omi did not move, but instead smiled and said, "You have a point, but are you really that strong?" "I don't think so. Being locked up here, aren't you just a failure? And still talking about strength. Maybe some people's power has no limits, like me, but you are definitely not among them. So being a delusional fool is a sickness. It needs to be cured. Kid, remember this." Barrett glared at Omi fiercely. "I'm the strongest." With every word, a terrifying aura erupted like the vast ocean, tearing through the air as the entire floor seemed to tremble. Amidst the terrifying pressure, laughter could be heard from several nearby cells. Damn Barrett, starting to act weird again. What a freak, staying in prison and still training himself. He's even stronger than me now. Unlike the relaxed monsters, the people around Omi felt their bodies shake, as if the world was tilting, and they seemed to be momentarily transported to a hellish battlefield. This guy is even more terrifying than before. Buggy knelt on the ground, his face dark and almost crying. Damn it, this bastard. Kid unconsciously bent down, but forced himself to stand up, gritting his teeth and holding on, absolutely unwilling to admit defeat. Omi yawned, stretching his arms, saying, "Is that it? You're the strongest?" As his words fell, an infinite aura surged from Omi, shaking the world, pressing Barrett's smug face to a liver color. How is this possible? Before the surprised words could be spoken, Omi narrowed his eyes, and the overwhelming pressure increased again, as if a giant was hammering down on Barrett's chest with a divine hammer. Under the terrifying pressure, all sounds disappeared, and no one could voice an opinion. Not only was no one brave enough, but no one could even open their mouth. Yet everyone knew in their hearts that there was a world of difference between the two, and even if a god descended, it could not be more than this. "You're the strongest?" "Say it again, I want to hear it." Ignoring the astonished gazes of everyone, Omi took the initiative to speak. After a long time, someone in a nearby cell finally spoke softly. "What a monster." Buggy looked at Omi with a face full of black lines. Being called a monster by a monster. What exactly is going on with Omi? Omi had not wasted this time. He had already learned to use the energy within him in the way of the pirate world. It was just about spreading the energy out, rather than gathering it like in the Dragon Ball world. Ha 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 ha. The dazed Barrett finally came to his senses and laughed wildly, tears streaming down his face. After a long time, he asked, "Your name is Omi, right? What's wrong?" "Nothing. From now on, I'll be following you until the day I defeat you." Barrett said as he stood up. "Before that, whatever it is, just leave it to me." "Very well." Omi nodded in satisfaction. "Do you know where Redcount Riderfield is?" "How rude. I'm starting to like you more and more." Barrett moved his wrists to loosen the chains, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. I don't know, but that guy is already an old man. You'll be disappointed when you see him. Follow me. Buggy. Riderfield, is that Riderfield, right? Mr. 3 finally emerged from the reality of Barrett joining, asking curiously. Of course. Umi already said red count, Buggy shouted. Didn't you just hear? I just can't believe it. That legendary guy who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard and Roger is actually here. It's unbelievable, don't you think? We're here. Barrett stopped and pointed to the figure in the adjacent cell, saying, That's him. Let me see the legendary pirate, the aloof red count. Mr. 3 stepped forward. How could it be? This is the legendary pirate. Impossible. Why is he so old? Hey. This is just an useless old man. I told you would be disappointed. What? The old man in the cell hunched over, one hand on his waist and the other to his ear, his teeth leaking air, looking at the wall, saying, Is someone coming? Old man, we're over here. Huh? You guys are so fast. The old man turned around, took 2 steps towards the jail door, and then fell flat on the ground, crying out in pain and unable to get up. Kid looked disdainfully at Riderfield in the cell and said to Umi, Brother, let's forget about this old man. Just let him stay here and wait to die. The old man in the cell was very sensitive to the word die, stopped crying out and lay on the ground shouting, Wait a minute. I don't want to die yet. Save me. Help me. I'll agree to whatever you want. Do you want to be my partner? Riderfield. Huh? What did you say? Umi, ignoring Kid, who was being stopped by Kira, Umi squatted down by the jail door and said again, Riderfield. Do you want to be my partner? The old man lying on the ground flashed a glimmer of hope in his eyes and quickly replied, Yes. Yes, I agree. Great. Welcome to the team. Umi snapped his fingers. Mr. 3, unlock him. Yes. Umi. Thank you, young man. Seeing Mr. 3 unlock his shackles, Riderfield seemed to regain his senses and proactively expressed his gratitude, turning into a complete gentleman. It's nothing. Mr. 3 had just opened his mouth when he instinctively thought, was he that tall just now? Riderfield's face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes still sparkled like rubies. And he wore a charming smile. Kind young people always like to help the elderly. You surely wouldn't mind helping me one more time. What? Before Mr. 3 could react, he suddenly felt himself being launched into the air, blocking the punch Barrett aimed at Riderfield. Bastard. Causing trouble. Barrett's forehead bulged with veins, filled with arrogance and without regard. He attempted to punch through Mr. 3 to stop Riderfield from escaping, but the next moment, Umi's hand blocked the punch. Boom! A terrifying gust of wind erupted, and Riderfield's body seemed weightless, disappearing like a bat into the shadows of the cell. Thank you very much, little ones. Chapter 69. Rogue fighting style. Barrett's fist was blocked by Umi, but the terrifying force still spread out, splitting the air in the cell in half. Kid and the others were blown back by the fierce wind and crashed hard against the cell walls. The floor where their fists met suddenly cracked open, and the sturdy cell was instantly divided in 2, the chaos barely settling down. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mr. 3, who had no idea how close he had just come to death, got up from the ground. What just happened? You idiot. You were used as a shield by that old bastard raid file. Do you know that? Kid took the initiative to speak up. What? This guy knew we were coming? It felt like raid file's actions just now were all part of a play. Bucky, I remember Mr. Rayleigh said that the red count has a natural observation hockey, and it said that he can even see through a person's heart. Why didn't you say this earlier? Shut up. I just remembered. Umi, are you okay? Mr. 3 wanted to check on Umi, but found him standing opposite Barrett. The atmosphere between the two was extremely tense, feeling like a fight could break out at any moment. Barrett. Umi retracted his right hand, dark-faced. I'll let this go this time, but it won't happen again. Barrett coldly responded. You're just like Roger. The weakness of the strong will only get you killed. This has nothing to do with you, Barrett. I'm the boss now. Umi's expression was serious. Barrett snorted, said nothing more, just glared at Mr. 3, scaring him so much that his heart raced. Boss, what should we do if the red count runs away? Seeing the atmosphere ease, the sycophantic Bucky quickly charged forward. Do you have any other candidates? Umi asked curiously. Who said he ran away? Bucky looked confused. Isn't he? Mr. 3 suddenly realized. Oh, I understand. Umi, you're amazing. Bucky looked at Mr. 3, feeling a pang of jealousy. What do you know? Lord Bucky, haven't figured it out yet, and you already have. So hypocritical. It's always mine, and besides, we're in Impel Down. Where can he run to? Let's go. Our old friend is coming. It's been a long time, my friend. Raidfile examined a slender bat-handle umbrella, sighing, I never expected to pick you up again. I thought I was going to die here. But honestly, I didn't expect anyone would invite this old bone of mine to join their pirate crew. and I actually didn't hear his voice at that time. Could it be he was telling the truth? No, it can't be. Those guys around him don't sound like good people, and that kid probably isn't either. Sigh. I really am getting old, starting to get sentimental. Raid File wandered through level 5, unconsciously stroking his face. But it's okay. As long as I find that fruit, I can. Alala, what did you come out to? Under the lazy words, Raid File noticed that the ice and snow at his feet suddenly changed, surrounding him like blooming flower buds, beautiful enough to intoxicate, yet cold enough to pierce the bone. Looks like trouble is coming. Raid File didn't care about the surrounding scene, only looking at the tall man not far away. It seems the situation in level 6 isn't good. Kazan looked up, thinking he had time to prepare, but it seemed there was no time left. Please, old sir, take a nap for a bit. As soon as he spoke, the killing intent had already arrived, and the ice and snow surged like mad, covering Raid File. I thought that guy wouldn't do anything dangerous, but unexpectedly. Well, forget it, there was nothing to look forward to anyway. While Kazan was contemplating, Raid File seemed to teleport, appearing behind Kazan, saying, I'm not just any old man. Bang! The tip of the umbrella's sword vanished in an instant, and the sword flowers transformed into a rain of swords piercing into Kazan, giving him a chilling sensation. Hey, old man, you're too rough. Kazan slowly turned around, during which the several small holes on his body quickly healed back to normal. Two-pronged spear. In the icy environment of level 5, ice spears formed instantly, bursting out from the ground towards Raid File. Such a sudden and swift attack, yet Raid File seemed to have known beforehand, slightly moving his body to evade the attack. Alala, such strong observation, Hockey. Can you almost see the future? Kazan's expression gradually became serious. You're not bad either. A line of blood suddenly flowed from Raid File's face, but he didn't care, saying, the fruit is developed well. I can't find your weakness at all. My body is so much slower than before. Do I have to run away? Well, it's fine. After all, I'm a Marine Admiral, even though I just lost to someone a few days ago. Although somewhat condescending. If he didn't want to get hurt, it would be better to admit defeat early. Old man. Kazan's expression was serious. Before Raid File could respond, the entire level 5 seemed to start shaking. Boom, boom, boom. All the ice and snow seemed to come to life, stirring up waves, converging towards Kazan. The innate observation Hockey immediately alerted Raid File to the truth, causing his face to darken like the bottom of a pot. Ice Giant, all beings. With a low shout, as Raid File dodged, the Ice Giant was born. Although not as large as during the battle with Umi, this time it was not one, but a group. Be careful. If you get touched by me, you'll turn into an ice block. Raid File gritted his teeth, saying, you bastard. Do you know what it means to care for the elderly? You guys actually let the Red Count escape? The cross-dresser king, Ivan, couldn't help but shout, as Umi and his group were preparing to leave level 6. They were noisy, severely affecting the team's speed. No, he hasn't run away. Umi emphasized that guy will be back soon. He felt Raid File's aura when he said this, and after confirming that the guy was running back, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, Sister Ivan. Umi has never lied. Luffy firmly believed in Umi, making Umi feel that he hadn't helped him save Ace in vain. The only regret was that Luffy's favorability was still not full, but Ace couldn't be said to be safe right now either. Ivan, lacking Umi's abilities, subjectively judged. He disappeared. Isn't that running away? But luckily, he was the aloof Red Count. Although the guy was powerful, he was considered a good person even in level 6. Wait a minute, saying that. It might be better if he ran away. After all, he is a legendary pirate. If we conflict with him, we might get killed. At that moment, Ivan, with his eyes closed and lost in thought as he ran towards the stairs, collided hard with a red figure. You bastard. As Ivan was sent flying high, he finally saw the figure that had collided with him. Huh. The Red Count. Just moments ago, the Red Count, who had boasted about wiping them all out, now appeared disheveled, his body covered in frostbite, especially his right hand that held the umbrella sword, which had turned into an ice pillar, rendering him completely immobile. Thinking it was just his eyes playing tricks on him, Ivan unconsciously blinked, and then a powerful explosive wind surged, carrying Ivan even further away. Spotting Umi's group, Liedfeld panicked and shouted, "Get out of the way. The Admiral is coming." What? Before Liedfeld could explain further, a giant icy hand reached in, crushing and expanding the staircase entrance, as enormous ice giants began to jump down one after another, standing before everyone like deities descending from the heavens. Although these crystal-clear ice giants only reached the waist of the massive warship, San Juan Evil Wolf, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. TCH. Just a bunch of ice blocks. Barret scoffed disdainfully, his own imposing aura and ghostly energy beginning to merge. Devil mode activated. In the next instant, Barret appeared in midair, and with a high-speed punch, 3 ice giants burst apart. Oomph. Just as Barret was about to feel smug, he noticed liquid splattering from the exploded ice giants onto himself, and a wave of weakness washed over his body. It was seawater. Damn it. The Admiral is so despicable. Chapter 70. The Gap. A torrential rain poured from the sky, drenching everyone in the prison, and Luffy, filled with energy, suddenly collapsed to the ground. I have no strength left. As a deflated salted fish, Luffy had lost his dreams. Umi glanced around and noticed that more than half of the ability users in the team had fallen, with only a few managing to escape the disaster. At this moment, the entrance to level 6 was completely chaotic. The number of ice giants seemed endless, continuously appearing from the stairs leading from level 5 to level 6, almost instantly splitting the escape team apart. Barret, even drenched in seawater, was braver than ordinary prisoners could imagine. His fists could shatter mountains and rocks. Even when he faced the ice giants in hand-to-hand combat, their arms would shatter piece by piece. Riderfield shook off the ice shard from his right-handed umbrella sword, panting as he dodged the ice giant's attacks. Upon seeing this, Umi unleashed a punch that shook the atmosphere, and a terrifying shockwave passed by, causing an ice giant that had lost half of its body to crash to the ground, turning into a pile of ice shards. I told you I would come back. Umi laughed heartily. Riderfield, what do you think? Want to join us? Ha ha. Riderfield smiled awkwardly, keenly aware that he was surrounded by Umi and Barret, and quickly said, Please take care of me in the future, Captain. Umi nodded in satisfaction, then punched and exploded another nearby ice giant, asking, Where's Aokiji? The scene before them could only be explained by the frozen fruit, especially since Umi had already sensed Aokiji's presence, but he had just noticed that Aokiji's aura had vanished. Umi never expected that Aokiji would learn to hide his presence just from a casual remark. Moreover, the current situation was too chaotic for Umi to carefully sense Aokiji's location. Upon mentioning Aokiji, Riderfield's expression darkened. That guy! Before he could finish his sentence, an even taller ice giant appeared on level 6, and compared to before, these ice giants were now covered in tall trees on their backs, resembling hedgehogs. Barret activated his devil mode, laughing maniacally as he charged toward the nearest ice giant. The strongest punch. Watch out. Riderfield's expression changed drastically as he saw the ice giants, saying, Don't engage them directly. Umi, however, showed no sign of fear. His figure zipped into the air, hands in position. New chi cannon. Barret had already collided fists with the ice giant in front of him, and as their fists clashed, Barret's grin gradually faded as he realized they were evenly matched. Damn it, is it the seawater? No, these guys have grown stronger. The battle wouldn't stop. Another ice giant was already bringing its icy fist down toward Barret's head. Barret snorted coldly. Just as he was about to pull back his fist, he suddenly changed expression. The fist he was using to punch the ice giant was gradually being frozen and immobilized. Fruit awakening. Barret felt he couldn't keep up with the times. Even if he was the strongest in the world, it seemed he would have to seriously fight to secure second place. You come. I refuse to believe this punch can take me down. Boom. Barret watched as the attacking ice giant lost half its body to a white light. Having prepared himself for a hit, Barret was filled with questions. What the hell? Who did that? The terrifying beam had instantly obliterated the ice giant, and he knew very well how sturdy these newly appeared ice giants were. Turning around, he saw Umi in midair, resembling a deity, his expression calm, surrounded by a terrifying aura, looking mysterious and dangerous, seemingly holding a spear that could judge all beings. Dazzling white light shot continuously from Umi's hands, the brilliant beams fleeting, powerful and mysterious, causing the second-generation ice giants that had just appeared to rapidly disintegrate. Riderfield looked at Umi in the sky, tongue-tied. Am I really getting old? Can't keep up with the times? Umi's moves were too powerful. The battle would almost end immediately, but the frequency of the ice giants' appearances exceeded everyone's imagination. Some ice giants still managed to escape Umi's devastating strikes and rushed toward the back. Ace's previous fire blast had evaporated the seawater above, saving part of the team. But now he only cared about his brother. As new enemies approached, an ice giant raised its hand and broke off a giant tree from its back, perhaps due to the mysterious attraction of the protagonist, and threw it in Luffy's direction before charging after it. The giant tree had already been frozen and was spinning through the air, a chilling, murderous aura shaking the surroundings, causing those in the cell to fall silent. In this environment, Jinbei truly felt at home, shouting, "Gunwave! Rainstorm!" The seawater on the ground turned into water columns, piercing through the ice giant in an instant. But in a flash, even the water guns were frozen. "Damn, we're at a disadvantage." "Luffy!" Ace shouted, his body igniting in flames as he charged toward Luffy's direction. Mirror fire flame. A large expanse of flames formed a fire wall around the ice giant, and under the terrifying blaze, the ice giant began to melt. 5,000 tiles of strongest punch. The already weakened ice giant was completely destroyed by Jinbei. However, the frozen giant tree had long since become a fearsome weapon. Its speed surpassed everyone's imagination, breaking through the air, causing the prisoners in the cell to go silent. Under the terrifying attack, Usopp was already frightened, carrying Luffy and running. But unfortunately, he was too slow and couldn't escape death. Zoro, on the other hand, heard a crisp sound from his waist. Leaping high, his sword, Shusui, became ominous. Infused with haki. One sword style, black blade, dead, lion's song. With a swish, the giant tree cracked and brushed past Usopp, who was carrying Luffy. Boom! The giant tree split in half, crashed into nearby cells, smashing the doors to pieces, but not a single prisoner escaped. All the prisoners inside had been frozen and turned into ice sculptures. In the next moment, these ice sculptures were knocked to the ground by the aftermath of the battlefield, shattering into countless pieces. "Luffy, I'm so glad you're okay." Ace finally arrived, filled with shock and fear. Luffy weakly replied, "Sorry." Usopp, grateful to have survived, and Zoro silently looked at the frozen Shusui. With his current haki, he couldn't break through the layer of ice, but fortunately, he had 3 swords. "Thank you for saving my brother," Ace said, flames wrapping around Shusui to thaw it. "Oomph, he's our captain." "Ha ha ha." Ace laughed, "It's so good to have you all." But Zoro looked at the one-sided slaughter scene caused by Umi, then at the giant tree that had just been cleaved, saying, "There's such a huge gap." Usopp swallowed hard, saying, "Umi usually smiles, and although I know he's strong, this is too exaggerated." "Umi, so strong." Luffy stood up. "With Usopp's help, I have to work hard, too. Ha ha ha, I believe in you all. You will definitely become strong too, just not right now. Stay close to me." Ace's body turned into flames and charged towards the ice giant. "I will fight." Luffy is heavily injured but won't back down, and Usopp, who is weak, is also not worth mentioning. He supported Luffy and was swept away by a piece of debris. Usopp cried, "I don't want to fight, Captain." Chapter 71. Breaking out of Impel Down, Usopp was relieved to see that the battle had ended by the time he rushed over. Umi took down a kid with each cannon blast, swiftly dealing with the ice giant that had just jumped down from level 5. However, the number of ice giants seemed endless, firmly blocking the staircase entrance and hindering Umi and the others' progress. "Charge! For Captain Umi! Damn it!" Witness the power of Buggy the Clown. Seeing the safe Mr. 3 and Buggy finally emerge from the corner, they shouted as they rushed over and collided with Crocodile. "You idiots! What are you doing?" Sand Crocodile. Former captain." Crocodile, puffing on his cigar, turned to look at Umi and said, "Mr. 3, the battle has long been over." Scary. Mr. 3 was almost in tears, realizing he and T-Bin called trash and was being treated so gently. It was truly frightening. Battle over? Of course Buggy knew this, but he couldn't admit it. If Umi saw him that way, he might torture himself with his own thoughts. At this moment, he had to play dumb. Buggy pointed at the ice giants that were continuously jumping down and shouted, "Battle over? Aren't these terrifying guys still appearing? Where is it over?" "You fool." Sand Crocodile frowned slightly and said, "Take a good look. Umi has already blocked all the ice giants. We don't need to take action at all." Mr. 3 wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Well, there must be a few that slipped through, right?" "No." Jinbei suddenly spoke up. Although he couldn't believe it, it was indeed a terrifying power. "I, Buggy the Clown, won't he believe it?" Buggy's eyes widened as he prepared his small knife, waiting for the escaped ones to appear. This, that, next. "Hey, I don't believe it." As time passed, Buggy's eyes were about to pop out, but still, not a single ice giant managed to escape Umi's air cannon and come before him. Buggy's mouth involuntarily dropped open, completely stunned. So amazing. Umi is too strong. What kind of devil fruit did he eat to be like this? What Buggy didn't know was that Umi was also putting in serious effort. He didn't believe that Akiji could outlast him in terms of stamina. Even if Akiji had the advantage in the level 5 environment, Umi could just eat a few senzu beans and see who was stronger. Having money is indeed impressive. If the Gorosei found out, they probably wouldn't pay him even if they were beaten to death. Instead, they would fight Omi to the death. Omi decided never to say he ate a pay-to-win fruit again and thought about changing the name to deceive others. The surrounding subordinates, having calmed down from their initial panic, had already reached a point of having nothing to do, only able to gawk at Omi performing alone in the air. Master Ivankov, you're safe. Master Ivankov, I miss you so much. The sharp-eyed transvestites spotted Ivankov, who had just flown away, and reached out to greet him. Quick, run! Ivankov just rushed back, out of breath, saying behind, the elevator has. Just as Ivankov had time to catch his breath, he saw the ice giants continuously appearing at the staircase entrance and said, there are some here too? We're doomed. At this moment, a large number of ice giants were charging from the place where Ivankov had just appeared, causing the escapees to panic. Fortunately, there were a few stabilizing forces among the crowd. Mr. Tu Bon Clay, now is the time for the transvestite way to shine. Watch me this time. Motivated and full of energy, Luffy spun his right arm and was about to punch. Kid transformed both hands into magnets, swinging his iron arms, and said, straw hat, get out of the way. It's my turn to shine. Crocodile thought that all the talk just now was trash. Now was the time for him, as a former warlord of the sea, to make a name for himself. As the underdog among the warlords, Sand Crocodile thought it was only because he entered the scene too early that he was considered weak when he was actually very strong. I found him. You guys wait. Omi in the air suddenly stopped releasing air cannons and instead raised his right hand, a terrifying white energy released from his hand, firmly blocking the ice giants from entering level 6. Since Ivankov is back, let us go. Everyone was momentarily stunned, completely not understanding what Omi meant. The path ahead was blocked, and there were pursuers behind. It wasn't a time when they could just leave. Captain, we want to leave too. But, where's the way? Master Omi, are you tired? Prisoners in the surrounding area shouted from level 6. You're finished. That strongest kid has gone crazy. Ha ha ha. Hurry and let me out. I'll help you escape together. I'm coming too. Let us go together. Omi completely ignored the surrounding discussions. He just looked at his companions and smiled. No way? Then let us make a way. What? Before everyone could ask for clarification, Omi had already dropped from the air, landing on the floor of level 6, and the dazzling light he had been releasing from his right hand vanished from everyone's sight. The terrifying power dissipated, and the ice giants from level 5 also paused their actions for a moment. Perhaps even Akiji was confused by Omi's actions, as if he was signaling surrender. Captain, what? What is wrong with you? We're doomed this time. I don't want to escape anymore. I was wrong. The subordinates cried out, while Barrett Ace and others had already engaged with the ice giants behind them, and more ice giants were jumping down from above Omi, looming over him and his group. With a mountain of pressure, the prisoners around Omi were so scared they collapsed to the ground, and the cries of pain were nearly countless. Omi paid no attention to these guys. He simply lowered his head, bent his body, and placed his hands on his waist, appearing as if he was waiting for death. But a small white light was forming in his loosely clenched hands. Kamehameha, terrifying pure, white energy gathered in Omi's palms under the dazzling light. It was as if the world was being born. Omi suddenly raised his hands and shouted, Kamehameha! Boom! A massive and terrifying white shockwave surged towards Omi's head, and the ice giants that had just leaped down were instantly obliterated in that light. However, this was just the beginning. A torrent of terrifying energy erupted from Omi's small body. It seemed there were no limits to his power. In an instant, the white energy wave broke through the entire Impel Down, shooting straight into the infinite sky. The entire Impel Down trembled, and both guards and prisoners couldn't help but scream. In the face of such power, identity didn't matter. They seemed like ants beneath the feet of giants, their instinct for survival warning them of the threat to their lives. As Omi retracted his hands, sunlight streamed directly into the hell of Impel Down, illuminating the legendary land of Impel Down. Sunday. Light. It's sunlight. Let me out. Really, what a terrifying monster. This guy actually broke through Impel Down. Gudong. So amazing. Too amazing. Captain Omi. Ha. Omi panted slightly, smiled, and said, everyone, catch me. Let's go. Oh, long live the captain. Luffy stretched out his rubber arm, hugging most of the people, while Omi held on to Luffy, with his legs also being held by several others, flying towards the free sky. When they reached level 5, Omi casually flicked his hand, sending countless air bullets flying towards the direction of Akiji. As Akiji dodged at high speed, He could only helplessly watch Umi and the others leave, looking up at the familiar blue sky, and sighed. Sigh. This time, it's a big mess. Wait, there's me too. At that moment, Rangy Lu rushed over. He had just been hiding on the side and hadn't interacted with Umi and the others, so he naturally missed that fast train. Akiji's eyes widened slightly in surprise and said, Jilu? Kazan, I can explain. Chapter 72. Wages in place, the Golden Lion, the legendary pirate, almost managed to defeat Roger back in the day and ruled the seas. However, a person who has had glory will naturally also experience downfall. And the Golden Lion is no exception. Ever since he fought with Roger, he's been on a downward spiral in life. His imprisonment was just a minor issue. The biggest blow to him was Roger's execution by the Navy, which only served to ignite a new age of pirates, prompting him to want to destroy everything. Roger, I wonder what your son looks like. The Golden Lion gazed at the Impel Down in the distance, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Oh no, how dangerous. The Golden Lion slightly tilted his body in midair, narrowly avoiding a slashing attack from a sword wrapped in haki by mere millimeters. You bastard! You dare to be distracted while fighting us. The enraged Vice Admiral, who rushed in at high speed using the Soru technique, was no longer calm. What? You Sama Rooster? The Golden Lion, Shiki, floated in the air, placing his hand by his ear to listen. Bastard! How dare you mock us? You won't be arrogant for long. The Vice Admiral from the Burning Mountain, biting his cigar and still smiling, said, Calm down. This situation is actually more advantageous for us. I know, Senior, but... The Vice Admiral who had just cursed was unconsciously looking at his companions beside him. Initially, there were more than 10 Vice Admirals, but now only half remained. Why is that? The Golden Lion had recently experienced a resurgence, his strength approaching his peak from back in the day. The fairy beans he received from Umi had completely healed his legs and internal injuries, making his movements in the air utterly unpredictable and ridiculously strong. For the Navy, the only good news was that the chaos on the warship had begun to settle down, and the ferocious beasts had mostly been effectively dealt with. Brew, brew, brew. Brew, brew, brew. The sound of the transponder snail rang out, and under the furious gazes of the Vice Admirals, the Golden Lion pulled out the transponder snail from his body. Sorry, I need to take a call. Floating in the air, he dodged the crescent-shaped sword energy's impact and answered the call. Shiki boss. Indigo's voice came through. We're nearly done with the beasts we released. Should we do it again? Hearing the voice on the phone, even the Burning Mountain Vice Admiral's face changed, let alone the others. The Vice Admirals attacked even more rapidly, like a relentless storm, leaving no time to breathe. Even the strong Golden Lion could no longer afford to fight casually. Hello, Shiki-sama. Can you hear me? The fierce aerial battle was filled with sword energy, the world changing colors, and the transponder snail had long been thrown far away by Shiki. The two sides were entangled. Only the famous swords whispered, and despite the continuous onslaught from the enemies, the Golden Lion still maintained an absolute advantage. He fought fiercely, as if a lion was roaring. At that moment, the Golden Lion let go of his swords, and the two famous blades danced in the air, turning into a storm shield that blocked the concentrated attacks of the Vice Admirals. Although it only delayed them for a short while, the Golden Lion's goal had already been achieved. He raised his right hand and shouted, Lion's Might Earthquake. The sky island above trembled at his shout, and the earth beneath the island seemed to come alive, forming several giant lion heads that opened their gaping mouths ready to swallow the Vice Admirals. Before they could express their shock, the Burning Mountain Vice Admiral shouted, Split up. As the Vice Admirals chose to evade, the Golden Lion coldly caught the falling transponder snail in the air, saying, Let's begin. Shiki-sama. The transponder snail cried out, I thought something happened to you since you weren't speaking. I am the Golden Lion. Ha, ha, ha. Under the shadow of the sky island, the Golden Lion laughed wildly, and the Vice Admirals scattered in panic, as if it were the end of the world. But the heart of justice will never perish. Golden Lion, accompanied by the sound of a sword, a young Vice Admiral dashed through the perilous lion's mouth, stepping forward and swinging his strongest sword. The young man's haki surged, and the justice cloak behind him fluttered, its brilliant light dimming the battlefield. The Burning Mountain frowned from a distance. This hot-blooded fool. Huh. The Golden Lion looked at the young Vice Admiral charging towards him and said, Good. Interesting. Too bad. Just courage without strength is simply seeking death. With wood, withered blossoming, haki-armed. The Golden Lion chose to meet him head-on, also having a heart to compete with others. This was a true duel, a clash of beliefs. with their sword tips colliding first, followed by a thunderous explosion as they passed each other. Clang! The famous swords trembled, and the Golden Lion sheathed his sword, while the young Vice Admiral clutched his abdomen, falling from the sky. Golden Lion, the burning mountain shouted, catching the young Vice Admiral, feeling a wave of weakness. Oomph! My head is right here. It's your own incompetence. Ha! The Golden Lion only laughed maniacally. Let us begin. Drop the next. Whoosh! The sea is truly unpredictable. Just as the Golden Lion was reveling in his triumph, a golden laser cut through the sky, piercing through his right shoulder, leaving a long trail of blood. What is this? Admiral Kizaru. An admiral? Reinforcements from headquarters have finally arrived. Without mentioning the Navy's excitement, the Golden Lion momentarily lost his voice, looking at the blood in his palm. So fast. I was hit before my haki could even warn me. Luckily, I adjusted my body. Otherwise, it would have been my heart. With a new wave of ferocious beasts being deployed, all the Navy Vice Admirals had retreated back to the warship without any objections, simply because the Golden Lion's opponent was that man, Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru did not ascend, but stood on the warship, looking up at the Golden Lion, and said, Hey, ISNT this the Golden Lion? You really are still alive. That's quite terrifying. Admiral Kizaru, just in time for you to use your head to announce my return to the world. Ha ha ha. The Golden Lion wouldn't admit that he didn't want to lose to that Omi guy. So scary, Kizaru said slowly, but your strength seems to be lacking. Then you come and try. The Golden Slash rushed down, emitting destructive waves, and the space seemed to be sliced apart wherever it passed. So impatient, unhurried. Kizaru gathered light in his hand, forming a sword of light. A Matsumikaboshi sword. Borsellino swung his sword upward, easily blocking the attack in the dazzling light of the sword. And then he disappeared from the Golden Lion's line of sight. Speed is weight, the familiar whisper echoed in the Golden Lion's ear. Have you experienced the light kick? The Golden Lion wrapped his right hand in haki, blocking Kizaru's kick, grinning. Who are you talking about? Wait too. I am a float fruit user. Huh. Kizaru squinted his eyes, really quite terrifying. In the next moment, the Matsumikaboshi sword collided with the withered wood. Boom. A massive collision erupted. The dazzling light shone in all directions. In the high-speed clash that shook the heavens and the earth, the mere aftershock reverberated through the sea, causing the warships on the surface to sway, and an island above was sliced in half by the laser. In the dazzling golden light, red blood splattered, and the yellow monkey and the Golden Lion both retreated, pausing their attack. Looking at the blood flowing from the Golden Lion's chest, the yellow monkey chuckled lightly and said, It seems I'm a bit faster. HUD Chapter 73. Preparing to escape? In midair, golden light danced, and terrifying sword energy scattered. Frequently, floating islands were pierced, and huge rocks fell, creating massive waves on the sea. Boom! Under the terrifying confrontation, the powerful domineering aura surged, clashing violently, suppressing the combat power of all the Navy and fierce beasts in this sky. Is the Golden Lion strong? Of course he is strong. His battle with Carp and Sengoku destroyed half of Marineford. His reputation is known to all. He is a true living legend. However, one step slow means every step is slow. The yellow monkey is too fast. All of the Golden Lion's advantages have become disadvantages in front of him. With broken bones and blood spilling in the air, the Golden Lion retreated with his sword, already covered in wounds, and began to avoid a direct confrontation with the yellow monkey. How terrifying! The yellow monkey wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, adjusted his sunglasses, and said, You still have so much strength to escape. Well then, how about this? Buzz, the yellow monkey's body radiated light, entering a photon state, murmuring, Yada no Kagami. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless light bullets chased after the Golden Lion like rain, launching a merciless attack. Damn it! The cigar in the Golden Lion's mouth fell. After dodging with all his might a few times in the air, he turned around and shouted, Lion's roar, 1,000 cuts. Cherry Blossom 10 and Muku Ko both emitted a low hum simultaneously, and several massive sword energies capable of severing mountains collided with the rain of light bullets. A terrifying clash ensued, distorting light and creating a chaotic wave of air, with a tremendous roar that shattered the sky. Once the confrontation settled, the yellow monkey adjusted his sunglasses, revealing a hint of confusion on his face. Huh, where'd he go? Here. The Golden Lion had somehow appeared above the yellow monkey's head, wielding two famous swords, slashing down. The powerful aura entwined around the treasured blades emitted a sound that seemed capable of tearing through space. How strange. When did this happen? Ha ha ha. I just discovered it. You're not good at domineering, right? This is your death day. With a maniacal laugh, the two famous swords directly struck down from above the yellow monkey, slicing him into 3 parts. Arrogant fool, you won't survive this time. Ha ha ha. The laughing golden lion suddenly shut his mouth because the yellow monkey, even though his body was split into 3, remained suspended in the air, the photon at the cut glowing brilliantly. Whoosh whoosh. Photons rapidly coalesced, and in the next moment, the yellow monkey completely restored his body, saying, "What you think is not what you think. Who said my domineering is weak?" Amidst the buzzing sound, countless cross-shaped flashes converged into a sphere, surrounding the golden lion from all directions, laser beams primed to fire. Well, it must be tough to be active in this era. But you don't have to worry now. You bastard. Cold sweat broke out on the golden lion's forehead, and he surged with domineering energy, preparing to defend. Boom! The yellow monkey turned to look towards Impel Down, and in the distance, a dazzling white light shot into the sky, bursting forth like an underground fountain. Vibrant and awe-inspiring. Huh? What's going on? The yellow monkey photonized, and in the next moment, he vanished from where he stood, leaving behind the golden lion, whose veins bulged on his forehead and whose eyes were bloodshot, stirring his domineering energy. The golden lion feared neither death nor defeat, but he never thought he would be looked down upon. After all, he is the golden lion. Damn it, I haven't lost yet. The golden lion moved, chasing after the yellow monkey towards Impel Down, while the several islands in the sky moved with him, gradually changing direction. Amidst the loud noises, all conflicts vanished, and the Navy soldiers who had just been fighting looked up at the sky, remembering a beautiful scene they would never forget in their lives. Until the soaring white light disappeared, all the Navy had not yet regained their senses, gazing towards Impel Down, where they saw a massive black that flying out from it. What is that? Just after clearing the beasts, the general from the burning mountain frowned, when a soldier with binoculars shouted, "It's people. It's prisoners. The escapees have fled from Impel Down." What? Impossible. Didn't we just receive a report that Admiral Akiji had already entered Impel Down? We can't let them get away. All units, move the warships closer. Yes. As the warships began to move, the yellow monkey had already arrived at the top of Impel Down, looking at Umi and the others who were ascending, saying, Hey, how strange, what are you all doing?" The group, who had just been cheering, was instantly dumbfounded upon seeing the Admiral shouting aloud. How could Admiral Yellow Monkey be here? Help! Umi is lying. This is a dead end. Let me knock this uncle away. Ignoring their chaotic voices, Umi instead shouted sternly, Barrett, Raidfield, this captain really loves to order the elderly around. Complaining verbally, Raidfield's sword cane transformed into an afterimage, stabbing towards the yellow monkey. The yellow monkey flashed past and pounced towards Umi's group, leaving only Raidfield stabbing at empty air. Damn it, aging has made me this weak. How infuriating. Raidfield was filled with anger. He possessed innate observation haki, which should have made him a precognitive warrior. Yet his aging body could not keep up with his movements. His brain said, I understand, while his body said, sorry, I can't. That feeling of frustration was truly maddening. Boom! Raidfield turned around to see the yellow monkey's shining kick colliding with Barrett's fist, both holding their ground. Raidfield's face darkened further. He had been stronger than these two guys when he was young. Time really ages a person. You are also an admiral? Let's have a contest. Barrett grinned, eager to see who was stronger. Oh dear, how frightening. The unfazed yellow monkey ignored Barrett, continuing to chase after Umi. Faced with the yellow monkey's renewed pursuit, the group of prisoners led by Umi let out wails like frightened wives. Umi frowned, casually throwing an energy ball to stop the yellow monkey's advance, considering whether he should purchase teleportation, but that skill was just too expensive. If he bought it, Umi would be going from rich to poor. But he really wanted to enjoy being wealthy for a bit longer. As Umi pondered, he noticed the golden lion in the distance, who looked quite miserable. The enraged golden lion completely ignored Umi, only yelling at the yellow monkey, come on and fight. Listening to the golden lion's frantic calls, Umi felt a headache coming on, saying, Golden lion, stop fighting. Take them away. Umi, you little brat finally came out. I was planning to go in and save you. The golden lion finally regained his senses, realizing so many people. Which one is Roger's son? You find out yourself. As Umi spoke, he tossed the group of people towards the golden lion. Wait a minute. Umi, big brother. We're going to die, we're going to die. We're going to die. Help. Zoro and Ace exclaimed, We're flying. Ha, are you stupid? Is this really a time to celebrate? Amidst the unanimous condemnation from others, only Luffy could laugh. A group of people had just been sent flying by Umi and fell apart. They wailed in the air as they plunged toward the sea. And seeing this, the Golden Lion moved several islands to confront them. 8-span jewel. Rui stick. Long, long, long. The Rui stick in Umi's hand spun like a wind-fire wheel, blocking the yellow monkey's rain-like light bullets. On the other side, Buggy screamed as he and the prisoners fell into the floating island controlled by the Golden Lion. Buggy landed headfirst in the dirt, leaving only his body exposed, while the others were not so unlucky, merely taking a hard fall. At this moment, the Golden Lion came to Umi's side, glaring fiercely at the yellow monkey, and said, "Let's go together." Umi shot a glance at the Golden Lion and said, "Are you okay? This wasn't the plan. Eat this and hurry up." The Golden Lion caught the bag of fairy beans thrown by Umi, laughed heartily, and popped one into his mouth. As he quickly healed from his injuries, the yellow monkey was quite surprised. "How strange. Did you just eat something?" Chapter 74. The opening of the Gate of Justice. How could I possibly tell you? Before Umi could finish speaking, the Golden Lion shouted, "It's the fairy bean. As long as you eat it, any injury will be healed. That's how my legs grew back. How about that? Envious, huh? Without mentioning it further, Umi, in a fit of rage, struck the Golden Lion on the head with his Rui bang. Kizaru, on the other hand, stroked his chin and said, "I see. What a miraculous treasure. Is it a devil fruit ability? It doesn't seem like it." "Umi, you little brat, why are you hitting me?" "I was going to say that. Why are you being so honest? Whatever someone asks you, you just say it. Why don't you go die?" "Huh, you little brat. What do you care about me? I'm going to say it. I'm the Golden Lion, after all. You old man." "I really am being ignored." Kizaru, wielding the Amakusa sword, charged forward, but Umi swung his Rui bang to block his path, and they clashed head-on. The two's overwhelming aura spread out, causing even the Golden Lion to drift back a bit. Thankfully, only the Golden Lion witnessed the terrifying fluctuations. Otherwise, there would likely have been a massive uproar here. The one who defeated Akiji? Quite fearsome indeed. Borsalino seemed to be nonchalant, as if he still had some strength left. "Admiral Kizaru, I've been wanting to see you. Let's have a fight." Umi's eyes were fierce, and his fighting spirit surged. The Golden Lion shouted, "Umi, I'm coming to help you. Are you even listening to me? Start retreating. I can hold him off. Can you handle it, you brat?" "Aye. A man can't say he can't do it." Wielding the Rui bang, Umi exuded an overwhelming aura, and in an instant his whole body seemed to glow, forcing Kizaru to retreat continuously. That little brat." The corners of the Golden Lion's mouth curled up in a light smile, intending to leave with an entire island, flying towards the Gate of Justice. The prisoners on the small island had just celebrated wildly because they were about to leave, but soon noticed the terrifying fluctuations and realized Umi had no intention of leaving. Why isn't the boss leaving? Is he planning to sacrifice himself to protect us? So great. Most of the prisoners were in tears, crying aloud. "Umi, you should leave too. Boss, you mustn't die." "Thank you, boss. I will definitely repay your great kindness in my next life." Hearing these words made Umi furious. He almost wanted to turn back and give these idiots a beating. Can't they just shut up if they can't speak properly? Why would he die? Without these burdens, he could truly come and go freely, choosing any path from heaven to the sea. He mainly stayed for the fight. Umi had long realized that, as a scion, the thrill of battle was incredibly addictive, far more interesting than any entertainment activity. He loved that feeling. Of course, among these voices, there were still some who knew gratitude, like Luffy and Ace, who were much more normal. Luffy saw that Umi wasn't leaving and had no intention of leaving, so he decided to stay and help, while Usopp and others told him this was part of the plan, urging him to stay. Luffy could only shout from there, "Umi, thank you, thank you, thank you for coming to save Ace with me." With tears of gratitude, Luffy shouted loudly, and Umi's ears rang with a crisp sound. "Congratulations. You have gained full friendship with the pirate protagonist Monkey D. Luffy. In the next world, you will have a 100 choice of Monkey D. Luffy's protagonist template." TCH that guy Luffy. Umi pretended to be disdainful, but was deeply moved, already considering Luffy as a good brother. However, where did Barrett and Raidfill go? Why haven't they appeared yet? Before Umi could figure it out, with a tremor from Impel Down, Barrett and Raidfill broke through the wall and flew out, their bodies wrapped in deadly poison. The two flew out of the moat of Impel Down, falling into the outer sea, where fierce sea kings swam beneath the surface, opening their massive mouths to pounce. These two guys. Umi raised his Rui bang, using all his strength to force Kizaru back, then retracted the Rui bang and shouted, "Four-body fist," a technique from the Dragon Ball world. Using this technique can create 3 copies of oneself. but each one's strength will only be a quarter of the original. Huh? Borsellino was slightly taken aback. You really have some strange abilities. Umi, however, did not respond. The two copies charged towards Kizaru and continued to fight him, while one headed towards the sea and the other flew towards Impel Down. Kizaru glanced at the Sky Island group that was already approaching the Gate of Justice, then looked at the two Umi in front of him, and helplessly sighed. You're really keeping a close watch on me. There's no way. I can't underestimate your speed. Umi charged towards the sea, and even though Barrett and Raidfill were poisoned, they still resisted the Sea Kings in the water. Damn it, you're poisoned, and you still eat. Umi punched back a Sea King, grabbing the two injured men and flying into the sky, but he noticed the purple poison crawling up his hands. Has Magellan awakened? Even though he was poisoned, Umi didn't let go. Besides, letting go wouldn't help since they were already poisoned. Raidfill, the old man, had his eyes half closed, as if he could depart at any moment, but Umi could feel his strong life force. Barrett, on the other hand, appeared full of energy and said, It's that bastard, but they're still. Ice Age. As cold air spread, the seawater instantly froze. Akiji had already arrived in front of Umi, reaching out and shouting, Ice freeze moment. Umi quickly retreated, but one of Raidfill's feet was still ensnared by the cold air, freezing into an ice block. Of course, this was also a lesson Umi intentionally gave him. Kizaru descended from the sky, coming to Akiji's side, while Umi's two clones also jumped onto the ice surface. This time, Umi felt quite at ease, standing on the ice and using his aura to protect his body, preventing Akiji's ice from touching him. Rayleigh was indeed a good teacher. The path of poison. Magellan, holding another Umi, quickly arrived here, with Shiryu of the Rain closely following him. Magellan threw the poisoned Umi over and coldly said, I thought I had taken care of you. I didn't expect it was a clone, but it doesn't matter. I'll take care of you soon. The honor of Impel Down has been ruined by you. Looking at himself lying in front of him, close to death, Umi felt somewhat unaccustomed, scratching his head and saying, this is really a bit troublesome. 5 against 4? We are at a disadvantage. Kizaru chuckled lightly, saying, Hey, Umi, little brother, are you really going to fight us? It's nice to see you again, Akiji spoke, cold air flowing out without a hint of emotion. Raidfill weakly said, Captain, I really can't go on. Ha, come on, let's have a fight. Barrett struggled to stand up, saying, I'm the strongest. This time, if I kill someone, they won't blame me, right, Magellan? Do whatever you want. These guys are all sentenced to death. As the great collision was about to erupt, the distant Gate of Justice surprisingly began to creak, and a slight gap emerged. The magnificent giant door slowly opened. Chapter 75, A Fight to the Death? Fire. Fire. The dozen or so warships guarding Impel Down were chasing after the island group of the Golden Lion, desperately trying to prevent the escapees from leaving, but unfortunately, they could only delay them. As they watched the island group about to bypass the Gates of Justice, Admiral Akainu shouted, Hurry, keep firing to force these guys toward the Gates of Justice. Yes, the messenger beside him shouted loudly, but still seemed a bit confused, saying, But Admiral, those island groups are continuously rising. They might soon leave our firing range, and when that happens, the island group originally intended to directly bypass the Gates of Justice, but due to the Navy's efforts, they could only keep ascending within the range of the gates. However, the escapees' departure was only a matter of time. I know, but it doesn't matter as long as we buy some time, Admiral Akainu said proudly. None of these guys will escape. Soon the Gates of Justice will open. Huh? Admiral, what do you mean? The messenger's face was filled with confusion. If the Gates of Justice open, won't those criminals escape more easily? Isn't that obviously letting them run away? I just got the word. Fleet Admiral Sengoku is leading reinforcements and is almost here. At that time, we will have them surrounded, and not a single one of these pirates will escape. Sengoku. The messenger's pupil shrank, clearly shocked by the news, before he could regain his composure. The sound of a rumbling echoed from the Gates of Justice as the grand gates slowly opened. The gates? They're open. As soon as the Gates of Justice opened, several warships immediately entered. Seeing the Navy on the leading warship, the messenger couldn't help but scream, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp. He's here too. This time we are sure to win. Look over there. The 4 Shichibukai and the giant Vice Admirals have all come, and Admiral Akainu is here too. And Vice Admiral Tsuru. Wait a minute. That fat guy over there is the new Shichibukai Blackbeard, right? Why is he locked up? Ignoring the exhausted Navy's cheers, Sengoku at the front of the warship had a serious expression. He saw the floating island group above and the bald-headed Impel Down, and he noticed the blood on the surrounding warships. Thank goodness we arrived. I didn't expect the situation to have deteriorated to this extent. Damn pirates. Waha! Isn't that the Golden Lion? How nostalgic. Garp laughed loudly as he looked up at the sky. Garp? The gates of justice actually opened? The Golden Lion, floating in the air, bit his cigar, looking displeased. What terrible luck! The Navy reinforcements arrived so quickly. Where are Luffy and the others? The Golden Lion glanced at the incoming Navy and flew toward several islands from his memory. Sengoku on the warship had veins bulging on his forehead as he roared. Garp, are you still laughing? Your grandson is one of the criminals who brought shame to Impel Down along with Omi and the Golden Lion. This is my grandson's doing. It has nothing to do with me. On another warship, Don Quixote Doflamingo looked up at the sky and laughed wildly. I didn't expect the war to start before Whitebeard even showed up. This is getting more and more interesting. The legendary pirate Golden Lion. I want him. I really want a shadow. Moonlight Moria spread his arms and shouted, his eyes seemingly glowing. In contrast, the other two Shichibukai were much quieter, not saying a word. Mihawk stood silently to one side, completely unconcerned with the floating islands, only watching the direction of Impel Down, paying attention to the clash of Haki there. The Shichibukai Kuma was even more silent, as if he had completed his transformation surgery, quietly standing there with a book in hand. Not a single one of those who brought shame to the Navy can escape. Looking at the floating island above, Admiral Akinu's clenched fist began to glow with a fiery red point at its center. With the sound of boiling water, his right arm swelled into magma. The scorching magma gathered more and more, and the terrifying heat waves spread in all directions, even making Doflamingo on the nearby warship click his tongue in amazement. A Navy admiral? What monster? Akainu raised his giant right arm and launched an attack at the floating island above. Great fire! The surging magma shot toward the sky with unstoppable force, rolling forward with a power capable of tearing the sky apart, directly hitting a floating island. The scalding magma aggressively engulfed the entire floating island, the massive fireball radiating terrifying waves like a sun, and then it exploded outward. The escapees on the higher islands looked at the dazzling fireworks, their legs trembling, feeling as if they were already dead. What the hell? This. How are we supposed to run? Omi, where are you? What's the panic, you fools? The Golden Lion appeared in front of the escapees, along with Indigo and others. Shiki? Golden Lion? Didn't you break both your legs? Buggy couldn't help but shout among the crowd. He had just pulled his head out of the ground and was still a bit dazed, feeling groggy. Seeing the Golden Lion reappear before him, Buggy was still surprised and even a bit scared. He remembered the battle with the Golden Lion's pirate crew very clearly. The Golden Lion, Shiki puffed on a cigar, looking at Buggy, and sighed as the smoke dispersed. Red Nose? It's you, Roger's crewmate. Has that little brat from back then turned into a powerful monster now? Hey, this guy is a member of the Pirate King's crew? Of course. This is the first one to follow Captain Omi, Captain Buggy. Really? He must be really amazing then. The surrounding escapees murmured among themselves, and Buggy couldn't help but become dazed, feeling as if he had woken up in another world. Wait a minute. Am I really that amazing? The Golden Lion is giving me face. Seeing everyone's morale rising, the Golden Lion smiled and said, Listen up, you guys. The Navy reinforcements have arrived. Here's the deal. Either you choose to run and get caught back to Impel Down by the Navy, or you choose to fight them to the death. I also spent a long time in Impel Down. Every day was torture and beating, but I didn't give up, and I cut off my own legs to escape. You guys don't live a good life, but how could you not pay any price? Do you choose to fight to the death or roll back to hell and be trash? Everyone present fell silent. Suddenly, someone shouted, Let's fight. We will fight the Navy to the death. Yeah, what are we afraid of? Let's go for it. Even dying is worth it. Good. You have guts. The Golden Lion shouted, but don't think we are bound to lose. Here we have Captain Buggy, the original crew member of the Pirate King, the former Shichibukai Jinbei. Crocodile. We have Revolutionary Army Officer Ivankov, and Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Port Gasti, Ace. Jinbei frowned in the crowd. Crocodile stood in the corner, disinterested. Ivankov was only focused on finding Luffy, and both he and Ace were nowhere to be seen, leaving Buggy to bask in the praise alone. Omi's little brat will be here to help us soon. Not to mention, my Golden Lion is right here. You guys say, can we win? My goodness, there are so many big shots here. Who says we can't win? Ha. Defeat the Navy. Return to the New World. Little ones, let's start the battle. Roar. Chapter 76, The Great War approaches. What a bunch of easily fooled guys. Have they gone stupid in prison? Ha. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, the Golden Lion looked at the pumped-up escapees and gently stomped his foot. His overwhelming presence instantly silenced everyone in the arena. All eyes turned to the Golden Lion, unsure of what he would say next. Listen up, you little ones. The Navy just destroyed one of my islands, so I'm going to give them 2 in return. Ha ha! Amidst his wild laughter, 2 islands flew out from the group of islands, heading straight for the Navy at the gates of justice. The floating islands actually had only a few that were inhabited. The rest were desolate, empty islands, which had long been intended as weapons for the Golden Lion. Now was the time to use them. Watching the islands soar by, the Golden Lion released his powers and saw the islands transform into meteors, plummeting down. As the 2 islands fell, they obscured the sky, generating terrifying light and heat from the friction with the air. Several warships that had just entered the gates of justice looked up to witness an apocalyptic scene. Smoker, the confused female swordsman Des Bones couldn't help but shout in panic. Smoker, his face darkened, couldn't help but say, hey, what is going on? Damn that Golden Lion. Sengoku cursed, unable to help but cast a resentful glance at Carp. Carp, who was pinching his nostrils, snapped back to reality, grinned, and leaped into the air. It must be said, Carp usually seemed laid back, but when he got serious, he was incredibly powerful. With his armament haki enveloping his fists, he exuded an aura that looked down on the world, single-handedly enduring the weight of an island, and even punching it upwards, launching it towards his own home. On the other side, Akainu also took action, as the falling islands were consumed by magma in the air, transforming into countless fiery meteors shooting skyward. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the Golden Lion didn't team mind and waved his hands again, causing 2 islands to block Carp and Akainu's counterattack. Boom! Countless island fragments fell into the sea, creating massive waves, and this was just the prelude to the war. Let us go, little ones! Roar! In response, the group of islands began to lower their altitude, flying directly towards the fleet of warships defending Impel Down. Chief of Staff Tsuru frowned and said, "It looks like these guys plan to seize the warships and abandon their escape via the islands. Whatever, they want to escape." Sengoku clenched his fists, determined that none of them would get away. Order given. Full speed ahead. We must eliminate them before they take the warships. Hey, can Admiral Sengoku let me go now? Blackbeard Teach, bound by chains, struggled and said, "This is really uncomfortable. I was just scared and trying to escape. No need to treat me like a criminal, right? Someone like you could be scared." ISNT Fire Fist, Ace the one you captured. No more talking. Chief of Staff Tsuru shot him a look and said, "Your motives are unclear. How could we possibly let you go?" Ha ha, I didn't even fight back. Letting you catch me. What sincerity? Blackbeard looked earnestly at Sengoku and said, "Admiral, there's a war going on now. The legendary Golden Lion. This time, my crew and I will charge to the front. ISNT that okay? No more talking." Tsuru waved her hand to refuse, but Sengoku suddenly spoke up. "All right, I agree. Sengoku." Tsuru could only helplessly hold her forehead, wanting to say more but hesitating. Carp also felt that the sunbae in his hand was no longer appealing, saying, "Sengoku, calm down with the sunbae. No need to say more. I made my decision." With a crisp sound, Blackbeard rubbed his shoulders and stood up, laughing. "Now this feels comfortable." Sengoku, with a cold face, said, "Remember, we don't fully trust you right now. You better not make any suspicious moves." "Haha, don't worry, Admiral Sengoku. Anyone knows that Blackbeard is trustworthy, loyal, and righteous." Sengoku's face darkened further, thinking, if you can't keep your mouth shut, just shut it. Who doesn't he know you're a treacherous little man? In the distance, the Golden Lion led his men down from the sky, instantly capturing 4 warships, entangling the Navy in battle from his base. The Great War is upon us. As the gates of justice slowly closed, the Navy fleet that had come to support had all arrived, surrounding the location of the Golden Lion. Hee, watch us now. Blackbeard stood at the bow of the warship with his subordinates, patting his chest in assurance. "No, you're coming with me." Sengoku pointed towards the left front where the Golden Lion was, which was the direction of Impel Down. The outer wall of Impel Down had already been frozen by Akiji, with terrifying poisonous fog spreading and laser beams and light projectiles occasionally flying out, causing great destruction. Not far away, the outer wall of Impel Down had become dilapidated. That was the battlefield of the strong, deliberately ignored by everyone, with a terrifying aura reaching the sky, and the powerful aftermath could be felt even from here. Hey, are you kidding? You're sending me to my death." Blackbeard said that, but he could hardly contain his laughter. He had long planned to head to Impel Down to recruit partners, but was pursued by the Navy as soon as he set out, which had scared him at the time. "Even if I leave, You don't all need to chase after me, right? I'm not Whitebeard. Facing the luxurious lineup at that time, Blackbeard decisively chose to surrender. After all, he hadn't done anything yet and could really explain himself. So, for Sengoku sending him to Impel Down, Blackbeard felt quite satisfied in his heart, but still protested verbally. Sengoku paid no heed to Blackbeard's objections, and the warship headed straight for the direction where Umi was the only one, while fate left Akainu to deal with the Golden Lions group. On the ice surface, Magellan was entirely covered in bright red venom as a gigantic skeleton-shaped giant chased after Umi. Umi, canceling the four-body fist, continuously shot out air blasts, but they were blocked by Kizuru's laser beams in the air. The two engaged in offense and defense, forcing Umi to keep jumping on the ice, dodging the venomous onslaught. Having already detoxified, Barrett transformed into his devil mode and fought Aokiji. Although it seemed evenly matched, Barrett was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. It must be said, although Barrett possessed the ability of the combined fruit, on this vast ice surface, Aokiji truly held the upper hand. Riderfield and Shiryu of Arain appeared to be evenly matched, their sword energies overflowing, seemingly fighting fiercely, with any mistake leading to bloodshed on the spot. Umi contemplated a way to break the situation, but couldn't help but complain internally. This wasn't the battle he wanted. As for himself, although he hadn't trusted Barrett and Riderfield much before, in the face of this situation, he still fed them senza beans, but really saw no return at all. Although Umi had also eaten senza beans, facing the combination of Kizuru and Magellan, he was still at a disadvantage, and he couldn't choose to retreat. That would only prolong the battlefield, and the others could not withstand these guys. Noticing that the warship from the Warring States had directly approached, Umi's heart suddenly sank. While Magellan seized the opportunity, the red venom struck Umi's left arm, and the toxin began to spread rapidly in the next moment. Finally caught. Let's see if you can survive this, Magellan shouted, his face involuntarily revealing ecstasy. The events that had transpired before were a tremendous humiliation for Magellan in his lifetime. If Umi managed to escape safely, he would probably have to face death as an apology. Umi, barely stabilizing his body on the ice, said, "There's no other way. I'll deal with you first." Chapter 77. Advance without retreat. I'm still here. Umi the yellow ape entered a photon state, and in an instant, countless laser beams surged towards Umi, the dazzling light overwhelming like a vast ocean, an unstoppable, invincible force. Desperate struggle. Then come try it. Magellan was even more furious at Umi's wild words, his body seething with venom, the giant poisonous hand reaching out, the terrifying venom corroding everything, sizzling as it dripped onto the ice surface. Under the powerful attack, this area was completely detonated. The terrifying aura colliding even pressed the Navy on the Wano warship to the point of breathlessness. It's worth noting that the distance between them was still quite far, and they couldn't imagine what would happen if they got any closer. Blackbeard's expression also became quite serious, unable to laugh anymore. Seeing the other side start a fierce attack, Barrett and Raidfield chose to defend without attacking, always watching the changes on the battlefield in Umi's direction. Although it sounds a bit unprincipled, if Umi really lost, they would immediately choose to flee. Both were proponents of strength, and it was one thing for Umi to be strong, but if he lost, he would no longer be worthy of their following. The sea of light descending from the sky, the poisonous hand reaching out, and the toxins were still spreading on Umi's body. Umi's body trembled slightly due to the pain. And to outsiders, he seemed to have truly fallen into a desperate situation, completely unable to find a way out. Was the earlier bravado just a delusion? Absolutely not. In the face of despair, an unprecedented light radiated from Umi's eyes. His entire spirit seemed to be burning, the will to fight surging. For body's punch, calm words softly came forth, and Umi once again executed the earlier technique, with 4 versions of himself standing on the ice surface. Is it still that move? The yellow ape spoke, saying, seeing it again is indeed quite terrifying out of tricks. I know that this move will divide your power into 4. If it were your original body, you could still resist my most potent toxins, but now you're simply committing slow suicide. Magellan shook his head and mocked. Are you trying to escape? Don't even think about it. As he spoke, the rain of light in the sky had fully struck the ice surface where Umi was, and Magellan further dispersed the venom of the giant poisonous hand, cutting off the possibility of his escape. At that moment, Umi moved. The 4 versions of himself simultaneously charged toward Magellan's direction, forming a straight line as they weaved through the rain of light. Hey, aren't you going to defend? The yellow ape in the air exclaimed in surprise. What a terrifying kid, even when hit by the laser. Blood holes appeared on Omi's body, but he paid no mind, his fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. The energy of his entire being seemingly flowing into his right fist. Omi 1 is up. With just one punch, he blasted apart the giant poisonous hand reaching out, opening a path of life and death, and the remaining 3 immediately charged up. Omi 1 followed closely, soaring into the sky, swinging a stick toward the yellow ape's head, attacking without defense, and in just a moment his body was covered in wounds. You want to seek death? I'll fulfill that for you. The enemy was right in front of him, and Magellan was furious, shouting, I will not retreat an inch. Giant poisonous hand. Roar. The giant poisonous hand reached out again, the terrifying venom surging, transforming into a thick wall of deadly poison, blocking Omi's path. Breakthrough. 2 Omis flew forward without a moment's hesitation, their double fists smashing open a large hole, and the last Omi directly passed through, while the remaining 2 were engulfed by the wall of poison. In front of Omi, Magellan was within arm's reach. Magellan's face was filled with astonishment. This was probably the first time he had encountered such a crazed opponent, simply seeking death. You madman. Hearing the painful wails behind him, and seeing Magellan's surprised expression, Omi instead laughed. His fists glowed, terrifying waves shaking the air, golden light shining on his fists, illuminating the surroundings. Dragon Fist. A golden giant dragon flew, its scales fierce, majestic, and imposing, roaring as it charged directly toward Magellan, tightly coiling around him. As the dragon's head opened, a resounding roar echoed, causing a violent explosion in the area, endless light and venom scattering, completely transforming it into a wasteland. Once everything calmed down, Magellan had lost consciousness, gently pushed by Omi and collapsing onto the changing ice surface. Haha, infected by the toxin, Omi, whose skin had changed color in several places, gasped for breath and laughed, collapsing to the ground. Truly terrifying. I haven't seen someone so reckless in a long time. The yellow ape descending from the sky looked serious, extending his hand, the laser beam aimed at Omi's heart. Haha, Omi just laughed, barely standing up, swallowing a healing beam from the other side of his mouth, saying, Bring it on. Next, I'll deal with you. By the time Omi stood up, all his injuries had healed, and not only that, his strength had even further increased, the terrifying aura hidden within him. Just a little leaking out made the yellow ape's expression change. You really are a monster. Well, it's okay. The Golden Lion led his men to occupy 4 warships, and the battle had long been in full swing, the shouts and killings reverberating throughout. The pirates were in high spirits, simultaneously launching boarding actions against 2 warships, even gaining the upper hand. Charge. Eliminate the Navy. Get out of here. No one is going to lock me up again. Pirates. All of you die. Lock them. The Admiral is coming. Blood flew, heads rolled. And this was just a glimpse of the war. This place seemed to have completely turned into a slaughterhouse. Anyone could die at the next moment. Akainu led his troops rapidly approaching, roaring as he struck, the furious magma instantly covering the sky, launching an attack on the warships occupied by the pirates. The scorching fireballs burned the heavens, as if the heavens were punishing the sinners, bringing them absolute destruction. Some pirates, frightened, chose to jump into the sea, but could only emerge with blood red in the depths. Giant water cannon. Jinbei stirred the seawater, and several streams surged from the surface, blocking the falling rain of magma. Hellwink. Ivan used growth hormones, directly attacking the warship where Akainu was. The terrifying explosion forced the warship to retreat involuntarily. Akainu's expression darkened further, and seeing the Shichibukai on another warship merely watching the show, he leaped into the air, charging toward the pirates. Akainu is really anxious. I want the shadows of these guys. I want them all. Doflamingo and Moria said this, but none of them made a move, seemingly just there to watch. Hawkeye scanned the battlefield, not finding anyone wanting to engage, then closed his eyes to rest. Only Kuma silently took off his gloves, clapped toward himself, and the next moment appeared in front of Ivan. Kuma. Seeing his former companion, Ivan couldn't help but show surprise, but what came toward him was a laser wash. At the same time, Akainu had also arrived, terrifying magma dripping and rolling from him, scaring the surrounding pirates into a mad dash to escape. The rolling black smoke seemingly casting a shadow over the sky. The terrifying magma transformed into a giant hand, grabbing several pirates. Akainu demanded, Where is Ace, the Fire Fist? Where did Shiki go? I don't know. I really don't know. Let me go, please. All nonsense. Yusti. The scalding magma forced its way into their lungs, the excruciating pain making them wish for death. The unfortunate pirates could only scream in agony, turning to ashes in the fury directed at them. TCH, still up there, huh? Akainu looked up at the several floating islands still hovering in the sky. His magma arm began to swell again, aiming at one of the islands. Anyway, I'll just destroy them all. Chapter 78, Serious Proposal. Stop it. Akainu, Jinbei shouted from the sea, as the water stirred up huge waves that completely submerged the warship, and the boiling magma was momentarily cooled by the seawater. Jinbei, Akainu gritted his teeth and said, "Are you trying to hinder me? I will never let you have Ace." "You're really bold to say that, Jinbei." Smoke rose from Akainu's iron fist, and terrifying flames seemed to ignite all over his body. "Do you really think you can defeat me? The sea is my territory. Besides, Desert Sword." In the next moment, a blade of sand suddenly surged up from beside Akainu's feet, directly cutting him in half. Akainu's body was connected by magma. Looking at the man formed from the gathered sand before him, he said, "Sandy Crocodile, are you seeking death?" "TCH, I never said I was close to the Navy." "In that case, just wait to be burned to glass." Boom, boom, boom. Amid the relentless explosions, Umi stood in midair, extending his hands as air bullets flew, causing the likes of Kizuru and others to not dare show their faces, while the ice surface was covered in craters. "Come out and fight, you guys," Umi shouted loudly, yet received no response for a long time. It should be noted that Rain Shiru had just been directly knocked into the deep pit under the ice by Umi's air bullets, his life unknown. Barrett's eyes seemed to shine. This was the strength he desired, true power, absolute invincibility. Riderfield also showed envy, looking at his palm and unconsciously sighing, lamenting the passage of time and the pain of being powerless. Umi raised both hands above his head, gathering terrifying energy, and the increasingly large air bullets seemed to transform into the sun, shining brightly on the ice surface, stirring up winds and clouds. "Come out." As the air bullets approached the ice surface with a cracking sound, Kizuru and Akiji, who were about to counterattack, suddenly felt the powerful armament hockey. Boom! With a loud explosion, the air bullet exploded above Umi, the air rolling, the wind and clouds changing color, and the surrounding space crackling, continuously shattering. "Pretty fireworks, wahahaha." Akiji rose half his body from the ice, saying, "Mr. Carp, I didn't expect you to come." Photon gathered nearby, and Kizuru appeared, saying, "Oh dear, I almost died just now." Amidst the laughter, Vice Admiral Carp stood on the ice, looking at Umi and the others in the sky, saying, "So, it's you, huh? The one who went to save Ace with Luffy." Umi looked at Carp, realizing that the air bullet had been sent flying into the sky with Carp's punch. Although Umi didn't expect this move to be enough to defeat an admiral, he truly didn't anticipate attracting a monster even more terrifying than an admiral. "Don't mention it. I want to thank you. Because of you, those two might have to live a life of fleeing." "Ha ha," Carp laughed as he said this. "Well, although I'm grateful to you, my fists will show no mercy." "Shut up, Carp. No more talk. Hurry up and take them down," Sengoku shouted, jumping off the warship. His figure grew larger in the air, and amidst the golden light, the giant Buddha heavily stomped on the ice, looking down at Umi and the others. "Devil's Air Barrett, the aloof, red Count Riderfield. You've really found some dangerous companions. You must be dealt with here." Blackbeard's crew also rushed from the warship, laughing as they looked at Umi. "Ha ha, so it's you? The young criminal who caused a ruckus in Impel Down. How about joining my crew?" Before he could finish, Blackbeard noticed Sengoku's furious glare and said, "What a pity. It seems I can only let you die here." Umi didn't care about Blackbeard's boasts. Instead, he noticed Blackbeard's crew pulling Rain's Shiru from the pit, seemingly starting treatment. Plot inertia? Before Umi could figure out, a massive shockwave had already knocked him down to the ice surface. "Here, I will eradicate you. The great hidden danger of this world." The Buddha's shockwave was merciless, pushing Umi's organs into turmoil, bearing immense pressure. "Is it starting already? Too fast." "Ha ha." Blackbeard continued to laugh, but beneath his feet, a rolling black mist covered the ice, obscuring everything in this world. On the other side, Barrett, who was flung away by the shockwave, changed his expression drastically and shouted, "Captain, I'm coming to help you." Umi had already proven his strength, so Barrett was naturally willing to become his crew member. With the devil mode activated, Barrett's entire body became filled with a ghostly aura, and his fists turned into a torrential rain, directly flying towards Sengoku, wanting to give Umi a chance to counterattack. But in the next moment, Carp stood in front of him, their fists clashing, and a terrifying windstorm turned into blades that shredded everything. Carp laughed, blocking his nostrils. "Ha ha, Your punches lack power. You too. You old man can hardly stand. Barrett sneered, gathering his spirit and preparing to fight fiercely. Rider Field, as a natural user of observation hockey, had long noticed Sengoku was about to attack, but he had no time to say more and quickly retreated to avoid the strike. So what should I do now? Rider Field quickly scanned the battlefield, then looked at Kizaru and Akiji who were charging towards Umi, but his feet unconsciously began to retreat. Why am I running? Noticing himself retreating, Rider Field's expression darkened. Had he become a weakling? The ability he once prided himself on now only remained as observation hockey. He was barely surviving. So why'd he go to sea? Suddenly, music drifted in his mind, and he remembered he was out to find his companions, to find partners he could laugh with. Although he didn't know if they could be considered partners, this moment was undoubtedly the time to draw his sword. With a light touch of his toes, Rider Field surged forward, his umbrella sword blocking the two admirals, buying time for Umi. Umi had already stood up against the continuous shockwaves, but black mist spread beneath his feet, seemingly trapping him in an abyss, and his body continued to sink. This is my ability, the strongest darkness. Can you still stand? Sengoku, transformed into the giant Buddha, looked at Umi's strained face. He had been continuously launching shockwaves and felt a bit fatigued himself. Blackbeard's crew also rushed forward, continuously shooting at Umi. But the few of them were stunned to find that the bullets hitting Umi had no effect, being reflected away as if he had a body of steel. However, the crew didn't give up, even if they could just attract Umi's attention. Then Oka aimed at Umi's eyes with every shot. Scanning the battlefield, Umi, who was struggling to hold on, suddenly shouted, "Barrett, Rider Field, you two go help the Golden Lion and the others." The two were subconsciously shocked, distancing themselves from their opponents, saying, "Are you joking, Captain? Am I someone who jokes around? Ha ha, now I'm going to get serious." Barrett and Rider Field exchanged glances, nodded, and directly withdrew, stepping into the air and leaving the sea area. "You've been beaten up like this, and you still say you weren't serious?" "Ha!" Blackbeard laughed wildly. "Van Oka, no matter how much you brag, it's just ineptitude. Lafitte, you'd better surrender quickly. Poison question, you're just unlucky. Bajis, waha, we're just too strong." Sengoku unleashed another shockwave and said, "Now is the time to end you. For the sake of this world." Carp was speechless, while Akiji continually released cold air, freezing half of Umi's body, and Kizura scratched his head and said, "There are quite a few people here. I might as well go help Sakazuki." Chapter 79. The awakened, terrifying monster, the body of the yellow ape, transformed into photons and swiftly left the original spot. Sengoku did not speak to stop him. He truly believed that victory was in his grasp. Umi, who was being besieged, had completely fallen into a desperate situation. His lower body was fully submerged in the dark tide, and the frozen half of his body remained motionless, with only his right hand struggling to reach his face. Finally, putting the sins of bean into his mouth, Umi did not act immediately, but instead asked aloud, "Admiral Sengoku, can we have a talk?" Sengoku was taken aback, stopping the continuous shockwaves he was releasing, and replied, "What do you want to say?" "Admiral, you keep saying you will strike me for the sake of this world. Am I really such a bad person? Isn't Blackbeard worse than me?" Blackbeard, who was mentioned, widened his eyes, ready to curse, but ended up just chuckling foolishly. Sengoku could hardly believe that Umi would say such childish words, wanting to reason with an enemy who wanted to kill him. However, Sengoku still spoke up, explaining proactively, "I will never forget the scene from that year. On the day at Mary Geos, the golden aura shot up to the clouds. That terrifying power must never appear again. And you, harboring such power, are a disaster for this world. As long as you have that thought, you can easily plunge this world into despair and destruction. I know you're not a bad person, but our respective positions make us enemies. Enemies must die." Everyone fell silent for a moment, except for Akiji. They all felt that Sengoku was being overly exaggerated. Blackbeard looked at Umi with disdain, thinking, is this guy's power really that terrifying? ISNT Whitebeard's fruit the strongest? After being dazed for a moment, Umi burst into laughter, realizing it was the future self who caused all this trouble. But it was indeed somewhat interesting. Super Saiyan? Haha, I actually look forward to it. If you know, then goodbye. Carp couldn't help but shout, "Sengoku!" He still felt that Sengoku's actions were too extreme and couldn't help but intervene. "Carp, you weren't with me that day, so you hold such sympathetic thoughts. But I know I am right." Sengoku resolutely launched a shockwave attack towards Umi, but at that moment, Umi erupted with energy, shattering the ice on his body. And with a loud boom, he soared into the sky. Impossible. He actually broke free from my darkness. "You bastard. Were you just acting all along? Waha, what an interesting kid. Pretty much, I just wanted to see if those two guys from Raidville would abandon me and run away. After all, I don't want someone who would abandon their companions to keep following me. Admiral Sengoku, I understand your point. You have your reasons, but unfortunately, Omi said, shaking his head helplessly. Suddenly, a ball of energy formed in his outstretched right hand, emitting a blinding light in all directions. I don't care about that. I just want to live recklessly. What is that? Akiji suddenly had a bad premonition. He clapped his hands on the ice surface, and ice pillars shot up into the sky. Carp! Sengoku launched a shock wave towards Omi in the air, and Carp also stepped into the air, throwing a punch at Omi. Blackbeard and his crew exchanged glances, already considering escape. The current situation was indeed a bit complex. Omi dodged the shockwave, raised his hand, and threw the energy ball into the sky, then collided with Carp. As soon as they engaged, the two fought fiercely without holding back. The violent winds from their punches shaking the surroundings, and the whole sky seemed to tremble under the pressure. In an instant, the two exchanged hundreds of punches, each one heavier than the last, seemingly without any limits. Carp's expression was serious. He had never intended to truly fight Omi, but when their first punch clashed, he found himself at a disadvantage, which made him more determined to push harder. Unexpectedly, Omi did the same, instantly turning it into a life-and-death struggle with no way out. Ice pillars rose to the heavens, and Akiji followed closely, appearing at the top of the ice pillar. He waved his hands, sending cold air to chase after the energy ball thrown by Omi. However, Akiji was still a step too slow and could only watch as the energy ball disappeared before his eyes, seemingly destroyed. Was it successful or not? Akiji instinctively thought positively, as nothing seemed to have happened, but the next moment, a gentle and cold light appeared before him. What is this? Sengoku gritted his teeth and launched a shockwave towards Omi, but the latter was completely focused on battling Carp and ignored him entirely. Although Sengoku could certainly injure Omi with full power, Carp would also be unable to avoid injury. Damn it, why aren't you guys doing anything? Ha ha, Admiral, I can't fly. Then you all. Sengoku suddenly noticed the moon in the sky and exclaimed, Is that the moon? At this moment, the bright moon had fully formed, its cold light illuminating the ice surface. Akiji descended from the sky, landing on Sengoku's shoulder, and said, That moon was created by Omi's previous move. How could this be? Sengoku's expression darkened. Can it be destroyed? I can't do it, but Blackbeard should. Before he could finish speaking, Carp's voice rang out in alarm. Omi, what are you doing? Looking up, they saw Omi staring at the sky. His eyes completely devoid of pupils, his jaw jutting out, and his two sets of canine teeth becoming razor-sharp, drool spilling from his mouth. As he looked at the moon, Omi let out a chilling roar. His muscles began to swell, and thick black fur rapidly grew over his body, as if he was beginning to transform into a true monster. Hey, what is this? Blackbeard gaped, watching Omi fall while transforming in midair. His crew exchanged glances, all feeling a chill run down their spines. Roar! Finally, a towering black giant ape, standing 100 meters tall, appeared before everyone. Its eyes blood-red and filled with fury as it pounded its chest and let out a deafening roar. How did Omi turn into a giant gorilla? Carp exclaimed in astonishment, and in the next moment, he charged towards Omi, seemingly intending to take a closer look. Omi, can you hear me? What kind of move is this? The giant ape noticed Carp approaching, and in an instant, it leaped up, arms crossed, and slammed down with a roar. This guy's quite fierce, ha-ha boom. Before Carp could finish laughing, he was smashed into the ice surface by Omi, the terrifying force causing him to break through the ice layer and plunge into the depths of the sea. The giant ape's hammer strike shook the ice surface violently, causing Blackbeard and his crew to stumble and fall, while Sengoku managed to steady himself, his face showing fear as he looked at the giant ape. This monster actually has this kind of power. Admiral, since he could transform into a giant ape, he should be able to change back. Akiji also came to his senses and said, Moreover, it seems Omi has lost his reason. I naturally know this. Sengoku extended both hands and directly engaged in a contest of strength with the charging giant ape. As they grappled, Sengoku's body continued to retreat, carving two long grooves on the ice surface. Akiji stood on Sengoku's shoulder, gathering cold air in his right arm, and shouted, Ice Bird. The crystal-clear ice bird released terrifying cold air, rushing towards the giant ape's head, ready to freeze it. However, the giant ape opened its large mouth, unleashing a wave of red energy that surged forth like a torrential river of blood, directly swallowing the ice bird. The terrifying energy also struck Sengoku's face. Chapter 80 Let's Leave Together. A violent energy struck across the face, and even though Sengoku was shining with golden light, seemingly impervious to all, he still suffered a heavy blow and momentarily lost consciousness. However, the raging giant ape did not stop. It directly grabbed Sengoku's hands, lifting him high and then throwing him onto the ice surface, delivering a powerful punch to Sengoku's back, causing the air to explode. Sengoku couldn't help but yell, coughing up blood, while Akiji had already jumped onto the giant ape, creating a path of ice beneath his feet. As he slid quickly, his hands released terrifying cold air, freezing the giant ape's body. Blackbeard also laughed maniacally, unleashing large amounts of darkness, surrounding one of the giant ape's feet with inky dark water, causing it to sink continuously. Others circled around the giant ape's other leg, shooting and slashing. If it were a normal person, they would have long been turned into a sieve by these attacks, which were swift and violent. The only one retreating rapidly on the battlefield was Van Oka, his movements precise and quick. Arriving at the designated spot, he quickly aimed his gun at the giant ape's eye, seeking the opportunity for a decisive strike. The giant ape, still madly pounding on Sengoku, noticed ants crawling on its body, frost already creeping up its form. One foot felt a constant itch, while the other felt as if it were sinking into a quagmire, causing its body to lean. Roar! With a furious howl, the giant ape slightly bent its body, and in the next moment, it jumped into the sky, its body seeming to turn into a cannonball, crashing down straight and creating a terrifying impact. Wow! Blackbeard, coincidentally, was stomped under the giant ape's foot, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Akiji was also sent flying, hit by the giant ape's palm, crashing onto the ice surface, unconscious. Others were caught off guard as the giant ape's large hand reached out, firmly grasping them in its palm. Feeling the giant ape's hands gradually tighten, several members of the Blackbeard pirates couldn't help but have blood seep from the corners of their mouths, feeling as if all their bones were crying out in pain. Close to death. What bad luck today. Wahaha, we're putting on quite a show. The giant ape didn't care about the cries of the small insects. With a crazed and cruel smile, it increased its grip, toying with the life in its palm, displaying extreme cruelty. Everything depends on fate. Watching the fierce and violent giant ape, Van Oka pulled the trigger, unleashing his one and only attack. From a distance, Van Oka stood with his gun, his expression serious. Even he, as a sharpshooter, was surrounded by unparalleled pressure, his palms sweaty as he awaited the outcome. The specially made precious bullet shot forward, emitting a sharp whistle through the air, heralding its deadly sound, and accurately pierced into the giant ape's left eye. The giant ape immediately dropped the toy in its hand, covering its left eye and howling in agony, opening its mouth wide, red energy waves brewing within. Buzz boom! Taste the power of my technique. You monster! The shockwave echoed in his ears, and the already severely injured giant ape knelt on the ground, seemingly losing consciousness. It's Sengoku. Despite the golden giant Buddha suffering repeated blows, Sengoku still stood up at a critical moment, his two hands gripping the giant ape's head as he unleashed the strongest shockwave, causing a terrifying force that led to a massive collapse. The shattering shockwave caused blood to flow from the giant ape's 7 orifices, while Blackbeard struggled to rise from the ice, darkness healing his injuries, but the double pain still made him scream, though he was in relatively better condition. His crewmates lay scattered across the ice, arms twisted, bones likely shattered. If it weren't for their chests still slightly rising and falling, they would have probably been dead. Sengoku, having canceled his ability, wanted to see Akiji in the distance, but after taking a few steps, he gasped for breath, weakly collapsing to the ground. I can't move, huh? Just moments ago, Sengoku had managed to stand up only by sheer will, even though he possessed the Buddha fruit with strong defense. He had still lost half his life under the giant ape's pounding. Van Oka rushed over from a distance to help his captain up, saying with a smile, "Looks like fate is on our side." It hurts. Don't move. No, don't touch me." Blackbeard wailed. "Is that monster dead? Damn it. This is really bad. I should have known. Why do you look?" In the next moment, Blackbeard saw Van Oka being grabbed in the palm of a descending giant hand, crushed into a pulp. No way. Blackbeard's face turned pale as he struggled to turn over, looking at the giant ape in complete shock, frozen in place. But as he saw the giant ape's foot coming down, Blackbeard used all his strength to summon the power of darkness. Dark hole. Boom! The giant foot stomped down, the ice surface sinking under the pressure, and it seemed Blackbeard was crushed to dust. Roar! With a few heavy stomps, the injuries made the giant ape completely berserk, and it began to brew red, destructive energy in its mouth, launching indiscriminate attacks around. Damn it! Sengoku lay on the ice, his face covered in blood, feeling unbearable pain as he watched the giant ape rampage. His small size allowed him to escape the giant ape's attention, but Sengoku felt no joy, only endless regret. He should have unleashed another 10 shockwaves towards the giant ape's head at that moment, but with his energy at the time, that was merely a fantasy. He knew very well he had no chance from the beginning. I've completely lost. Boom, boom, boom. The warships began firing at the giant ape. Vice Admiral Tsaru seemed to have noticed the situation spiraling out of control, bringing in a large number of warships to take action, intending to completely eliminate the giant ape. The artillery fire filled the sky, sweeping across all directions, with a destructive force that was almost earth-shattering, the smell of gunpowder wafting throughout the sea. The Navy's forces held absolute advantage here, despite the Golden Lion's crew still engaged in battle. It was only because there was still a large number of Navy waiting for orders. Once given the command, a fleet more terrifying than the Demon Slaughter order would open fire. At Shaki's bar, during lunchtime, after Umi had eaten and drunk enough, he looked at everyone and said, "Golden Lion, how determined are you to save Ace? Don't just agree because of me. The Navy will probably pursue us relentlessly, and I can't guarantee who will survive." You little brat. This isn't my first day as a pirate. I don't need you to teach me. I am the Golden Lion. What I want to do, I will do. What I don't want to do, even if you kill me, I won't do. That's good. Everyone listen to me. Saving Ace is simple. Under the circumstances of being mindful and unmindful, even if the Navy is powerful, I'm absolutely confident in rescuing Ace. The key is how to get Ace out safely. The smoothest situation would be that the Navy reinforcements haven't arrived yet, and we all leave safely. The second scenario is watching Umi transform into the giant ape. Attracting most of the Navy's attention, the Golden Lion leaped down from the sky to the island, looking at the 4 people in front of him and saying, "You 4. Are you getting impatient? Let's take the airship and leave now." Finally able to leave. Without mentioning the excited Usopp, Luffy surprisingly said, "What do you mean leave? It's the plan that Umi agreed on earlier, Luffy." Usopp happily explained, but Zoro looked at Luffy with a bad feeling in his heart. Right now, that brat Umi has already attracted most of the Navy's firepower, making it a great opportunity when no one is paying attention. Shiki was still talking when Luffy shouted, "Uncle Goldenhair, we can't leave." "What rooster? Call me Shiki." "Phew, call me Golden Lion." Luffy said seriously and calmly, "Anyway, I can't leave. If we're going, we all go together." Chapter 81, Stealing Home, Quietly, huh? Hearing Luffy's wild words, the Golden Lion looked at this guy's determined eyes, then glanced at the silent Ace, the anxious Usopp, and the composed Zoro. "Straw Hat, what do you mean? I won't leave everyone behind." Listening to the continuous cannon fire from below the island, Luffy's will was firm and unshakable. "I'm going down to help." "Luffy," Usopp shouted in a panic, "Nami and Chopper are waiting for us in the comm belt. Didn't we agree? We were supposed to rescue your brother and then leave. Ace is right here." Umi had said before that we just needed to take care of ourselves. Those guys in the prison are all sorts of people, and it was decided from the beginning that when the time came, they would be responsible for holding back the Navy. No way. We all agreed to have a feast together afterward. I can't just leave like this. This guy. Zoro helplessly held his head, already foreseeing the outcome. "Luffy." Usopp was taken aback, seeing Ace, and quickly added, "But your brother is here. The main target of the Navy is Ace. Staying here would only increase the risk. After all, he is that man's son. He might even lose his life." Mentioning Ace, Luffy was also worried about his situation and hurriedly said, "Then let Ace leave first." "Usopp, Zoro, I'm counting on you." Ace smiled and placed a hand on Luffy's head, ruffling his hair. "You idiot. If you don't leave, how could I possibly leave? Besides, I don't need you to worry about me." "Humph, there's no reason to leave the captain behind. I won't leave either." Zoro crossed his arms, trying to look cool. "Zoro, you too." Usopp was anxiously about to speak, but only managed to shout helplessly, all right. You guys are amazing. I'll leave by myself." He took out the airship capsule from his bag, which Umi had given to Usopp. His job was actually to pilot the airship to leave. Umi had quite a bit of confidence in Usopp's luck and skills. With a bang, the airship appeared in front of the group. Usopp slowly sat in the pilot seat, but then stood up shouting, "You guys. Why isn't anyone staying with me? I'm really leaving alone. Can't you see?" Luffy, confused, said, "Aren't you the one who wants to leave? Why stop you?" Ace laughed. "How did this airship appear? It's really amazing. Zoro disdainfully scoffed. If you want to leave, then hurry up. Staying 1T help at all. Huh, fine. You guys are impressive. I'm not leaving. I, Usopp, need to prove myself. Watching these guys bickering, the Golden Lion finally spoke, spitting his cigar onto the ground. You guys, are you joking? What do you think the plan is? Just because you just learned hockey, do you think you are invincible? Don't kid around. You're still just kids who just learned to walk. It's laughable how weak you are. If you were as strong as Umi, you could do whatever you want. Then of course it would be fine. Don't say you don't want to leave. Even if you wanted to, I would drag you back and beg you to stay. But this is not the time for your nonsense. The Golden Lion's sleeves fluttered without wind. Hockey coiling around his fists, shining like black steel in the sunlight. I came here to save Roger's son, and now that it's come to this, I can only send you off with my fists. That long-nosed brat better stay away. I don't want to hurt you. Luffy, retreat. Seeing the Golden Lion charge in anger, Ace shouted, Flame Pillar. Ace's arm transformed into flames. A pillar of fire surged, and the intense heat blasted towards them, making Usopp feel sweat dripping from his forehead in an instant. Jahaha! No blade slash. The Golden Lion swung his right arm, and with a single strike, the violent motion shattered the air, and the surging air blades tore through the flames. The Golden Lion also drew his twin swords, which flew automatically into his hands, clashing with Ace. The scorching flames somehow took on a physical form in Ace's hands, transforming into twin guns that collided with the Golden Lion's treasured swords. Powerful waves expanding like the sea, shaking the surroundings. Jahaha! Pretty impressive. Roger's son, I was hoping to leave you with a good impression, but it turned out like this. I know, you're all my benefactors. Thank you for coming to save me. But, thinking of his biological father, Ace's face grew cold as he said, You remember, I don't know any Roger. My old man is Whitebeard. Only one Whitebeard. Whitebeard? Interesting, you guy. I'm starting to like you more. Come with me and be a real pirate. Although I appreciate it, I will only be the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. In the blink of an eye, after exchanging over a dozen blows, the Golden Lion grew somewhat impatient, stomping the ground and shouting, Lion's might, earth roll. At the same time, before Ace could react, the ground beneath him cracked. The earth transformed into a mighty lion, opening its bloody mouth to bite at Ace's legs, penetrating them in an instant. Ace! Luffy shouted in panic, wanting to rush forward to help, but then saw flames erupting from Ace's legs as he easily pulled his legs out of the dirt, smiling. You're exaggerating, Luffy. I'm a Logia user. The Golden Lion laughed. Naive kid. He instantly flashed to Ace's front, his long knife resting against Ace's neck. The sharp blade pressed against his skin. How could this be? Ace was filled with confusion. Do you know that I can easily chop off your head right now if I want to? Logia is not invincible. The Golden Lion shook his head with a sneer. So what do you say? Consider it. As long as you join me, it's not impossible for you to stay. Sorry, but I've already decided to make my old man the Pirate King, and I have no plans to join anyone else. Hey, Uncle Rooster. Ace has already said he doesn't want to. Luffy interjected, clenching his fist. You insulted Ace earlier. Watch out, or I'll beat you up. I see you really want to die. Usopp was also panicking, holding his head and shouting, You guys don't argue at this time. Anxious. Usopp unconsciously looked towards the position of the airship, only to find a tall man in a yellow suit standing there, facing away from Usopp and curiously examining the airship. Hey, uncle, who are you? When did? Usopp reached out to pat the man's back, but Zoro, seeing the man's face, changed his expression. Hand on the sword hilt, ready for battle, shouting, Usopp, don't go over there. Huh? What? Usopp was still confused, watching the man turn around and say to him, You came at the right time, little brother. What is this thing for? So strange seeing the man wearing sunglasses, with a lazy demeanor and a lewd smile. Usopp's legs went weak. BB big. Admiral. Remembering the terror of Aokiji, Usopp had already dropped to the ground, scrambling on all fours to crawl to safety. Luffy also shouted, ISNT that you. The uncle who fought Umi. So cool, swooshing through the air. Luffy, be careful. This guy is Admiral Kizaru. Ace's expression was serious, his arms transformed into flames, and with a loud boom, they ignited fiercely, causing the surrounding air to become even more oppressive and dry, making it hard to breathe. The Golden Lion also had a grim expression, lowering his eyes, and said, When did you arrive? Hey, don't be so nervous. You're gonna scare me, Kizaru said, shrugging. When did I arrive? Probably, maybe, when you guys started fighting. It was quite a show. I didn't dare to come out. The Golden Lion's expression grew darker, saying, Stop talking nonsense. You liar. Kizaru shook his head, not explaining. and lightly tapped on the transparent shield of a nearby airship. By the way, can someone tell me what this thing is? Chapter 82. The determination of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion instinctively opened his mouth to directly say it was an airship, but then remembered the blow Umi had struck on his head, and said, "None of your business. If you don't want to die, get lost." Usopp, hiding behind a big tree, shouted, "Yeah, quickly leave here. We are not to be trifled with." Kizaru raised both hands in a surrender-like gesture and said, "How scary, I was just asking a question. Why so agitated? Is this thing really that important to you?" Kizaru's sunglasses sparkled in the sunlight, and everyone couldn't see through his intentions. Only their hearts were in their throats. Although they currently leaned towards staying and fighting, it would definitely be good to keep the airship, as it might play a crucial role later, so they naturally couldn't let it fall into enemy hands. Ace's gaze was sharp, and the flames on his body burned fiercely, full of vitality, but his heart was filled with bitterness. Having decided early on that he would sacrifice himself to protect Luffy and the others. "You fools." Zoro bit down on his famous sword and said, "It's obvious that the opponent is an admiral. How could we just leave without fighting?" "Wait a minute, Zoro." Luffy, calm and serious, adjusted his straw hat and chuckled. "Uncle, if I tell you, will you leave?" "Of course." Kizaru squinted his eyes and chuckled, looking so lecherous that it was hard to believe. Luffy puffed out his cheeks, glanced around, and waved his hands randomly, saying, "That thing is a barbecue machine. Yes, that's right." Clearly lying. Everyone was stunned by Luffy. "Who are you trying to fool? The Admiral would believe you? Unless Kizaru is an undercover Revolutionary Army officer." Usopp hugged the big tree tightly, seeking support, already scared to the point of losing his ability to act. "Luffy, you idiot, they definitely won't believe you. So we must fight." Luffy still can't lie. "Oh, it's a barbecue machine?" Kizaru's eyes widened in surprise, and he laughed. "Well then, I'll take my leave now, what? You actually believe that? Hey, you're really leaving just like that? You can't be here to mess with us." "Ha ha ha. I told you it was a barbecue machine. Uncle, goodbye." Luffy laughed happily. In the next moment, Kizaru's legs transformed into photons, and with a powerful kick, the airship exploded with a loud bang in the distance. It must be said that Kizaru was simply too fast. Although the Golden Lion reacted and charged forward, it was still too late. Luffy and the others only then realized what had happened, their eyes wide with shock, mouths agape. "Uncle, didn't you say you would leave?" Luffy shouted angrily, but Kizaru lifted his sunglasses, spun in the air, and kicked the charging Golden Lion away. The Golden Lion could only protect his body, flying straight out to the side, creating a cloud of dust. "I will leave just after capturing you." In an instant of offense and defense, Kizaru dusted off non-existent dust from his sleeves and said, "Also, I hate barbecue. Ramen is the best." The legendary pirate Golden Lion, the pirate rookie Straw Hat Luffy, Roronoa Zoro, and the most crucial Fire Fist Ace. "You guys are all important figures. I won't let you go." Usopp encouraged himself, tears streaming down his face. "Great. It's not because of me. Thank God. Thank you, Lord. So, who should I start with?" Kizaru scanned the crowd. "You all look so scary, Zoro, bastard. There should be a limit to underestimating people." "Luffy, dream on." "Uncle, I'm really angry this time. Barbecue is the best." Ace, however, said little. Leaping high into the air, shouting mirror fire, a massive wall of flames descended from the sky, blocking Kizaru's line of sight, and the terrifying heat rushed towards him. This strike seemed to turn the entire world into a sea of fire. Useless Kizaru looked relaxed, his entire body transforming into photons. The scorching flames meant nothing to him as he easily walked out from within. Kizaru found that there was no one in front of him. When he looked up, he discovered that Ace and the others had already vanished, fleeing towards the edge of the island. Kizaru shrugged and transformed into photons, quickly chasing after them. Ace was in the lead, with Luffy behind, who was dragging Usopp and Zoro along, making their escape through the jungle extremely difficult, suffering a lot, their faces bruised. "Luffy, hurry up." Ace was anxious, jumping from branch to branch, fleeing towards the island's edge, planning to return to the battlefield on the sea. "Okay," Luffy replied, but couldn't help but say, "Ace, I'm sorry. It's because of me that the airship was destroyed. I should have let you." "Idiot. This has nothing to do with you. It was my own choice, you're right. We all should go together. Luffy, you." Before he could finish, Luffy watched as Kizaru appeared above Ace, delivering a kick at light speed downwards. The attack came too quickly. Ace had no time to react. With just one kick, he was sent crashing to the ground, instinctively curling up, coughing up blood, severely injured. "Ace!" Luffy shouted in a panic, feeling a chill throughout his body, trembling all over. "Do you still have time to worry about others?" With a lazy tone, Kizaru's next lightspeed kick was already coming, sweeping towards Luffy's chest. Clearly, they were all human. Why was there such a huge gap? Kizaru's sweep stirred up a violent wind, as if it were a giant axe cleaving through everything before him. Lion's Might, Imperial Palace. Amidst the howling, the entire island seemed to tremble. Kizaru stopped his attack, looking at the trees he had severed, observing the changes around him. In that brief moment, the soil beneath Ace surged high, enveloping Ace, Luffy, and the others, transforming into a majestic lion soaring through the air, carrying the four of them in high circles. Luffy felt as if he had suddenly reached a great height, although he didn't know what was happening. He knew they were safe. Peeking down from the lion's back, he saw the golden lion fiercely battling Kizaru, and Luffy shouted, "Golden-haired uncle, thank you for saving us." Having temporarily repelled Kizaru, the golden lion slowly took out a cigar, lit it, and shouted to the sky, "You guys, since you don't want to leave, then go to the battlefield. Don't blame me if you die." The straw hat in the air laughed. "Perfect. I've decided to go. I won't regret it." The golden lion snorted coldly and said, "Then hurry up and get lost. I'm just annoyed to see you." Noticing Kizaru transforming into photons, the golden lion wrapped his dual swords in haki and charged forward with all his might, intercepting Kizaru, saying, "I won't let you go." As a majestic lion carried Luffy and the others, flying further away, they suddenly heard Luffy shout, "Golden-haired uncle, what is this kid up to now?" The golden lion said impatiently, "I previously said I would hit you once, and I will remember to go easy on you afterward. Get lost, you brat." Kizaru, how strange. The cruel and cold golden lion actually has a sense of humanity. People can change. Even I am no exception. Chapter 83. The Battlefield of Factions. I see. But you still can't keep me here. The calm words of the yellow ape carried absolute confidence. He wasn't wrong. The speed of light was beyond anyone's imagination. To put it bluntly, as long as the yellow ape wanted to leave, very few could stop him. And the golden lion just happened to not be among those few. But some things can't be done just because they seem impossible. The proud golden lion had already made up his mind and said, "Just stay here and keep me company." As he spoke, a deafening sound emerged. The yellow ape turned around to look and saw all the floating islands beginning to tremble and tilt toward their position. Such astonishing power, how terrifying. I am a golden lion. The world turned upside down, and without the presence of gravity, everything here seemed to fall into chaos. Various materials launched fierce attacks toward the yellow ape, not pausing for a moment. Soil, ice and snow, seawater, everything on the island was awakened by the golden lion, gaining life as if the god of nature had descended, creating bizarre changes that could shatter everyone's common sense. The yellow ape's body had been photonized, having already surpassed the speed of light. Nothing could keep up with his pace. Wind and snow sang along as he moved, and the seawater flowed behind him, while the dirt was foolish enough to be trampled underfoot. However, the golden lion's dual blades, filled with domineering aura, allowed him to match the yellow ape's speed in this arena full of infinite obstacles, finally able to compete with him and determine a victor. Meanwhile, the lion made of soil, which clearly had no wings, was walking in the air, leaving this chaotic realm. "Ace, are you feeling better?" Luffy asked with concern as he noticed the flames on Ace's chest gradually extinguishing. He quickly spoke up, shaking Ace's shoulder vigorously. Ace, who wasn't dead but was about to be shaken to death by Luffy, struck Luffy on the head with one hand and said, "Cough, cough. Stop it already, you idiot. I'm not that fragile. It's just a minor injury." Luffy said dejectedly, "A minor injury? Unfortunately, I only have one healing bean. I should have asked Omi for more." "Haha, don't worry, I'm really fine." "Zoro, as long as you're okay, but we need to be careful now. We're about to head to the surface." "Usopp, wow, that really startled me just now." Ace then noticed Zoro and Usopp's faces were swollen like buns and asked, "What happened to you two? Why do your faces look like that?" "Yeah, it's really careless." Luffy also chimed in, looking helpless. "Isn't it because of you?" Immediately after, a round of punches and kicks ensued. Ace not only didn't stop it, but also joined in and hit Luffy a few times. I have to say, sometimes his brother really deserves a beating. Once the group calmed down, the lion was about to leave the swaying islands. Zoro could already see various shells flying over the sea. The battle was currently intense. Just below was a cluster of warships connected together, engaged in fierce combat, with the pirates already showing signs of defeat, retreating step by step. Over there, magma was erupting, sand was flying, and the seawater was continuously raising waves. Zoro looked at a person fighting with the warlord, and his expression became serious. That guy ISNT Kuma from the Seven Warlords? Is he? If Omi hadn't shown up back then, Luffy would probably have been in grave danger. Although Zoro had already heard from Omi that Kuma was a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, and even if he hadn't appeared, they wouldn't be in trouble. Zoro just smiled it off. Maybe they really wouldn't be in trouble, but the fact that Omi helped them was still true, and Zoro kept that in mind. If Nami were here, she would definitely shout, "That cost money, you idiot! The situation is terrible. We should have left earlier." Usopp was also trembling, holding his head. The Navy still had countless intact warships. These follow-up troops surrounded the battlefield in a fan shape, constantly replacing the front lines, pressing the pirates' activity space. But Luffy didn't have so many worries. He pointed to the other side and shouted, "Look, a giant gorilla." 100-meter-tall gorilla roared at the sky, terrifyingly violent, spewing out terrifying destructive energy, slaughtering the Navy as if it were a monster destroying the world, while the shells seemed like mere irritations to it. "You idiot! That's Omi." Usopp couldn't help but shout. "Huh, Omi can turn into a gorilla." Luffy's eyes sparkled. "So cool. I want to turn into a gorilla too." "How do you do it?" "Usopp, tell me quickly." "Annoying. How would I know? I originally planned to leave at this time, but now it's turned into this. I might never see everyone again. I'm not brave yet. Why is everyone so quiet?" "Huh, what is this?" Usopp, who had crawled up from the back of the soil lion, was also stunned. It turned out they had already left the cluster of islands, and he could see the islands now shaking and closing up like sensitive plants. The huge tremors shocked everyone. Both sides in combat temporarily paused, looking up to the sky and discussing among themselves. Amidst the loud rumbling, the group of islands transformed into a gigantic stone egg, floating in the air, surrounded by clouds and mist, mysterious beyond belief. What on earth? Before he could think too much, Usopp heard Ace shout, "The stone lion is breaking apart." Usopp looked down and saw that indeed, the stone lion they were riding on was disassembling its 4 legs, turning back into soil and scattering with the wind. "Ha ha ha! How interesting! You idiot! What is so good about this?" Zoro's expression was grave as he said, "At this rate, we're going to fall." "Huh." Usopp then realized they were still high up, hundreds of meters away from the sea. Panicking, Usopp felt his head start to burn, but Luffy's rubber arm had already wrapped around him. Zoro couldn't help but shout, "Luffy, you bastard! You're not thinking of..." Ace felt extremely guilty and said, "You guys really have it hard. My brother has caused you trouble. I'm sorry." Stubborn Luffy didn't listen to anything, stomped his wooden clogs down with force, and leaped off the lion's back with the 3 of them. "Yeah, we're leaving." After a while, someone on the chaotic battlefield noticed the 4 falling and immediately shouted, "It's Straw Hat Luffy and the others. They finally arrived. Why isn't Lord Golden Lion here? Don't leave me behind, you guys. I can't protect you like this." Buggy couldn't help but shout, "Yes, Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy, we love you, mister." 3 followed closely behind Buggy, quietly saying, "Seriously, how good are you at lying?" Kid swung his mechanical giant hand, sweeping away the surrounding navy, saying, "Showing up at a time like this is too late." Killer silently swung his scythe, leaning against Kid's back, facing the navy that was closing in again. After fighting for so long, it really showed no signs of letting up. Akainu also noticed Ace and the others. He transformed into magma, dodging the seawater cannon, and forced Crocodile back with a punch, saying, "You two guys, although I don't know why your injuries healed in an instant, it's just a desperate struggle. If you have any sense, you should get lost quickly. I don't want to waste time on you. Fire Fist Ace is what matters most." TCH. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Crocodile coldly replied, "One of my favorite things to do is not listen to others. You want to seek death? I'll fulfill that for you." Chapter 84. The World's Strongest Man. The collision of magma and raging sand created intense clashes, extinguishing and solidifying countless streams of lava, while some crystals mixed with the sand flowed. Jinbei was stirring the waves, rising with the sea to meet the sky, catching Luffy and Ace. They were saved. "Thank you, Fishman." "Damn, Luffy, remember this. Why haven't you all left yet?" Jinbei and the others were actually aware of the plan. Shiki had given them some fairy beans, which served both as a reward for stalling and as tools to ensure their fighting capacity. "Jinbei, I've made up my mind. How can I, the protagonist of this story, not be present for what began because of me?" Ace chuckled and said, "I want to leave. Whitebeard's honor cannot be tarnished because of me." Jinbei unleashed a massive wave, knocking the Navy off the warship, and together with the others, they landed in a safe area, saying, "I really admire you guys, just be careful." "Sister Ivankov, I'm here." Luffy raised his hand to greet Ivankov on another warship. Straw Hat Boy. Ivankov showed surprise and confusion, only to be struck in the face by a laser beam coming from the front. Hey, no way. Sister Ivankov. Just as Luffy was about to reach out, he saw Ivankov remove their heavy makeup and say to Kuma, I'm really angry this time. Kuma, let's have a good match. Luffy, the Navy is coming. Wow, so many people. It's up to you guys. Finally, we can have a good fight. Seeing the advancing Navy, Zoro charged forward with his sword. Luffy shouted, I'm going in. Gum Gum Gatling. Fire gun. Ace shaped his hands like pistols, and fiery bullets swiftly attacked the enemies. As the reinforcements joined, the pirates' morale soared, pushing the Navy back steadily. Moria saw the Straw Hats, and his eyes turned red with anger as he led his newly formed zombie army toward Luffy. Akainu glared at the sand crocodile that was entangled with him, having just been about to kill this guy, but in the blink of an eye, the opponent's injuries had healed. Damn scum, how long are you going to keep watching? I didn't ask you to come here just to dawdle. Doflamingo appeared above the warship with a smile, saying, the Admiral's attitude is really bad, but I'll let it go this time. I'll help you deal with the sand crocodile. Just try to have a talk with him. Sharp threads transformed into long whips, fiercely striking down from the air and severing one of the sand crocodile's arms. With a strange speed and immense power, even the warship was split in half. Akainu, with a grim expression, said nothing more and charged straight toward the warship where Ace was. Just then, a dull sound echoed. Boom, what is that sound? Akainu stopped, looking at the warship beneath him rising and falling with the waves. The seemingly motionless water was actually moving. Boom! Moria changed color, staring at the sky above the Gate of Justice, where cracks appeared in the space. Winds began to stir. What power is this? Boom! Suddenly, the battle stopped. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but follow the sound in silence, feeling an unimaginable sense of suffocation. What's that sound? Don't scare me. Hey, my legs won't stop shaking. What the hell is going on? The Gate of Justice. Look at the Gate of Justice. It's about to break open. Something is coming. Except for the raging giant ape, everyone looked at the legendary Gate of Justice. Seeing the closed gate suddenly creaking, bulging inward as if a fierce monster was about to break through. Everyone was stunned. What kind of power is this that even the Gate of Justice cannot stop? It's hard to imagine. After all, this is the legendary Gate of Justice. Not to mention giants. Even if the giants were treated as children, the Gate of Justice was as massive as a mountain to them. It was said to be an impenetrable giant gate, and at this moment, were they witnessing a myth? Unsure whether to feel anticipation or anxiety, everyone unconsciously swallowed, their bodies trembling with excitement. However, the Gate of Justice still withstood the attack. Even as it deformed and roared, it seemed to represent the limits of this world. Impossible to break. The waves calmed, eventually turning into a still surface, and the sky also settled down. Everything that had just happened seemed like an illusion. How the Navy, who had been holding their breath, finally couldn't help but gasp. They had been full of killing intent just moments ago, but in an instant they felt utterly fatigued, wanted to sit down and rest for a while. What they had just witnessed was too astonishing, and no one was an exception. Boom! But in an instant, a loud crash tore through the sky, and the legendary Gate of Justice was directly blasted open. The Gate of Justice was breached. The sea has been split apart. Hurry, steer the ship. The sky is torn apart too. What on earth is happening? Everything happened so fast. Dense cracks crawled across the sky. Space was torn apart, and the sea was divided, rising and falling unpredictably. Everything was in chaos. Conqueror's haki swept across the entire sea. Incredibly terrifying, nearly everyone was trembling, unable to help but kneel down. The King of the Sea has arrived. Kulalala. A hearty laugh echoed in everyone's minds, seemingly becoming the only truth in this chaotic world. Everyone could hear it clearly. I'm a bit late. Is my son okay? Ace. Hearing this voice, Ace couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. Joy and guilt flooded over him. Tears couldn't help but flow from his eyes as he quickly climbed onto the sails of the warship, shouting into the distance. I'm here. Why did you come? I embarrassed the Whitebeard pirates. Why did you come to save me? Unfortunately, Ace's voice could not reach Whitebeard's ears, as the distance was simply too far. Marco, do you see Ace? Yes. He is probably on the warship farthest from us, maybe crying right now. Hey, Ace isn't a kid anymore. How could he still cry? Stop joking. Kulalala in that case. Let us go. Let us bring our family back. Whitebeard stood firmly, his arm muscles bulging as he prepared to unleash a punch into the sea below. Is he coming again? Dad, your body. Just now, you smashed the gate of justice with 3 punches. You should rest a bit. It's all our fault for being so useless. Calm down, Dad. Don't be too anxious. You're making too much noise. I'm Whitebeard. I'm not old enough to the point where I can't move. Kulalala. Since I, Whitebeard, have made up my mind, the others could only watch as Whitebeard swung his fist down. With the sound of cracking space, this area of the sea rose completely, and Whitebeard's fleet surged on this great wave, rapidly heading towards the encirclement of the Navy ships. Marco and the other captains couldn't help but marvel. No matter how many times they saw it, they couldn't suppress their sense of pride that this strongest man was actually their father. Let's go. Prove Whitebeard's fame. Everyone on this sea knows that we are the strongest. Let's go. Bring Ace back. Chapter 85. The Great Crisis of Umi. The Moby Dick has arrived. Is that person really the legendary Whitebeard? We're doomed. He's a monster that broke through the gates of justice. How can we possibly be his match? Hey, it's the pirate ship fleet. These are men who will eventually make a name for themselves in the New World, and they all came. Whitebeard's conqueror's haki is vast and boundless, seemingly enveloping the entire sea, and no one can ignore his presence. Sengoku, leaning on his chest, stood up with a pale face and said, I didn't expect things to turn out this badly. Tsuru, how are Akiji and Magellan doing? They're still being treated. They won't be combat ready for a while. It seems we're at a disadvantage. Tsuru also shook her head, feeling a hint of unease. Waha! Why don't we just retreat? Ridiculous words slipped from Garp's mouth. He seemed to take pleasure in this situation. We can't deal with an emperor of the sea right now. This is really terrible. Garp, you know that's impossible. Sengoku said angrily, announced to the whole army. We absolutely cannot let Fire Fist Ace reunite with the Whitebeard pirates. He's that guy's blood relative. Even if it costs us all our lives, we cannot let him leave here safely. This, ISNT, his identity, supposed to be kept secret? No need. I was planning to make it public anyway. Tsuru glanced at Garp with sympathy and left directly. After Tsuru left, Sengoku remained silent for a long time before speaking softly. Garp, I'm sorry. Garp forced a smile, about to leave from there directly, but was stopped by Sengoku. Come with me to deal with Umi. You haven't given up yet? Garp was utterly speechless. That kid has turned into a giant gorilla. Incredibly strong. You should be thankful he has no rationality. Otherwise, he would have chased you down and beaten you to death, and I couldn't save you. That's how Blackbeard and the others died. No matter what you think, once you're dead, it's all over. I know, but he must have suffered a lot of injuries. This is our chance. Report, Marshal. The giant gorilla has disappeared. No, the great sinner Umi has turned back into a human. We are currently searching for his whereabouts. Garp and Sengoku exchanged glances, both with a hint of absurdity and disbelief in their eyes. Is this fate? In the distance, the Whitebeard pirates, riding the waves, had successfully arrived at the encirclement of the Navy and charged towards the surrounded warships. They advanced like a hot knife through butter. Pirates coming from a new world are indeed different, facing the elite Navy summoned from all over the world. They not only did not fall behind, but each one was taking on multiple opponents. So terrifying. So terrifying. Bellamy bit his hand, trembling in fear. He was just a young master before. So why did we choose to become Navy? Kobe, we should just run away. Hearing the constant screams outside, Bellamy, hiding in the cabin, felt overwhelmed and couldn't move an inch. Don't joke around, Bellamy. This is on the sea. Where can you run to? Kobe was also filled with anxiety, but he knew his goal. He had told that person that he would become an admiral of the Navy and would never go back on his word. As Fire Fist Ace's identity was exposed, the Navy, this war machine, revealed its ferocious claws. Even if 100,000 Navy stood still for you to kill, you would still be exhausted. Not to mention they would resist. Each warship would have a vice admiral stationed, and the weakest among them were figures comparable to the captains of Whitebeard's divisions. And such people were countless in the Navy. This was the Navy cultivated from the entire 4 seas. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Charge in. Kill these pirates. We must not let Whitebeard and Ace reunite. Quickly execute Fire Fist Ace. Vice Admiral Smoker. Tashigi swung her sword at the charging pirates. This was her first time stepping onto the battlefield, and her heart was racing. Tashigi, don't get distracted. It's about to get real. These guys are strong. Smoker bit his cigar, transforming into smoke and floating in the air. Suddenly, a warship nearby transformed and opened fire on its allies, launching a terrifying indiscriminate attack. What the hell? What is that warship doing? It's Barrett. He has fused the entire warship with himself. We're completely trapped here. As the Navy initiated contact, they figured out everything that had just happened. Barrett's fusion fruit finally found its use, showcasing extraordinary power on the battlefield. Red Count Leadfield walked through the air like a terrifying killing machine, proving his notoriety. None of the Navy he encountered were his match. Until a massive sword energy flew in, Leadfield stepped back half a step, looking at the man with eagle-like sharp eyes, feeling a deep admiration. The world's greatest swordsman. Huh, why are you attacking me? Weren't you just watching? Just bored killing time. Today's youth really dare to say anything. Boom! In an instant, this place erupted with dazzling sword energy, and in a moment, those who couldn't retreat became the corpses of this battlefield. Whitebeard, walking step by step, unleashed his powerful conqueror's haki, causing many nearby Navy soldiers to faint on the ground. Looking at the warship that erupted with sword energy, a smile appeared on his lips. The Red Count, huh? I didn't expect to see you again. A giant vice admiral tried to take the opportunity to attack him, but was directly pulled into the sea by the demon Oz, where an intense battle ensued underwater for several rounds, and the giant vice admiral lost his life there. Old man, I will protect you. You still came, Oz. Whitebeard did not show it on his face and continued walking towards Ace's direction, not knowing if it was an illusion. But he felt as if his body was creaking, as if it was breaking down. Hold on a little longer, Ace. The war had completely entered a fever pitch, and Whitebeard's division commanders transformed into vanguards, charging like sharp blades directly into the Navy forces, with Marco and Diamond Jaw surpassing everyone else. Meanwhile, Umi was lying on the ice, fast asleep, his body covered in wounds. The devastating bombardment had caused him serious injuries. This place seemed to be completely forgotten. But suddenly footsteps sounded in the distance. Blackbeard Teach, limping, holding a pistol, slowly approached Umi. Damn it, I didn't expect to be the only one to survive. Damn Navy, no one came to look after me. Teach recalled the scene from earlier and still felt fear. That massive foot had stomped down. And if he and T let the darkness engulf him voluntarily, he definitely wouldn't have survived. Even so, he was alone in the darkness for who knows how long. Almost unable to return. If it weren't for him not being alone, everything might have ended. Remembering his secret, Blackbeard looked at Umi before him, gasping, and then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although I don't know what's going on with you, I'll gladly accept this power of yours. Ha ha ha. The dark gravity activated. But Blackbeard's laughing face gradually froze, and he couldn't help but feel frantic inside. Nothing. There's nothing. Damn it. How could there be no devil fruit power? You bastard. What the hell is going on? Blackbeard angrily fired a shot at Umi's head, the gunshot echoing on the ice. The bullet was completely ineffective against Umi, instead giving him a hard jolt that slowly brought him back to consciousness. Could it be that everything before was just his inherent ability? Is this guy? Sengoku, did you hear the gunshot? Hurry over and take a look. Umi might be right there. TCH, the Navy is coming. Seeing Sengoku and Carp rushing over, Blackbeard Teach panically retreated. He had no intention of meeting the Navy now. Although he wanted to completely kill Umi, it was better to leave that to the Navy. What Blackbeard needed to do now was to leave this place, go to Impel Down to find some new partners, and prepare for what was to come. He wouldn't make a mistake this time. The tremor fruit of Whitebeard definitely belonged to him. Blackbeard? Umi, who had woken up in a daze, slowly opened his eyes and saw Blackbeard limping away, also sensing Sengoku and Carp's presence. I didn't expect that none of these three guys died. Turning into a mindless ion giant really isn't a good strategy. Although their combat power increased, it's still not advisable. I wonder if Luffy and the others managed to escape smoothly. But before that, I should take care of myself first. After buying a Senzabine from the shop, Umi realized he didn't have the strength to raise his hand, and Sengoku and Carp were almost there. Chapter 86. Is life meant to end? Umi's entire body felt incredibly weak, lacking even the slightest bit of strength. In the end, he could only manage to turn his body slightly, and the immortal bean in his hand fell onto the icy surface. Haha, Umi whispered. Looks like I'm definitely going to die this time. Being too reckless really isn't good, but at least I got Luffy's protagonist template. Even if I die this time, I can still have a dream start in the next world. Thinking about it is quite exciting. Haha. No, I really can't laugh. Umi's face was filled with sorrow, unwillingness, and truly a deep sense of regret. He still had so many things he wanted to do. In the end, he was still the same as before. No matter how many times he lived, he still hadn't changed at all. Turning over, Umi looked at Carp and Sengoku slowly approaching. His vision was very narrow now, and he could barely see, with a constant stinging sensation in his eyes. Sengoku's eyes were filled with vigilance. His entire body wrapped in bandages, his complexion pale. Carp, on the other hand, had a much richer expression, filled with sympathy, regret, and even a hint of guilt. Carp had only a simple bandage on his head, appearing to be the least injured. Who would have thought you were so severely injured? The continuous attacks from the warship really had some effect. Sengoku spoke, but his words felt light and insubstantial to Umi, as if he were dreaming. This time, I want to be careless. Sengoku raised his right hand, and a shock wave condensed in his palm, aimed directly at Umi's head. Everything will end here. Even if Whitebeard and the others escape afterward, it doesn't matter. As long as I can eliminate you, everything will be worth it. Sengoku. Carp stood aside, pondering for a long time before speaking. He no longer has the ability to act. We should take him into custody. There's no need to kill him. Useless. This guy will escape sooner or later. He must be killed now. Sengoku, you're not like before at all. Your extreme views will destroy the Navy. It's you, Carp, who doesn't understand anything. Watching Carp and Sengoku argue, Umi smiled helplessly. He felt so tired and wanted to rest a bit. But deep down he understood that if he fell asleep this time, he might never wake up again. It wasn't that he was dying, he was just exhausted. If he could take a nap, he would definitely regain his strength by the time he woke up. Perhaps after eating another mortal being, he would be full of energy again. But now, it seemed he wouldn't get the chance to recuperate. Sengoku's desire to kill him was incredibly strong, and Carp probably couldn't stop him. His mind drifting, Umi had many thoughts, and one quickly occupied his mind. What is Karina doing right now? Umi didn't particularly like Karina. He just didn't know why he thought of her. Perhaps it was because she was the only one he felt he owed an apology to, as he hadn't fulfilled his promised commitments to her. If he had known earlier, he should have shared some of the money he asked the Celestial Dragons for with her. After all, that person— Ooh, me. Ga. A familiar voice rang in his ears. What? Umi suddenly jolted, thinking he was hallucinating. Karina? The strong stimulus caused Umi to open his eyes, and he saw a flying duck in the distance, and Karina. The flying duck king, Billy, was calling out in the sky, diving toward Umi, with Karina sitting on its back, calling out Umi's name. How could she be here? Umi was genuinely surprised, feeling more awake than ever. But he would rather be dreaming right now. You idiot. How did you end up like this? Karina's voice sounded both excited and sad. Billy, hurry. How could I let you save him? Sengoku's face turned red with anger. You're thinking too simply. Hey, woman. Who do you look down on? The two in front of you are the Marine Admiral and the Marine Hero. If you manage to save him today, Sengoku would definitely be so humiliated that he'd want to commit suicide. You are the idiot. Don't come over. Umi suddenly felt strength surge within him and shouted loudly. But Sengoku had no time to pay attention to Carp. A shockwave was aimed directly at Umi's head. Now die. Umi. While directly resolving the woman and the duck would be good, Sengoku felt uneasy. Who knew if anyone else would show up? The most important thing now was to eliminate Umi before he could be rescued. Boom! Umi's brain was struck directly, and he felt a moment of indescribable pain, unable to suppress a scream, as if his brain were about to crack. Billy, Karina shouted anxiously. Ha! Billy screamed, electricity building up in his body, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck Sengoku from the ice surface. Boom! The terrifying current grazed past Umi, hitting Sengoku, but the latter suddenly radiated golden light, and the surrounding terrifying current seemed to have no effect on him at all. Again, another charged shockwave was launched, but Sengoku's hand was deflected by Carp, and this shockwave missed entirely. What are you doing, Carp? Sengoku was both shocked and furious. I called you over because I was afraid you would let your emotions get the better of you, but I didn't expect you to meddle in Umi's affairs. Yes, not your grandson. Sorry, I slipped, it's all Kazan's fault. Carp acted as if it had nothing to do with him. Carp. Sengoku was about to go mad, but the most important thing was Umi. Preparing another shockwave in his other hand, he quickly launched it. Umi knew this was a critical moment. He couldn't give up here, even for others. With his brain rumbling, Umi gathered all his energy into his feet and unleashed the Kamehameha wave. He couldn't believe he had actually succeeded, but everything was really happening. Although he wanted to shout the name of the technique, he simply didn't have the strength, and now wasn't the time to act cool. Escaping was the priority. As Sengoku's third shockwave was just launched, a white energy sphere emitted light from beneath Umi's feet, propelling him directly away from his original position. Sliding on the ice toward Karina and Billy. Seeing Umi slip away right in front of him, Sengoku's eyes nearly bulged out. He just wanted to shout, God, are you kidding me? Is this even possible? Sengoku turned and rushed a few steps, but Billy had already grabbed Umi and flown into the sky, as if everything was about to end. What joke? Sengoku roared, his form growing larger as the Buddha fruit activated again. His ever-growing palm reached out, nearly blocking the sky, while Billy squawked in fright, darting left and right, searching for an escape route. Karina quickly adjusted Umi, who had just been placed on Billy's back, letting him lean against her. Although she felt uneasy, her mouth stubbornly said, "You idiot! How did you end up like this? You really can't do without me." Umi gasped for breath, speaking in an extremely weak voice. Immortal being. Hurry. He had already bought another immortal being, resting in the palm of his right hand, but he simply lacked the strength. Huh? What did you say? Karina leaned close to Umi's head, carefully listening to his words. The giant Buddha stood 100 meters tall, and Billy was like a fly being chased around, occasionally releasing electric attacks, but still unable to shake the golden hand emanating light. Carp did not intervene. Even if he did, he would be helping Sengoku. That last blow could be considered his utmost effort. After all, he was a Navy man. Watching Sengoku give it his all, Carp muttered, "That kid Umi. He can't possibly escape, can he?" However, immediately after, there was a loud crash, and Sengoku's giant Buddha was knocked to the ground. The ice surface cracked under the terrifying impact, and the whole thing sank a bit. Carp looked at Umi, who was hovering in the air. The terrifying power seemed to have returned to his body, and it was even stronger than before, truly an incredible miracle. Umi exchanged glances with Carp, then looked at Sengoku, who was trying to get back up. Umi turned around, taking Karina and Billy to fly into the sky, leaving the place. Sengoku's body returned to normal, angrily pounding the ice surface with his fists. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Sengoku really just wanted to commit suicide now. It was too tragic. He was so close. What did he actually lose? Carp! Sengoku roared, wanting to fight his good friend to the death. But Carp quickly dodged and then extended his right hand, revealing a magic bean in his palm. Calm down, Sengoku. All right, this time it was my fault. Just calm down. I'll show you a treasure. You bastard. How dare you insult me? Wait a minute. I guess this is the reason why that kid Umi's injuries keep healing. Chapter 87, Karina's Conspiracy. Are you serious? The Warring States was also taken aback for a moment, snatching it from Carp's hand and examining it closely, then looking at Carp suspiciously. You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Really? This is what I just picked up from where I was lying in Umi. Kapu impatiently picked his nose, and I originally planned to keep it for myself, but now I'll give it to you. So why don't you eat it? Just to see if your injury will heal? Kapu's eyes were filled with curiosity. Sengoku brought the senza bean to his mouth, but put it down again under Kapu's concerned gaze, instead carefully placing the senza bean in his jacket pocket. What are you doing? Aren't you going to eat it? How can I possibly eat it? If what you say is true, then this should definitely be handed over to the Vegapunk for research. Perhaps this little bean is the future of the Navy. Sengoku's expression was serious and solemn, while Garp let out a sigh, looking quite regretful for not witnessing someone eat the fairy bean. The two then left the place. Umi had no idea that because of him, the Navy had already obtained a fairy bean, and the future had undergone a significant change without his knowledge. At this moment, he had arrived at the previous battlefield, where some fragments of islands and damaged, abandoned warships were still floating around. He put Karina and Billy down. One of them was dodging eye contact, while the other had a silly expression with snot running from his nose. Umi's expression was intriguing as he crossed his arms and tapped his fingers continuously, seemingly quite irritable. What are you doing here? I remember I seem to have asked you to wait for me at the beach. You mind your own business. Karina pouted and muttered softly. What did you say? Umi looked puzzled and spoke up. It's nothing. My throat suddenly feels a bit uncomfortable. Karina touched her throat, fanning herself, looking all pitiful. But the insensitive Umi just stared at Karina, who couldn't keep up the act anymore, and hurriedly explained. It's just that, originally, Billy was flying me in the sky. And then we flew here? Do you take me for a fool? Fool! Umi got angrier as she spoke. Gah! Billy Duck King also shouted behind Umi. Karina was stunned. Okay, it was Sister Zaki who told me where the retreat point was. I was originally waiting for you all with Nami and the others, but when you didn't show up for a long time, we came over together. Zaki. Came over together? Wait a minute. Umi made a gesture to pause. Didn't Luffy and the others come to find you? No. Karina blinked her big eyes, cuter than Umi could have imagined. Umi unconsciously shifted her gaze, feeling a bit restless inside. Does this mean Luffy and the others are still here? Looking at the battle on the distant sea, Umi realized that the Whitebeard pirates had already appeared. Is this fate? Rescuing Ace is actually best done by leveraging Whitebeard's power, but Umi won't forget that Ace, who had a father complex, lost his life because Akainu kept speaking ill of Whitebeard. Therefore, to avoid risks, Omi ultimately chose Shiki and continuously strengthened his power during the prison break process. However, it has still turned out like this now. Omi, Karina called softly, tugging gently at Omi's clothes. What are you thinking? It's nothing. Omi came back to her senses and said, sorry, I have to go now. Karina, you stay here. I'll be back to pick you up in a little while. Just let me stay here alone. Omi could only explain, just endure for a bit. Who told you to come here? It's very dangerous right now. Just a moment ago, his condition was fine, and to be honest, it was a great opportunity to completely resolve the warring states, but he still chose to retreat. Carp was one reason, but more importantly, it was because of Karina. This guy didn't have much power. Even Billy the Duck was stronger than her. He feared that even the aftermath of the battle would harm her, which Omi couldn't accept. However, Karina was very unhappy with Omi's actions. She didn't need someone else's misguided protection. After all, she had made it to the new world on her own and could take care of herself. Being independent would make her stronger. I came to save you. And this is how you treat your savior. Karina suddenly became arrogant. If it weren't for me, some guy would be dead for sure. Is this the second time I've saved you? Is this how you repay me? By restricting my freedom and not giving me any treasure. Karina's fingers continuously poked at Omi's chest, pushing her backward uncontrollably, making her panic. No, let me explain. Omi really feels that this is harder than any moment before. Golden Island. Didn't we agree? I will definitely give you Golden Island. Karina sneered, crossed her arms, and said, anyone could talk big, but look at how much I've suffered for you. Yet I haven't seen any return at all. It's hard to express, and Omi suffered a crushing defeat. Billy shouted behind Karina again, and this time he was much more imposing. Omi was silent for a while before saying in a deep voice, this time is my fault, but please just listen to me once. You must stay here. Billy will protect you well. Nonsense. He is a good kid, unlike someone. Look at Billy, who is proudly chirping while being petted by Karina. Omi smiles wryly. He can't even compare to this snotty little guy, feeling a bit disheartened. This is for you, a shrinking watch. You can use it to hide when things get dangerous. Omi handed the shrinking watch, developed by Bulma, to Karina. You give. Karina reached out her hand, but did not take the watch. What? Omi was taken aback. Put on me, you idiot. Oh. Omi felt an unconscious panic, and his hands couldn't stop sweating. It was like he had just been through a fierce battle. The feeling was truly awful, but not unpleasant. Really. After putting the watch on Karina, Omi didn't say much and directly flew into the sky, heading towards the distant battlefield. Karina watched Omi leave, hugged Billy tightly, and started to giggle quietly at his puzzled ga. Eventually, unable to hold back any longer, Karina burst into laughter, falling to the ground and laughing heartily. Billy, did you see Omi's expression just now? It was so hilarious. Higa. Billy simply cannot understand this woman. This guy's been ignoring me all this time, but now he's witnessing my charm. It won't be long before he falls in love with me and gives me all his treasures. Haha. Little Omi, still daring to compete with me. He's still too young. I'm about to make him fall in love with me, unable to extricate himself. A woman survives on her wit. Karina happily closed her eyes, imagining Omi presenting her with a pile of sparkling treasures. This is all prepared for you, Miss Karina. How can there be so much? Sigh. Compared to your beauty, these are nothing. How could it be? Am I really that good? Of course. You can have whatever you want. Then why don't you put all the gold in the world next to me? What are you waiting for? Yes. Sorry. I'll get it ready for you right away. Happy Karina suddenly heard Billy's loud shout, Ga, and opened her eyes to see Omi looking down at her. What did you come back? What are you doing lying on the ground? What I said to you? What did you come back for? I was worried that you wouldn't listen to me. I already said I wouldn't leave. Why are you so nagging for a big man? Sorry, but I still want to set a date. In case you decide to leave, I will punish you. Before Karina could react, she saw Omi squat down, and she instinctively closed her eyes but shouted, What do you want to do? Although her hands were clenched tightly due to nervous anticipation, Karina's body remained still. After a while, when the expected did not happen, Karina felt a gentle flick on her forehead instead. Because it was different from what she imagined, Karina couldn't help but shout, and her cheeks turned red. Opening her eyes to see Omi looking pleased with himself, Karina said with disdain, What are you doing? How is it? Hurts, right? So you must stay here. Yes, you're right. Watching Omi soar into the sky again, Karina sighed and couldn't help but curl up her sexy body. Her cheeks flushed like a charming rose, and she murmured softly, That idiot Omi. Chapter 88, Dead End Accompanied by this scream, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp all widened their eyes in disbelief, watching Ace fall onto the deck of the warship. I can burn even magma to ashes. Akainu's face held contempt. You could never be my opponent. Fire, fist ace. Die here. Ace. Luffy couldn't help but shout, knocking away the nearby Marines, and rushed over to support Ace, completely panicking at the sight of his burns. I'm fine, Luffy, calm down. Ace forced a smile and tried to comfort him. How would you be fine like this? Luffy couldn't help but shout, right? The Sensabine. Jinbei, do you have any Sensabines left? Sorry, Straw Hat. Jinbei also spoke with guilt, while simultaneously using seawater to swiftly block Akainu's next attack. Hot magma dripped down, splashing at Jinbei's feet. Even Jinbei had a serious expression at this moment, looking at the man before him, whose strength was beyond what he had imagined. After fighting for so long, not only did he not use Haki to strengthen himself, but he was only using ordinary attacks, yet still forced their group into a desperate situation. Sensabines? Is that the reason you keep recovering your strength? Constantly pressuring Jinbei. Akainu sneered, but trash is ultimately just trash. No matter how many lives you have, death is your only destination. That bastard. Fishman, back off. Zoro stepped forward with his sword, wrapping half of his Haki around the blade, launching his strongest attack. Three-sword style, hellish demon slash. Seeking death. Watch me melt you and your sword together. Akainu coldly watched Zoro rush forward, his arm transforming into lava again, the scorching heat blowing, causing some Marines to involuntarily retreat. Usopp also bravely launched an attack, picking up his slingshot and shouting, "Ultimate! Stinky Egg Star!" He knew his attack would be useless against an admiral, but he was just a supportive sniper. Oomph! A circus trick. Akainu slightly tilted his head, dodging Usopp's distracting attack, his murderous gaze sweeping over the long-nosed man. Usopp, though frightened and retreating rapidly, continued to launch distracting attacks, shouting, "It's up to you." Zoro, thanks. Usopp. Zoro had already closed in, launching a demon slash at Akainu, whose arm had temporarily cooled. The demon slash was merciless, the fierce blade dripping blood. The nearby Marines all couldn't help but gasp in shock, their hair standing on end. How astonishing! Just a new star pirate actually possesses such a powerful Azura aura. It's a miracle. But his opponent is an admiral. Akainu ignored Usopp's distracting attacks while launching a fierce offensive, shouting, "Hellhound!" The heat wave rushed towards them, the lava transforming into a deathly hellhound that opened its mouth to bite. A terrifying scene instinctively appeared in Zoro's mind, sending him a piercing warning. Moving forward means death. Three-sword style, 108 Troublesome Phoenix. Zoro decisively changed his move, instantly cutting out 3 slashes. A phoenix cry rang out, and a black phoenix sword, but it was only able to slightly block for a moment before being devoured by the hellhound. Zoro seized this opportunity to leap up, the hellhound brushing past his sword, crashing into the warship's cabin, where everything was swallowed by lava. Watching Zoro drenched in sweat, Akainu noticed the sword in his hand. The Wado Ikemanji was completely unharmed, showing a hint of surprise. "I didn't expect you to have such a good sword." Zoro was just panting heavily. If it weren't for that feeling just now, he would have died, and that was the observation Haki, finally seeing a glimpse of it. Seeing Zoro not only unafraid but actually smiling, Akainu's killing intent further intensified. "Surround them. We must not let a single one escape." Jinbei briefly checked on Ace, then looked at the advancing Marines, gasping for breath, and said, "Luffy, we need to retreat. We have become targets now." Luffy picked up Ace, nodding firmly. "Zoro, Usopp, let's go." "All right. Finally, we can leave. Leave it to me. I'll clear the way." What a reliable group of partners. Akainu watched these guys act as if he didn't exist, coming and going as they pleased, and couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Do you think I'm not here?" Lava surged in, the group hurriedly dodged, trying to find a weak point in the Marines to break through, but everywhere they looked were Marines. The path-clearing Zoro and Jinbei were both injured, and behind them was the relentless pursuit of Admiral Akainu. Seeing the Straw Hats in danger, Ivankov was anxious, but Kuma stood firmly in front of her. The once reliable ally now more detestable than ever. "Kuma, you bastard!" Ivankov made up her mind, her right hand nails suddenly elongated, ready to use the excitement hormone on herself. Kuma then fired an air cannon, kicking up a cloud of dust, and the two disappeared into the smoke together. Close combat was about to erupt. Just as Ivankov was about to use the Okama Kenpo, Kuma had already come close, grabbing her arm. Ivankov's expression changed. This was the first time she had been in such a dangerous situation since the fight began. "Please wait a moment." The familiar voice echoed in Ivankov's ears, making her eyes bulge out. Kuma, you bastard. Did you just speak? Kuma showed no change. Everything that just happened seemed like a hallucination to Ivankov. It's me. The final transformation surgery is only halfway through. I still have my own consciousness. Please believe me. As the dust settled, Kuma was thrown back, as if he had been knocked away by Ivankov. This Okama knocked away a warlord. This can't be true. How could this guy be so strong? Ivankov came to her senses and said, Haha, got tricked, didn't you? You Marines, I'm super strong. Kuma was completely deceived by this guy. But what about the Straw Hat boy? Kuma also knew the situation on the Straw Hat side was critical. But if he let Luffy and the others go, who would stop Akainu? Akainu held deep animosity towards pirates. In this situation, even if he rashly approached, the other side would become alert. Relying on Ivankov alone was definitely not enough. And with Jinbei also in a precarious situation, they could only leave it to fate? Let's give it a shot. Silently, Kuma followed Ivankov, closing the distance to the Straw Hats while preparing to strike. Jinbei was also looking for a way out. He led the Straw Hats toward the edge of the warship, trying to return to the sea, but what used to be a normal jump distance was now nearly impossible. The constantly rushing Marines surrounded them, and a vice admiral stood in midair to defend, continuously draining their stamina. Bastards, get away from me. Luffy was so exhausted he was almost on his knees, but he still swung his fists desperately, trying to carve out a path. It feels just like back at Eni's lobby, that sense of helplessness. Luffy, Ace was covered in burns, every inch of his skin sending waves of painful stabbing sensations. No matter what happens to me, Luffy must be saved. As the older brother, Ace also gathered his spirits and exerted his firewall, pushing open the road ahead. Now is the time. Trust me. Jinbei charged forward, but Akainu leaped from behind, landing in front of everyone, transforming into terrifying magma. Many of the Navy, unable to retreat in time, were immediately turned to ashes amidst their cries in the magma. How could this be? Usopp panicked and exclaimed, Is this really what a Navy admiral is like? You won't be going anywhere. Akainu coldly declared, Those who bring shame to the Navy can only die. They too sacrifice for justice and will understand me. Shut up, you. Luffy, carrying Ace, shouted, Is there nothing to say except death? No matter how much you say, you won't understand. There is no place for you pirates to survive in this sea. TCH. Zoro clicked his tongue, clearly disdainful, struggling to hold off another Navy officer's slash. Luffy, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Hearing Ace's painful confession, Luffy shouted hoarsely, Ace, shut up. You're lying. There's hope. What did you say? Akainu's whole body was emitting thick smoke. I said, anyone can survive in this sea. Don't casually decide others' lives and deaths. Huh, so boring. Akainu's magma fist was ready to strike, having already sentenced the few in front to death. Luffy, I'm really sorry. Let me go, you all escape. I'm truly an incompetent older brother. Tears streamed down Ace's face uncontrollably. It's not time to give up yet. Ace's brother, Jinbei yelled, using his body to shield the front. I'm sorry, Luffy. Ace struggled and stepped on Luffy to jump up, his whole body turning into flames to create a path for Luffy. Stop it, liar. Ace, you liar. Tears also welled up in Luffy's eyes. Didn't we promise to live a freer life than anyone else? Live well for me. You should be turning to ashes in the magma. The all-consuming magma fist rushed in, and Jinbei was pushed back slightly by the heat wave, feeling that this time he was most likely facing a grim fate. Chapter 89. The Straw Hat Pirates make their entrance. The scorching magma bubbled up, sweeping in like a mountain torrent, dazzling flames dancing alluringly. Smoke billowed from Kaino, blocking out the sky, and there was no sign of life ahead. In Ace's world, it seemed there was no hope left. He suddenly understood that this might be his last moment, and everything would end here. He stepped over Jinbei's shoulder and charged at Akainu. Knowing full well it was a futile effort, but he did it anyway. Ace would never back down. He would burn everything for Luffy, even if it meant drawing a conclusion. Jinbei looked up in shock as Ace soared into the air, completely unprepared for his sudden action. Just as tragedy was about to unfold, a gentle breeze swept in, and a silver figure rushed forward. Countless Navy soldiers collapsed onto the deck. Conqueror's Haki. Akainu was startled and intended to see who was coming. The silver figure reached Ace first, brandishing a sword, delivering a swift and brilliant thrust. Yahaha, it's been a long time coming. Now is not the time for you to leave. The sword rang out sharply, and in an instant, it split Akainu's magma fist in two. The silver figure steadied Ace, showing a confident and unbeatable smile. Rayleigh, the Dark King, a Navy soldier who had yet to faint, exclaimed loudly. It was the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Rayleigh. He was still alive, Unbelievable. Fire Fist, Ace is indeed Roger's son. Even the Dark King Rayleigh has appeared. They absolutely cannot be allowed to leave alive. Ignoring the commotion around him, Rayleigh merely glanced at Ace, who he was supporting, his heart surging with emotions. Rayleigh, the one who found the unique, great treasure, must be my son. Don't be ridiculous, Roger. Where did you get a son? Just have one, and there you go. Yeah, haha. That's true. And you are? Ace asked, looking at Rayleigh. Rayleigh smiled slightly and replied, I am a good friend of your father. Whitebeard, old man. Ace's eyes lit up. Rayleigh was taken aback and said, No, it's Roger. What? TCH. That bastard. Seeing Ace's displeased expression, Rayleigh awkwardly laughed and handed him over to Luffy. Uncle Rayleigh, what are you doing here? Luffy's face was filled with joy as he looked at Rayleigh. But when he glanced at Ace, he puffed out his cheeks and turned away, acting all upset. Isn't it because you guys didn't come? Oh, well. Luffy couldn't find the words, as all of this was caused by his reckless decisions. Jinbei said, I never expected the Dark King Rayleigh would appear here. We are truly saved this time. Jinbei. Akainu shook his head slightly and said, Even if Rayleigh is here, it will only prolong your lives a bit. The outcome will not change. Akainu's killing intent was palpable, magma spreading from beneath his feet, thick smoke billowing and completely blocking out the sky. No one could escape from his hands. It seems this isn't the time to chat. Rayleigh stepped forward with his sword. Although his hair and beard were silver, his strength was as unfathomable as the sea, a terrifying haki contained within, standing before the volcanic Akainu. Boom! In the next moment, a massive collision occurred, causing everyone to stagger back, the terrifying shockwave sweeping in all directions, seemingly cracking the sky and annihilating everything in its path. Has Akainu used armament haki? Jinbei marveled at the sheer power of this clash, which was extraordinarily strong. Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, did not fall behind in the face of Akainu's fierce assault. The two exchanged blows back and forth, trading more than a dozen strikes without a clear victor. Luffy clenched his fists, excitedly watching the fierce battle, when he heard someone softly calling his name. Turning around, he saw Nami and Chopper peeking out from the edge of the warship, calling him. Nami, just as Luffy was about to shout in excitement. He saw Nami and Chopper frantically signaling him to be quiet. Shoo, shoo. Luffy covered his mouth, nodded, and notified the others around him. The group was getting ready. Weather. Nami took out the weather stick, standing atop the growing Chopper, releasing dark clouds that gradually concealed the straw hats. The surrounding Navy soldiers were astonished by the battle between Rayleigh and Akainu, swallowing hard and completely unaware of the change. Moreover, the black smoke emanating from Akainu further obscured the sky, creating a perfect opportunity. By the time Luffy and the others disembarked from the warship and boarded a small boat similar in size to the Mary, no one noticed. Usopp, are you okay? Chopper called out. Chopper, I thought I would never see you guys again. Luffy collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Nami, thank you all so much. I'm so happy. Ha ha ha. Robin chuckled lightly. I thought you guys had been captured by the Navy and executed. It's really lucky you're still alive. Usopp couldn't help but shout, Robin. Don't say that. It's too cruel. Nami was already sitting in a chair, terrified. Seriously, you almost scared me to death just now, Luffy. Nami-san, you've worked so hard. Sanji cheered. Hey, you guys, hurry up and thank Miss Nami, especially you, Green Algae Head. Zoro remained silent, only examining his sword, confirming the state of his weapon. Huh? You Green Algae Head. What kind of attitude is that? Yo here, what a thrilling operation, even though I'm just a skeleton. Nami waved her hand, fanning herself. Luffy, what happened to Ace? Ah, if it weren't for Uncle Rayleigh, we would have probably. Luffy's expression grew darker as he realized how weak he truly was. He had to become stronger. Chopper had already started treating Ace's injuries, saying, These burns are so severe, I'm afraid. Ace laughed heartily. It's nothing serious. Thank you for coming to save me. By the way, who are you? I am the former warlord of the sea, Jinbei. Please take care of me. Hee hee hee. This uncle is incredibly strong. You're lying. I saw you when I was a kid. Do you remember me? Nami exclaimed excitedly as she stood up for her chair. I'm Nami from Kokoyashi Village. How is Hoshi doing? Ah, I remember very well. Princess Otoheim has always missed you and often talks about you. Ah, the legendary mermaid princess. I really want to meet her. Ignoring Sanji, who was dancing like a fool, Nami was also touched for a moment before saying, Now is not the time to talk. We should hurry and escape. Frankie, are you ready? Super. Frankie gestured and shouted, I've been ready for a long time. Although it's a flying ship borrowed from the Golden Lion, I've already equipped it with the coup de vent. We can set off at any time. That's so cool, Frankie. Yosh, let's go everyone. Coup de vent. Akainu was fully focused on battling Rayleigh for dozens of rounds. Looking at Rayleigh, who was panting in front of him, he couldn't help but smile and said, Dark King Rayleigh, you're not that impressive. This level is really disappointing. Ha! I'm no match for you young folks. Rayleigh laughed heartily, appearing completely unbothered. The Straw Hat Kid, Ace, and Jinbei are all gone. Hearing the Navy panic and shout, Akainu furrowed his brows deeply and said, Rayleigh, what are you guys up to? Rayleigh just smiled. The next moment, the Navy searching for Ace discovered the Straw Hat crew launching their wind-powered jet, shouting and preparing to attack. We've been found. Nami screamed, but then laughed, saying, just kidding. With the wind-powered jet activated, the Straw Hat crew soared into the sky, heading towards the calm belt in the distance. Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki activated again, stunning a large number of Navy soldiers who followed closely behind. There's no way I'm letting you escape like this. Akainu gritted his teeth, turning his legs into magma, simulating the impact of a volcanic eruption, and tightly pursued them. Chapter 90 Farewell is for a better journey. Rayleigh chased after the ship soaring into the sky, but found the atmosphere on board to be gloomy, as two strangers had already arrived. Bartholomew Kuma from the Seven Warlords and the Revolutionary Army officer, Ivankov. Rayleigh perked up after taking a sip from his silver flask, his long sword enveloped in Haki. Wait, I'm on the Straw Hat Boy's side, but wait. Kuma is too. What? I can't believe this. This guy was the one who said he would take Luffy's head. Nami said angrily. Exactly. Chopper echoed. Kuma remained silent for a moment and said, I am indeed an officer of the Revolutionary Army. Shut up. I absolutely won't believe that. Hey, Nami, didn't Nami say so? You are more or less. Usopp, seeing Nami's angry expression, quietly zipped up his jacket. What? Do you know that because this bastard scared us? I gave all my treasure to that stinky fox Karina, and now I have to work for them in the future. And now you tell me you're a good person. I really... Terrifying Nami made everyone on the ship fall silent. Only the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. What an interesting little girl, ha ha. Rayleigh laughed heartily and sheathed his sword. Treasure, my treasure. Kuma, holding a book, said after a moment of silence, I'm sorry, but there isn't much time left now. If possible, let me send you away right now. Ace, who had completely recovered thanks to the magic beans from Ivankov, scratched his cheek in confusion and said, What do you mean? You don't believe my wind cannon? Frankie was extremely displeased. I tell you, we are absolutely safe now. Boom! The next moment, with a loud bang, the entire ship in the air began to shake violently. Usopp and Chopper were scared and cried while holding each other. Frankie, who had been slapped in the face, looked dejected, feeling like a paper man, thinking he had become a salted fish. When Luffy and the main crew arrived, they found that the ship's rear was already engulfed in flames, and their faces changed. What's going on? It's Admiral Akainu. This guy actually caught up. The Admiral is here. We're doomed. Luffy and the others were full of energy, already thinking about how to directly fight back with their numbers. Kuma, stop it. The Navy's main force will catch up soon. The most important thing now is to send you away. Ivankov also stopped Luffy, saying, Straw Hat Boy, you really should leave. It's too dangerous here. Luffy was extremely disappointed, quickly looking at Jinbei and Rayleigh. Jinbei, sorry, Luffy, I also think this way. Rayleigh laughed while drinking. There's nothing wrong with a temporary retreat, just get stronger in the future. Luffy, let's go together. Ace also spoke, placing his hand on Luffy's shoulder. Luffy was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, All right, let's escape. Guys, how do we escape? Feeling the gazes from a group, Kuma quickly explained his abilities. To be sent to the island we want to go to. Just like teleportation. That's so cool. No problem going anywhere. That's too exaggerated. Basically, that's how it is if you're ready. Kuma stopped speaking, and Luffy's group had already started making a ruckus, while Ivankov and Jinbei went to the rear of the ship to block Akainu. Decided, I want to go to an island full of meat. Luffy shouted. Ace shook his head in disbelief, but wouldn't oppose his brother. No, Luffy, you little brat, you're wrong. Sanji, who had been smoking seriously, suddenly revealed his true form and said, We should go to an island full of women. Ahi, yo ho ho. I want to go there too. You two shameful guys. Nami's iron fist showed no mercy, severely punishing Sanji and Brook, her eyes turning into berry symbols. Shouting, Where's the island full of treasure? I want to go. This guy's terrifying. Zoro felt embarrassed and then spoke up. I want to go to a place with swordsmen. I want to go to an island where I can eat cotton candy. Chopper bounced in front of Kuma, showing his presence. Please take me to a place with historical texts, Mr. Robot. Robin said gracefully and politely. As for me, as long as I can study weapons, that would be great. Frankie posed dramatically. I want to see the giant kingdom, but it should be very dangerous. Usopp wavered, caught in worry. The next moment he didn't need to worry anymore, as Ivankov, on fire, quickly ran over and directly knocked Usopp away. The Okama King Ivankov looked at the group before him, and in despair shouted, "Are you all not ready yet? I really can't take it anymore." The group glanced at Ivankov, and then turned back to argue again. Wait a minute. The knocked-over Usopp trembled as he raised his hand and said, "Why don't we just go to an island that can satisfy everyone's wishes?" Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Ha ha, Usopp, why didn't you say it earlier? Luffy patted Usopp, causing him to scream in pain. The group looked at Kuma with expectation, and after a moment of silence, he said, "I can't find that island." Huh, how can that be? Let me say a few words. Rayleigh suddenly spoke up. Luffy, are you planning to run away again when faced with a strong enemy? Luffy looked at his quiet companions and asked, Uncle Rayleigh, what do you mean? I mean your group is still too weak. Why not take this opportunity to split up and train? We can reunite in 2 years at Sabaody. What do you think of the suggestion? I can tell you, with your current strength, you won't get far in the New World. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. The truth is sometimes hard to hear and can be hurtful. Everyone looked at Luffy with worry, fearing he might do something unexpected again. I know I'm weak. I certainly understand these things. Luffy lowered his straw hat, unable to compare with Umi. And he couldn't compare with you, Uncle, but can't we still stay together? We can get stronger together. Although it sounds strange to say this, the time when no one is relying on you is when a person grows the fastest. Rayleigh hesitated and said, there are benefits to having companions, and there are also benefits to being alone. But what if? Luffy couldn't make a decision. Just thinking about his companions facing difficulties while he wasn't there made his heart ache. Luffy, agree to him. Zoro suddenly spoke up. What? Luffy turned around in panic. But everyone, turning back, Luffy looked at his companions and knew they had made up their minds. We are not worthy of being the Pirate King's crew right now. Let's meet again when everyone is stronger. Luffy felt touched and bowed his head in silence. It seems you all agree. Rayleigh smiled. It's been a long time since I've felt this passionate. I can't wait to see how much you all grow after. I will definitely not let Uncle Rayleigh down. Before we knew it, night fell, and the ship floated silently in the sky, with only a few lights flickering on board. Yo-ho-ho-ho. This is the time for music. Brook picked up his violin and began to play. Bear took off his gloves and said, since it's decided, are you all ready to travel? Let me go first. Zoro stood at the front, saying, Luffy, just watch. I will definitely become a great swordsman. I know. Luffy nodded. Bang. Has he really disappeared? So amazing. Nami exclaimed. Rayleigh looked up at the sky and smiled. So that's how it is, I think I understand. Nami followed with a smile. Luffy, I will become a better navigator. Nami-san, I believe in you, Sanji shouted, watching Nami leave and put down his cigarette, saying, Luffy, next time I'll cook for you. You just wait with your mouth watering. Luffy gritted his teeth to stop himself from crying. Next is me. Chopper raised his little hand, adjusted his medical bag, and without looking back, said, I will become a better ship doctor, Luffy. Frankie cried out, damn it. You guys, this is so touching. It makes me tear up. Bang. Watching Frankie disappear from the spot, Usopp exclaimed, Hey, he hasn't said goodbye to everyone yet. Robin covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, it's okay, he won't mind. After all, he is a robot. Robin, your words are hurtful, you know? Well, I'm leaving too, Mr. Longnose. Robin stepped forward, gave Luffy a hug, and said, see you next time, Captain. Bang. Watching everyone leave one by one, Luffy was already in tears. Although he knew this wasn't a bad thing, the tears kept flowing. Luffy, I won't be so cowardly in the future. When we meet next time, I will already be a brave warrior of the sea. Liar. Hey, stop crying. You are stronger than anyone else. This is not the time to be sad. Usopp disappeared, and as the music came to an end, Brook put away his violin and stood, saying, well, it's time to say goodbye, Captain. Although I spent the shortest time with everyone, I know we are the best Straw Hat crew. Captain Luffy, thank you very much. Brook took a bow, so goodbye. Chapter 91. Ace is Whitebeard's son, everyone. Luffy knelt down, crying bitterly, I will become the best captain. Ace squatted beside him, gently patting his back, saying nothing, because sometimes words are truly powerless. And after all, this is not a bad thing. Luffy, you've really found a good group of friends. I can rest easy now. Well then, Luffy, take care. Watching Luffy sob, Ace smiled and waved goodbye. Ace, I'm really happy. Next time we meet, I will be stronger. Luffy, with a sunny smile, declared, I will definitely become the Pirate King. Idiot. Only Whitebeard can be the pirate king. It doesn't team matter. Even if it's Whitebeard, I will beat him for you. Luffy said seriously. Before that, I will defeat you. Ace and Luffy fist bumped. Ace said, Luffy, what's wrong? Nothing. Having you as my brother is great. Hey, even if you praise me like that, I won't be happy. Luffy laughed so hard he bent over. Well then, this is it. Kuma raised his hand to slap Luffy, and with a bang, he disappeared from the spot, leaving only a few wisps of breeze passing through. Everything felt too dreamy and intoxicating. Well then, Fire Fist Ace, you should go too. Ace's expression turned serious. I know, but if possible, please take me to Dad, Whitebeard. Kuma hesitated slightly, and Rayleigh also withdrew his gaze from the sky, putting down his wine jug. Have you made up your mind? Whitebeard is currently in the same place. The whole crew is fighting against the Navy, and Ace wants to go there, which is a dangerous battlefield, equivalent to seeking death. Ace took a deep breath. I've thought about it for a long time. I'm Dad's son. That's my home. There's nowhere else I want to go. Rayleigh wanted to speak, but just shook his head. You really are just like the captain. Since you made up your mind, then go. If you die, even if I die, there's nothing to complain about. Ace's words were resolute, his will unshakable. He didn't disregard his own life. It's just that Whitebeard is more important to Ace than anything else. Looking at the Straw Hat crew, Ace deeply understood that his life is also meaningful. Some things are understood while living. Everyone will find their most precious treasure in life. Since that's the case, Kuma reached out to slap Ace, but Ivan, who was rolling in the air, flew over. On the other side, Jinbei, who had fallen, barely got up and said, Sorry, I really couldn't stop this guy. You can't go anywhere. Akainu came through the thick smoke, scanning around. Damn Kuma, you traitor to the Navy. Kuma was still the same as before, probably due to the robotic influence. I'm a warlord of the sea. I'm only responsible to the world government. But that doesn't mean I have to obey the Navy. One after another, Akainu gritted his teeth, his hands transforming into lava amidst the bubbling sound. If that's the case, prepare to die. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Lazily, Rayleigh stood up. All right, my hockey has basically recovered. Fighting again is no problem. Rayleigh. Akainu's expression turned ugly. It wasn't that he was afraid, but it was indeed a bit difficult to kill Ace under Rayleigh's protection. Although he didn't want to use this trick, he had to. The ship's deck under Akainu suddenly erupted with bubbling lava. The range of lava expanding step by step, the entire floating ship beginning to melt. So hot, so hot. Ivan yelled, hopping around, wishing she could fly. You're crazy. This is the sea. If you continue like this, we will all die. Everything is for justice. As Akainu spoke, the whole ship turned into lava, transforming into a fire meteor falling from the sky, dazzling like the sun in the dark night. Kuma's feet were also sizzling from the lava, revealing an unknown metal. Reaching out towards Ace. Ace, transformed into flames, barely adapted to this temperature. Rayleigh then leaped into the air, charging at Akainu. The lava had already transformed into Akainu's limbs, moving at will, creating a volcanic eruption-like scene everywhere, obscuring everyone's vision. In this environment, Jinbei was at an unimaginable disadvantage. He jumped directly from the fire meteor, wanting to land in the sea first to use the water to execute his moves. Kuma was directly engulfed by the flames erupting from volcano, instantly teleporting to a safe area, but his body still had a lot of unknown metal exposed, pulling him further away from Ace. Kuma reached out to slap himself, but a blast of fire shot towards his face, and a laser beam shot out in time, resolving the crisis. Akainu also emerged from the ground, saying, I want to give you a chance, Kuma. Defensive, Ace kept attacking, but a giant lava arm protruded from below, lifting him up in its grip. Ace. Ivan couldn't help but shout, but she was also in danger, her body on fire, unable to help at all. Rayleigh's expression was serious. He tapped his toes in the air, changing direction, the tip of his sword drawing a line in the air. Overwhelming aura erupted, and a white sword light shot up from the void, slashing towards the lava giant arm. Whoosh! The sword light was as fast as lightning, directly severing the lava giant's arm at the palm. Ace, with flames surging around him, tried to break free from the restraint, but could only delay for a moment. Blocking Kuma, Akainu shouted, Hellhound! A giant lava hound protruded its head, opening its massive mouth to bite at Rayleigh, flames soaring from its mouth. The terrifying fire almost collapsing the sky. At the same time, the lava giant hand holding Ace transformed, with countless lava snakes crawling over Ace, opening their mouths to bite him. Ace's hands turned into flames, grabbing the heads of two lava giant pythons, falling into a stalemate. watching the lava pythons inch closer. With lava dripping like saliva, the terrifying heat surged. Ace felt himself nearing death. Just then, a clear cry rang out, and a blue phoenix flew in, its claws turning into blades, directly grabbing the lava giant pythons off Ace. The blue immortal flames slaying them, then transforming into human form and landing in front of Ace. Ace, you troublemaker. Marco. Excited, Ace didn't even have time to hug Marco before a massive tremor came. The fire meteor stopped. Ivan, fully on fire, couldn't wait for the lava ball to sink into the sea and jump toward the sea surface. However, with a crisp sound, her head bumped into a large swell. Realizing that the nearby area was not the sea surface but an ice surface. It turned out the place where the fire meteor fell was the ice surface created by Akiji earlier. Where are you? Kuma, are you okay? Kuma also appeared beside Ivan, almost scaring her to death. This guy had his burnt robotic skeleton exposed, looking like he could explode at any moment. The magma continuously melted the ice surface, gradually extinguishing, while a large amount of thick smoke began to rise from Akainu. Rayleigh swung his sword to eliminate the hellhound chasing him, then landed in front of Ace and Marco, locking eyes with Akainu. He didn't expect to end up here. Rayleigh spoke first, noticing Jinbei in the distance who had fallen unconscious from the impact, shaking his head with a wry smile. Ace stared intently at Akainu and said, Marco, be careful of this guy. He is much stronger than I am. Ah, I know, Marco replied with a light laugh. After all, he is an admiral. He can't be too weak. But don't worry, Ace. Everyone is here, and no one can stop us. Gwahaha. A hearty laughter echoed, accompanied by an unmatched aura. Are you okay, Ace? Old man. Ace turned around in surprise to see the man standing at the bow of the ship, known as the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. The massive Moby Dick, as large as a white whale, cut through the sea at high speed, but Akainu's expression showed no change, only the intense red light emanating from his clenched fist. Woo woo woo. The sound of the ship's horn rang out as countless vessels rushed towards the icy shore. Whether they were navy or pirates, all were stained with blood and wore serious expressions. The final battle was about to begin. Chapter 92. The battle continues. Akainu faced the Whitebeard crew without a hint of fear, thick smoke billowing from his body, his justice cloak fluttering behind him, exhibiting extraordinary courage. Whitebeard didn't pay much attention to Akainu, merely glancing at him dismissively, and laughed. S.N.T. that, Rayleigh. You're still alive? Ah, Whitebeard, you seem quite spirited too, Rayleigh said, stroking his silver beard. It's been a long time. Ace, excited, jumped onto the Moby Dick alongside Marco, immediately receiving a warm welcome from everyone. Ace, are you okay? Ace, we missed you so much. Ha, Ace, have you lost weight? Looking at everyone, Ace's lips trembled as he spoke excitedly. Dad, I'm back. Whitebeard nodded silently, while the other captains immediately surrounded Ace, creating a lively scene. Everyone, you all came. Ace was both moved and guilty, nearly bursting into tears. Thank you all. It's all because of me, hey. Ace, what are you doing? It's got nothing to do with you. We decided to come on our own. Yeah, I'm telling you, Ace. Even little oars before finishing, the attention-grabbing Jindu quickly shut his mouth. Remembering the towering little oars, Ace smiled, recalling that he had given him a straw hat, and quickly asked, "Where's little oars?" But the only response he received was silence. Ace then understood, noticing the strange atmosphere among everyone. Whitebeard lightly tapped on his sword, saying, "Since Ace is back, let us retreat." Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Whitebeard to order a retreat so soon. Ace was unwilling and was about to argue. But, Ace, this time listen to me. I got it, Dad. Having come to an agreement, Rayleigh had already brought Jinbei and a few others onto the ship without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, as Whitebeard wanted to leave, someone wouldn't let him. Meteor Volcano. Akainu's fist transformed into magma as he launched an attack on the Moby Dick, followed by a rain of magma fists falling from the sky, obscuring the heavens. Dambrat. Whitebeard's brows furrowed in anger, while Rayleigh asked, "Do you need my help?" "Who do you think I am, Rayleigh? Just watch," Whitebeard said, swinging his sword with a horizontal slash. A massive shockwave surged into the sky, instantly splitting countless magma balls in half, raining down around the Moby Dick, turning the area into a sea of lava. Akainu didn't mind the failure of his attack, saying, "Whitebeard, if you want to escape, then go ahead and tuck your tail between your legs, but no matter where you run, you'll only be the losers of this war." Whitebeard merely showed displeasure, while Ace and the others were already furious and were about to confront Akainu for a life-or-death struggle. However, a voice of agreement came from afar. Sakazuki is right, Whitebeard. You're old, and it's time for you to exit the stage of history. Who is that, Grandpa? Ace Carp and Sengoku walked over from the ice. Sengoku directly rebuking Whitebeard, appearing ready for battle. Gururara. Whitebeard laughed heartily at the bow of the ship. I'm old, so what? My head is right here. Come and take it if you want. Whitebeard stood with his sword, his conqueror's haki almost solidifying, a terrifying aura soaring into the sky. This guy, Sengoku, suddenly hesitated. But with the arrow shot, there was no turning back. Since it had begun, no one could stop this war, which was destined to continue. On the Moby Dick, the captains quickly stepped forward to stand with Whitebeard. Behind them were the arriving navy and pirates. Even at this moment, both sides were fiercely battling, with no time to rest. From day to night, the fighting had barely stopped. Countless lives had been lost, and no one knew who would survive next. But this battle was unavoidable, and it would only stop when one side was utterly defeated. The arriving pirates were noisy and chaotic. Even the prisoners from Impel Down mixed in among them. Today, let us eliminate the navy here. For Whitebeard, charge. Lord Ivankov, what's wrong? Please, don't be hurt. Captain Buggy, what should we do next? Buggy widened his eyes in surprise, shouting, Mr. Rayleigh is here too. Kid, who was searching for Umi, felt disappointed again, unable to help but shake his head and sigh, while Killer quickly patted his shoulder. Unlike the noisy pirates, the navy was disciplined and numerous, surrounding the ice floe layer by layer. Surround all the pirates. You guys, move faster, or Kunami will get angry. Oh, it's so beautiful. We're willing to be your captives. Dasbona, stick close to me. This is probably the final battle. Kobe, I'm really scared. I am too. The once strong and confident Kobe was now trembling in fear, experiencing war for the first time. On the sea, Akiji slowly approached from a distance. He had recovered his combat abilities, and upon seeing the admiral arrive, the morale of the navy surged. The sea beneath Akiji's feet rapidly froze. The icy continent quickly connecting with the previous ice surface, freezing most of the warships occupied by pirates in this area. Dad, this time, I'm afraid we really can't get away. Marco called out from the sky, observing. All the ships are frozen. The navy probably wants to fight us to the death. Ah, this was expected. Then let us start the battle. As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, he moved, leaping off the ship and swinging his sword towards the enemy, his powerful conqueror's haki unabashedly spreading in all directions. Carp, Sengoku's figure dramatically enlarged. Shockwaves brewing in his hands, aiming for a one-hit kill. Carp also transformed into a black line, charging towards Whitebeard, his iron fist swinging, bursting through the air. Clang! As Whitebeard watched his iron fist collide with his blade, he smiled, saying, Carp, you actually made a move? No choice. I'm also a Navy man, Whitebeard. Be prepared to die here today. Carp's expression was serious, completely devoid of his usual, joking demeanor, as if he had made up his mind. Sengoku, prepared, unleashed 2 shock waves, and Whitebeard, watching Carp retreat, plunged his sword into the ice, muscles in his arm bulging as he punched forward. Crack! Crack! Countless cracks triggered a shockwave, directly countering the shockwaves and turning into a blast of air that surged in all directions. The terrifying power caused the warships to shake uncontrollably, but due to the binding of ice, they barely remained in place. Grandpa Dad, watching Whitebeard and Carp fighting together, Ace was extremely worried, unknowingly lowering his head in front of Whitebeard. You don't even have time to worry about them. Akainu transforms into magma and charges directly at the Moby Dick, ready to unleash a massacre without any hesitation. Ace, be careful. The Phoenix Marco rushes forward to intercept Akainu, engaging him in a fierce battle. As Whitebeard and Garp start fighting, chaos erupts in all areas. The cries of battle echo loudly, and the sounds of combat can be heard everywhere on the ice, leaving no one able to remain uninvolved. Chapter 93. The chaotic battlefield Marco fought against Akainu for several rounds, relying solely on the Phoenix's recovery abilities to hold on, completely outmatched by his opponent. Fortunately, Rayleigh intervened just in time to stop Akainu, allowing the group to retreat from the Moby Dick, watching their pirate ship engulfed in flames. Everyone had complicated expressions. However, the battle did not allow them to lose focus. The endless waves of Marines continued to charge forward, shouting and killing. Marco took to the skies, observing the chaotic battlefield, and was surprised to find that the pirates had the upper hand. Before he could rejoice, a sharp thread suddenly struck him. Marco quickly dodged, but still got a cut on his abdomen. Looking at the figure resembling a flamingo, he frowned and said, Shichibukai? Looks like an enemy. With the blue flames burning away his injuries, Doflamingo laughed heartily. Hey, what is that? Get away. It's the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, in battle. Fall back. On the opposite side was the Red Count, Leadfield. Help! Kobe panicked and retreated, watching as the storm of sword energy swept past him, turning anyone caught in its path, whether pirate or marine, into minced meat. In the center of the sword energy storm, Leadfield glared at Mihawk, his face grim. With several wounds on his wrist, Mihawk's sharp gaze seemed to see everything. As he spoke first, "Is this your limit, Red Count?" "This is just the beginning," Leadfield coldly replied. "Don't blame me if you die, kid. I'm looking forward to it." Mihawk spoke calmly, yet exuded an invincible confidence. Whitebeard, slightly distracted, thought to himself that it felt like a reunion, seeing figures from the past era appear, which was quite delightful. As the sword energy storm shot into the sky, everyone hurriedly retreated from the area. Kobe and Balumbar also fled towards the warship, as the battlefield was too dangerous. Kobe felt his head filled with cries of pain, almost suffocating him. But before they could board the warship, it transformed first, rising from the ice as a giant monster. What the hell is going on? Damn it. It's the demon heir, Barret. Attack. We must not let him merge with the warship. Rayleigh swung his sword to block Akainu's magma fist, astonished. Barret is here too. In the distance, Buggy wanted to shout to Rayleigh that he was also there, but seeing Akainu, he quickly discarded that thought. The attacks from the Marines were like ants trying to shake a tree, completely unable to stop Barret, who had succeeded. More than a dozen warships combined into a massive monster that blocked out the sun, standing on the ice. Just one step could take countless lives. This power was beyond question. Stop it. Sengoku transformed into a giant Buddha, charging at Barret, engaging in a fierce struggle that would inevitably affect many innocents. Kobe and Balumbar fled across the ice, barely managing to save their own lives. There are really a lot of big shots here. I wonder if I can get a powerful shadow. He. Moonlight Moria also led his zombie army into battle. To him, there was no difference between Marines and pirates. Only zombies were his most reliable partners. The aura of slaughter surged into the sky, and the floating stone egg in the distance suddenly trembled, the violent waves almost reaching this place. The next moment, a brilliant flash almost illuminated the entire world. As a hand made of light broke the stone egg and reached out, as if a giant was being born, shaking the earth. After sensing it slightly, the flash quickly disappeared, racing towards the ice beach at lightning speed. The golden lion then emerged, his left arm gone and his body covered in blood. In a pitiful state, barely clinging to life. Gasping for breath as he watched Kizaru leave, the golden lion revealed a hint of fear. Who is this guy? As the intense flash in the distance faded, most people were still reeling from the shock when Whitebeard suddenly twitched. And Carp seized the opportunity to knock him to the ground, causing blood to spill from his head as he fell into a disadvantageous position. Diamond Jozu punched away the nearby Marines, shouting, "Old man, I'm here to help you." "No, don't come over," Whitebeard hurriedly called out. "What?" Jozu hadn't reacted in time before Carp knocked him down with a punch, causing cracks to appear on his diamond body, completely outmatched by his opponent. Hey, that's Diamond. That's the Navy hero. So powerful. Ha. Kill the pirates. Our Navy is the strongest. Old man. Grandpa, stop. Ace felt a sharp pain in his heart, completely unaware of how things had escalated to this point. He was extremely worried about the two men and rushed over, his scorching flames forcing everyone back and clearing a path. Ice Age. Cold air swept in, pushing back Ace's flames. Kazan stood in front of Ace, fire fist. "You can't stop this. I won't let you disturb Vice Admiral Carp. This is war. The higher-ups have promised Vice Admiral Carp that as long as he takes Whitebeard's head, you can be spared. It can be kept secret that the Pirate King Roger's son still exists. Everything will be treated as if it never happened." "How is that possible?" Ace's expression changed. "Nothing is impossible." Kazan, with an ice blade in hand, swung it towards Ace. "This is reality." As ice clashed with fire, mist rose. And this place also vanished from everyone's sight, or rather, no one had time to pay attention to it. The bloody battle never ceased. Whitebeard clenched his fists, a pure white sphere enveloping his fists as he fought Carp. The supreme great sword, the 12 workers of the Cloud Cutter, stood by, temporarily and used by Whitebeard. Boom! The impact of their fists reverberated, sending shockwaves into Carp's body, causing him to spit out blood. Whitebeard's fists were also bloodied and bruised, exposing his knuckles. "Gururara, your fists are really hard, Carp." "You're not bad either, Whitebeard." Carp spat out a mouthful of blood, his body shaking uncontrollably. Sengoku continuously unleashed shockwaves, temporarily pushing Barret back, his gaze sweeping around, noticing how brutal the battle was. Although the Marines had over 100,000 men, they were at a disadvantage due to a relative lack of high-end combat power on the battlefield. He quickly shrank in size and climbed onto the combined monster that Barrett had become, taking out a Den Mushi, Tsuru. Hurry and let the pacifistas deploy. Before long, reinforcements arrived, and government-made weapons stepped onto the ice, beginning to mercilessly eliminate pirates. What is that? There's so many Shichibukai Kuma. Get away. These guys can use Kizaru's lasers. Amidst the beeping of lasers, the pirates were pushed back in defeat as Ivankov looked at Kuma and then at the pacifistas, unable to find any differences. Kuma, who are these pacifists? The bear spoke up. Sorry, I have to go. Appearing here again would ruin the plan. Ivan, take care. Bear, will we meet again? Probably not. Watching the bear disappear from sight, Ivan unconsciously clenched his fists, regretting that he hadn't said the words to keep him. Jean Tummer nodded at the returning bear, not saying much, just shouldering his giant axe and tapping on the phone bug in his hand, angrily saying, "That old man. Why is he not answering my calls again? Where on earth has he gone?" "Ah, that's because I'm fighting the enemy." A familiar voice rang out, and Jean Tamaru turned to see Kizaru standing behind him, just like usual. "Old man, you finally showed up. What should we do next? The battle is chaotic right now. I don't know, just fight." Kizaru's body turned into light, hands raised, and he vanished before Jean Tamaru's eyes. In the next moment, Kizaru appeared in midair, launching countless dazzling light bullets in all directions, almost obscuring the entire battlefield. Rayleigh deflected a light bullet with his sword, only to find that Akainu had seized the opportunity to rush towards Ace, who was entangled with Akiji. The opponent had almost become Akainu's obsession, and he had been fighting without receiving orders from above. Akiji showed surprise, but Akainu's magma fist was already crashing down on Ace's back. The son of the Pirate King. Scalding lava dripped to the ground, and Ace instinctively turned around, only to find Umi blocking in front of him. A pure, white aura shone on his hand, colliding violently with the lava. Following that, Umi moved, punching Akainu to the ground, saying, "I once read a saying, there are many ways for a person to deserve death, but no one deserves to die because of their birth." Chapter 94. Undoubtedly powerful Akainu was knocked to the ground, instantly catching the attention of everyone on the battlefield, which erupted in commotion. The Admiral Akainu was actually hit with a single punch. It was the notorious criminal Umi with a bounty of 1 billion. The guy who once defeated Admiral Akiji. "Umi, we missed you so much. This kid finally showed up. I can finally take a break." Rayleigh sheathed his sword and glanced at his dry wine flask, shaking his head helplessly. What had just happened had really made him break out in a cold sweat. Sengoku's expression was also grim as he stared into the distance in disbelief, saying, "This guy actually appeared here again. Things are getting more and more troublesome." Akainu, with a grim expression, stood up from the ground, his entire body bursting into flames with a roar, the terrifying heat almost burning the air. And the rolling heat waves forced everyone to squint. "Damn bastard. I will make you pay." Akiji also transformed, his body becoming encased in ice, frost creeping across his face. The chill spreading made everyone in the area shiver, feeling their bodies stiffen. The two of them attacked Umi from both sides. The terrifying heat and cold clashed, making the area unbearably oppressive, turning it into hell. Are they really going to attack at the same time? A pirate stared wide-eyed in disbelief, murmuring to himself, "Ace, hurry up and escape with that little brother." "TCH, idiot." Suddenly, a prisoner wearing a jumpsuit spoke up, full of smugness. "What did you say? Say it again if you dare. I can say it as many times as I want. You let Brother Umi escape. Don't joke around. His power is beyond your imagination." The prisoner's eyes sparkled as he shouted, "Brother Umi is the strongest." The prisoners who had witnessed Umi's strength were now filled with vigor, their morale skyrocketing, causing the Navy to be in disarray. "Damn it, who the hell is that guy? These prisoners are completely different from before." A Navy major looked grim, while pirates were overjoyed. Whitebeard swung his fist again, pushing Carp back a few steps, saying, "It seems this time it's the pirates' victory, Carp." Carp, exuding immense aura, tore his shirt, saying, "Don't joke around, Whitebeard, the Navy will not lose." Ace stood close to Umi, staring at the serious expression on Akiji's face, his hands enveloped in flames. "Looks like we're in trouble this time, Umi. If you can, don't worry about me, just leave now." Akiji opened his mouth, spewing out a terrifying chill, saying, "Umi, how could you still appear at this point? Just how far are you planning to go before you back down? What's there to say to those pirates? Just send them on their way." Akainu was cold and ruthless, magma slowly flowing toward Umi, already harboring murderous intent. Faced with the siege, Umi was unfazed, instead grabbing Ace by the back of his shirt, saying, "Ace, step back. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to face Luffy." What? Ace hadn't reacted yet when Umi threw him out of the encirclement of the admirals. No one gets to leave. Akainu's magma splashed, and he lunged toward Ace, but a beam of light shot past Akainu's nose. Akainu landed, watching Ace being caught by his pirate companions, his expression displeased, then turning back to glare fiercely at Umi. "What are you looking at? You're the same. Don't think about leaving here." Umi made a face at him. A crossroad appeared on Akainu's forehead, his body resembling a volcano erupting, emitting a large amount of smoke. "Looks like you really want to die. One die, sure. But I doubt just the two of you will be enough." Umi's words were extremely arrogant, lightly tapping Aokiji and Akainu with his finger, looking down on them, causing the crowd to erupt. Damn it, this pirate dares to look down on the Navy admirals. He must be punished severely. No doubt about it. Brother Umi is amazing. We'll follow you for a lifetime. What a joke. How could he possibly handle two Navy admirals at once? Who does he think he is? Aokiji fell silent, and Akainu was extremely angry, but both of them stepped closer to Umi, ready to fight him. Suddenly, particles of light fell from the sky, and Kizaru smiled, rubbing his chin, saying, Umi, you're still so impressive. Mind if I join in? Did I hear that right? The three admirals are actually going to take on one person? This is bad. Brother Umi won't lose, right? Even the prisoners hesitated for a moment, and the nearby battles suddenly stopped, as everyone wanted to witness this world-class showdown. Come at me. Let's have a good fight, Umi said, getting into position, gently exhaling, and a pure white aura began to envelop him, with several strands of crimson aura flickering, bright as blood. Triple Kaioken. The white energy surged into the sky, transforming into a bursting hurricane that swept in all directions, indiscriminately attacking everyone. What? Moria couldn't react in time and was blown to the ground by the wind. The zombie army also became scattered, and many others had the same fate. Seeing the ice around Umi gradually shatter, with tiny ice particles floating up, everyone knew this guy's strength was rapidly increasing, even strong enough to interfere with reality. This power is truly becoming more and more powerful. Aokiji stepped forward, and ice spikes suddenly erupted from the ice surface, forming a path directly toward Umi. Akainu, with a grim expression, kicked off the ground and charged at Umi, swinging his molten right arm. It looks really terrifying. Kizaru, transformed into light, arrived behind Umi first, his long legs turning into a battle axe, striking down. The violent hurricane was split in two by him. Just then, Umi moved, and as he did, the aura around him turned blood-like and enchanting, a massive pressure rising from him. The air on the entire battlefield became incredibly thick, making everyone's hearts feel like they had stopped beating in that moment. Kizaru struck down, but only air remained, and the spot where Umi had been standing just moments ago erupted with a massive shock. The ice surface cracking as if it had been struck by thousands of tons of heavy hammers, with cracking sounds echoing as fissures expanded. Disappeared? Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? What? The familiar words rang in Kizaru's ears, and his observation haki was still wildly alerting him. But in the next second, a heavy kick struck Kizaru's waist, sending him flying with an explosive sound. Boom! 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 The cracks beneath Umi's feet continued to expand. Countless vibrations echoed. The ice surface was collapsing everywhere. Kizaru was also sent flying, crashing through 4 Navy ships on the ice surface before barely stopping, lying on the ice. His life uncertain. Casually throwing out an energy blast, Umi shattered Aokiji's path of ice spikes, and Admiral Akainu approached Umi, unleashing a massive fire blast. As soon as Akainu finished yelling, a fist wrapped in red energy shot out from the magma, directly hitting his face. Akainu was startled, halting his retreat, the scalding magma enveloping his right arm, quickly shouting, "Hellhound!" The Hellhound was swift, darting through the remnants of Umi's shadow, while a familiar fist landed brutally on Akainu's abdomen. Boom! The terrifying force reverberated through the opponent's body, causing Akainu to clutch his stomach and stagger backward, barely lifting his head to look at Umi, astonished deep down. So fast! Faster than my elemental transformation. Seeing Umi's finger curl, Akainu gritted his teeth and stood up, charging forward to engage Umi in a bloody brawl. Bloodied teeth splattered out as Akainu stumbled back, bruised and battered, falling to the ground, feeling endless humiliation. He and Umi had just exchanged fierce blows. engaging in a brutal fight of over 100 moves, but Umi had maintained the upper hand the entire time, and in the end, Sakazuki was playfully slapped down to the ground by Umi. Umi looked at the fallen Akainu, his fingers enveloped in a blazing aura, ready to unleash a killing move. Stop. Freezing moment. Akiji leaned out from the icy surface, directly wrapping Umi in his embrace, with the cold air spreading alongside. However, Umi grabbed his arms and pried them apart, turning around to slam his head against Akiji's forehead, immediately following up with his right hand aimed at Akiji's face, a chilling white light emanating from his hand. Kamehameha. Akiji's heart raced as he thought this was bad, quickly stabilizing himself and stomping down to create ripples in the ice, setting up a barrier in the blink of an eye, while simultaneously trying to swiftly change his position. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. Amidst the violent explosion, he was sent flying. This scene left everyone stunned. No one had expected the 3 admirals of the Navy to be defeated so quickly. It felt like a dream. Chapter 95, The Awakening of the Natural System. The energy around Umi quickly converged. Just a short use of the Kaioken had put significant pressure on his body, but the results seemed remarkable. Nearby, Navy soldiers dropped their weapons and knelt on the ice, sinking into despair. It's over. As the highest combat power of the Navy, the Marine admirals undoubtedly represented a small portion of the world's pinnacle and were the strongest pillars of the Navy. Yet, even such a pillar could collapse one day. If there were an apocalypse, today would likely be that day for the Navy. It's finished. Everything is over. This can't be real. Someone, please tell me this is a joke. With smiles that were almost broken, the morale of the Navy plummeted to its lowest point. Conversely, the pirates became excited, shouting and charging at the Navy, each one filled with fighting spirit. It seemed they could already see the smile of the goddess of victory. Ingbung Gaoduan couldn't stop laughing, shouting, "Great, great. This is getting more and more interesting. Make some more noise. You're from the Navy, yet you're so happy." Marco flapped his wings, feeling quite speechless. "I'm not from the Navy." Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and said, "I'm in the middle." Kuhahaha. Today's young people are truly remarkable. Whitebeard shook his head, making a crisp sound, and looked at Garp, saying, "Garp, you Navy have lost. It should all be over. I can't pretend I didn't hear that." Garp's muscles bulged, still robust and imposing, his presence no less than in his prime. This level of pressure isn't enough to bring the Navy down. "Hey, Das Bones, what are you dawdling for? This is the battlefield." Smoker transformed into smoke, knocking back the pirates charging at him, sternly scolding Das Bones. "But, Smoker, didn't you see? The Navy Admiral lost. What do we do next?" Remembering the earlier scene, Das Bones couldn't help but shiver, feeling completely insecure. "Idiot, worry about yourself. The Admiral won't go down from this," Smoker said, while in the distance, Akainu slowly stood up from the ice. Bruised and battered, Akainu crawled up from the ice, spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked at Umi, saying, "I never expected to be beaten to this extent." Umi didn't say much and stepped forward, throwing punch after punch, causing Akainu to stagger backward, every bone in his body crying out, as if he could die at any moment. The surrounding Navy couldn't bear to watch, crying out in anguish. "Admiral Akainu, just give up. You'll die. Stop. We Navy have lost. Hurry. Shut up." Akainu suddenly roared, straightening his chest, declaring, "Absolutely. We cannot lose to pirates. We are the Navy. Anyone who brings shame to the Navy deserves to die. If I lose here, it means I'm worse than scum. I deserve to die." Hearing Akainu's rallying cry, the Navy's morale surged, charging forward, killing with abandon, treating their lives as nothing, and completely overwhelming the pirates with sheer numbers. Buddha transformed Sengoku stood tall, enduring Barrett's mechanical giant, feeling quite emotional. Although Akainu is extreme, he is definitely a true Navy man. Umi watched Akainu trying to act tough in front of him and gave him a hard slap, knocking him down without mercy. However, the Navy's fighting spirit had already been ignited. Even if Umi killed Sakazuki now, it would be of no use, but that didn't mean Umi would let him off. "In that case, you can die." A terrifying white energy quickly concentrated, and a dazzling little orb shot out from the center of Umi's palm, directly colliding with Akainu. Boom! After a massive explosion, there was no trace of Akainu left, only a huge pit remained. Admiral Akainu. In an instant, countless Navy members looked sorrowful and furious, ready to turn their grief into strength. But suddenly, someone noticed Umi looking up at the sky, followed by noticing Kizuru in mid-air, holding the fallen Admiral Akainu. "Not the Princess Carrie, minus points." Umi teased in his heart, disdainfully saying, You all can really take a beating. Ah, Omi, that kick you gave me still hurts my back, Kizaru said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Omi was speechless, just about to fly up, when he noticed the ice beneath him starting to tremble. What is this? Before the surrounding navy could be surprised, they saw the ice carrying Omi rapidly rising and expanding, transforming into a massive stage. Admiral Akiji's power. I told you the admirals couldn't lose, let alone lose this quickly. Save the big talk for later. No matter how hard you try, Omi will show you what despair truly means. Omi looked at the vast ice surface, scanning around, and curiously asked, is this a battlefield stage? Interesting. Kizaru and Akainu also descended from the air, watching Omi silently, only the energy around them rapidly depleting, seemingly preparing for something. Akiji rose from the ice surface, responding, that's right, after all, the upcoming battle is dangerous for others. So gentle, Omi sighed. Kazan, you really are a good guy. How about becoming my partner? What a strange guy you are, Omi. Akiji was taken aback, shaking his head with a bitter smile, while Akinu's hands emitted thick smoke, as if immersed in a sea of lava, shouting at Omi. Stop with the nonsense. Get ready to die here today. Could you say that again? I didn't catch that. Omi sincerely replied, seemingly not hearing. But how could he not hear? This was a provocation, and more so, a disdain. Damn, how dare you underestimate me? Akainu's fury began to alter the weather. The sky was engulfed in thick smoke. Volcanic ash started to drift in the area, and he seemed to truly transform into an active volcano. Meteor volcano. Watching countless magma fireballs rush in, Omi easily dodged left and right, pushing off the ground, charging directly towards the three admirals. Nice attack, but if it doesn't hit, it's useless. This principle applies to you as well. Kizaru didn't say much, but his figure had vanished in the golden light, the dazzling flash seemingly stripping him of his physical form, and countless laser beams continuously shot towards Omi. The flashes were swift and quick, reaching Omi in an instant, the blinding light almost illuminating everything, causing Omi to lose his vision temporarily and be knocked back. Oh no! Omi's expression slightly changed, halting his movement, quickly using his energy to sense the enemies, and at that moment, he discovered the presence of all three admirals, endless, vast yet minuscule, existing right beside him. This is the realm of the awakened natural fruit. Akiji whispered beside Omi, saying, thanks to you continuously attacking me with energy, I was fortunate not to die, and I have entered this realm as well. Now we can create life, which also represents elements. So, to defeat us, you must defeat nature. Although Omi knows that everything has chi, and the chi bomb technique is based on this, he never expected the awakening of a natural element to be like this. So strong? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? With his eyes closed, Omi couldn't help but laugh and said, how about we negotiate? I think that's impossible, then let's fight. Boom! In the next moment, a fierce battle broke out. Ice streams surged, dazzling flashes burned hot, and the sea of magma consumed everything, instantly turning the place into chaos. The ice stage created by Akiji began to gradually melt. Scalding water continuously dripped from the ice platform, creating large pits on the surface with each drop. Get back! Stop dawdling there! Oh, wait for me! The dazed spectators finally started to flee, while some, with fearful expressions, trembled and said, is this the power of a marine admiral? It's simply monstrous. On the ice surface, Omi was bursting with energy. Although he couldn't see, he had only one thing to do: destroy everything. The chi bombs exploded, violently colliding with the flashes. Omi stomped and shattered the ice, throwing punches that shattered the lava, his entire body enveloped in a rising energy, giving off a sense of solitary cultivation. However, soon the place changed. Icebirds flapped their wings and soared. Magma hounds barked loudly, while the flashes still lacked a fixed form, rapidly darting through the air and continuously striking Omi. It seems endless. Triple KO Ken. Chapter 96. Blackbeard's Interruption. The sky, originally transformed by the awakening of a natural element, became increasingly chaotic under the gathering energy of Omi. Dark clouds loomed, thunder rumbled, and a howling red energy surged skyward. It's impossible for you to succeed. The magma seemed to have a will of its own, flowing violently towards Omi, with Akainu's face faintly visible within, roaring loudly. Among the flowing magma, lava giants rose up, engulfed in flames that burned everything, attacking Omi from all directions. Not even close. Omi's clothing was already tattered in the elemental torrent, but he was wrapped in red energy, his eyes having turned crimson. His muscles, as hard as steel, slightly bulged. In an instant, all the lava giants that approached him lost half their bodies, collapsing to the ground and melting back into magma. Impressive, but how could you possibly contend with us? We are immortal now. The light gathered above Umi's head. And Kizuru's lewd tone hadn't changed. He didn't get closer. Only countless laser beams shot toward him. Umi moved, lightly tapping his toes, and surged upward through the laser beams, his hands bursting with red energy, charging into the sky. Don't joke around. You can't maintain this state for long. Did you think I wouldn't notice? As Umi faced Kizuru's attacks, he ascended higher and higher. The icy surface at the edge of the ice platform trembled violently, and with a loud boom, the ice layer gathered upward, forming an inverted bowl that completely sealed off the area. Sorry, but I won't let you leave like this. From the sealed ice surface, ice pillars extended, countless blades of light bursting forth, shooting towards Umi. I have no intention of escaping. Umi's arms became afterimages, accurately blocking the attacks, and he kicked the frozen barrier. With a massive crash, Umi broke through the ice wall and charged into the sky, hands in a virtual grip, rapidly gathering energy. In the dark night sky, illuminated by the flames of battle, everyone quickly noticed the brilliant white shooting upwards. Below Umi, the three admirals surged upward, all roaring as they chased after him. The battlefield expanded in an instant. Fire meteors danced, ice fell, and lasers descended from the sky, directly tearing through the ice layer. The enormous lava giant dog opened its mouth and spewed endless magma. Icebirds flapped their wings, sharp ice blades slicing through the sky, and the battlefield was on the verge of being obliterated. Seeing the ice layer cracking and sinking, Aokiji quickly blew icy air from the sky to preserve the battlefield. What a bunch of little bastards. Whitebeard scowled and struck out with a fist, causing a shockwave that cracked the sky. Umi chuckled lightly, not saying much, and directly shot up into the higher sky, with the three admirals closely following. But just as they ascended, they lost sight of Umi, with only empty clouds drifting. Kamehameha, a familiar voice echoed, and Kizuru scanned left and right, eventually looking down to see Umi's figure. How is it possible to be so fast? Below, Aokiji also called out, but it was too late. Akainu's face darkened as he said, "There's no escaping. We're going up." Umi was already prepared, hands gripping the massive white energy ball aimed at the three, his hands gradually spreading like flower petals, and a brilliant white beam shot up into the sky. Gongwave. The energy throughout his body erupted, and a terrifying energy beam soared like a vast starry river, annihilating everything. The three admirals were also ready, magma flowing, laser beams, and torrents of ice surged like divine waterfalls, clashing with the destructive light. Though the three admirals unleashed their techniques, they didn't combine them. They merely used their own strength to resist part of the beam. Even so, a violent explosion occurred at that location, endless light scattering on the ground, the sky trembling, and the entire battlefield held its breath, awaiting the outcome. However, the terrifying light did not fade. Remnants of it occasionally fell from the sky, causing heavy casualties on the battlefield. Umi spread his hands. The energy wave had nearly reached its output limit, barely gaining the upper hand. Your impressive Umi continuously exhaled, his muscles further swelling, veins bulging, and he roared, "Fourfold KO Ken!" Boom! The energy wave Umi released exploded again, directly crushing the attacks of the three admirals and pushing through. Seeing this scene, Aokiji withdrew, a hint of regret on his face, saying, "I still lost." "No, not yet. I will never lose to pirates." Akainu shouted with red eyes, transforming into magma and charging directly at the terrifying energy beam. Kizaru, without saying a word, took advantage of Akainu's distraction to slip away. Boom! Everyone looked to the sky, wanting to know the outcome of the battle. But the brilliant light turned the battlefield into daylight. The sky was inverted, and most people had to close their tearful eyes. Even the privilege of merely opening them was reserved for the strong. However, even the most brilliant light will fade. Amidst the explosions, it seemed like a meteor shower fell from the sky. In the distance, Karina could see this spectacle, silently clasping her hands in hope for Umi's safety. At that moment, everyone on the battlefield saw Umi slowly descending from the sky, stepping onto the ice surface. After a moment of dead silence, the entire battlefield exploded like a powder keg. Umi is invincible. Ha ha ha. The three admirals are nothing special. The future world belongs to pirates. The Navy is finished. Unlike the jubilant pirates, the Navy felt a chill throughout their bodies, dizzy and on the verge of collapsing. No, it's impossible, Commander Smoker. The admirals can't lose, right? Tashigi quickly spoke, then reassured herself that's right. The admirals won T lose. Tashigi. Smoker lit 3 cigars in one breath before finally speaking. You're such a foolish girl. The admirals have lost, can't you see that? How could it be? They can definitely still stand up. Stop joking. You should be the one standing up now. Smoker said sternly, the admirals have lost, but the Navy won T lose. As long as there are the words justice, the Navy will never lose. However, very few in the Navy held such a conviction. When faced with this moment, most broke down. The pirates, on the other hand, were slaughtering without mercy, their weapons dulling, with no intention of stopping. This was war. A life-and-death war that seemed like it would never end. My head hurts. It's so terrifying. Kobe and Barumabur, 2 small fries on the battlefield, dodged left and right, feeling quite unwell. Especially Kobe, faced with a bloody battlefield, his observation haki awakened just like before, barely surviving thanks to Barumabur's help. Barrett controlled a massive machine, stomping down towards the Navy on the ground. Boom! The shockwave sent Barrett tumbling to the other side, and Sengoku, with a dark face, said, I want to let you succeed, Barrett. Yaha, Admiral Sengoku, you should just surrender quickly. Maybe you can still survive. Don't joke around. Even if there's only one person left. The Navy will never give up. We are the justice of this world. Ha ha ha. What a load of nonsense, Navy and pirates. In this world, only the strong are eternal. Barrett controls the massive machine, and with just one leap, the ice surface immediately cracks, turning into a chasm, and the whole thing starts to sink. You bastard. What are you doing? Ha ha ha. I'm showing you the power I represent as justice. Barrett laughed, and just as he was about to shake the ice surface again, a giant stepped onto the ice, knocking Barrett to the ground. Then, a burst of laughter followed. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the Navy to be so useless. Well then, let this warlord help you out. Blackbeard stood on the floating ice with his new crew members and said, Old man, hand over your head and your power to me. Chapter 97 Blackbeard. I'm not a yellow sparrow. Great. The Blackbeard from the 7 warlords has appeared at this moment. Our Navy's power has increased. Stop talking nonsense. Take a good look at the companions beside that guy. They're all death row inmates from the 6th level of the underwater prison. They're the most despicable criminals in the world, and we cannot let any one of them return to this world. The giant battleship, San Juan Wolf, took the initiative to confront Barrett, and Sengoku also took the opportunity to say, Blackbeard teach, you're still alive? And you brought such dangerous guys as companions. Was it your intention to leave early back then? The Navy will not agree to this. Ha ha ha. Marshal, now is not the time to worry about that. You don't want to lose this war, do you? Blackbeard laughed. His eyes seemed to shine, saying, If you don't want to lose, then let's team up. We can discuss the rest later. This bastard. Sengoku's face darkened as he looked at Blackbeard's companions. Katarina Devon, Barks Jot, Aburo Pizarro, plus the earlier San Juan Wolf. He actually brought 4 serious criminals from the 6th level. However, Shiryu of the Rain, why are you here too? I didn't want to stay in Impel Down any longer, and now teaming up with Blackbeard. Please take care of me in the future, Marshal. Damn it. Although Sengoku hated it to the bone and wanted to execute these guys immediately, the Navy desperately needed strength. That was the reality. All right, Blackbeard, you go deal with Omi. Blackbeard's expression darkened. He could no longer smile and didn't want to play any more face-saving tricks with Sengoku. He snorted coldly and led his group toward Whitebeard. Omi was currently sitting alone on the ice, resting and recuperating, but everyone knew he was not to be trifled with. No one dared to approach within dozens of meters. And he was conspicuously obvious on the battlefield. Seeing that Blackbeard was about to clash with Whitebeard, Omi made no move. His current condition was not good. Using the Kaioken had put a great strain on his body. Let's go. Blackbeard's sudden advance was extremely conspicuous, causing an unstoppable commotion on the battlefield. Especially for the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard Teach was absolutely their most hated enemy. Compared to him, the Navy was almost family. Upon seeing Blackbeard arrive, Ace was filled with rage. If he hadn't been stopped, he would have rushed over immediately. But he couldn't help but shout, Teach, you bastard. How dare you show up here? Ace. Blackbeard was also taken aback. You were saved. It seems Dad is not as useless as I imagined, but it doesn't matter. I have only one purpose for coming here. To take Dad's head. None of you can stop me. Blackbeard, you bastard. Returns Sachi's life. The captains of Whitebeard's divisions were furious and charged directly at Blackbeard's group. In the next moment, Endless darkness erupted, and the group engaged in a life-and-death struggle right from the start. I have to say, Blackbeard's fruit ability is incredibly powerful. Even with their precautions, Ace and the others were still at a disadvantage, and Marco was even torn apart, losing an arm on the spot. Tough. Concerned for his son and unable to let Teach go, Whitebeard also withdrew, stopping his battle with Garp. His face darkened as he said, "Sorry, I need to handle some family matters first." Garp curled his lip, also worried about Ace's safety, but said nothing and stood there with his arms crossed. Whitebeard extended his right arm, ready to punch Blackbeard, when suddenly a whirlwind swept by and the sand scraped across Whitebeard's arm, leaving deep blood marks from the golden hook on his neck. Facing this crisis, Whitebeard remained calm, and with a bang, he used his other hand to punch down the sand in the wind. Amidst the cracking of space, the sand crocodile clutched its shattered chest and retreated, hurriedly swallowing the last Senzabine. Dad! It was the former warlord crocodile. He set his sights on Whitebeard's head. Hee. That sand crocodile really knows how to do something stupid. Ivankov couldn't help but shout. That guy was just here. How could he act on his own? A great opportunity. The pirates are fighting among themselves. This is our chance. Eliminate Whitebeard. Ignoring the other people's extreme reactions, Whitebeard casually touched his neck, his expression calm, saying, "It's you? Whitebeard, you are old. It's time for you to step down." The sand crocodile swung his golden hook and attacked Whitebeard again, but was blocked by the swiftly arriving Ace. To target Whitebeard is practically seeking death. Wait, look over there. What? No way. The warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo actually arrived beside the major criminal. Umi was still watching the show, pondering whether to intervene, when he found himself being approached. The flamingo descended from the sky. It must be said that Da Flamingo's taste was too flamboyant, instantly attracting a lot of attention. Of course, Umi also played a part. He was the one everyone on the battlefield was concerned about. "Lord Umi, we're here to help you." Seeing Da Flamingo approaching Umi, Kid and Killer rushed over with a group of prisoners, and Redfield also forced Hawkeye back with a sword, heading straight for Umi. Although they all knew Umi was quite powerful, no one thought that Umi could defeat the three admirals without any cost, so they all came over. Da Flamingo, what do you want to do? I absolutely won't let you harm Lord Umi. Get lost, trash. Da Flamingo's expression was cold, completely unwilling to speak to the prisoners. Buzz, an invisible aura descended on this land, and the Conqueror's haki surged, overwhelming everyone in an instant. However, Umi's subordinates were indeed from Impel Down. After the Conqueror's haki washed over, only a few fell, while more charged at Da Flamingo with weapons. In the distance, Redfield also lightly tapped his toes, instantly appearing behind Da Flamingo, and swung his sword down. This sword was truly astonishing, instantly splitting Da Flamingo in half, and everyone was stunned to see a warlord fall on the ice. This, Lord Red Count, so strong. Ha ha ha, we are invincible. However, the Red Count did not show any sign of joy, but instead shouted, "Shut up. This guy is not the real body." What? How is that possible? Really? This warlord didn't bleed. The Red Count in the story spoke, and everyone was confused about what was going on. Found it. Relying on his innate observation haki, the Red Count was about to strike again. But Da Flamingo instead descended from the sky, dodging the attack, raising his hands and saying, "Wait. Continuing to fight is useless. I just want to say a few words. Please listen." Da Flamingo's gaze pierced through the crowd towards Umi, who also felt a bit curious, and waved for the prisoners to step back. Redfield also sheathed his umbrella sword, seizing the moment to recover his stamina, as he had been fighting Hawkeye for almost a day, and his stamina was severely depleted. "What do you want to say?" Looking at Umi sitting there with a casual and indifferent expression, Brother Ming remained calm, slightly bending his waist to show respect for Umi. It's already terrifying enough for a person to defeat 3 generals. But what's even more frightening is that this guy has acquired such immense power. It truly sends chills down one's spine. "I'm just a runner. It's that lord who wants to say a word to you." For Emperor's Kaido, Umi was momentarily stunned. "That's right. Do you remember the punch he took to the face 13 years ago? He said he wants to get it back from you." Just as he was speaking, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, it seemed that some enormous monster was roaming within the clouds. Brother Ming also noticed this scene and couldn't help but swallow hard, saying, "It seems there's no need to say more." He actually came in person and arrived so quickly. At that moment, accompanied by Dragon's roar, a massive body emerged from the clouds. Chapter 98, The Greatest War Roar. The blue giant dragon soared in the sky, its scales gleaming ominously, spanning the entire battlefield. With flames entwined around its claws, creating a terrifying sight that weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. How could this be? The 4 Emperor Kaido actually appeared here. Wasn't the war with the 4 Emperor Shanks supposed to have just begun? How did he make it here? It's getting more and more chaotic. What will happen next? This is truly an incredible war. The domineering and fierce blue giant dragon, swept across the entire battlefield and roared. Let me join in too. Kaido. Moria, who was continuously increasing his companions, suddenly stopped, his face showing fear as he couldn't help but retreat, collapsing weakly to the ground. How could this be? That bastard. Umi also slightly changed color and shouted, Barret, stop playing around and come back. His current state wasn't good. And if he continued to confront the 4 Emperor Kaido, it would indeed be a problem. Of course, the more important reason was that he ran out of money. After buying instant transmission and defeating the 3 admirals, he now had no money left, not even enough to buy a single senzu. Hearing Umi shout, Barret, though a bit unhappy, immediately stopped fighting and rushed to Umi's side, staring silently at the giant dragon in the sky. Sengoku, with a dark face, returned to his normal human size and, together with Garp, gathered the navy, waiting for the situation to develop. At that moment, the entire battlefield was only occupied by the Whitebeard and Blackbeard factions, fighting fiercely, blood flowing. What is going on? As soon as I arrive, you stop fighting? Keep fighting. The majestic dragon circled in the sky. Whitebeard, unable to even deal with a traitor. Let me help you out. Whitebeard, who was in the midst of battling Blackbeard, was also taken aback, lowering his long knife and shouting at the dragon in the sky. Kaido, get out of here. We don't need you at all. The domineering dragon swayed its body, looking at Whitebeard, who was drenched in blood, his fists a bloody mess, revealing white knuckles. Seemingly in a bad state, Blackbeard only sneered, momentarily retreating with his men, adopting a posture of watching a show. Whitebeard, you really seem to be getting old. Look at you now. I'm tempted to take your head here and drink. If you want to come, then come and try. Whitebeard said no more. Directly swinging his right arm, with a crackling sound, countless spatial cracks crawled across the sky like a spider web, directly slicing into the giant dragon. The terrifying cracks caused the space to shift, as if the sky was torn apart in an instant, a destructive wave sweeping across the entire battlefield. But it was of no use. Everyone was shocked. The 4 Emperor Whitebeard's attack actually didn't harm Kaido in the slightest. The reality was simply too exaggerated. Although I really want to kill you now, I have more important things to do. The dragon swung its tail, directly striking Whitebeard hard. What Kaido said and what he did were completely different. The dragon's tail swept across. A terrifying storm erupted. The air waves surged like the ocean, nearly lifting the warships on the ice surface into the air. Bang! This strike was so fast and fierce that even Whitebeard was hit, and his whole body was about to be sent flying. Old man! Whitebeard's absolutely loyal sons rushed to help immediately. But the next second, they realized Whitebeard's earlier actions were intentional. Whitebeard firmly grasped the dragon's tail with both hands, veins bulging on his arms, and with a roar, he directly swung the giant dragon in the air, slamming it down onto the ice surface. This sight was truly astonishing. Even Mihawk showed a hint of shock, and the others stared wide-eyed in disbelief, their mouths nearly dropping to the ground. Impossible. Are the 4 emperors all monsters? Boom! The ice surface shattered. Huge cracks pierced through the ice layer, and in an instant, everything around was collapsing as if it were the end of the world. Under such a heavy blow, the blue giant dragon gradually transformed into human form. A tall and robust giant stood up, black hair cascading down, with a pair of long, horn-like horns, resembling a devil in the world. Whitebeard, you old man still have some strength, but unfortunately you still can't kill me. Shaking his head and stretching his limbs, Kaido swung his kanabo and charged over, his entire body unscathed, roaring, "Since you can't kill me, then die, Whitebeard." Whitebeard raised his long knife and also charged towards Kaido, his blade wrapped in haki, with small black lightning seemingly dancing around, tearing through space. However, as the two clashed, someone rushed up and blocked Kaido. Everyone was shocked. Umi was also taken aback, looking at Moria, who was utterly speechless. The opponent was simply asking for death. "Kaido, die for me." Having already used the shadow gathering technique, Moria was now even larger than Kaido, his eyes red, seemingly having completely lost his sanity. His giant hand came down, directly pressing Kaido beneath his palm, and the ice surface cracked with a loud bang, the entire battlefield echoing with Moria's wild laughter. "Hee hee hee, die for me, Kaido." Boom boom boom. Moria frantically attacked, and for a moment, Kaido disappeared from everyone's sight. Small ice shards on the surface were also jumping nonstop. The surging air waves never ceased, and the surrounding sea surface was stirred up, creating towering tsunamis. No way. Kaido is actually being beaten down. Is this fourth emperor going to fall today? Listening to the discussions of the prisoners around him, Umi scoffed and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Kaido is fine right now." Sure enough, the next moment, Morio was sent flying by a single blow from Kaido. Countless shadows spewing out from his mouth, and he lost consciousness entirely. After knocking Morio away, Kaido called out to the rushing Whitebeard, "I'm done playing. Old man, I didn't come here to find you. I came to find a great sinner, Umi." Seeing Kaido still arguing with Whitebeard, Umi felt a bad premonition and said, "Ivan, give me the sins of beans. I accept your terms." Although Ivan's sins of beans were originally given to them by Umi, it was a trade, and Umi wouldn't just take them back directly. He still had some persistence. The cross-dresser King Ivan blocked his upturned lips with his hand, his eyes squinting in delight, and said, "How about this? Umi boy, you're not trying to fool me, are you?" "No joke," I agreed. "I owe the Revolutionary Army a favor, and you can ask me for a request anytime in the future. In that case, I'll give you the sins of beans. I still have 2 left." Ivan reached into his pocket, but the next moment he turned panicked and shouted, "They're gone. The sins of beans have disappeared." The next moment he said, "Just kidding. You've been fooled again, as expected of Lord Ivan. So impressive. What a bunch of boring guys, childish." Umi directly took the remaining 2 sins of beans from Ivan's hands, mockingly taunting them. After eating 1 sins of bean, Umi said no more and flew straight towards Whitebeard and Kaido. Seeing Umi approaching, Whitebeard asked with a stern face, "Umi, what are you coming over for?" "Umi, I still feel the pain from that punch you hit me with back then." Kaido, without saying a word, immediately attacked and charged forward. The massive Kanabo stirred up a violent wind, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Tiny black electric currents danced on it, and its domineering aura was almost tangible. Umi transformed his fists into palms and directly took the blow amidst the shimmering white light, but his body still slid a long distance across the icy surface. Swinging the Kanabo, Kaido looked at Umi and said with confusion, "You've gotten weaker, Umi, and I've gotten stronger. I don't remember fighting you." Kaido, dodging Kaido's next attack, Umi instantly appeared beside Whitebeard and shook his reddened palm. Umi realized that without using the Kaioken, it was indeed impossible to defeat an emperor. For now, he needed to find a strong ally first. "Whitebeard, do you want to team up with me to take down Kaido?" Whitebeard was slightly taken aback, but still actively responded, "All right, that's great." After consuming another sins of bean, Whitebeard's injuries were completely healed, and he charged towards Kaido alongside Umi. The 3 of them were locked in an intense battle on the icy plains. Chapter 99. Kobe's anger. The fierce wind from the punches surged, and Umi's fists pressed forward without hesitation. Kaido couldn't help but retreat, each step causing the ice beneath him to shatter, seemingly without any ability to fight back. Only it would take the blows. However, Umi was astonished. After taking so many punches, Kaido was completely unharmed, which was simply unbelievable. "Let me handle it, Umi," Whitebeard shouted, swinging his knife, causing the world to blur like an illusion. His powerful presence nearly spanned across the heavens and the earth. With every move, he shook the world, for he was the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. The Tsongyun slash cut directly across Kaido's chest, even tearing through space, yet Kaido's body was wrapped in haki, leaving him unscathed. This power shocked everyone. "Stone." Umi quickly followed up, gathering a massive amount of energy into his fist. A left hook flew out, causing Kaido's head to jerk violently to the side, and a crisp sound of a fracture echoed. Boom! As Kaido fell to the ground. It seemed the battle among the 3 formidable warriors had finally reached a conclusion, shaking the entire battlefield. Kaido was defeated. No one expected him to be the first of the 4 emperors to fall. The new world would surely be thrown into chaos. Too strong. Umi is awesome. The show has just begun. Doflamingo, who was hovering in the air, laughed. "What did you say? Doflamingo, if you have the guts, come down." "Wait, Kaido. He's getting up again." "What?" Looking around, they saw that Kaido, who had just been down, was slowly rising. Using his hands to twist his head back into place, the adjustment was brutally rough. "How weak? You 2 have become so weak." Umi's expression darkened, and Whitebeard also frowned, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. Kaido, that was just an appetizer." "Good, bring it on," Kaido said, swinging his right arm, the Kanabo drawing circles in the air as he shouted, "Thunderbagwa." With that swing, A powerful hurricane swept towards everyone, and a terrifying force surged through the vast sky, even dispersing the dense clouds above. In the sparse moonlight, everyone looked back and saw that the area had been completely obliterated. In that brief moment, Umi and the others had already engaged in a true life-and-death struggle. This is too exaggerated. Get back. Don't get caught in the storm. You'll die. Everyone quickly moved away from that area, but the terrifying waves penetrated the battlefield, leaving almost no place safe. The ice kept shattering, and it seemed that no one had solid ground beneath their feet. As the seawater submerged his feet, Buggy flew in the air, panicking. Rayleigh, what should we do now? Let's just grab a warship. Rayleigh, who had found a new bottle of wine somewhere, said while drinking. Don't worry, Buggy, it's not that dangerous yet. Ignoring Buggy's worries, the gathered prisoners suddenly became excited and began discussing among themselves. Did you see that just now? I saw it clearly. Our great Captain Buggy actually spoke with the legendary king of hell, Rayleigh. He really is a big shot. Mr. 3 was speechless at the guys around him. It was just talking. He had also spoken with Rayleigh, so why was no one saying anything about him? Rayleigh's drink was even found by him. On the other side, the Navy's atmosphere was tense. Sengoku looked at the 3 returning admirals. Kizuru seemed unharmed, but Akiji had made himself an ice arm. As for Akainu, he was the most injured, now unconscious, possibly becoming a vegetable, and even if he woke up, he would need a wheelchair. How did it come to this? This is an unprecedented failure. Akiji and Kizuru fell silent. Even Garp was careful not to speak, the strange atmosphere weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Sengoku sat dejectedly on the ice, casually putting his Navy hat aside, and said, Tsuru, what's the casualty situation for the Navy? Not good. Tsuru was about to tell Sengoku the specifics, but was interrupted by him waving his hand. Forget it. You don't need to say anything. I have a rough idea. Then, Fleet Admiral, what should we do next? Retreat. Leave here. What? In the emergency meeting, the Navy present could hardly believe their ears. They had suffered such a great loss and were actually going to choose to retreat with their tails between their legs. For a moment, even with Sengoku's command, some hawkish Navy members immediately stood up, stomping on the ice. Are you kidding? Fleet Admiral, we've lost so many people. Just leave like this. Are you crazy? Fleet Admiral, we absolutely cannot leave here. That would be surrendering to the pirates. If Akainu were here, he would never agree to this. Yeah, everyone's sacrifice cannot be in vain. Please reconsider, Fleet Admiral. Standing behind Garp, Kobe pressed his head down, feeling drained from the awakening of observation hockey. At this moment, he was also drawn into the heated argument. Sengoku's expression was serious as he said, This is the result of my careful consideration. Now retreat. Leave here. This war is undoubtedly a failure for the Navy. I will take full responsibility. I might not be able to serve as Fleet Admiral anymore, but I am still the Fleet Admiral. This is my last order. Retreat from here. All forces withdraw. Sengoku. Tsuru looked at Sengoku's determined profile, knowing the immense pressure he was bearing. Don't joke around. We are the Navy. We absolutely cannot lose to pirates. My troops and I will not leave. That's right. Even if we all die, it's better to take down one more pirate. That makes sense. Admiral Sakazuki would agree with us. Admirals, Vice Admiral Garp, and Tsuru, please say something too. Persuade the Fleet Admiral. Hearing these words, Kobe could no longer contain himself. The screams of the injured Navy members still echoed in his mind, and tears streamed down his face once more. Kobe was indeed a timid and cowardly guy, but he was also genuinely kind-hearted. Please don't. Kobe cried out while sobbing. Please don't fight anymore. Clearly, we've already suffered heavy casualties. Why must we continue fighting? Stop saying foolish things about eliminating pirates. It doesn't even matter how many Navy members die. We are all living people. We have families waiting for us to come back. Please cherish life more. Kobe's speech stunned everyone for a moment, and after about 10 seconds, some Navy members angrily stood up, saying, Who are you? Who gave you the right to speak? Just a mere Navy soldier. What foolishness are you spouting? This is simply a warped worldview. As angry fists came down, Kobe was too scared to move, only standing there with tears streaming down his face. Kobe was psychologically terrified. He knew he might indeed be wrong. But the reason he wanted to become an admiral was to catch the bad guys who bully others, not to watch more lives flow away before his eyes like this. I'm so embarrassed, Mr. Luffy. Bang. This. Vice Admiral Garp? How could it be? Ha ha ha, it's okay, it's all my fault. A crisp voice rang out, and Kobe was unscathed as Garp took the punch on his own face. Despite the flustered Vice Admiral who had acted out, Garp remained calm and said to everyone, Please forgive this little guy, but I share his opinion. We should retreat. The Navy in the meeting hadn't even had time to react when Akiji followed up. I agree. Let's retreat. With Kizaru's silence, this brief meeting officially came to an end. Chapter 100. Taking the hardest hits and saying the harshest words. Captain Buggy. The Navy has launched an operation. What should we do? What? Buggy, who was drinking heavily with Rayleigh, suddenly became much more alert upon hearing this. This is bad. Umi and the others are still fighting Kaido. And we can't deal with the Navy with just a few of us. We can only run away for now. As Buggy pondered, Rayleigh spoke up, saying, "Don't worry, I'm still here." As soon as Rayleigh spoke, Buggy immediately perked up, fueled by the alcohol, and shouted, "All right, everyone, let's charge in." What? But Umi and the others aren't here? Mr. 3 mumbled quietly. How can we charge in with just a few of us? At that moment, he could still feel the ice beneath them shaking violently, the giant dragon in the distance roaring and clawing, while a massive mechanical being held him down, preventing him from taking flight. Countless terrifying attacks struck the giant dragon, which had already been battered to pieces, and very few dared to approach. Yet despite this, the dragon's vitality exceeded everyone's expectations. It remained lively, roaring and breathing out scorching breath, melting the ice around it. Buggy felt his authority being challenged. He regretted boasting just a moment ago, but at that moment, he sternly said, "Who am I?" "Everyone, you are the great Captain Buggy, the former crew member of the Pirate King, the right-hand man of Lord Umi, and the one who leads us forward, Captain Buggy." The prisoners' eyes sparkled as if they had rehearsed this together, their shouts synchronized. Could I be wrong? Buggy's head soared high, seriously scanning all the prisoners, his face reddening. Absolutely not. Great. Let's go. We will fight the Navy to the death. What? You actually said you would take the head of the Navy, Admiral? That's amazing. Captain Buggy. He never actually said that. Mr. 3's face twitched as he looked at the prisoners in front of him, deeply feeling what loneliness truly meant. Rayleigh was laughing heartily at these guys. So, under the swaying Buggy-esque leadership, a group of prisoners charged toward the Navy, shouting, "Everyone, kill them." But when they got closer, they found that all the Navy had already boarded their warships, with only a few autumn breezes blowing by. Confused, Buggy also sobered up, shouting, "Damn Navy, what kind of trick are they playing now?" "No." Mr. 3 adjusted his glasses and observed closely, saying, "It seems the Navy is retreating. This battle is our victory." "What? Captain Buggy, you are so amazing." Suddenly, a prisoner reacted and shouted, What happened? How is Buggy amazing again?" Mr. 3 couldn't take it anymore. He felt that these prisoners had completely lost their minds. "Captain Buggy, you must have predicted all of this, knowing the Navy was going to retreat, and hurried over to take the Admiral's head at this moment. Are you kidding? No way. Truly, Captain Buggy is incredible. He must be a messenger sent by the gods. It's like he can see the future." The increasingly elevated Buggy laughed wildly, feeling that he had become exceptionally formidable. Ever since he joined Umi, everything had been going too smoothly. "Captain Buggy, let us charge. Let us wipe out the Navy, leaving none alive." This. Buggy was sweating, feeling that this suggestion was very inappropriate. Since the Navy had stopped fighting, it would be a bit much to continue attacking. Buggy thought it would be better to be sensible. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 was wiping his cracked glasses, saying, "This is bad. While the Navy can leave at will, we don't have a ship to escape on." "What? No way." Buggy also began to feel anxious. "But there are so many frozen warships. The Navy can't possibly leave all of them. There must be a few left." As they were talking, a sudden flash lit up the night sky, illuminating this icy domain. What is that light? So blinding. Oh no, it's Admiral Kizaru. We must quickly inform Umi and the others. However, it was clearly too late, accompanied by a whisper in the air. Countless dazzling light projectiles rained down from the sky, and the deafening explosions echoed throughout. The Navy's warships broke through the ice. When Buggy and the others opened their eyes again, they found that the Navy's warships had begun to depart. Even if there were remaining ships, they were merely smoking and burning wrecks. No way. They really all left. What should we do? Captain Buggy. What else is there to say? Chase them down and kill the Navy. Reclaim the warships. Exactly. Let us take the warships while we can. Some impatient pirates immediately launched an attack, and Buggy followed closely behind. But just then a chill swept through, and all these fierce pirates turned into ice sculptures. "Admiral Akiji, is he still alive? What a joke. We are no match for the Admiral. There is no need to be afraid of him. He is missing an arm. How could he possibly be our opponent?" That said, names carry weight. And looking at the man on the ice, All the pirates showed fear and stopped in their tracks. Sorry, this path is closed. Gulp. Buggy unconsciously swallowed, feeling that he had encountered the greatest crisis. As Akiji spoke, he stepped down, causing the ice beneath to quake violently, and a towering wall rose up, blocking everyone. He crouched down, reached out to the ice, and when he stood up again, he was holding an ice knife. The ice knife exuded a chilling aura, its blade even glinting in the firelight. Seeing Akiji single-handedly blocking everyone, Rayleigh stepped forward casually, saying, clearly not wanting to fight, but in the end, still having to take action. Mr. Rayleigh. Buggy was so moved he was about to cry. Were you worried I secretly followed you? I knew you would. Idiot. I called him over. Mr. 3 proudly adjusted his glasses, and it wasn't just Mr. Rayleigh. Jimby and Ivankov also followed Rayleigh, stepping forward amidst the cheers of the pirates. I didn't expect to sleep so long. The war is almost over. The ice block boy is really good. Too bad he has an enemy. If the opponent is just you guys, even I would have a hard time. Akiji said, yet he did not retreat, actively engaging in battle with Rayleigh. On the other side, Whitebeard was fighting with Blackbeard's crew, while Crocodile was just there for show, splashing around. Umi and the others were beating Kaido fiercely, but this guy was indeed tough-skinned. After a long time, he still showed no signs of injury. Ha ha ha. You're all so weak. Come on, you're the one getting beaten up. Watching Kaido, who was spouting nonsense, Umi suddenly felt that this guy had been beaten silly. Clearly, he was the one being attacked, yet he acted so proud, as if he had won. Umi wanted to use the Kaioken, but felt it was somewhat unnecessary. After all, he thought he might be going a bit too far. Bastard. Stop pretending here. Kid was extremely angry at Kaido's arrogance, swinging his mechanical giant arm and smashing it directly onto Kaido's dragon nose. How itchy it chew. The blue dragon merely sneezed, and a fierce gust of wind blew Kid away, causing his mechanical arm to disintegrate in the storm. Killer stopped swinging his scythe and ran towards Kid, managing to catch him after a few jumps. But they were still unable to withstand the force of the wind and ended up being pushed back. In the end, Umi lent a hand and pulled both of them. This guy, Red Count, watched the former intern of the Rocks Pirates and couldn't imagine that he would possess such terrifying power now. Barrett controlled a giant machine, pressing down on the dragon's neck like a giant, then delivered a heavy punch to Kaido's head. Boom! The tremendous impact caused the ice surface to sink again, but the blue dragon continued to sway its body and instead laughed. Are you scratching me? Put some strength into it. Umi, standing in the air, also noticed the retreating navy and said, forget about that guy. Let's go. Chapter 101. The dragon's reverse scale leaving? I haven't had enough fun yet. While others hadn't said much, Kaido was clearly unhappy. His body trembled, and his dragon tail swung back violently, striking Barrett hard and breaking free from his restraints. Don't even think about leaving without killing me. Just moments after enduring so many attacks, Kaido launched a fierce counterattack as if nothing had happened. His mouth opened wide, and a stream of fire engulfed the area, turning it into a sea of flames. You're really annoying. Umi, carrying Kid and another person, dashed through the flames, soaring into the sky. He kicked fiercely at the blue dragon's jaw, and a massive wave of white energy erupted behind him, extinguishing even the sea of fire at that moment. Boom! The powerful kick left Kaido momentarily dazed, but before he could fall, he regained his senses, twisting in the air and opening his mouth to unleash a blast of hot breath towards Umi. The torrent of heat surged forward, a terrifying energy that seemed endless, sweeping across the sea and lingering for a long time. Umi, meanwhile, was carrying both Kid and the other person, teleporting directly above Kaido and preparing to stomp down to suppress him. However, Kaido was not easily subdued. He struggled violently in the air. Even Umi was almost thrown off. Barrett. Coming back to his senses, Barrett pulled Kaido's body down from the sky, and with the prepared Red Earl, he slashed through the air, striking the dragon's head. The giant dragon was then swung by Barrett and slammed hard onto the ice surface, seeing the blue dragon temporarily lose consciousness. The battle-crazed Barrett released the dragon's tail and sighed. Finally, it's over. Umi looked at Kid on his shoulder, sighed helplessly, wondering why he had to provoke a madman like Kaido in the first place. Beside them, the Red Earl relaxed his expression, but then suddenly changed his face, shouting, "Get out of the way! Thunderbagua!" Tiny black bolts of lightning exploded, and Kaido, holding his kanabo, had a clear look in his eyes, completely different from his previous madness. With one swing, he sent Barrett's giant mechanical creation flying away. What a perfect home run. It was all too fast. It wasn't until Barrett flew into the sea that Omi reacted, his face turning exceptionally grim. It shouldn't be like this. Despite enduring so many attacks, he shouldn't be this unharmed. Kaido shouldn't still be this strong. I will not lose, Omi. Kaido did not rush to attack. Instead, he proclaimed loudly. Omi frowned and asked, "What do you mean? I am an immortal monster. No matter how much you attack me, I won't get hurt, and I certainly won't die. This is my power. But, Omi, I thought you were different. Ever since you defeated me with one punch 13 years ago, I've been looking for you, and now you've become so weak. It's truly disappointing." Kaido raised his kanabo, pointing at Omi and the others. "Choose, Omi, be my subordinate or die." As Kaido spoke, small blue dragon scales rapidly appeared and arranged themselves all over his body. He was completely alert, donning an indestructible armor, with powerful haki wrapping around him, embodying true invincibility. Under normal circumstances, Kaido would think about recruiting strong individuals he liked. Even if they refused, he wouldn't give up or get angry, instead sparing their lives. But Omi was different. Although Kaido often said Omi and Whitebeard had become weak, that was merely to undermine his opponent's confidence. Kaido could see that Omi seemed much younger than when he last encountered him, even if their appearances were the same. Thus, Kaido only left Omi with two options: submit to him or die. Because Omi was truly a threat to him, no, he would eventually become stronger than him. Isn't it great to agree? Flamingo Minga suddenly appeared from somewhere, laughing heartily. If we combine our strengths, we can definitely overturn this world. Let's make a big fuss. The Red Earl narrowed his eyes, revealing a gentlemanly smile, but he couldn't suppress his killing intent. The two of them, one playing the bad cop and the other the good cop, were truly disgusting. Ridefield unconsciously tightened his grip on his umbrella sword, waiting for Omi's decision. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Omi dug at his ear, saying, "I don't like being a subordinate." Rejection was to be expected. Minga adjusted his sunglasses and said nothing, silently increasing the distance. What a pity. As he sighed, Kaido swung his kanabo and charged forward. Omi was about to move, but Ridefield was the first to draw his sword to meet him. The two sides began a fierce battle, terrifying waves of energy rippling across the battlefield, startling even Blackbeard and Whitebeard's groups who were fighting. Omi wanted to rush in to help immediately, but turned to Kid and the other person instead, saying, "You two, go check on Barrett. Don't let him drown in the sea." "Yes," Kira answered readily, but Kid bit his lip, his expression grim. He felt that Omi was protecting them, finding an excuse to make them leave the battlefield. Thinking back to when he first encountered Aokiji, all Kid had met were monsters, turning him into a mere background character. Damn it, why am I so weak? Seeing Kid's frustrated rage, Omi felt a bit awkward, but Kira stepped forward and said, "Kid, don't think like that. Everyone has weaknesses. You'll become stronger in the future, stronger than anyone." "What did you say?" Before Kid could respond, Omi became excited, suddenly realizing a blind spot. That's right. Everyone has weaknesses. Even he has a fear of being caught by the tail. Although now only Karina knows this secret, it is indeed his weakness. Then what about Kaido? As one of the four emperors, he seemed too powerful in the original work, which means he must have a flaw. Otherwise, he wouldn't be an opponent that Luffy and the others could easily defeat. So if there is a weakness in Kaido, it makes sense. Some things, once you understand them, you realize how simple they are. A dragon has a reverse scale. Touching it means death. Although the saying means that in legend, there is a scale on the dragon's neck that grows in the opposite direction, and if someone touches it, the dragon will kill them. But as Omi looked at Kaido battling Ridefield, he couldn't help but smile, knowing that there must be a scale on Kaido that was his reverse scale. The X-shaped scar on his right abdomen from being cut by Kazuki Oden. With this realization, Omi exploded with energy, transforming into an arrow shot towards Kaido. The air behind him bursting with a roar. Even the ice surface he just landed on collapsed. Stone. With a punch, the heavens and earth shook. Even if Kaido took this powerful blow, he felt dizzy and fell straight onto the ice. Ridefield, strike his right abdomen. Hearing Omi shout, Ridefield, though confused, immediately obeyed the captain's orders, swinging his sword down, the blade entwined with an eerie crimson glow. Before the sword reached, the violent sword energy had already arrived. The scarlet sword energy collided fiercely with the dragon scales on Kaido's right abdomen, and as sparks flew, Kaido roared in anger, swinging his kanabo towards Ridefield's head. Clang! Watching Omi lift the elongated Rui stick to block the strike, Kaido activated his Conqueror's Haki in the next moment, unleashing an astonishing shockwave that changed the color of the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, neither Ridefer nor Omi were weak. Both were completely unaffected. Omi even had the mood to smile at Kaido, and said, "Aren't you supposed to be invulnerable? Why are you so anxious?" In just a few seconds, the Crimson Sword energy had already cut through the hard dragon scales, and Rafer's umbrella sword also sliced in. Puff! Hearing the sound of blood splattering, Ridefer could hardly believe his ears. This was the first time today he had seen that monster Kaido bleed. Roar! Feeling the pain, Kaido let out a dragon's roar and was about to transform into a giant dragon to fly into the sky. Omi and Ridefer initially wanted to seize the opportunity to pursue, but they both took half a step back simultaneously. Doflamingo had made his move. The invisible threads sliced through the air in front of them, and the ice surface beneath their feet was directly split in half by these threads. Rafer's face was filled with anger, but Omi showed a hint of surprise. Just now, as the blue dragon soared into the sky, he had surprisingly caught sight of the Kazuki clan's family crest, resembling the divine bird Yada no Kagami on the intact scales of Kaido. Chapter 102. The dragon has no reverse scale. Omi was momentarily stunned, wondering why the family crest of Yada no Kagami would appear on the still intact scales. Could this be a backup plan from Kazuki Oden? Meanwhile, the blue dragon soared into the sky. In such a short time, the wound inflicted by Raiderfield had turned into a shallow scratch, healing at a speed beyond anyone's imagination. He couldn't believe he had been injured again, especially since his current defenses were worlds apart from before. Kaido's massive body moved through the clouds, peering down at Omi and the others, declaring, "You two must die here. Doflamingo, you too. What a predicament. I thought we would be allies." Doflamingo laughed in the air, saying, "It seems someone will definitely die here soon." Omi chuckled lightly and replied, "Let's fight. No need for idle chatter. We won T lose anyway." Both sides were on edge, ready to clash, when suddenly the ice beneath them flipped over, and the entire space seemed to turn upside down. The sea surged onto the ice surface. Omi glanced over and saw that Whitebeard had indeed seized the opportunity, pinning the careless Blackbeard to the ground, with Tornado Cut already lodged next to Blackbeard's neck. Marco and Ace were blocking Blackbeard's crew, shouting for Whitebeard to act quickly, but he hesitated, leading to a severe blow in the next moment. Omi wanted to observe further, but fire began to rain from the sky. Stepping through the water that had risen to his calves, Omi soared into the sky, re-engaging Kaido. Raiderfield was battling with Doflamingo. The sharp threads and soaring sword energy had already caused numerous scars on the floating ice below, with only the sound of cracking and expanding fissures echoing. The majestic dragon twisted and turned in the sky, and a violent airflow surged outward. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Omi flew close to Kaido's body like a small insect, evading detection. "Bastard, stop right there. I'll tear you to pieces." The dragon's eyes turned red, its breath causing the clouds to gather. The pitch-black thunderclouds just engulfed him. But the next moment, this place transformed into a sea of lightning. As the electric snakes danced wildly, Omi felt a tingling sensation throughout his body and burst out of the sea of thunderclouds, where dragon claws had long been waiting. It was unimaginable power. Kaido's dragon claws sliced through the air, creating an air blade, a fierce strike that pushed the use of armament haki to its limits. Omi narrowed his eyes, quickly detecting the danger. Tilting his head and shaking his arms, he threw a punch right away. Without flinching or retreating, his fist met the dragon claw accurately. Boom! A terrifying hurricane swept through, thunder exploded, and the powerful force radiated outward, even dispersing the dark clouds, restoring the sky to clarity. Bot. The dragon's mouth suddenly expanded into a spherical shape, its scorching breath causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. The terrifying flames shot up like a divine waterfall, melting even the ice surface far from the sky. Omi felt his drenched clothes drying instantly in that moment. Instantaneous movement. The next moment, Omi appeared above the dragon's head, stomping hard on the dragon's elongated mouth, stopping it from exhaling hot breath. The dragon, struck by this blow, nearly bulged its eyes out, flames bursting from its mouth, and black smoke billowing from its nostrils as it plummeted from the sky. The enraged dragon exhaled spiraling smoke, wrapping itself in thunderclouds once more, and roared at Omi. Roar! Damn brat! No matter how many times you hit me, I won't be hurt. The one who will win is me. Omi, standing high in the air, maintained a calm expression, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Kaido. "Kaido, do you know? I just discovered your flaws on your body. There are actually more than a dozen of them." "What?" The dragon was momentarily stunned, then roared, "Impossible. You're lying to me." "Maybe, but I think I understand now. Kazuki Oden is really still alive. You actually know that guy. And you're talking some strange big talk. But no one can save you today." "Omi." the furious dragon swung its tail, shooting straight up into the sky. Its massive mouth opened wide, its jagged teeth sharp as blades, emanating a scorching flame aura. Omi merely chuckled, and the next moment, he disappeared from his spot, appearing alongside the dragon. Before him, blue dragon scales shot up like a high-speed train. Found it the scissors. Omi's right hand burst forth with pure white light, transforming into a long blade, directly piercing a dragon scale on Kaido, which bore the family crest of the Kazuki clan, resembling the divine bird Yada no Kagami. Clang. The indestructible blue dragon scale shattered upon contact with Omi's air blade. The sensation of piercing flesh and blood surged through him, and in an instant, Omi turned his hand into a blade, charging straight down towards the ice surface. Feeling the pain, the dragon let out a terrifying wail, shaking its body and directly flinging Omi away. Omi flipped in the air, watching the dragon writhe in pain with a gash exposed on its body, choosing not to press the attack, instead waiting leisurely. The massive dragon body twisted and turned in the sky, and Kaido looked at the large wound from which blood was continuously seeping, his face darkening as he fell silent. Dragon blood rained down onto the ice surface. Even Doflamingo was momentarily stunned into inaction, spectating from the sidelines. The sunglasses on his face concealed the intense fluctuations in his eyes. He could hardly believe that this monster Kaido had sustained such severe injuries. It was simply unbelievable. You were actually telling the truth. Kaido's expression was grim as he recalled the man who had persevered to death in a boiling pot of oil. He felt both anger and a hint of respect. Damn it, that guy set me up, and I didn't notice at all. Dragons originally had no reverse scales. It was Kazuki Oden who left the reverse scale on you. Omi's expression turned serious as he said earnestly, he probably believed that someday his descendants would realize his dream. So he made his utmost effort to leave a fatal flaw on you. Ha ha! The dragon laughed heartily, almost to the point of tears, saying, that guy is indeed an incredible man, but I am the strongest. Dead is dead. Winning is winning. Anything about living on is all false. Omi, thank you. Thank you for helping me discover the flaws on my body. I will find each and every one of my reverse scales and ensure that Kazuki Oden truly dies. And as repayment, Omi, let me send you and that guy Kazuki Oden to death together. It's better to say less big talk. Omi unconsciously rubbed his forehead, saying, even without relying on Kazuki Oden, I can easily handle you. The dragon's nostrils exhaled white mist, dark clouds gathering, with lightning flashing beneath its foreclaws, slowly moving toward Omi, saying, just because you wounded me once, you think you've already won? The life and death struggle is only just beginning. You could go. I didn't want to use this move because it's really exhausting. But let me show you anyway, haha. Omi's entire body erupted with energy. A terrifying aura soaring into the sky, surrounded by thunder. Hinkai fist. As Omi was enveloped in a crimson flame, his hair stood on end, and Kaido roared like a dragon and charged forward. In the next moment, the two collided. Omi truly didn't seek out Kaido's weaknesses as he had claimed. Instead, he swung his fist as large as a sandbag, striking Kaido's head again and again. The giant dragon soared into the air, disregarding defense and attacking with all its might, while wind, fire, thunder, and lightning obeyed its command, causing Omi significant trouble for a time. But trouble is ultimately just trouble. After dodging the dragon's breath, Omi immediately lifted his leg and swept it horizontally, the whip-like kick clearing the wind and clouds, and Kaido's dragon horn was directly kicked off by Omi. How is this possible? How did you suddenly become so strong? No matter how puzzled Kaido was, Omi had no interest in explaining further. A brilliant white light flickered in his hand, which he pressed directly onto the giant dragon's head. Go down for me. Boom! As the bloody giant dragon fell from the sky, Doflamingo and Red Count quickly dodged, but to their surprise, the already cracked ice floe completely disintegrated after being struck and began to sink into the deep sea. Chapter 103 The Honest Man. As the brilliant morning sun peeked out, the sea after the battle was dyed a golden hue. After the rain, the sky was clear with no clouds, only a few gentle breezes brushing against them. Omi was holding Riderfell, suspended in midair, feeling the warm sunlight enveloping him, as if he had been reborn. Unfortunately, beneath him was a chaotic scene that was almost as loud as a bustling market. This place is going to collapse too. Hurry and leave. Bastard, why are there only a few pirate ships left? So cold. Pull me up. I'm going to freeze to death. The seawater here is too cold. Omi, who was initially in a good mood, couldn't help but express some dissatisfaction, complaining to Riderfell. These guys are so noisy early in the morning. Riderfell rolled his eyes and said, Captain, they're fleeing for their lives. You have the least right to complain. If it weren't for you knocking Kaido down, this wouldn't have happened. When Kaido fell onto the floating ice, it caused a violent tremor, and the already cracked ice completely disintegrated. Now, almost all the ice surface was collapsing, reverting back to a vast ocean. Although people in the pirate world could stay suspended in the air using techniques like moonwalk, it all depended on their explosive physical abilities. The longer they stayed in the air, the more stamina it consumed, not to mention some pirates who couldn't even fly. So, as the floating ice gradually sank, the pirates on the ice were all frantically scrambling about, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Riderfell held Umi's hand as they hovered in the air, observing the chaos below, with a hint of reproach in his tone. Captain, it's too much. How could there be no place left for us to stand? Huh? What does that have to do with me? Umi's eyes unconsciously glared sideways, saying, It's not me who sank the ice, it's Kaido. Besides, Whitebeard and the others are also fighting, especially the guy Whitebeard, always causing earthquakes and tsunamis. So this place is sinking because of him, right? Speaking of this, Umi also remembered and said, You were fighting pretty fiercely too. I saw the ice surface was damaged by your sword energy. I was just fighting in the air. Getting older, my memory is getting worse. Red Count supported his head and said, Captain, let the past be the past. It's better to look forward in life. But Captain, what do we do now? You're not planning to have everyone cling to your thigh and fly back to land, are you? Just thinking about that scene made Umi feel cold. It would be too terrifying to have a bunch of people crammed together. Besides, he could teleport. Why use such an old-fashioned method? However, with this number of people, even Umi couldn't easily teleport away. Moreover, Umi discovered that with his current strength, he still couldn't cover the energy globally, so his teleportation distance was still limited. Sigh. Still not strong enough, Captain. Can I hit you? Why? I hate bastards like you who don't know how to be satisfied. Umi suddenly felt speechless, just as he was about to have a proper discussion with Riderfell, when he suddenly heard someone in the distance on the floating ice calling his name. It's Ace. Umi took the initiative to fly over with Riderfell, who, out of pride, pushed Umi's hand away and walked gracefully in the air. This guy, still pretending to be cool at this age. Umi despised Riderfell as he arrived at a section of floating ice that hadn't sunk yet, where the Whitebeard pirates were gathered, with Ace and Marco among them. Ace, are you all okay? Umi took the initiative to speak, while Red Count stood by coldly. We're all fine, it's just that, Dad. Ace forced a smile and said, No more, you've really caused us trouble this time. I want to thank you again on behalf of my brother. I'm also very grateful to you. I can't repay your life-saving grace, so if there's anything in the future, just command me, and I'll do my best to help you. Seeing Ace so serious, Umi felt somewhat embarrassed and repeatedly gestured for him not to mind. However, Red Count spoke up and asked, What happened to Whitebeard? After all, he is a gem that has survived the sands of time. These guys actually have some feelings for each other. Marco, as the ship's doctor, rubbed his eyes and said, That bastard Blackbeard shot a hole in Dad's chest. His body was already not in good shape. How infuriating. Dad is just too soft-hearted. That bastard. He chose to escape last night. He doesn't deserve to be a pirate. Speaking of this matter, Diamond Jaws also expressed his indignation. Exactly. If it weren't for Kizaru suddenly intervening, he definitely wouldn't have gotten away. Kizaru appeared again. Umi was taken aback. The life force of people in the pirate world is really strong. He thought the 3 admirals would be heavily injured if they weren't dead. But unexpectedly this guy could still strike. Ace also had a serious expression and said, That guy suddenly appeared, attacked us, and then quickly left. But he took your subordinate away. My subordinate? Which one? Umi thought about his subordinates. In fact, he didn't even remember most of their faces. If the prisoners knew, the morale would definitely plummet, and they would completely lose faith in their captain. It's that transvestite. He transformed into Ace's appearance and was captured by Kizaru right away. At that time, we all thought Ace had been caught, and we desperately tried to save him, but couldn't stop it. Huh? Mr. 2? Umi was stunned. Wasn't this guy supposed to be following Ivankov? Umi thought he would join the Revolutionary Army later. The captains of the various divisions of Whitebeard's crew saw Umi not speaking and thought he was angry. So they hurriedly bowed together and said, We're really very sorry. Forget it. That guy will probably be fine. Umi carefully sensed the energy within the range. Although he had some unexpected surprises, he didn't find the transvestite's energy and gave up on the idea of rescuing him. What are your plans next? Are you going back to the New World? Red Count adjusted his sleeves and asked. This? Marco hesitated a bit and shook his head. We will go back, but only after killing Blackbeard. That bastard absolutely cannot be forgiven. Flower Sword Vista also twirled his long mustache and said, even if we give up, that guy's already set his sights on Dad. He will come after us eventually. Exactly. Kill Blackbeard. Seeing the united front of the Whitebeard pirates, Umi was somewhat surprised and felt the incredible charm of Whitebeard. It was truly enviable. Umi, what did you give Dad to eat yesterday? Can you give us another one? We'll agree to whatever you ask. Hearing Marco's request, Umi nodded in agreement, but he also told them that the fairy beans cost money, 50 billion berries each. So, seeing Marco's shocked expression, Umi suddenly felt his conscience being tested. He had actually raised the price tenfold. It was only 5 billion in the system store, making him feel like a heartless merchant. How about lowering the price a bit? No, when we gather 100 billion in treasure, we will contact you. 100 billion? Why so much? I said it was 50. Umi was momentarily stunned, completely forgetting that he had previously snatched the 20 billion berries worth of heavenly gold from the celestial dragons. Of course, the one from yesterday should also be counted. Dad, didn't he help you deal with Kaido in the end? It's all our fault for not being capable enough. I'm really sorry. Ah, so dazzling, too bright, this light is blinding. Looking at the members of the Whitebeard pirates in front of him, Umi suddenly felt like a despicable person. Big brothers, you guys are pirates, aren't you? This is too honest and serious. Umi was not optimistic about these guys being able to kill Blackbeard. Their character wasn't too bad, but when facing the cunning and sly Blackbeard, they were only fit to drink his bathwater. With complicated feelings, Umi fell silent. Baron Red took the initiative to check on the injured Whitebeard, who seemed quite spirited and chatted a bit with Baron Red while having a drink. Umi also heard from Ace about Luffy and their experiences, and when he heard that Luffy chose not to leave because he had promised to hold a banquet, he was surprised again. Am I too bad, or are they too foolish? Sigh. Leaning against the iceberg, Umi stared blankly at the blue sky and white clouds. Feeling troubled, he suddenly used teleportation to appear next to Karina. Looking at the girl curled up and sleeping on Billy's body, drooling, Umi couldn't help but smile. Watching the sunlight fall on her face, Umi gently patted Karina's cheek to wake her up. What? Is it you? Karina stretched her body, her eyes seeming to smile, and said, good morning. Ah, good morning. Umi smiled too, and by the way, he had never thought Karina was this beautiful before. Chapter 104. Mutual affection. They say women are like the weather, changing unpredictably, and Karina is no exception. Just a moment ago, she was smiling and saying good morning to Umi, but in the blink of an eye, her expression turned serious. You bastard Umi. You actually left me all alone on this abandoned warship. Do you know I was so scared last night I couldn't even sleep? And, wait a minute, it's so noisy outside. It's super loud. I can barely hear myself think. What are you guys doing, trying to destroy the world or something? I said wait a minute. And what about the tsunami and earthquake? It hasn't stopped at all. Thank goodness you can still see me now. I thought I wouldn't survive last night. You're insane, pointing your finger at your face like that. Can you just listen to me properly? The more Karina spoke, the angrier she became, and she pounded her fists on Billy, who was still asleep, causing him to lift his head in confusion. Huh? Am I not allowed to sleep? Umi seized this opportunity and quickly spoke up. What? I said you were drooling in your sleep. Wipe it off. What? You jerk? Karina wiped her drool. Her face as red as a monkey's bottom. She was too embarrassed to look Umi in the eye and hurriedly explained, I was just really tired. I just fell asleep. I don't drool when I sleep. Really? This was an accident. Ah, I see. Hearing Umi's voice unexpectedly gentle, Karina looked up seriously and asked, is that really you, Umi? You're not an enemy, are you? This is your disguise. Seeing Karina nimbly flip behind Billy, looking cautious, Umi couldn't help but feel both amused and annoyed. Hey, it's really me, Umi. How could you not recognize me? Huh, no way. Umi's words would definitely lead him to ridicule her about drooling. Ah, Umi was taken aback, nervously waving his hands. No way. I shouldn't be that annoying. I wouldn't ridicule you. Thinking back carefully, Umi suddenly realized that Karina was right. This kind of thing did happen often. How should I put it? Umi immediately bowed and apologized loudly. I'm really sorry for the past. I'll change. Huh? You fake. What are you pretending for? Billy. Shock him. Huh? Are you sure? Billy shook his body, his feathers fluffing up, turning to look at Karina with a puzzled expression. Billy. Shock him. No, wait, anxiously. Umi watched Billy walk in and wanted to explain, but Billy didn't shock him. Instead, he rubbed his body against Umi, showing affection. Umi decided he would never dislike Billy the Duck again, feeling touched as he patted Billy's head. The Duck King quacked and voluntarily walked out of the warship's room. leaving only Umi and a stunned Karina behind. Huh? You really are Umi? Oh no. Now you're going to call me stupid again. Karina frantically rubbed her hair and said, I used to be smart. Why do I become so stupid when I meet you? I'm going crazy. Umi smiled helplessly and walked over to smooth Karina's purple hair, saying, Forget it, it's my fault too. I won't ridicule you anymore. Really? Karina looked at him with wide, pleading eyes. Really? Umi had just agreed but then regretted it, saying, but it's okay to tease you occasionally, right? Sometimes you really are quite foolish, ugh. Umi gasped, feeling his feet stumble, barely steadying himself. Seeing Karina grab his tail, Umi was shocked and asked, What are you doing? I just wanted to see if you're really Umi. Seeing Karina being cute, Umi wanted to spit on her face. But feeling his tail being held tighter, he could only force a smile and say, Since we confirmed it. Miss Karina, will you let go now? Sorry, I accidentally forgot. Hee. Hurry up and let go. Umi bit his lip, gritting his teeth. If she were an enemy, he would have definitely smashed her head by now. After training for so long, he still had some skills. However, it felt the same. Umi could only endure it. Having his tail held was still uncomfortable. So, the question arose, how many punches could Karina take from Umi? Of course, not a single one. So Umi wouldn't hit her. After all, they were comrades. Completely unaware that being comrades was the reason she could barely stay alive, Karina didn't cherish this opportunity at all. Instead, she proposed a condition at this moment. I'll let go, but you won't hold it against me later, right? You won't teach me a lesson? Umi swore, putting on his friendliest smile. How could I? I'm not that kind of person, Karina, you know that. That's good. Karina let go, looking at Umi with a bright smile, spreading her arms wide. Welcome back. Umi rolled his eyes at her, saying, Hey, didn't you say you wouldn't hold it against me? I'm not holding it against you. I didn't teach you a lesson. Can't I just say, Umi put on a grumpy face and turned to leave. Wait. Karina quickly blocked Umi's path, put her hands together and leaning in closely, staring intently at him. I was wrong just now. Please forgive me. Umi could smell a sweet fragrance from her, stepping back a bit. All right, I'm really not mad. Let us go. Go. Where to? I haven't thought it through either. Let us just regroup with the main force for now. Where did Billy go? As Umi spoke, he wanted to grab Karina's hand to teleport, but he suddenly hesitated, feeling reluctant. He was exactly an innocent guy. Rather, he had deeply experienced the grave of love, yet he felt shy at this moment, making Umi feel embarrassed. What's wrong? Are you still mad? Childish, a light laugh reached his ears, and Karina took the initiative to hold Umi's hand. Umi was momentarily stunned and laughed. No, I was just thinking about some things. I'm really not mad. Let us go. Once on the deck, Umi called out, Billy, where are you? Hearing Umi's call, Duck King Billy emerged from the water, quacking as he flew directly to the two of them. Good. Now we can go. Umi placed 2 fingers on his forehead to teleport more accurately, but he could do it without them too. Karina looked at Umi tentatively. She was initially thinking about how to tell him that Billy could carry her to fly, but was afraid Umi would think she had a problem with him. Just as she was tangled up, unsure of what to do, Karina felt a flash in front of her eyes, and the next moment, she realized that the surrounding environment had changed. On a small piece of floating ice, Umi and Karina were surrounded by a group of fierce-looking pirates. These guys were busily transporting the injured and counting heads, as everyone was preparing for evacuation. After all, this was considered Navy territory, and one could never be sure when they would be ready to come over and attack. So the pirates naturally wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Karina wasn't mentally prepared for this either. Upon suddenly seeing these pirates with arms thicker than her thighs, she instinctively leaned closer to Umi, but she quickly calmed down. Just as she was thinking of using her charm to smile friendly at the approaching pirates, she found that they were smiling even brighter and shouting loudly at her. Lord Umi, you're back. Captain Umi, we missed you so much. Long live Captain Umi. I knew you were the strongest. Seeing the lively scene around her, Karina was taken aback again and turned to Umi, asking, Do they all know you? What did you do? Umi was just thinking about how to explain when a voice came from the warship. It was Rayleigh, the Dark King. He was holding a jug of alcohol and laughing heartily. Umi, you're back. Isn't this Karina? Umi want to pick you up. Uncle Rayleigh. Finally, someone I know. Karina felt a bit more at ease and hurriedly followed Umi onto the warship as the crowded crowd quickly made way. It felt really good to have others clear a path for her, although Karina didn't know what had happened. Her keen sense made her realize Umi's status in the eyes of others, giving her a somewhat imposing aura of power by association. Chapter 105. Kaido, who doesn't give up upon boarding the warship. Umi discovered that most of the people he knew were here, with only Sand Crocodile and Mr. One missing. Because that guy Akiji was blocking the way, they managed to seize 3 warships. But you guys have really gone too far. Have you actually collapsed this place? Rayleigh greeted Karina and smiled as he recounted their experiences. Omi was quite familiar with their movements. After all, the skill of sensing energy was really useful at times and could definitely be considered a tool for finding people. Omi also introduced these strange yet interesting characters to Karina one by one. This red-nosed one is Chopper Buggy, and this guy with the eyes is Mr. 3. But what was your name again, Mr. 3? Who are you calling red-nosed? No, the red nose is me. I am Buggy, haha. Buggy, who had just gotten angry, quickly put on a smile because of Omi, but inside, he was filled with resentment. Omi actually felt a bit guilty. He had forgotten that the red nose was Buggy's sore spot and had brought it up directly. Mr. 3 also looked at Omi with grievances and said, I am Galdino, Omi boss. Omi awkwardly smiled, but to outsiders, he appeared serious and angry. These guys are so funny. Are they comedians? Karina was amused by Buggy's rapid change of expression. Buggy's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Hey, Buggy, hold it together. Seeing Buggy's furious expression, Mr. 3 quietly advised, this woman clearly has a good relationship with Omi boss. Hey, can you perform? Karina casually took out a bracelet from the small bag on Billy's back and said, if you perform well, I'll give this to you. Buggy's face immediately turned red, and Mr. 3's face turned even paler. This woman is really too much. They are fierce pirates, not clowns from a circus, and they have professional dignity. This is just 2. Mr. 3 turned to find some sense of acknowledgement from Buggy, only to discover that this guy had already buried himself in a bottomless barrel of wine. Hi, now let us start the human dissection act. You can take the knife and chop the barrel in half, but it's about to start. Mr. 3 was horrified, but the surrounding pirates erupted in cheers. Omi was even more speechless. He certainly knew that Buggy recognized that the bracelet in Karina's hand was Captain John's treasure map, but this was too demeaning. Though he felt sorry for Buggy, Omi couldn't let Karina suffer, quickly saying, let us perform later. I still need to introduce you to other people. No, wait a minute, that bracelet. Omi pulled Karina away quickly, feeling genuinely apologetic towards Buggy in every aspect. Aren't you two waiting for me? Billy, who was left behind, was very surprised. After Omi and Karina walked a little further, they heard a familiar voice. Oh, Omi boy, why the rush? Ivan. Hearing this voice, Omi pointed at the sexy beauty in front of him and said, Karina, this is Ivan, a Revolutionary Army officer, king of transvestites. Ah, what a beautiful young lady. I wouldn't mind if you became my sweetheart. Your figure is also very nice. Oh, what a charming little mouth. Ivan suddenly turned into a big face and said, I like you more and more. Omi quickly dragged the stunned Karina to another side, saying, this is Jinbe, the warlord of the sea. He is definitely a normal person. Nice to meet you. The blue whale shark fishman politely bowed, but I am a fishman, Omi. Moreover, I will no longer be a warlord of the sea. This time, I probably caused a lot of trouble for everyone in Fishman Island. Sigh, speaking of which, I didn't help out my old man this time. It's really a mess. Omi didn't bother with the endlessly talking Jinbe and quickly greeted the 2 people leaning against the railing on the other side. Kid, Killer, are you two okay? Where's that guy Barrett? Omi-sama, I'm glad you're okay. Killer said respectfully, while Kid seemed to be in no mood and just nodded. Lord Barrett is currently training himself. He seems very concerned about the troubles he faced under Kaido. I see. The guy is really serious. Watching Kid and Killer leave, Karina, who had been observing, also asked, Omi, who is Barrett? He is a crew member I recruited. He is very strong and used to be on the Pirate King's ship. No way. Are you kidding? After hearing Barrett's identity, Karina widened her eyes in disbelief. Her pupils shrinking. Are people like that going to be our companions in the future? Were those just now? No. Only a few of them are our companions. I see, that's a relief, but this is just 2. For a moment, Karina was a bit shaken. She had wondered why Omi was helping to introduce personnel, only to find out they were future companions. For someone like Karina, who had no bounty and was just a small-time treasure hunter at sea, though she claimed to be a famous thief, she was just a small character in the vast ocean. And teaming up with former crew members of the Pirate King was simply astonishing news. Karina was a bit worried about whether the 2 sides could get along. To be more serious, could it be that I would be abandoned by this guy Omi? So Karina was very worried. However, Omi didn't think that much. Looking at Karina, he curiously said, Rayleigh is the same? Why are you so surprised? That rat. Buggy too. That was close. Omi breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, almost calling Buggy Red Nose again, which could be considered a curse. Karina also remembered that the gentle Rayleigh was actually the right-hand man of the Pirate King. But after spending time together, she realized that even the identity of a crew member of the Pirate King was just a support for Rayleigh, not his entirety. Uncle Rayleigh is different. What is different? In any case, he is different. How would I know if you don't say it? Seeing Umi and Karina getting more and more excited. The passing pirates didn't dare to approach and kept their distance. A well-dressed old gentleman, however, approached with his umbrella and said, "You two have a really good relationship." "Where's it good?" Umi and Karina said this in unison, then glared at each other fiercely, sparks flying. "What a strange pair of people." "But I can hear it clearly, Captain." Rayfield placed both hands on the umbrella handle and said, "I've been able to see through people's hearts since I was little. Although it can be annoying sometimes, it can also be fun, like now." Hearing this, Umi quickly averted his gaze, pretending nothing had happened, and pointed at Rayfield saying, "This is also a companion I chose. His name is..." Just then, a pirate near the ship's railing suddenly exclaimed, "Something seems to be rising from the seabed." Hearing the pirate's cry, Umi's heart tightened. He only now felt the energy he had been arguing about earlier. Damn it, why is this guy back again? On the deck, the pirates had gathered at the ship's railing, looking down at the sea. At that moment, beneath the blue surface where the warship was anchored, a dark shadow was rapidly expanding. In just a few breaths, the shadow on the seabed became enormous, dwarfing the warship, which occupied only a small part of it. What on earth is this thing? Could it be a sea king? It's not surprising. After all, this is Impel Down, so I wouldn't be shocked by any monster. It won't attack us, right? If the warship gets damaged, we won't be able to leave. What are you afraid of? Captain Umi and the others are here. Any monster is just good for us to get extra rations. Be careful, that shadow is. Boom, however, it was clear that Umi's warning came a little too late. Before he could finish his sentence, the previously calm sea suddenly erupted, and under the surge of massive waves, the entire warship began to sway like a fallen leaf. Chapter 106. The heart of the kill on the deck, huge waves crashed down, and countless pirates fell onto the hard surface in an instant. This attack came too suddenly. Umi had no time to spare, and his first priority was to ensure Karina's safety, as she was not as strong as Nami, the greatest fighter of the Straw Hat crew. Moreover, Karina was closest to him, so it was wise to save the painting nearest to the exit. There were absolutely no other reasons. At that moment, a massive, menacing dragon head emerged in the distance, just dozens of meters away from the warship. Its large mouth opened, spewing flames, and a powerful dragon breath shot out like an energy cannon. The dragon shook its head, and the dazzling pillar of fire reached the sky and the earth, with such terrifying heat that even the sea began to boil, threatening to sweep away all three warships on the surface. Before he could react, faced with this dangerous situation, Umi instinctively thought of using teleportation to move to a safe distance first. He was skilled in combat, but not in defense at this moment. Even if he wanted to unleash the Kamehameha wave, there was no time. Most importantly, there was someone next to him who absolutely could not be harmed. However, just as Umi reached for his forehead, he saw the warship quickly retreating on its own, with the sea instantly surging upwards, waves connecting with the sky, colliding with the heat wave. Boom! Brilliant light flashed, and the vaporized seawater instantly turned into white mist, enveloping the area, causing everyone to lose their vision temporarily. It seemed as if they had entered a fairyland. "Ha ha! Kaido, how dare you attack my territory so recklessly?" From the voice alone, Umi felt a sense of relief. He and the Golden Lion had become acquainted through their past encounters, and they were quite familiar with each other. Umi had been worried when he didn't see the old man earlier, but had also avoided asking, fearing he might hear bad news. Seeing that his attack had failed, the dragon was furious and exclaimed, "TCH, that old man is still alive? I didn't think you'd last this long. What a stroke of luck. Ha ha ha. You're just a little brat who can only talk big. You haven't improved at all over the years." As the white mist gradually dispersed, Umi saw the Golden Lion floating in the air, still as majestic as ever, though he couldn't hide a hint of decline. His right sleeve billowed in the wind. Lacking any physical form, Umi rushed to instruct Raidfill to take care of Karina, then flew into the sky and charged towards Kaido. "Captain, leave this to me." However, someone was faster than him. Barrett suddenly sprang out from somewhere, directly entering devil mode and throwing a punch at Kaido. Barrett's armament haki covered his entire body, and his punch created a gust of wind, causing waves to erupt behind him, leaving a deep pit where he had just jumped from the warship. Seeing Barrett's impressive display, eager to redeem himself, Umi decided not to intervene further, keeping an eye on Kaido's movements while getting closer to the Golden Lion. Amid the raging hurricane, Only the two of them could still chat effortlessly in the air, while Rayleigh and a few others on the deck could watch calmly. The rest had hidden in the ship's cabin to avoid being caught up in the battle's chaos. Ha ha ha. Umi, you little brat. I've heard all about it. You've really done some big things, defeating 3 admirals. It's nothing. Seeing the Golden Lion's happy expression, Umi smiled modestly and turned to ask, "What happened to your hand, Golden Lion?" "Ah, this." The Golden Lion rarely showed a hint of defeat, shaking his empty sleeve and saying, "It's nothing. Just got cut off by that yellow monkey." "Yellow monkey is that strong?" Umi was slightly taken aback, recalling that guy's lewd smile. He always thought of him as the king of slacking off in fights. Even when Akiji and Akainu used their awakened powers, that guy only resorted to some annoying distractions, which were still quite troublesome. "Ah, that guy's really strong, don't you think?" The Golden Lion seemed a bit confused, feeling some of his information didn't match with Umi's. Just as Umi was about to speak, he saw Barrett angrily cursing in midair, and at that moment, Kaido actually leaped into the sky and flew away. Barrett's speed was far slower than the flying Kaido, and he quickly fell behind. "Shiki, we'll talk about this later," Umi quickly said, pressing 2 fingers to his forehead and using teleportation to disappear from the spot. That guy Kaido fell into the sea and didn't die. He could still launch a surprise attack on them. Umi had no intention of letting him go. Today, he intended to twist off his head and see how he could survive. This was the first time Umi had developed a killer's heart. The soaring dragon swung its tail, flying towards the clouds. It looked rough, but was actually very shrewd. Even a fool knew to run away. Just look at the lineup on the other side. He was all alone. Being arrogant didn't mean being reckless. Kaido only wanted to launch a surprise attack, causing Umi some trouble at best. If it failed, it was no big deal. Under Kaido's claws, mist rose as he was about to completely shake off Barrett, but a familiar foot came down from above, creating ripples in the air. "Ud." Umi, filled with anger, struck out, stepping on the dragon's head, and the energy within him exploded violently. Accompanied by this terrifying aura, the sky seemed to tremble. In the next moment, a white light burst forth, and the dragon's already healing head was immediately reduced to a bloody mess. But Kaido's life was indeed tenacious. His recovery speed was almost visible to the naked eye. Roar! The dragon roared wildly, its body thrashing in the air. Yet couldn't shake Umi off. He seemed to be nailed to its body. "You little brat, Umi." Kaido roared in anger, no longer struggling, and dove straight towards the 3 warships on the sea. He opened his large mouth, a fierce wind blowing, and the hot dragon breath was ready to unleash. The gathered energy in his mouth instantly became dazzling. Not far away on the sea, Whitebeard, having boarded the subordinate pirate crew, also saw this scene and said, "Marco, bring me my sword." Whitebeard's words shocked everyone, and the surrounding pirates erupted in chaos, urging him to stop. "Old man." Marco hesitated for a moment, looking at the blood-soaked bandage on Whitebeard's chest and then at his determined eyes, but he could only sigh deeply. Bringing forth the Tontata sword, Whitebeard stood up, slightly swaying. It stood tall. He locked all the pores of his body and unleashed a technique akin to the return of life. In just a few seconds, his complexion changed from pale to rosy, and the muscles in his arms began to swell, surrounded by white steam. Watching the swaying dragon in the sky, a hint of hesitation crossed Whitebeard's eyes, then a fierce look flashed as he swung down his sword. Slash! The sword energy surged, and Whitebeard's blade was both fast and slow, but in the blink of an eye, he had already struck with a powerful momentum flashing by, turning into a gust of wind that rippled across the deck. Buzz! A continuous series of loud noises shook the entire sea, as if it were trembling. The space where Whitebeard swung his blade shattered, cracks giving birth to tsunamis, and even a small island thousands of miles away felt the distinct tremors. Splash! Scalding hot blood sprayed out, and the giant dragon momentarily lost its focus, feeling as if a third of its head had been severed. The blood that flowed turned the sea beneath it red, and its ready-to-burst fiery breath was redirected by this blow. "Whitebeard, you old fool!" Just thinking about the relentless attacks from Umi above filled the furious dragon with rage, making it completely berserk. The dragon's tail whipped around, transforming into a long whip that stirred up a hurricane. Enhanced with armament hockey, it struck fiercely towards its own head. This overwhelming force was something even Umi could not ignore, prompting a temporary retreat as it swiftly dodged. However, the giant dragon's eyes revealed a hint of cunning. With a flick of its tail, it transformed back into human form. Chapter 107. The proposal the red-haired Umi did not expect that the attack just now was actually a feint. Kaido was indeed a bold and meticulous guy, surprising everyone. What a missed opportunity. Omi couldn't help but sigh. Although using teleportation could directly close the distance, it probably wouldn't differ much in the time taken compared to charging straight at him. With a plan in mind, Omi pulled out his Rui Bang from behind and swept it down from the air, covering the rapidly retreating Kaido in the attack range. Kaido, holding his bleeding neck with one hand, stomped in the air and unleashed a single-handed Thunderbagua. The power of this attack was not weak. Rather, it was strong and formidable. There were only a few people in the entire ocean who could withstand such a blow, but it still fell short. Kaido's iron rod clashed with the Rui Bang for a moment before he was sent flying. During this time, Omi quickly closed the distance, extending his right hand to unleash countless air bullets. Whoosh! The air bullets tore through the sky, and just one of them struck the distant sea surface, causant a massive explosion. However, Kaido absorbed all these attacks without a scratch. Omi swung the rod again, aiming for Kaido's severely injured neck. This strike was both fast and fierce, letting out a shrill cry in the air, as if the Grim Reaper was roaring and launching an attack on Kaido. But the next moment, Omi was taken aback to see Kaido actually catch this strike in his palm with a backhand. Although his hand was covered in blood, Kaido's neck had already healed. If it weren't for the blood, no one would believe that this guy had just almost had his head chopped off. Kaido swung his arm, directly throwing Omi away. The two faced each other in the air, their faces filled with coldness. Interesting, Omi. However, the boring game ends here. Next, we will have a real life-and-death battle. Stop joking. I've never been playing with you. It's time to settle this. Behind Omi, Barrett and Raidfield arrived on a small boat, both prepared for battle. Ha ha! Kaido was not flustered at all, only laughing heartily. Omi also sensed two powerful auras rapidly approaching from the air. In silence, a man with red hair appeared on the small boat on the sea, 3 scars marking his left eye, lazily saying, "Ah, what a tiring day. I didn't expect to be the last one to arrive." When Barrett and Raidfield were startled at the same time, realizing that they hadn't noticed when this man had appeared. It was incredible considering that Raidfield's observation haki could see through people's hearts, yet he hadn't detected this man's presence at all. The man didn't mind Barrett and Raidfield's wary expressions. His white shirt was half open, and his black cloak billowed in the wind, looking free and casual. Red-haired Shanks? A glimmer of excitement appeared in Raidfield's eyes as he recognized this man, whose fame echoed across the seas. It's been a long time, Barrett-senpai, Shanks said with a gentle smile. And Count Redfield, how have you been? TCH, Barrett spat, his attitude quite poor. Shanks merely smiled and said nothing more. On the other side, Omi watched the flame-covered, toothless wyvern descend from the sky and land beside Kaido. Why are you so late? Where are the others? Kaido's tone was flat, but couldn't hide a hint of anger. I'm very sorry. Because of your absence, we've suffered tremendous losses. It seems. Upon hearing this, Kaido's expression darkened. Seeing the smiling red-haired man on the sea, he unconsciously placed his hand on the back of his neck, feeling an uncontrollable surge of anger. So, you mean to say it's just you? The transformed Jin, as the toothless wyvern, flapped its wings in the air, remaining silent, indicating his acquiescence. Hearing Jin's words, Omi couldn't help but smile, saying, I don't know exactly what happened, but it seems to be beneficial for me. In that moment, Omi moved, unleashing a wave of energy from behind as he swung down the rod at Kaido. Boom! Looking at the man who blocked the Rui Bang with the back of his knife, Omi was indeed surprised. He had thought this person would be on his side. What do you mean, red-haired? Ha ha ha, it's nothing. I just don't want any more wars to happen. Red-haired laughed brightly, and not far away. The figures of the red-haired pirates appeared on the sea. If possible, please give me some face and let us call a truce. You really dare to say that? Omi sneered, opening his right hand that held the Rui Bang. The next moment, he launched an air bullet. Red-haired still maintained his gentle demeanor, but his observation haki was frighteningly strong. With a slight movement, he dodged Omi's attack with minimal effort. The griffin also flew quickly, sweeping past Omi's forehead, the powerful blade aura flashing by, cutting off the hair from Omi's forehead. Kaido saw an opportunity and directly swung his kanabo at Omi's head. He had considered attacking red-haired as well, but ultimately abandoned that tempting idea. Clang! Barrett's fist, like black steel, shone under the sunlight, blocking Kaido's attack, causing the latter to wear a face full of anger as they began to fight. The toothless wyvern, surrounded by flames, let out a cry and launched a surprise attack on Omi, only to be kicked away by Omi. Red Count also silently appeared behind red-haired, his umbrella sword striking towards Shanks's back like a venomous snake. But the next moment, he quickly retreated due to the alarming warning from his observation hockey. Watching a bullet fly past him. On the sea, the red-haired pirates had arrived, and the Red Count looked at the man holding the rifle, instantly realizing that the previous shot had been fired by this guy. Really, Captain is causing chaos again. A chubby man wearing small colored sunglasses and munching on a chicken leg couldn't help but voice his complaint while his other hand reached for the gun at his waist. Ben Beckman, holding a cigarette between his fingers and expressionless, said if he wasn't causing chaos, he wouldn't be the captain. If you see the situation, then go. Omi also noticed the movements of the red-haired pirates, slightly halting his attack and shouting at Shanks, "Are you really going to fight us?" Shanks merely shrugged helplessly, saying, "I just wanted to stop. It will be better for everyone." Omi glanced at Kaido, regretfully shook his head, sighed lightly, and directly descended from the air, landing on the small boat. Barrett and Raidfield followed suit, landing on the small boat as well, while Shanks landed on the bow of the Red Fourth, where his pirate crew stood on the deck. Meanwhile, the 3 nearby warships had also noticed the change in situation and actively moved closer, with the escaped prisoners on the ships all preparing for battle. Only Kaido transformed back into dragon form, circling in the air, looking the most like a solitary figure, with only Jin following him. "Oh man, should we go?" Marco, in the air with hands transformed into wings, asked as he observed the situation in the distance. Whitebeard hesitated slightly and said, "Let's go take a look, but since that little brat red-haired has arrived, it's likely that there won't be a fight." Omi, holding the Rui Bang, pointed at the giant dragon and said, "Red-haired, you're just being a busybody. If you don't believe me, ask Kaido if he still wants to fight me." "Of course I want to fight." The giant dragon roared, and the clear sky suddenly darkened as thunderclouds began to gather. "Look, you see it too. It's not that I want to fight, it's this idiot who's been pestering me." Hearing this madness, Red-haired placed his hand on Griffin, looking at the giant dragon with a slight frown. In the next moment, his conqueror's haki surged into the sky, instantly dispersing the thunderclouds, causing many nearby pirates to froth at the mouth and faint. "I've heard about the results of the previous battle. After the Navy's defeat, the world's order will likely be greatly shaken. What will happen next is something no one can predict. So stop it. For the sake of this world, what we need to do is try our best to maintain balance." Omi felt a bit speechless, thinking, "You're a pirate. Why do you care so much? Huh? This boring world would be better off destroyed." Kaido also disregarded Red-haired's words. "It really is impossible to reason with you." Red-haired frowned slightly and said, "In that case, let's have a Davy back fight. No matter who wins in the end, the others must agree to join the winner's crew and obey their commands. Of course, this time there will be a time limit. Let us say 2 years." "What? Huh? You're not joking, are you?" "Captain, I never heard you say this." Chapter 108 Davy Back Fight Kid. Davy Back Fight? A pirate game of kidnapping? Killer. I can't believe it. It's actually a pirate game at the level of the 4 Emperors? This is too reckless. Shanks' speech left all the pirates stunned. Even the red-haired pirates were taken aback. "Is what you said true?" Kaido was also somewhat surprised, his body swaying in the air, slightly excited. "What do you really want to do?" Omi was taken aback, completely unable to gauge Shanks' mental state. It's worth noting that the forces gathered here include 2 4 Emperors and all the escapees from Impel Down, plus Omi and his group of experts. Whoever can unify everything could easily dominate the world. It felt as trivial as flipping a coin to decide the fate of the world, leaving people both amused and incredulous. I'm not joking." Shanks' gaze was incredibly firm, serious and earnest. "Let's have a Davy back fight, and the winner takes all. The others must voluntarily serve under the winner for 2 years and obey their orders." What a chaotic captain. Ben Beckman flicked his cigarette and could only smile helplessly. "Shanks, you're truly a madman." The giant dragon spoke excitedly, a smile visible on his face. "All right, then let's have a game." Ryderfield also looked surprised and quietly said behind Omi, "Captain, this guy is not joking. I can tell he's speaking from the heart." However, Omi remained cautious. He remembered that Shanks was likely connected to the Gorosei, and who knows if this is a trap. He felt the Gorosei must really dislike him now. With a hint of vigilance, Omi cautiously asked, "How do you want to play?" "We'll determine the winner in 1 round." Shanks said decisively, "To ensure fairness. The method of the competition will be suggested by you." Interesting, very interesting." Kaido laughed wildly, the wind rushing in, even moving the warships. "Whatever way is fine. Let us get started. I can't wait." Beside him, G murmured, "I have a few questions. After joining the other side, do we have to obey any order, even if it means causing harm to ourselves?" Shanks laughed and said, It's obvious that's impossible. We'll be companions then. How could a captain give such orders? Such a fool shouldn't be able to win. Jean understood Shanks' deeper meaning, which meant that as companions, if the captain's conditions were too excessive, they would have to fight. However, even so, this condition was enticing enough. Even if it was just nominal leadership, it would bring huge benefits, not to mention actual power. Omi pondered and said, "In that case, let's have a race." Ben Beckman asked seriously, "A race? What are the specific rules?" Omi casually sat at the bow of the small boat and said, "It's called a race, but the method is not limited. Whoever reaches the finish line and returns here first is the winner." You all know the ox bell, right? Golden Lion stood at the bow of the warship and said, "Omi, are you talking about the sacred bell taken from the warship Ox Roy's?" "I know that too." Rayleigh exchanged a smile with Shanks and spoke up. "If I remember correctly, that bell is set at the western end of the Marine Headquarters Marineford Ola Square." "That's right. The finish line is there. When you arrive, ring the bell 4 times. Whoever returns first is the victor." Buggy couldn't help but shout, "Marine Headquarters Marineford? Isn't this too reckless?" "Indigo, that makes sense. If we're not careful, we might even lose our lives." Golden Lion back in the day. Hearing this, Golden Lion immediately glared sternly at Indigo, causing him to swallow his words. However, thanks to Indigo, everyone started discussing Omi's proposal. "Yeah, we're pirates. Storming the Marine Headquarters is like looking for death. Omi is really amazing to propose such a competition. I'm fired up." Although they had repelled the Marines, no one thought the Marines would be pushovers. If it weren't for Omi's appearance, if the 3 admirals had intervened, their outcome would likely have been death. Looking at everyone's astonished expressions, Omi smiled lightly and said, "How about this competition?" Kaido snorted out white mist and said, "Let's do it this way. But I declare in advance, I will win this competition. I'm a flying dragon. You can't compare with me. Omi, if you lose, you can't back out." Omi scoffed. "What's so great about flying? I can teleport too, and I never said I would definitely win." "Okay." After some contemplation, Shanks nodded and said, "But I have a suggestion. During this competition, we should prohibit attacking the Marines. After all, once we become the leaders, I don't want to immediately go to war with the Marines. TCH, as if you're guaranteed to win." Kaido casually spat a mouthful of saliva like a cannonball, creating huge waves on the sea. "Let's get started quickly. I can't wait." Omi also nodded, not opposing this suggestion. At that moment, Whitebeard's laughter was heard. "Very interesting. Count me in." "Huh, another 4 Emperor? My God, this is going to be incredible. The world will tremble for us. Omi must win." Kaido squinted at Whitebeard and said, "With your current body, you want to play with us?" "Gururara, don't underestimate me. I can still live for decades. But it is indeed a bit difficult right now." Whitebeard started coughing again. "This time, my son Marco will represent the Whitebeard pirates." "Ah, leave it to me." "Old man." Marco's blue flames ignited, eager to try. Ace laughed and encouraged, "Go for it, Marco. Don't lose too badly. We believe in you." "Marco, the fate of the Whitebeard pirates rests on you. It seems you all have discussed it well." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and said, "In that case, let me be the witness." While listening to Rayleigh explain the terms of the bet, Omi took the rifle barehanded him, looking at Shanks, Kaido, and Whitebeard, all of whom appeared very confident, as if they hadn't considered losing at all. I swear, the same phrase for different tones. Whether they were confidently reserved or arrogantly proud, accompanied by 4 gunshots, this historically large and amusing gambling game officially began. "Oh, Omi will definitely win. Kaido, please don't hold back. Captain, you idiot. If you lose, I won't forgive you. I'll definitely beat you into a pig's head. Go, Marco. Don't embarrass old man." Looking at Omi, Marco, red-haired, and Kaido getting ready on the warship, Ivan couldn't help but sigh. "I never expected something like this to happen. I even want to participate in this competition. If we can achieve victory, it will be a tremendous boost for the Revolutionary Army." "Then why aren't you participating, Ivan?" Karina asked curiously while stretching against Billy. "This is not something I can decide, okay? Karina, sweetie, they wouldn't want to play with me. Maybe it's for the best that I don't participate." Jinbei, who had just returned from the Whitebeard pirates, took over the topic. "This method of annexation has many hidden dangers. It can only be considered an alliance at most. I doubt that man would agree to participate in this game, even if he were here. Who knows? Dragon is indeed an unpredictable guy." Lightning, who was beside Ivan, poured a glass of red wine, swirled it slightly, and leisurely said, "So, Ivan, who do you think will win this competition?" "I don't know," Ivan said, his eyes reddened from excitement as he surveyed the 4 in the arena. "It's hard to tell what some of these people are really thinking. Chapter 109 Bold Declaration Red-Haired. Are you ready yet? Kaido angrily smashed his club onto the deck of the warship, glaring at Red-Haired, who was entangled with Buggy. Sorry. Red-Haired scratched his head in embarrassment, smiling brightly. I really didn't expect to run into an old friend here. Kaido, you have no patience at all. Where are you playing at? Just go home. Umi scoffed, provoking Kaido to stand up with his kanabo, ready to fight. I see you want to die, Umi. Who dies is still uncertain. If you have the guts, then come. Why are we arguing again? Shanks helplessly rubbed his forehead. Let's just get started. Marco had not said a word throughout, although he agreed readily. He still felt a bit anxious as the moment approached. Rayleigh casually shook the wine jug in his hand, appearing quite relaxed. Since we're ready, let's begin. Upon hearing that the match was finally about to start, the atmosphere instantly became lively, with cheers that almost reached the sky. Umi felt like his ears were buzzing from the noise, yet he felt somewhat deflated and bored for not hearing the anticipated voices, while Marco was nervously swallowing. Go, Captain Marco. Just don't lose too badly. Marco was about to thank them, but quickly realized and retorted, Don't think I'm already bound to lose, you bastards. Marco, it's fine. Just act like you usually do, Whitebeard said with a gentle smile, not impatient at all. Umi, you must win. Hearing Karina's voice, Umi smiled shyly, but his resolve became firmer. Rayleigh raised the rifle over his head, and with a click, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Upon hearing the gunshot, Kaido immediately moved. The giant dragon charged into the sky, flying towards the Navy headquarters. Red-Haired's lips curled up, and amidst the crowd's exclamations, he leaped up directly. Stepping onto the prepared small boat, Griffin was drawn swiftly, and with one swing, a fierce wind surged, propelling the entire ship like an arrow, slicing through the sea surface. Marco transformed into a complete phoenix, closely following behind Kaido, their movements as swift as lightning, making it hard to tell who was superior. As for Umi, he was still in place. Umi, the match has started. Is Lord Umi admitting defeat? Umi, what are you doing? Karina couldn't help but roar as they moved far away. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and said, Umi, I won't restart the match just because I'm favoring you. Umi, however, laughed heartily, appearing radiant and bold. Don't joke around. I could let them run for half a day. I've already won this match. The Navy headquarters, Marineford, was within his sensing range, meaning Umi could teleport there at any moment, easily reaching that place. Even if there were some discrepancies, he wouldn't be off by much. At worst, he would arrive just as quickly as the first competitor, so Umi was confident he would win. All the pirates were stunned by Umi's bold claims, their eyes wide in disbelief, feeling their worldview shatter. Is that true? Karina was first surprised, but then remembered the scene from that morning when Umi teleported her, suddenly feeling much more at ease. Rayleigh felt the same, recalling the morning's events. Although the prisoners thought Umi's speed was just too fast and they hadn't really seen it, Rayleigh knew it wasn't like that. His observation, Haki, suddenly sensed Umi's presence, confirming it wasn't an accident, and Rayleigh understood something slightly. But he wasn't on anyone's side. He was just an ordinary coding craftsman, so he didn't need to say anything. But these two understood, while others did not. Regarding Umi's strange actions, everyone was loudly debating, sharing their unique opinions, with all sorts of nonsense. What an arrogant and bold fellow. Gururara. Whitebeard laughed heartily, but I actually like a kid like you. I can't wait to see the final result. Umi didn't pay much attention to Whitebeard's praise. He had already left to find the Golden Lion, as he was still very concerned about what the other had said regarding Kizuru. Flames ignited in Ace's hands as he watched Umi walk away, pondering how credible Umi's words were. In truth, he didn't believe them at all, but the other didn't seem like someone who would boast. Old man, what if Umi really wins? Of course, we just follow the rules and listen to what he says. But we are the Whitebeard pirates. Ace, do you know why I agree to this match? Whitebeard spoke softly. The Whitebeard pirates will eventually disappear, and so will I. But before that, there is only one thing that I can't put my mind at ease about, and that's you guys. Don't worry. I believe the winner of this match will only be Umi or Shanks. Both of them are loyal guys. Even if after, I can rest easy. Amidst the noisy crowd, Whitebeard's words seemed light and airy. Almost no one heard this conversation. Only a few noticed Ace pulling his hat down to cover his face, seemingly quiet and still as if he were asleep. Ben Beckman was the one who noticed this detail. He silently put a cigarette in his mouth, deep in thought. Don't you want to eat something? Dodging a chicken leg thrown by Lucky Roo, Ben Beckman shook his head coldly. Do you think what Umi said is true or false? Who cares? That is something the captain should worry about. We can't help with anything. That is not necessarily true. Ben Beckman smiled coldly, Did you not notice that the guy Jin, ISNT here? Really? What did that guy run off to? We only said not to attack outsiders. But we didn't say outsiders can't attack competitors. It's obvious. Then do we not need to help the captain? Lucky Roo said, taking a big bite of meat. No need. Jin can at most block Marco, but he can't stop our captain. Ben Beckman said with some irritation as he snuffed out his cigarette. However, I was thinking whether we should learn from that guy and try to stop Omi. Lucky Roo was startled, suddenly losing his appetite. Are you serious? Just saying it. If the captain ISNT here, we can't deal with such a monster just by ourselves. You really are off-putting. On the other side, just as Whitebeard was preparing to return to his room to rest at the request of his subordinates, he heard Ace speak up after taking a few steps. Old man, the Whitebeard pirates will not disappear. Noticing Ace's statement, those around were both surprised and somewhat speechless. Momentarily stunned, Whitebeard turned around, seeing Ace's eyes shining brightly, his whole being like a raging fire, full of the vigor of youth. Well, if you like it, then go ahead. Thank you very much. Ace directly bowed deeply. Ace, what are you doing? Quickly get up. What is going on? Ace, you mischievous guy. What have you done to make Dad angry again? While those around him were puzzled and trying to advise him, Diamond Jozu noticed the joyful smile on Whitebeard's face, as if he were apparent happy about their child's growth. At this moment, the red-haired crew had already exited the gates of justice and entered the exclusive sea current of the world government, starting their journey towards Navy headquarters. The giant dragon lowered its head, secretly observing the situation. Currently, he was the fastest, red-haired was second, and Marco was third, while Omi was nowhere to be seen at all. What scheme is that bastard Omi up to? Chapter 110. The situation the giant dragon pondered, but truly could not fathom Omi's intentions. Could it be that the other side had given up? It was impossible to think so. At this moment, taking advantage of the terrain, red-haired speed was a notch faster, and the small boat swiftly sailed along the current, directly surpassing Kaido. Kaido snorted, white mist billowing from his nostrils, and the next moment launched a surprise attack. Flames flickered in his mouth, and a surging pillar of fire came crashing down from the sky, targeting red-haired. Kaido really did not disappoint. Red-haired muttered to himself, casually swinging out a soaring sword aura. But this was just the beginning. The soaring sword aura was relentless, colliding violently with the pillar of fire. The two forces clashed fiercely, causing even the sea currents to become chaotic. Because of the battle between the two emperors, a storm began to brew on the sea surface. Marco seized this opportunity, immediately accelerating and directly surpassing the two. Even someone as calm as he could not help but feel a bit pleased. Laughing, then I'll take the lead. Red-haired laughed heartily, steadying the spinning small boat with one foot, while Kaido revealed a murderous look but paid him no mind. The two were focused on their fierce battle, causing the heavens and earth to change color, and the chaotic skies obscured the area. These two guys, seeing that no one was blocking him, Marco soared quickly through the thunderclouds. Occasionally, a few bolts of lightning struck him, but with the flames of regeneration igniting, it was as if nothing had happened. However, a gigantic pterosaur, with wings spanning 10 meters, suddenly leapt out from the thunderclouds, its sharp beak aimed directly at the eyes of the phoenix. This strike was too fierce and too fast, rivaling the speed of thunder. Pain surged through Marco, and he was severely injured, barely managing to pull the pterosaur down with him as they fell from the sky. The pterosaur and the phoenix pierced through the thunderclouds, and during this process, they began a fierce life and death struggle, with blood flowing, yet the phoenix's injuries were rapidly healing. Get down! Jean swiftly shook off Marco, quickly transforming into human form in midair. Brilliant blade, light, slicing through the sky like a white rainbow. That line belongs to you. Marco angrily retorted, his claws wrapped in haki, declaring, Phoenix Mark. Boom! The two collided again in midair, the thunder exploding, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Just at that moment, dragon claws extended from the thunderclouds, and before Marco could react, he was swatted away by a claw. Marco shot out like a cannonball, piercing through the clouds, with no inclination to stop until he collided with the approaching red-haired. It was not so much a collision as red-haired had actively reached out to stop Marco, providing him assistance. Marco, are you okay? Red-haired hovered in the air, still maintaining his calm demeanor. Thank you, red-haired. Marco looked towards Kaido and Jin's retreating figures and was about to hurry off to catch up. If possible, let's cooperate. Red-haired smiled. No, if possible. Please make sure to cooperate with me this time. Me? Marco pointed at himself in confusion, hardly believing he had just heard red-haired speak. What can I help you with? Marco forced a smile, Even though he was indeed strong, he was arguably the weakest among those participating in this competition. Ah, my ship is destroyed. If you could take me along, I would be grateful. Red-haired scratched his head with one hand, speaking apologetically, and honestly, I still don't know how to get through the gate of justice. I really envy you guys. Having wings is so convenient. Looking at Red-haired's bewildered expression, Marco truly did not want to admit that the other party was one of the four emperors. The man believed by everyone to be the closest to becoming the pirate king. I really can't do anything about you. On the other side, Omi also found the Golden Lion, who was sitting alone in a corner at the stern, gazing at the distant Impel Down. What are you doing here? I thought you would participate in the competition. Omi observed the guy's desolate demeanor. Despite the fine weather, he seemed lifeless. Omi, huh? The Golden Lion's expression was flat. But the next moment, he widened his eyes in shock, spitting out the alcohol in his mouth. Why are you still here? The competition has long since started. Ha. No need to rush. Let them go first. Omi did not know whether Red-haired proposal was good or bad. After all, he had connections with the Gorosei in the manga, which made it hard to trust. Perhaps this was a trap, and the world government had gathered power capable of capturing them all. Omi decided to sit tight and observe how things developed. Of course, these matters were not something to discuss with outsiders. Telling others would earn him disbelief. The idea that the four Emperor Shanks had close ties with the Gorosei sounded absurd. The Golden Lion glanced at Omi as if he was dismissing the matter, shrugging and saying no more. What was that about Kizaru you mentioned earlier? Ah, it's nothing. Just lost confidence after being beaten. I never thought I would be this weak. I guess I really am getting old. The Golden Lion casually tossed the bottle into the sea, adding, maybe I should find a place to retire. Anyway, be careful of that Kizaru guy. He's really strong. The Golden Lion patted Omi on the shoulder and staggered towards the cabin, leaving Omi speechless at the stern. So this guy's been talking for ages and said nothing at all. Omi looked at the distant, dilapidated Impel Down. It seemed the Navy had given up on that great prison. After Omi and Blackbeard had paid visits, not even a single warship was left behind. Kizaru, is that guy really that strong? Then why didn't he really go after me back then? Recalling the other party's smile, Omi shuddered. He really shouldn't think too much. In some ways, the guy was indeed very strong. Meanwhile, at the Marine Headquarters Marineford, due to being missed, Kizaru couldn't help but sneeze, while Sengoku could not contain his anger, glaring furiously at him. So, I had you stay behind to create chaos for the pirates. And you end up capturing such a person? Omi, Kaido, Whitebeard, Fire Fist Ace, so many people, and you injure them, but what do you catch a pervert for? What's the use of that? I didn't want to. Kizaru shrugged indifferently, lazily finding a spot to sit down, saying, that guy is an ability user. He was just like Fire Fist Ace back then. Really? Sengoku couldn't help but hold his head, which felt like it might split from worry. His body still wrapped in bandages. Is there not a single thing that can go smoothly? That bastard Blackbeard actually released all the prisoners from level 6 of Impel Down. We have even given up on Impel Down. This is simply ridiculous. Those Gorosei guys said they have their own plans and didn't send reinforcements. What are they thinking? Bang! Sengoku slammed a heavy fist on the desk, sending a flurry of documents flying. They actually let the Marines do nothing. What kind of joke is this? Meh. The goat handling the documents let out a cheerful bleat and casually started munching on the ground. I think you should have a cup of tea to calm down, Marshal. Kizaru also set down the teacup he had brought to his lips. Wah! I heard you yelling from afar, Sengoku. What happened? Cap, who had just finished his work, walked into the office and casually tore off the bandage on his head. His injury seemed to have healed, and it was completely unnoticeable. Chapter 111, The Chaos at the Navy Headquarters. All right. Eat some sunbae to calm down. Carp. After years of friendship, Sengoku also quieted down, snatching Carp's sunbae and pouring it all into his mouth. Ah, Sengoku, you bastard. Looking at the empty sunbae bag, Carp cursed in anger. Creak. What's the situation now? Besides like that. The morale of the Navy has dropped to the lowest point. The infirmary is full of people. In short, it's a mess. We have completely failed. As for the sins of beans, I've already asked Akiji to deliver them. At this moment, at the port Marineford, a crowd surged, with injured soldiers continuously being transported in. The air seemed to be filled with a sense of defeat. Those who were lucky enough to have not participated in this battle couldn't help but feel relieved upon seeing this scene, even having time to brag a little. They stood at the port doing guard duty, and that was the only bit of fun they had left. Sigh, it's a pity I didn't participate in this battle. Otherwise, I might have taken down over 100 pirates and reached the peak of my life. You're just bragging. I don't believe you. With your strength. If you went to the battlefield, you'd definitely be dead. Hey, you still don't believe it, really. It's just that there was no opportunity Otherwise, I'd show you my strength. God, please send a pirate my way. Another Navy soldier was completely speechless at his companion, but he keenly noticed a black dot on the distant sea, focusing his gaze. What did you just say? I said, I didn't say anything. You crow's mouth. The soldier cursed loudly and immediately shouted. Sound the alarm. Bang. Looking at the door that was immediately pushed open, Sengoku's expression became serious. He heard the alarm and said, What's going on outside? Why, Your Excellency? Kaido is coming towards the Navy headquarters, and he has his subordinate Jin with him. They are about to land. What a bunch of bastard pirates. To choose this time. Sengoku stood up with a dark face, put on his justice cloak, and shouted, Let's go. It's really busy. Kizaru sighed, and Carp also pouted in displeasure. I just found a new bag of senbei, damn it. In the main square, the transformed Kaido was standing there, looking at the encircling Navy with impatience, waving his large hand as if swatting flies. I'm not here to deal with you, Navy. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way quickly, otherwise, just die. Although Shanks suggested not to engage in battle with the Navy, Kaido would not easily listen to the others' orders. After all, as long as he won in the end, that was all that mattered. Boss, the Oxbell is over there. Although Jin was slightly shorter than Kaido, he could easily look down on all the Navy soldiers and immediately spotted the Oxbell on the west side of the square, quickly reminding, You can't move. Let me clear the way. As soon as he said this, some of the surrounding Navy soldiers took a few steps back out of fear. Jin's clothing was entirely black. Not a single inch of skin was exposed, and he was surrounded by flames, looking like a harbinger of misfortune and disaster. As soon as his words fell, he had already drawn his sword and swept it horizontally at the encircling Navy. A terrifying, killing intent leaked out, and looking at the sweeping blade, the Navy soldiers in front instantly felt as if they had been sliced in half, already experiencing the illusion of being killed. The next moment, these bloody illusions became reality as Jin went on a killing spree, directly cutting his way through the Navy towards the direction of the Oxbell. His black attire, stained with blood, he resembled a mourning crow, and anyone who saw him would encounter misfortune. Get out of the way. Back off. They headed towards the west side of the square. Quickly fire the cannons. Help! Help! It hurts so much. At this moment, the Navy headquarters was already at its most empty and vulnerable, and for a moment, not a single strong Navy soldier could step up to resist Jin's attack, leaving only cries of despair in the square. Kaido followed behind Jin, stepping on this path of blood, his face showing no signs of wavering, completely unconcerned with what was happening.